Cordelia still had an arrow ready even though Tanilla had told her to stop attacking. Her mouth was open as she watched the human warrior dissecting the plant as if it were nothing more than a common flower in a garden. A minute passed, and every vine from the creature was gone. He's going to kill this almost by himself, Cordelia said in awe. How? I can't answer that, Tanilla replied as they both watched Max start to chop the petals off the boss's face. He's not like us, yet he'll do whatever he must to protect you. Fowl made it to the group of three, standing about 30 yards from the carnage Max was creating. I like a good hug, but that thing was a bit too much, Fowl joked, grunting when no one laughed as he hoped. How long till that thing is dead? I have no idea, Batraya replied, but he is harvesting the heck out of that thing. I'm not sure we'll have enough space to bring all that back. Sure we will, Fowl declared. These new storage devices have 3 times the space and weight. Everett might have a heart attack when he sees everything, though. A loud wail came and then stopped, experience flooding the 4 of them. Holy ogre nuts, Cordelia cursed. That was more than a pack of plants we killed in the other clearing. Level 51 now, Fowl said happily. It's time to decide how I want to present my points. Stop yakking and come collect this stuff. Max yelled at the group of 3, grabbing a handful of petals and stacking them on each other. The boss was gone before the 3 of them reached the corpse, replaced with a standard-sized green chest where the bottom half of the stem had been. That was impressive, Cordelia stated as she started to pick up some of the vines and store them. Tanilla said you always wanted to be a gardener. Laughing, Max nodded and stuffed the pile of petals into a backpack he had brought out. If a life of adventuring doesn't work out, perhaps I can get a job taking care of overgrown plants. You used everything, Batrier asked as she grabbed a vine and dragged it over toward Fowl. As did Fowl, Max replied. Provided there aren't any more bosses, we should be fine, but if so, we'll have to leave and try again in a few days. Max saw Tanilla opening the chest and watched her as she studied inside of it. Anything good? Fowl asked as he stored the vine Batrier had brought him. Tapping her lips with her finger, Tanilla nodded. I believe so. This chest is interesting, though, to say the least. Everyone groaned, and Tanilla moved to join them in cleaning up the rest of the items Max had cut off the boss. One freaking item, you have got to be kidding me. Everyone ignored Fowl and his complaining, each staring at the item that was changing appearance. Occasionally, a green belt or a necklace, a bracer, and even a ring a few times. 2 crystals and 1 random item. That does seem a bit unfair, Max admitted. Still, the 2 yellow gems should mean someone gets an upgraded skill sooner. The best way to do this is everyone rolls, Batcher stated. No point trying to do it any other way for now. You sure I should roll on this? Everyone means everyone, Max replied, nodding at Cordelia. Get over the part where you don't feel like one of us. She smiled and held her hand over the dimensional area. Everyone touched the section, and each person's face appeared on a die. It looked to have 4 of each person on it and started to twist and turn in the dimensional area, slowing down after a moment. Max watched as everyone's eyes were fixated on the results, knowing inside all of them was a desire to win and see what might come from it. Akram loves me, Fowl shouted, dancing a small jig when the dice stopped spinning and his bearded face appeared. Congrats, now take your prize and tell us what it is, Max said as he retrieved the 2 massive yellow crystals. Fowl reached in, took out the ring, and started to examine it. Green metal with what looked to be crafted as a twisted vine, fashioned all around, sat in the dwarf's palm as he stared at it. His eyes went wide, and he quickly slipped it onto his finger, smiling as he did. Well, you ogre nut, going to share? Batrier asked, frowning at him. Yeah, I just wanted to see if I could tell a difference. It only offers 5 constitution points, but grants a rooted ability. It seems that I can use it and not be moved. It's like my armored warrior, but different. I only get a 200% bonus to defense, no extra bonus hit points either. There is only an hour cooldown too, which is a blessing compared to the cooldown on the armored warrior. Nodding, Max reached out and grabbed Tanilla's hand, leading her a little bit away from the others. Everything okay? He nodded and smiled. I got 6 strength and constitution again. I have no other stats, but I won't complain. I also have no skills, but part of me can see why that might not have happened, being a plant and all. Yup, Max replied, giving her a small kiss on her cheek. Besides, I wanted to ask how Cordelia responded to that fight. I don't like going all out like that, but this thing was far stronger than I imagined it would be. Even my best attack only cut halfway through it. I'm not certain how these things will measure up, but at some point we will hit a roadblock. I'm certain of it. Tanilla smiled and looked at their archer, talking with the other 3. She did fine, but she is overwhelmed. It's a lot between me being a princess and you soloing this boss that she and a normal party would struggle with. How long till you think we can do more? You say that like you didn't help against that boss, Max replied. You both played a huge role in that fight. Your spells kept it off of me for a bit. Just remember to let everyone else play. Even Fowl gets flustered by not doing much. Eventually, we'll have to fight and be at the top of our game. Max frowned and nodded, knowing Tanilla was right. Fine, we can finish this floor and rest until all our cooldowns are done. Then we can see how things go as a group in the coming floors. Max pulled one more large pack to the group, killing over half of the 70 plants, trees, and mushrooms. They cleared out the rest of that path to find the exit to the tower's second floor. One day we cleared a floor in one day, Cordelia said again. It's a good thing we are going to rest a few days, or people might wonder what is happening with our group. How long would your normal group have required for this floor? Batrayer asked as they stood near the portal, putting yellow gems equally into pouches. 3 days without that, boss. 2 would have been pushing it. I'm not certain how Seth can just run past everything, but you can't imagine the fear a normal party would have. We'll take care of a few other things as well. I got a few errands to run over the next few days anyways, Max said. The next question is who wants to upgrade their skill. Fowl and Batrayer, you're up. One of you picks who goes next and let Everett know. What about you, Cordelia? Don't you need to upgrade yours? I always go last, Max lied. I can survive until we are all able to upgrade. She frowned but nodded. Everyone took their pouches and started crushing the gems in their hands. Sighs and moans came as the power of each gem flooded their bodies, and by the end of it all, each of them had risen another tower level. That 1% seems nice, Fowl said. It's going to be really hard giving up 7% when we reset back to level 0. Why is why most don't, Cordelia stated as she finished crushing her gems. Imagine the rare ones who actually make it to level 50. Could you see them trying to give up those kind of bonuses? A thought hit Max as Cordelia said those things. Can someone give up all 50 tower levels at once? Max's question caught everyone off guard, and he couldn't help but smirk as they stared at him. You'd give up 50% bonuses for 12.5. That seems insane to even imagine. If someone had 100 in their constitution, they would be giving up a third of their life. Bobbing his head, Max kept the same smirk as Cordelia ranted about that decrease. But it would make farming the levels easier, Tanilla said. If things went well, you'd be close to level 75, beat all the hard stuff, have all the better gear, and then descend upon the tower's lower levels, way stronger than before. Their archer's face went from confused and frustrated to in shock and awe in one moment. You're right, Max replied. Imagine all the stats you gained through that point. I was doing some math, and maybe I'll share those numbers later, but if the gear scales, the stats continue to go up, and the truth is experience isn't the biggest problem but our stats, that would be the smartest way. That's how they bridge the gap, Cordelia exclaimed loudly. Those who fight in the 50s, only a handful do that, but most can't make that jump. They aren't willing to give up that growth and regrind everything again. Nodding, Max took a stick and drew a few lines in the dirt where the stone path ended before the swirling black portal. This line is your possible stats, and the one on the bottom is your level. As you gain both, the line travels like this. Fowl watched momentarily and then shook his head before moving away from the others. I don't like math, just tell me what to do, and I'll do it, he muttered. Ignoring their dwarf warrior, Max marked where the line dropped down but less than half before rising quickly upward again. If I'm right, and Tanilla says I am, the actual loss will be less if we wait till 50. Imagine then what we'll be able to do as a group. Their archer tugged on her braid for a moment, trying to handle the overwhelming knowledge that suddenly made sense. Do you think Everett and Tom know this? She asked. I do. Odds are they don't share it until someone actually reaches the 50th floor. It's far easier to convince someone to take that path when they see the truth instead of having an impossible mountain to climb beforehand. Fowl's stomach growled, and everyone turned to see his face turning slightly red. Sorry, a bit hungry. Let's go and we can discuss things back at the faction house, Max said. Besides, we need to turn in everything we have and acquire these reports from Everett and Tom. I don't want to miss out on knowing something about what we will face. Everyone nodded and turned, going out the portal first, leaving Max standing there for a moment by himself. Glancing up at the sun-filled sky of the tower floor, he couldn't help but wonder what the last floor would be like. No one seemed to know or was willing to share, and the thought of it sent chills down his spine. Everett was shocked to hear they had defeated the second floor already. The team arrived just in time for dinner. None of them had kept track of the number of hours they had been inside. Once they had eaten and gotten a chance to meet with a few of the other faction members not currently in the tower, Max and the rest retired for the night, looking forward to a few days off and some planning. Are you okay? Tanilla asked as she ran her finger across Max's bare chest. You seemed distracted. He turned and smiled, kissing her softly on her forehead. I am just considering things about the floor. I showed you the journal and I'm keeping track of everything. Part of me wants to know why the 50th floor is the cutoff zone for so many, and I also want to know how easy we can expect our second run through the first 50 floors to be. Tanilla chuckled and gently pinched him. You say that this is a certain thing, that we are guaranteed to make it. Bobbing his head, Max shifted so that he was facing Tanilla, staring into her green eyes as her red hair sprawled all over her back and shoulders. Do you doubt that we will reach the 50th floor? She took a deep breath and slowly let it out, studying Max's intent gaze. I don't doubt it, but I also don't want us to be stupid and rush into things we aren't prepared for. At some point, we must ask ourselves if those rare spawns are worth it. Frowning, Max knew that question would keep coming up. Do we want the items that will help us reach the top? Tanilla sighed and nodded. I agree there may come a time for us to have to skip something, but if we look at the gains we have gotten from the risks we took, there has to be a reason. A 10% ring was given to everyone, he exclaimed quietly. That alone is worth 10 levels of tower experience. The power of your spells saw a massive jump from that one item alone. She nodded and found no good response to Max's argument. Do you think we can still trust that the gods are blessing you? Right now, that is the one thing that is keeping me pressing forward. After the dragon and demon dungeon, I know someone is. What really scares me is what will come when someone finds out who I am, if they attempt to hurt you or the others. Tanilla put a finger on Max's lip, stopping his rant about a topic that always got him upset. Let it go. Remember, you are not alone and we are not weak. They won't have to deal with just you. Kissing her finger, Max closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, letting the frustration leave as much as possible. You're right as always. She nodded and winked, rolling over. I know, now get some rest. We got a lot to do. A magical disguise, you say. Verbena asked, tugging gently on her orange beard. Are we talking about something more than just making people look away from you and not recognizing who you are? Max nodded, glad that the dwarf owner hadn't forgotten who he was and seemed excited to help him out. I know this might sound weird, but I don't need to change a lot. Maybe just something that makes me have hair on my head and my face, eyes that are the same color, stuff like that, and change my voice as well. She nodded and Max saw her as she started staring off to the side a little, eyes darting between things. A small case suddenly appeared in her hand. It had a pair of eyes drawn on it, each of them shut. The small wooden case didn't look impressive, but Max could almost feel the power coming from inside it. Do we need to talk price beforehand? Verbena asked as she opened it up. What? No deal for your favorite arena combatant? Max replied with a wink. How much are you thinking? I've got 3 different ones, but for what you want, I'm going to say it will be this necklace. She pulled from the case a long silver necklace wrapped around a black crystal with a single white line running through it. This will last for up to a week of constant use. For every minute used, it requires 2 minutes to recharge. The big problem is that you cannot keep it in dimensional storage during that time. It has to be left somewhere else in the world. This one will run you 200 gold coins. Max couldn't help the cough that came, even though he had prepared himself for the cost. And if I wanted something that never ran out of time, Verbena began to laugh and shake her head. That's not something I sell, and most couldn't ever hope to afford. Kings and queens play with those rare items, but you would probably need at least 50,000 gold, and even then they wouldn't sell it. The kind of power to sustain an illusion like that forever is immense. Pulling 4 coin bags from storage, Max tried to ignore the puckering sensation he felt below. Everett had given him 300 gold, not asking too many questions about why he needed such a large amount. He applauded my waiting to ask until after I had given the crystals and materials from the 2nd floor. You don't play around, do you? The dwarf said with a smile. Now then, let me show you how to use this, and we'll go from there. Anything else you need? Shaking his head, Max fought back the grin that wanted to take over his face. 1 step down, 1 more to go. You don't look like a weaponsmith, the dwarf stated as he studied the brown hair, brown-eyed human before him. You certainly know what you're doing. Max smiled and nodded, pointing at the materials in the back of the weaponsmith's shop. As I said, I'll gladly pay for my own materials and use of a station. I can't promise I'll be here often as I'm traveling with some family, but I'd like to practice some while here. The dwarf frowned, rubbing his dirty hands through his black beard and finally nodded. 20 silver per day plus the cost of materials. Did you bring an apron and tools? Max nodded, pulling the apron from his storage and slipping it over his head. The dwarf's eyes twinkled at the sight of a young boy with storage and claiming to want to practice. Joshua, perhaps we need to rediscuss the price if you're using one of those, Zach said, chuckling slightly. Now that wouldn't be right, especially since it's my father's, Max replied. Regardless, here's enough for 2 days, and I'm assuming the ingredients I'm going to use. The pouch he handed Zach made the dwarf's eyes gleam and a grin appear. Okay, go have fun, but remember, if you break it or ruin it, I'll make sure you pay. Nodding, Max moved to the forge area that Zach had pointed him at. All around the shop were 8 forges, 6 currently in use by various dwarves and humans. The sound of bellows and hammers striking metal filled the air. The heat would be oppressive to many, but Max didn't even seem to notice as the stats he had made the heat of the forges nothing more than a warm breeze. The air coming through from the open sides and giant doors helped make the area less stuffy and stale. Need help, sir? Max turned to see a young boy about the age of 16, sporting a little more muscle and a few burns, coming up to him. Working on your skill for choosing day, Max asked, smiling at the red-headed teen. Yes, sir, I can work the bellows if you want and help as well. What's your name? I'm Joshua, Max asked as he held out his hand. Brian, sir. Enough, sir, Max said with a grin, pointing at the forge Zach had given him to use. I'll be over here, but if you want, you're more than welcome to come help me. The boy nodded, ran over to the forge, and saw the coal's temperature. I'll get them heated if you need. Max nodded, putting the tools he had down, all wrapped in a leather cloth on a table. Sounds good, I'll be back. I want to see what kind of materials Zach has. The boy nodded, not saying another word, and was already starting the pump. The coals were starting to glow from the air he was forcing over them. A few minutes later, in the area where a female dwarf watched everything he touched, Max found a few metal ingots ready to go and held them up for the woman to see. She nodded, and he put them in storage, watching her eyebrows raise as she sat forward, the book she was holding not as interesting anymore. There were a couple of different types of wood already cut and carved out for handles of different sizes, and Max took two, knowing they would work for what he wanted right now. Simple daggers learned the process before trying to go all big. The choice of the metal and the wood seemed easy, as his mind told him which ones were better. He knew that one ingot wasn't perfect and that 3 of the pre-cut pieces of wood had flaws. Armed with that knowledge and some supplies, Max moved back to his area of the forge, ready to see what he could do. Time had passed faster than Max had realized. The process itself was calming, heating, pounding, stretching, heating, and repeating over and over. His skill told him where to hit and how to hit. The hammer felt perfect in his hand, and before Max knew it, the first dagger was ready to be quenched. The steam and fire from the oil, as it hissed, washed over his arm. "You okay?" Brian called out over the noise. Nodding, Max waited as long as he knew it needed, pulling the dagger from the oil and smiling. "The fire and steam aren't that bad. After a while, you'll get used to it." Brian made a face of disbelief, pointing to the burns and scars on his forearms and hand. "I'll take your word for that, sir." Ever made a grip. Shaking his head, Brian moved to the bench Max motioned to. Setting the blade down on the bench and removing the tongs from it, Max began to show the red-headed teen how to measure and craft a handle for the dagger. The blade was 9 inches long, and the balance was perfect so far. Once it was ground, sharpened, oiled, and finished, it would be worthy of an adventurer. Max found himself smiling and laughing as he listened to Brian ask questions that he was able to answer even though he had never forged a weapon in his life. His skill taught him everything he needed to know. With his strength and dexterity, Max was able to make mountains move in moments, shaping and crafting in a way that most couldn't imagine possible. Soon, 2 pieces of wood were perfectly cut and ready to be glued and hammered into the gap between the disc guard he had made. A small pine pommel would tap on top, and he could easily hammer the block into place. Once the blade was set with the disc guard and everything was ready, Max used a smaller hammer, driving the metal piece into the tang. He had ignored the looks from the other weaponsmiths, choosing to shape the wood now. Max went to work with the blade secured in a clamp, letting his skill guide him as the chisels took off just the right amount of wood, crafting the perfect shape and adding small lines to help hold the blade if it got wet. Stepping back, he smiled and saw that all he needed to do now was sand down the wood and apply some oil. Before that would happen, he went to where the large grinding and sharpening section was. "Brian, if you would," Max motioned to the wheels. The young redhead sprung into action, working the pedals and watching as Max began sharpening and finishing the dagger. Giving the weapon one last wipe with the cloth, Max smiled and knew the blade was complete. 10 experience gained. Rare weapon created. Choose a stat to grant a bonus to. Max couldn't believe his eyes at the sight of those notifications. 10 experience. At that rate, it would only take 100 more of these for a level. Glancing up from the dagger, Max saw Zach and Brian both staring at him. "I've never seen something so amazing," Brian muttered as he looked at the weapon in Max's hand. "I mean, I've seen a lot in the half year I've been here, but that's a totally different quality." The dwarf cleared his throat, and the young teen almost leapt out of his boots, surprised that the shop's owner was so close. "I'll agree," Zach said. "You told me you were traveling and wanted to practice, not show off. I have lots of questions, but I somehow doubt I'll get answers to any of them." Shrugging, Max put the dagger into his storage and smiled. "You would be right about that," Max said. "I want to try a few more things, and then I'll be gone for a few days, maybe even a week." Stroking his beard, Zach stared at the boy before him, knowing that his appearance of youth combined with a skill like his wasn't very common. Lots of questions came to his mind, but none of them had answers he really wanted to ask, knowing the danger in those truths. "I don't suppose you want to keep using the materials in the back with my daughter. Do you want better quality items or what? You and I both know some of those ingots need a little more time to get all the impurities out," Max said quietly, not worrying about being heard over the building's noise. "The wood handles have some flaws too, but most should be able to learn that by now." Zach smirked and nodded. "So what are you wanting? Better bars, higher quality metal. More expensive wood or tusks for a handle?" Glancing at the boy waiting off to the side, occasionally giving the coals a breath of air to keep them warm if needed, Max scratched the hair on his face. "I know it's not there, but it itches like it is. That Brian kid, is he really going to be a weaponsmith?" Zach glanced at the red-headed teen and then nodded. "He's been here almost every day almost since he could. The kid's got dreams of being something famous, but I try to warn him this life isn't like that." Max couldn't help but chuckle and nod. The time it would take for a human to reach the level of renown as a weaponsmith was almost impossible. He would have to be leveled his entire life and have someone willing to invest in him. What kind of metal do you have that would make a good hammer for smithing? Something special for that boy. Zack studied Max for a moment and then cocked his head. Are you offering to make him a smithing hammer? Maybe, would that bother you? Snorting, Zack shook his head in disbelief. I just watched you make something I know I can't make, and you're offering to make a kid with no future outside of this profession a hammer. We'll ignore my jealousy, and even if you make him one, are you sure it's worth the cost of items? Max nodded. Something tells me that boy will be forever bound to you if you keep doing what you're doing. He needs focus and a place. You're giving him those things, even if he has to work by the sweat of his brow for it. Besides, I want to make sure the next generation of weaponsmiths has a good start if I can help. Roaring in laughter, Zack held his stomach and belly laughed for a bit. After wiping a tear away, the dwarf shook his head. Next generation, come on now, son, you're barely old enough to be off your mother's teat, let alone talking like that. So tell me then, Max said, ignoring the dwarf's joke or the fact that he was right about Max's age. What metal do you have I can purchase to make him something? Frowning, Zack rubbed his face for a moment as he thought. I got something, but it would cost you 10 gold for the amount you need, and that's just for the metal. You'd need something stronger than standard wood for the handle. Max nodded. I got that taken care of. I'll take the metal. The dwarf's head snapped back so fast that Max was afraid he'd break it. You want it? I do. Reaching into his storage, Max began collecting coins, keeping them hidden in his hand till he motioned toward the bench. With the two of them huddled together, Max showed Zack the coins and saw the dwarf start to sputter. Manhwaedit blast, you fool. You're serious. Completely, Max replied. Do you have the metal on you? Nodding, the dwarf pulled from his inventory a pack and set it on the bench with a thud. He pulled out 2 large ingots, a blue glint to the metal, and set them down on the table. Listen, if this doesn't work out, don't blame me, but please don't tell that boy you're doing anything until you hand him that hammer. Handing the money to Zack, Max picked up one of the ingots, his mind and skill already knowing what it was. Blue dwarf steel. Memories of your homeland. Zack was putting the coins away when he froze, turning his head to look at Max in surprise. You know what that is? Can I trouble you by making me something down the road? No cost for ingredients. Running his hands through his hair, Max nodded. Only if you don't tell a soul who I am and why I'm here. Keep that a secret, and after I make your newest apprentice something, I'll make you one too. Faster than Max could blink, Zack spit on his hand and held it out for Max. Repeating the gesture, they shook, and the dwarf appeared giddy as a kid for a moment. Anything you need, even my help, you ask, Zack said. I'll keep the rest away. Nodding, Max watched as the dwarf took his sack and stored it. Brian stood there watching Max, enthralled by how he and the dwarf that often made his life difficult had seemed so chummy. Brian, come here. The teen was standing by the bench in a moment. You see this? It's not normal metal, and we're going to do something different than usual. Are you up for that? Brian glanced at Zack, who was gone, checking in on the other forges. Looking at Max, who was smiling, he couldn't help but stammer. Why do I have a weird feeling about that question? Putting a hand on the boy's shoulder, Max gave it a squeeze. You want to be a weaponsmith, right? The boy nodded immediately. All I ever wanted. Good, I'll help you as much as I can. Together, we're going to make something, but in order for what I want to happen, you'll have to trust me. Do you think you can do that? Whatever you say, Mr. Joshua, exclaimed Brian. Laughing, Max pulled out the blade he had just made and smiled. Okay then, let me see your hand. I need to make a cut. As the night wore on, the sun set, and the shop was empty except for Brian and Zack. The two worked side by side with Max, watching in awe as every time the hammer struck, it seemed to form the head of the hammer perfectly. Zack had actually given Max more metal than he needed, obviously expecting Max to waste most of it. Instead, it would be just enough for 2 hammers, but first, Brian would get his. Max's skill told him how to hammer and where to hold it. He had already punched the spot for the handle, smiling to himself for keeping a branch from the drops in the tower. What he was creating would be something of legend one day. With the hammerhead just hot enough on the side, Max smiled. Zack, hold this for me, I need to etch it. Brian, watch what I'm doing. The dwarf gasped for a moment, but he didn't hesitate when Max handed the tongs off, returning to the table for a chisel and hammer. With the head on the anvil, Max began working on the lines, carving a rune he knew in his mind. Somehow, knowledge he hadn't known before was there, ready for him to draw upon. Multiple trips into the coals were required before it was finished, and then Max took over, holding the piece once more and watching it. It took a while, and Brian fell asleep while Max and Zack continued tempering before hardening the hammer. When it rested, Max got to work on the wood he was going to use for the handle. The knife he had just created worked perfectly for trimming the wood, whittling it down. In his mind, he saw how to prepare the last piece, taking the pin he had already created and preparing for the last part. Wake him up, Max said, his eyes red, surprised at how well Zack was doing. It was hours past midnight, and yet the moment was almost done. Come here, Brian, I need one last thing. I have to cut you once more. The boy didn't wince as Max cut his finger and drew on the rune and shaft of the handle. Like a sponge, the blood was absorbed by both, and Max took a cloth and wiped everything else off. The hammer looked rough, like one that wasn't designed for battle, but it was never intended to look like a work of art. Instead, it would pound metal into something better than itself. 10 experience gained. Epic hammer created. Bonded plus 5 SDR Dex Con 20 chance to create a weapon a grade higher. Indestructible. Max couldn't help but smile as he held the hammer for a moment, feeling it pull itself toward the young man next to him. This is yours. Do not share it with anyone or ever sell it. Holding the hammer out toward Brian, Max waited. The red-headed teen stood there in the light of the dying forge, seeing Max smile and Zack standing with his mouth open. His hands trembled as he tried to reach for it. "You're certain?" he asked. Nodding, Max held it closer. This time the boy didn't hesitate, instead grabbing the hammer, and Max felt his hand almost blown off of the weapon. He swung it around a few times, amazed at how balanced it was. "Brian, listen to me," Max said in a firm tone. The teen turned his attention off of the item in his hand and to the man who had made it for him. "No matter what, never share its stats. Do not tell a soul, not even to Zack. Do you understand?" The boy nodded and Max couldn't help but smile, realizing he still hadn't checked the stats. "Gods, that hammer looks plain, but I know it's not in that rune," Zack said, shaking his head from side to side. "You're far more talented than you told me." Chuckling, Max gave a wink and moved to the table, starting to put away his tools and items. "I'll be back. Maybe tomorrow or in a week, but just know when I return I'll make sure you get yours." Looking over his shoulder, Max gave Zack a hard stare. "Remember what we agreed upon?" "Absolutely," Zack exclaimed. He moved to where Brian was, staring at the hammer as if in a dream. "Son, listen to me. How would you like to be my apprentice?" Brian's red locks of hair shook from the force of the boy's head snapping toward the dwarf. "Mr. Zack, you're serious. I'm not even been gifted." Holding his hand up, Zack smiled and nodded. "Listen, son. Something tells me that come choosing day, you're going to find yourself given the weaponsmith skill. When that happens, you'll have a place here for as long as you want." Grinning from ear to ear, the boy forgot where he was and rushed forward, hugging the sweaty and soot-covered dwarven man, jumping up and down excitedly. The older dwarf patted the boy on the back a few times and laughed. "Go ahead and turn in, I'll clean up the shop." Max smiled and moved toward the door that was still open, allowing a gentle breeze into the shop. "You two get some rest, I'll see you soon enough." After Max was gone, both men stood there for a moment, staring at the one who had been there all day. "Who was that man?" Brian asked. Zack chuckled and scratched his beard a few times, shaking his head slightly. "Son, I have no idea, but something tells me a god was in our midst." He turned to Brian and pointed a stubby finger at him, poking him softly in the chest. "You do what he said now. Never tell anyone where you got that other than it was a gift, and never tell them its stats. Not even me. Understand?" Bobbing his head, Brian realized he felt amazing as he held his hammer. Exhausted, Max fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Tanilla understood and agreed to the plan even if she didn't like it. With the skills he now possessed and the items waiting to be crafted, Max needed to learn how it worked so that he could actually attempt crafting the dragon tooth. "It's about time you woke up." Max smiled and nodded, sensing Tanilla sitting in a chair reading a book from across their room. "How did it go?" Sitting up, Max rubbed his eyes and turned to see her relaxing on the padded chair. Her red hair wasn't in a braid yet, and every time he saw it undone, it always made his heart beat a little faster. "Better than I expected," he replied as he got up from the bed. "I need to go once more sometime soon and finish an item for someone, but I made a rare and epic item." Tanilla's eyebrows raised as she watched Max start to pull some clothes out of a drawer of the dresser near the bed. "Already?" "That seems hard to believe for your first 2 times. It really wasn't me doing anything. The skill told me exactly how and where to do everything. Combined with my strength and dexterity, nothing seemed impossible. I think I finally realize why the tooth doesn't do much right now. I know I need items that will combine with the tooth and even better ones to somehow forge it." Tanilla stood up as Max was getting dressed and talking to her. Slipping her arms around his waist as he pulled his shirt over, she gently bit his ear. "What are we going to do with 2 more days to ourselves? Surely you could find some time to take me into the city for a nice meal unless you're ashamed of me." Groaning, Max spun in her arms and encircled her with his. "Now, why would I ever be ashamed of you? I think we can make that happen tonight if you want. We won't even invite Batrier or Foul, just the 2 of us." She smiled and nodded, winking at him for a moment before gently pushing back from him. "I'll hold you to that. Now then, tell me what you plan on doing for the rest of the day." Max tried to read her expression, but Tanilla had mastered the art of giving no clues. Her face looked like she didn't have a care in the world. The slight curve of her lips, the loose jaw muscles, and eyes that seemed to just be waiting for his words flustered his attempts at not messing up. "Perhaps you and Batrier could find somewhere in town to get a massage and your hair and nails done before dinner. I know you 2 haven't had any real girl time either." She shook her head and smiled, unable to hold back the grin that always made her look amazing. "Seth, you're a rare breed. I know that you probably picked that option for more than one reason, but I'll gladly take you up on it. Should I guess where you'll be headed in the meantime?" Shaking his head, Max gave her a kiss. "It would be better if you didn't, but be ready by 4. I'll be here to ensure we have a place for us." Letting him go, Tanilla sighed, knowing his mind was currently on crafting. Fine, but you better not be late, or there will be hell to pay. Grabbing his necklace from the dresser, Max nodded and moved for the door. Just be ready at 4. Delegation was becoming one of Max's strong suits, as he had Everett's secretary getting a reservation for him and Tanilla tonight as well as a cart. His outfit for special occasions was in his storage, and only needed a blink of an eye to be dressed. With those things taken care of, he was out the door and soon darted down alleys, changing his appearance and outfit and making his way quickly to Zach's forge. The hours had gone by quickly, and Zach had given Max access to his own private forge in the back. Brian was bubbling with excitement at another chance to watch and work with him. Soon the afternoon was passing, and Max was almost done with the process. Last cut, Max said as Zach held out his finger. The dwarf didn't react as the blade cut his skin, blood coming freely from the wound, and Max put it on the metal and shaft. He had skipped the rune this time, wanting instead to see what else would happen. Working the metal, the skill had led him in a different direction, and as he was still learning to trust it, only time would tell how it impacted the final part. Instead, he had infused fire magic into the hammer, watching as it poured from his hand into the metal. It had sped up the process, requiring less time reheating the metal and tempering it. 5 experience. Rare hammer created. Bonded +5 STR Dex Con. Worked metal cools at 50 normal rate. Indestructible. Max smiled, seeing that a hammer like this would be a boon for any weaponsmith. Not needing to reheat it as often would provide a better return for Zach. He handed the dwarf the finished work and smiled. As promised, I think you might find this to be worthy of our bargain. The dwarf began to gasp and grunt, words trying to form as he saw the stats and enchantment on it. Joshua, it's too much. His eyes were wide, and his strong hand shook as he held the hammer. Keep serving Akram, and do not forget that promise you made. Those 2 things are worth everything, Max replied, giving the dwarf's shoulder a solid pat. Now, if you 2 will excuse me, I need to leave. What about your tools? Brian called out as Max started to walk off, leaving the ingredients and tools still on the bench. You can have them, Max shouted as he moved toward the doorway. Just remember to pay it forward. Both the young teen and the older dwarf stood there slack-jawed, watching Max walk away, a leather tarp falling back into place over the exit. It took a few moments for the 2 of them to come to their senses, and Zach quickly stored his hammer and gave the red-headed boy a gentle pat on the back. Someday when you're famous, remember this moment. The gods themselves came and blessed us both. Max was rushing around town. He still had time, and there were a few things he needed to finish doing. The flowers he had picked out were ready, and he paid, tipping well and earning a deep bow from the florist. A small treat of candy was already tucked away, and all that was needed was a quick wash before he was ready for his date. Striding along the street, Max felt something odd. His mind was preoccupied with the date, but after the last 2 blocks, he was certain someone was following him. On the crowded sidewalks, a man was behind him, moving with a gait that told Max all he needed to know. Whoever it was didn't walk like most. Instead, they were confident in themselves, each step perfectly placed as they moved. If they dodged someone, there was never a moment they didn't keep their balance. Spotting a building up ahead on the right, Max quickened up his pace, noticing his tail was staying with him, stride for stride. The perfume shop came closer, and Max entered immediately, using the chance to gaze back over his right shoulder as if nothing was out of the ordinary, yet no one was there. He could sense the man, still where he had been, frozen in place and shifting around the moving people on the sidewalk, yet no one was to be seen. Going inside without hesitating longer, Max let the door shut behind him. He picked up a few of the bottles near the window that looked outside, ignoring the worker coming toward him, and pretended to sniff them, eyes always glancing carefully at the passing crowd. No one walked by the front. Whoever the man was, they were waiting, obviously watching from outside. His sonar didn't pierce the walls of the place, and it left him blind to what might be waiting for him. How can I help you, sir? Spinning around, Max moved from the windows, walking along the wall of the shop and smiling at the elf. He was dressed in nice clothes and wore a very clean apron. I'm looking for a perfume for a female friend, an elf woman. Any recommendations? The man smiled, nodding as he motioned Max toward the counter. I have a few that might be just perfect. Describe her to me and I'll help you find the matching scent. 10 minutes later, Max had a tiny bottle of perfume and was moving out the door to the alley. The elf had been a little confused about the request, but Max's story of making sure he wasn't seen leaving so as to ruin the surprise was more than enough, combined with a few extra silvers to be shown a different way out. As the door's lock clicked behind him, Max entered stealth and moved quickly down the alley. No one was close that he could see, but he didn't want to take a chance. Too many things about what he felt were bothering him, and there was no time for risks. I can't get into another fight in the city. The guards would probably kick me out if that happened. Maneuvering through the maze of alleys, Max let stealth fall and ran, bounding off one wall and then against the side of another building, parkouring up the sides until he was on the roof. From up here he would stand out, but he didn't care. running and jumping along the buildings with ease until he was a few more streets along. Dropping to the ground and entering stealth once more, Max made his way to a different side street, activating his disguise necklace and choosing to have blonde hair this time. Is everything okay? Max nodded at Tom, who was watching a few of the faction members that were training. The older man had seen him coming and could tell something was up by how he walked. Nothing, I hope, just felt like I was being followed. Tom frowned at Max's reply. What do you mean by felt? Taking a deep breath and letting it out, Max motioned for Tom to stay put. He then moved behind the older man. You know I'm here, but can you feel me? Bobbing his head, Tom turned and smiled. You have a warrior's perception. That usually comes way later in the tower, but as always, I shouldn't be surprised that you already possess it. What was it that you felt? A person was following me, but when I turned to enter a building and checked to see who it was without showing my hand, no one was there. I could still feel them, but... Tom's face went white, which was not something Max expected, stopping him mid-sentence. You couldn't see them, but were certain they were there. The tone of Tom's voice told Max something wasn't right. I'd bet 500 gold they were there, watching me. I left the building through a side door, not wanting to risk anything, and made my way here a different way. Why, what am I missing? Frowning, Tom motioned at the members still dueling and shook his head. I know you have a date tonight. Be smart. I'll talk to Everett, but I'm not certain the elves have forgiven you, Tom replied before snorting. Or perhaps the noble family whose son you killed is making a move, realizing the window of opportunity for revenge is closing quickly if you are in the tower. Either way, just be safe. Max nodded and found himself anxious at those two possibilities. Max waited downstairs as he had been informed to, sitting in his suit that he had only worn a few times. A few of the other faction members had nodded and smiled, some wondering what he was doing dressed up as much as he was. When Tanilla came down the stairs, her hair braided with decorations in them again, a green dress that hugged her in all the right places, and accented her curves, red lipstick that made her lips beg for attention, and a smile that set his heart beating faster, Max forgot for a moment the worries that had been gnawing at him. Rising from his spot and almost rushing to the stairs, Max waited at the bottom, grinning like a fool at the woman his heart ached for every day. You look amazing, he said, his eyes trying to take in all of her at once. I bet you say that to all the elf women you meet, she replied with a wink. Shrugging, Max pulled out the bouquet of flowers and held it out, seeing Tanilla react to the orchids he had in his hand. How did you bat her? She said with a slight chuckle. That little devil. Nodding, Max helped her down the last few stairs and gave her a kiss on the cheek. You do look amazing. Ready to go? Tanilla nodded and slid her arm into Max's. Forgive me if I fall asleep, though. That massage was relaxing. Batra even got her beard steamed. Trying not to laugh, Max held back the chuckles and Tanilla's face turned red for a moment when she realized how that sounded. Her facial beard, she exclaimed. I figured, but still, either way, I'm sure Fowl will be excited. Rolling her eyes, they both smiled at the members who were downstairs and watching the two of them. All eyes were clearly on Tanilla, not the lucky man walking with her. You've done exceptionally well tonight, Tanilla said as she patted her lips carefully with her napkin. The food here is exceptional, and I haven't seen this caliber of cooking in a long time. I might have asked for a little help, Max admitted. All I've known are inns and taverns. Everett was kind enough to let me borrow his secretary for a few ideas. Glancing around the restaurant that they were in, Max couldn't help but feel unprepared for this place. The silverware, utensils, and glasses were worth more than his entire family's property, he imagined. The food they ate and the wine they drank cost more than he would have ever earned in a lifetime. A group of musicians played on their stringed instruments, creating a gentle, peaceful, calming sound. The noise of others was minimal, as the space between tables was almost 2/3 of his sonar range. Excuse me, sir. Max turned to the waiter who stood there, the slightest smile on their lips as they held a bottle of wine in their hands for him to see. A gift from the one who paid for the meal. He said to enjoy the night and cherish it always. I would have turned it down, but it appears you have already opened it, Max replied. Yes, it needed to breathe as all do. If I had known, I would have kept it sealed, and you two could have shared it at a later date. Unable to tell anything about the wine or its taste by looking at the bottle once more, Max nodded and motioned to his glass. The man poured it carefully, showing practice and precision. He held the bottle out to Tanilla, but she waved him away. I am good right now, still working on this glass. Besides, I'm not certain I would continue to act ladylike if I had another glass at the moment. The slightest chuckle came from the waiter, who nodded his head and set the bottle on the table. Enjoy it. If needed, it can be stored in dimensional storage for you too and enjoyed at a later date. We offer that service free of charge. With that, the waiter turned and left them alone. Tanilla shook her head and smiled. I would never imagine you as the kind to be cheap. Flowers, chocolates, and perfume. That doesn't sound like someone who wanted me to forget tonight anytime soon. Max smiled and lifted the cup to his nose, practicing what he had seen the other patrons do with their drinks. An earthy tone, a hint of some fruit, and a spice filled his nostrils, and he winked at Tanilla before taking a sip. It was dry, yet so many flavors came across his tongue. A hint of smoke was present, and as he swallowed the wine, his throat burned slightly. Poison detected. Max's eyes flew open, and his throat roared with pain. In a moment, his stomach began to feel like someone was tearing it apart from the inside. His lungs felt like they were starting to stop working, and his brain began to panic. Regeneration. Seth Tanilla's shout filled his ears, and the sounds of tables and chairs scaping along the tiled floor came from everywhere. A glass broke on the floor, and some silverware made a very clear sound as they bounced on the tiles. Footsteps and other noises were coming as people began to race toward him. Glass was held to his lips, and Max tried to drink but couldn't. His mind wasn't working, and his body was in a state of convulsions. His eyes were looking straight ahead, and Max saw Tanilla staring at him. Her mouth moving, no more noise was coming from her. He was being jostled, and someone was trying to move him, but Tanilla wasn't letting go. Tears were coming down her cheeks, and the perfect makeup she had put on was beginning to run down her cheeks. This is not good. I'm not certain your regeneration skill will be able to help here. The damage is magical and moving fast. The voice rang out inside his mind over the quietness of the world around him. Max struggled to focus, knowing it was his skill. Let go, let the wall down. I will deal with this. As if the skill could sense Max's will to fight it, even when death was close, there was a bit of frustration in the tone. Now is not the time to worry. I do this for us. Give in. Let me do what I must to ensure our survival. If you do not, tonight will be the last time you see that woman again. Max's heart stopped, not because of the fear of that, but because of the poison. Panic and dread were replaced by one thing, being there for Tanilla. Okay. Darkness overtook him. It appears you may have been found. Someone is either very upset with you, or there is no doubt that those hunting us have tracked their quarry. Swimming in space, Max saw what looked like a night filled with stars all around him. He was weightless, struggling to turn and move. Glancing over his shoulder were more stars that seemed to go on forever. Where am I? A place that is between life and death. I almost wasn't able to stop that poison. Had you not been as strong as you are, with the skills you have, and if I had not evolved, we would both be gone from this moment. But who could have tracked me? How could they have found me? A mirror image of himself appeared before him, only it didn't struggle to move. It floated there as if it were the most natural thing in the universe. Those dark eyes stared back at him, studying him intently. There are powers far beyond what you can imagine, and you and I are a threat to many. Not just that fool Phaeus and any others who might believe they stand a chance to stop us. You met that dragon. He is more powerful than you can imagine, but he also knows that if nothing stops you and I together, we could cut him down like a stalk of wheat during harvest. That is why he made that pact. Max's mind felt foggy, but he could remember that moment with great effort. So what do we do? How often will this happen? His image stared at him, but said nothing for a while. In silence, they stood there, floating in the midst of darkness. What matters is who attacked us. If they are not of your world, it will have cost them much, and failing will have been for naught. They might not try again, or they might. No doubt their actions here will have caught the attention of the three gods of your world, and they will not be happy, no matter the reason given. Won't they tell the gods who I am? Laughter echoed in the void. No, to do that would be foolish for any of them. No doubt your three gods will cause trouble in a world or two of the other, seeking to extract some form of vengeance. If it wasn't from outside your world, then they likewise played a very powerful card. The poison they used cannot be made easily and is worth a kingdom. For them to have failed will not bode well for them. Those who hired them will want results, but both parties will find themselves in a bad position. Because it failed? Exactly. Max's clone turned and pointed off in the distance, and a star began to come closer, gaining size until Max realized they were above a world and not a star at all. Clouds hovered over water and land masses, and the size of it almost overwhelmed Max's mind to comprehend what he was seeing. This is one of many worlds. You live on one such as this. Wars are fought for power every day, and many would balk at what was given to kill you. For them to fail, reporting that would be bad for the god they worship. A hand appeared on his shoulder, and Max shivered, staring so closely into his own eyes. We have a small window of time before they might make another move. They will fear us, and the next attack that comes will be even worse. You are lucky Tanilla did not drink from that bottle. Had she would be dead. Pain surged through his chest as Max considered the truth of that statement. Go, you need to wake up, get stronger. I will help and not ask for too much. Just know that a time will come. You will not like it, but when it does, I will need to do what must be done. The world will flow with blood in order for us to survive. Max wanted to reply, but his body started to fall into the darkness, pulling him downward. He coughed and his body ached. Pain racked him as he blinked. A cold, wet cloth over his forehead and a death grip from someone held his hand. Seth, Tanilla's voice was sweeter than he could. He heard the sound of chairs scraping against the floor and began to sense the number of people in the room. His eyes finally worked, and he focused on Tanilla, frowning. Her eyes were red and puffy. She looked tired. Massive bags were under her eyes, and her red hair was in a mess, even though it was still in braids. He's alive, thank Akram, he's alive. Tanilla nodded as Fowl and Batrayer pressed against the edge of the bed. You all look terrible, Max managed to say. His voice sounded raspy and his throat was drier than he could remember. A cup of water appeared and he tried to sit up. Slow down, Tanilla said, holding the cup to his lips. You don't need to rush. We got time. Gulping down water and trying not to choke, Max felt the cool water begin to soothe his aching neck. Regeneration. Each drink he took sent the liquid quickly to the edges of his body, making him feel alive and amazing, the pain and headache vanishing almost immediately. Another, he said, this time his voice sounding strong and determined. Give me the pitcher. Fowl handed it to him and Max took it into his own hands, gulping down the water and ignoring the protests Tanilla was trying to raise. With the entire clay pot empty, Max handed it back to Fowl and pushed himself up. Seth, slow down, Tanilla pleaded. You need to rest. Cupping her cheek in his hand, Max frowned and shook his head. No, I need to get stronger. They're going to come again and I need to be ready. Take a break, Tom shouted. Max pulled back from the match he was having with the faction member named Grace. The woman gave him a nod before moving to the bench she sat on each time they rested. I'm fine, Max protested as he moved to where Tom was waiting. I feel amazing. Which is impossible, but I won't argue about this again, the older man stated, glaring at Max. You should be dead and you aren't. The guards have come by 3 times expecting me to verify you are deceased, and I have yet to give it to them. The truth is you're going to get a lot more attention than you want. Tom started to stare off at the sky as he continued talking. I should have guessed someone would make a move after what you told me, but not like that. Only Everett, myself, and our healer know the extent of what you were poisoned with. Why someone would use that on you. Trailing off, Tom turned his attention back to Max, waiting to see if the bald-headed warrior would finally shed some light on the situation. When no answer came, Tom grunted and pointed at the water on the bench. Drink it and you can go again in a minute. Why are we doing this? Max asked as he grabbed the pitcher of water. You and I both know I am fine. Are you really just trying to get a better read on my abilities? I am and you know it, Tom replied, not hiding his reason for this exercise. You're still holding back and I can tell. The power and ability you demonstrate is beyond what should be possible, but I know you've been keeping things a secret from Everett and me. Frowning, Tom pointed at the gate to the property where a few extra guards stood watch. We protect our own, but I can't protect you if I don't know who or what I'm protecting. Your whole team is impossible, and even Cordelia isn't doing what we asked. Max almost choked on the water he was drinking, hearing Tom admit that they wanted her spying on them. We thought Cordelia was loyal to the faction and us, but somehow she is more loyal to you. Tom ground his teeth after saying those words. Is that a problem? Max asked, wiping his mouth and setting the jug of water down. Taking a deep breath, letting it out, and repeating it once more, Tom finally shook his head slowly. No, it isn't because we trust her. If Cordelia is that committed to you, then we are committed just as much. She did mention, however, that you figured out the best path for getting stronger in the tower. It almost appeared Tom forced himself to grin, but when it had finally appeared, he snorted. You're smart, strong, dedicated, loyal, and more dangerous than anything Everett and I have seen in a long time. Combined with the other 4 in your group, I will admit for the first time that you actually have a chance to make it further than most can imagine. Tom turned and poked Max in the chest. I'm not saying you can beat the tower, but I will say you're dumb enough to try. Chuckling, Max nodded and pointed at Grace. Do you trust Grace with secrets? Frowning, Tom raised an eyebrow as he studied Max. I do. Why? I'll give you one brief moment to see. Grace is currently adventuring somewhere within the 20th floor, if I'm right. She's at least level 60, and based on how she holds herself back, I'm willing to bet you expect me to beat her if I go all out. Tom didn't say anything as Max moved to the sparring field. Only the 3 of them were out there. Everyone else was inside or in the tower. Nodding at Grace, the woman approached Max, taking out her shield and sword while he stood there with nothing but his armor. You seem very cocky to not take out anything this time, Grace said, a slight grin visible between her plate helmet. You certain you want to do it this way? Setting his feet and getting balanced, Max nodded. Extending his left hand, he motioned for her to come, smiling the moment she sprang toward him. She cut at him, her sword immediately going for a crippling strike, being smart enough to know that a different one was what Max had expected. He stepped into her, his left arm catching her wrist. She tried to bring her shield toward him, but Max had already gotten too close. The speed at which he was moving was more than she had anticipated, and she hadn't gone all out. Even now, trying to adjust and adapt, he had her wrist and wasn't letting go. Like a vice, it didn't matter if she tugged or pulled. Max's grip wasn't going to be broken. His right hand grabbed her breastplate, right between the joints at the base, and in a single motion she was airborne, feet no longer on the ground, and all the momentum from her strike added to what he was doing. Like a person driving an axe into a log trying to split it, Max drove her toward the ground, every ounce of power as her body hurtled downward, slamming into the hard-packed dirt. Grace bounced a few feet off the ground from the impact, air leaving her lungs. She couldn't follow Max's movements, the dazed moment of what was taking place making her oblivious to the knife now held to her throat as she came back to the ground. Stop, Tom's voice rang out over the two of them, and Max immediately backed up, letting go of her arm and storing the blade. Blinking her eyes, Grace saw Max holding a hand out to her, smiling. "What the hell was that?" Grace asked after a few breaths, taking the offered help up. "Just something I saw Dexic do during a training session." Shaking her head, Grace bowed her head at Max and then nodded at Tom, who was moving toward the two of them. "Did you try?" Grace started to laugh and then coughed, her lungs needing a little more time to prepare for such a thing. "Did I try? Are you serious, Tom? This kid just made me look like a fool, and you want to insult me like that?" Though Grace's black skin didn't show redness like most would when upset, the tone and expression she wore as she glared at Tom, snarling almost, was all that the older man needed to realize the mistake he had made. "Forgive me," he replied, holding up his hands. "I was just as surprised as you were and might have spoken poorly. I have no doubt you didn't hold back." Huffing loudly, Grace's dueling equipment was gone, replaced with some normal clothes, and she headed toward the faction house. "I'll be inside." "I may need a few hours to get over my anger," she said, glaring at Tom over her shoulder. Neither said anything as the warrior walked away, waiting till she was inside before speaking again. "Will that suffice?" Max asked. The frown he gave told Tom about the thin ice he was on with two people at the moment. Sighing, Tom nodded. "Forgive me, I just needed to know." Max nodded and immediately swapped into his normal clothes. "I'll be inside, preparing for tomorrow." Tom watched Max walk away, upset with himself at how that had gone. "You're getting old," Tom told himself out loud. "One of these days, those young ones are going to kick your arse." "Holy goblin balls," Cordelia said as they entered the third floor. "This isn't the kind of zone I wanted to come back to." Max and the rest nodded, taking in the city they could see slightly below them. They appeared on a small, elevated spot that led into a broken city below. Stone buildings, roads, and walls all reflected a major city that had come to ruin for hundreds of years. High above the city in the sky was a full moon that shone brightly down upon the city, casting shadows all over it. Any ideas what could be? A howl came from within the walls, cutting off Fowl's question. "That sounds bad," Fowl immediately said. "Wolves are never fun." Max nodded, swapping out his gear and nodding at Batrer, who cast her buff on the group. "We'll go slow, learn what we're facing, and make a plan from there." Everyone grunted in response to Max's statement, and the group slowly began to move toward the town, unsure what they would find. "4 werewolves," Max whispered as he pointed at the pack. 3 black ones and a white one. "Do you have any ideas?" Cordelia shook her head, and Max knew the notes he had read didn't contain any real information about them either. "Okay, same plan as always. Route 2, focus 1, Fowl tanks the other. Any questions?" With everyone ready, Fowl tossed his rock, earning a howl from the pack of werewolves that immediately bounded toward them. Tanilla rooted one of the black ones and then immediately encased the white one in ice. Max held his halberd ready, waiting for one to get closer as the first ran on all fours and slammed into Fowl. His dwarven friend moved back a few feet from the impact, but the werewolf yelped in pain from the aura that had damaged it. Max waited for the werewolf to come toward him, feet set. When it lunged, he swung with his weapon, surprised when the blade cut through the werewolf with ease. His weapon had cut from the collarbone down to its hip, slamming the creature into the ground as Max finished his downward swing. Cordelia and Tanilla were killing the rooted werewolf, and with one last attack, Max felt a cold chill rush through him, letting him know the monster was dead. 1 strength consumed, 1 constitution consumed. Immediately moving to where Fowl was, Max took off the werewolf's head, noticing that Fowl's new weapon was causing a good chunk of damage compared to before. No chill came, and Max fought back the sigh he felt. The third werewolf was down, burnt to a crisp and riddled with a few arrows. Fowl hit that white one. "Let's see what's different." Always the test subject, Fowl grunted as the two of them moved to where the white one stood encased in ice. Fowl hammered at the werewolf, getting about 4 attacks in before the ice broke completely. Once freed, the white creature began attacking the Fowl with a speed far greater than the black ones, which Max could tell were at least a foot taller and more muscular than this one. Suddenly, its hand glowed blue and it struck at Fowl, getting past his defenses and slicing along his weapon arm. Fowl groaned, and almost 5% of health vanished from the dwarf's health bar. Max didn't wait. He engaged the wolf and swung, surprised when it dodged his attack from the side. "This thing is fast, no goblin shite," Fowl yelled back, blind. Max hadn't tested the skill in a while and knew that even with it being low-ranked, the odds of it working weren't perfect, yet there wasn't a better time to see. The werewolf swung its claws wildly as Max's spell took hold. Max moved forward, cleaving the creature almost in half. The cold sensation he longed for filled him. 6 dexterity consumed. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Would you like to learn Magical Strike? Yes, no. Grinning, Max pulled his weapon free from the remains and saw Fowl frowning at him. "I don't want to know," the dwarf muttered, pointing at Cordelia behind them. "Just tell me later." Nodding, Max clicked yes and felt his mouth go wide as magic seemed to flow through his whole body. Skill description: Magical Strike. Magical Strike rare skill. The user's next melee attack ignores all armor, dealing damage based on the user's intelligence. This ability has a 1-hour cooldown. Max couldn't help but whistle softly, earning him another grunt from Fowl, who pointed at the corpses. What do we harvest from these? Fowl called out as he faced Cordelia. Try the paws and testicles. I'm not certain about anything else. Fowl's curses echoed through the tower floor as everyone laughed, each one remembering his promise to harvest all testicles forever. Tanilla came up to Max, who was standing near his dwarf friend, bent over with a knife in his hand, and grabbed the corpse by the balls. You okay? Max nodded. Give me just a moment. He deactivated Batrier's buff before checking something. Pulling out a journal, Max wrote a few things and then pointed at the line he had written. Currently 133 is the top stat so far from these first ones. I'm not certain what all the potential is, but I'm just gathering information. She chuckled and nodded as he put the book away. Get the skill? She asked quietly. I did. I'll tell you later, but I'm interested in seeing what it does. With a pouch of werewolf testicles started, Max and the rest began moving through the town slowly. Berserked, Fowl shouted. The black werewolf that had been hitting him had glowed red, its eyes becoming the color of rubies. The strikes it delivered with its claws were knocking Fowl backward. Blinded, Tanilla shouted out. Fowl continued to back up and away from the creature, thankful when Max came up from behind and removed its head. Consume has consumed a higher rank skill. Berserker Uncommon has been upgraded to Berserker Rare. Max frowned, having thought the rank might be higher than this, but still interested in seeing how it played out. 2 more white wolves fell to his weapon. 6 dexterity consumed, 6 dexterity consumed. What in the gods was that? Fowl muttered as he kicked the headless black werewolf in the side. Berserker, in here. It looks like we'll have to be on our guard, Max replied. Nice work on the blind. Tanilla nodded and they moved along. Cordelia helped Fowl with his work, unable to watch the dwarf suffer in silence. How long will he have to do this? Their archer asked. I mean, did he lose a bet? Something like that, Batrier replied with a grin. Eventually, we'll help him, but it's the first time in a while since we've harvested these things. Max began pulling packs to them, finding hidden groups inside buildings, and making sure to limit the number of werewolves to 7. He and Tanilla could easily keep that many disabled while they worked their way through them, but after seeing 2 abilities and knowing the danger of Berserker possibly being owned by these monsters, safety was the best option. Hours passed as they cut their way through the city, trying to find the right path. A lone tower stood in the middle, and Max used it as a reference point, climbing on the roofs occasionally to make sure he could find a good path toward it. Finally, they reached the center of the town, seeing packs of werewolves wandering around a massive circular courtyard. About 400 yards of paved stones with roots growing between them and the occasional broken stone made up the area, where in the middle a 20-foot-tall stone fence with a wooden door encircled the tower they had seen. That looks kinda bad, Cordelia pointed out. Are we planning on checking it out? What if the exit's inside? Max asked. Is that possible? Sometimes. No one knows how each floor works. There are a few where it's endless monsters until you either cut your way to the portal or leave. Endless horde of monsters, Fowl asked, groaning at the thought. Can you imagine Wonderboy here? A few chuckles came and Max shook his head, ignoring them. I think I can pull this whole courtyard and we can kill them all in one go. Both dwarves coughed and even Tanilla gasped at Max's statement. The only one who didn't seem surprised at first was their archer, who hadn't expected less. There has to be over 100 in this place. That seems totally stupid and crazy. Max laughed and shrugged. Seriously, I can outrun them easily and I'll kill as many as I can. You just be ready to taunt, and Tanilla and the Cordella can kill any that come after you. I guess, Fowl replied, clearing his throat and rotating his shoulders. Just try not to overdo it. Max nodded, turned to the group, and gave a thumbs up. He took off running, weapon and shield out, collecting group after group with ease. The larger the group grew, the faster the others in the massive center of town joined in. His fire and frost novas kept the horde controlled and contained, and by the time Max returned toward Tanilla and the others, a fair number of werewolves had died. Be ready, Max shouted as he came right at Fowl, who had moved a bit away from the group. He could see a look of terror in Fowl's eyes and for a moment wondered if perhaps he was asking too much. Actually, wait, I'll run around again. Making another loop around the courtyard, Max had taken the number of werewolves down to about 60. You can see some of them are berserked, Fowl shouted as he pointed at the pack. Tanilla and the other 2 nodded even though their warrior wasn't looking at them. Another lap, Fowl shouted. You got berserk ones. Max didn't hesitate, turning again and killing the group slowly. Finally, only about 20 remained when he came to Fowl, most of them struggling to move from how badly burnt each monster's body was. Tanilla cast a fireball, and when it landed in the middle of the pack, pieces of burnt werewolf corpses exploded everywhere, showering the stones with gore. It seems a bit boring if you ask me, Cordelia said. I mean, don't get me wrong, that was some serious experience, and the whole courtyard is covered with gems. But how in the gods do we plan on being sane if every level is like this? Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, Batrier answered, giving their archer a gentle squeeze on her arm. If there is one thing I've learned in all our time with Seth, something always goes tits up eventually. Tanilla started laughing as she walked toward the pile of gems, knowing Batrier was right. Something always went tits up eventually. It felt like forever as they picked up all the gems, but standing before the door, the group all seemed to frown. Guess we really have to open this. Seems wrong not to. Max nodded and pointed at the massive metal ring 9 feet off the ground. I can use my halberd and pull it open. I'll be able to push it the rest of the way I get it moved past the ledge. Fowl nodded and stood back a little bit, shield and weapon ready, as the others moved a few yards behind him. Hooking his bait around the metal ring, Max began to pull, feeling the door fight to open for a second. Putting a little more effort into it, he leaned back, hands on the end of the weapon shaft. The moment he managed to make it move, the door swung open, knocking Max and his weapon backward and tumbling across the stone courtyard. An 18-foot-tall werewolf with pitch-black fur and a single teardrop of white on its chest burst through the door and engaged Fowl in a heartbeat. Its massive clawed hand smacked into the dwarf, hitting Fowl's shield and roaring from the pain of the thorns. Fowl glowed green a second before the strike came. Max was still reeling from the hit, tumbling as his friend took hit after hit, his hit points draining away even with the added defenses. By the time Max was on his feet, Fowl had already lost a third of his health. He held 2 shields in a defensive position as the giant werewolf continued to beat on him. Batrier, Tanilla, and Cordelia all backed up, trying to get some distance, not wanting to be so close to the monster. Casting her heel over time and her minor heal, Batrier watched as the health bar went up slightly only to be knocked back down. Max was on his feet, looking for his weapon, and finally spotted it far enough away it was going to take him more time than he felt he had. Fowl never flinched. His eyes tracked the werewolf's swings and the clawed foot that came. He adjusted his position and step, doing his best to create glancing blows now that the surprise of the first attack was over. Red blood stained the stones from where the boss was injuring itself against the aura, each hit making it dislike Fowl more and more. Batrier had him back over 3/4 of his health when his root ability wore off. The next few strikes caused considerably more damage. Blinded, Tanilla didn't hesitate, and immediately, the boss's red eyes were clouded in a dark haze. Fowl backed up, moving from the wild punches and kicks that came where it anticipated him being. With his weapon back in hand, Max raced toward the creature. Suddenly, the boss laid its head back and howled. Fowl froze where he was, and even Cordelia appeared unable to react. An aura of intimidation washed over Max, but he shrugged it off. His mental stats were far too high to succumb to its attack. More howls came from around the city, and Max wanted to curse. "We need to get inside that wall," Max shouted, yet no one was able to. The effects of the boss's ability had frozen 2 members, limiting their chance of making it past the boss. Storing his weapons, Max raced toward the 3 in the back. "Forgive me," he shouted as he grabbed them one at a time, tossing them onto his shoulder before turning toward Fowl. The boss's eyes were beginning to glow, and Max could tell Tanilla's spell was about to wear off. It was a race to Fowl as the giant werewolf started to move, closing the single step between Fowl and itself: intimidation. Max's ability went out from him, and the boss stumbled for a moment. The creature's stats were strong enough that it did not completely succumb to it, but still low enough that Max was able to get to his friend and grab him before the creature attacked again. With 4 people all bouncing upon his shoulders, Max did the only thing he could think of: demonic portal. They instantly appeared behind the werewolf, inside the stone walls and near the doorway that led to the tower. Max kicked the door as he sat his friends down, frustrated that the thing wouldn't budge. "Seth," Tanilla shouted. He knew what was coming. Without needing vision or his sonar, the kick he had delivered to the door told the boss exactly where they were. Pulling his weapon and shield from storage, Max spun, racing head-on at the boss. Blind. Its eyes only turned black for a second, just enough to make it slam its head into the stone part of the wall where the door was cut out of. The force of it shook the stones, but they held, and Max prepared for what was about to come. Yips and shouts echoed across the city, and without a way to get the door his friends were next to open, they were trapped. Demonic summoning. Summoning failed. Blood component required. Max cursed, removing his bracers for a moment with a thought of his mind, his halberd replaced with his new dagger, and cut the top of his forearm. In less than a second he was bleeding, and his armor was back on, halberd in hand. Demonic summoning. The world shifted and every color changed. The boss froze, and so did Max, as the world looked like something through a kaleidoscope he had played with as a kid. Part of him wanted to tumble and fall, and the other part felt a strong urge to vomit. Blood flowed from his arm like a geyser, spraying into a pattern in the air. Max wasn't certain he had that much blood, and when he tried to activate regeneration, nothing happened. The shape of the pattern began to mesh with red and black orbs of light that fled from his body, turning the blood color into an image of flames. Before him, a portal began to open. Large clawed hands reached to where the portal was and began to force it open wider. Black skin with long claws, covered in red and fiery veins, came forth from it. The portal soon almost took up the entire space that the massive wooden door had. Easily 15 feet tall as a giant body of twisted flesh and power stepped through the portal and onto the stones before Max. "You dare summon me." Its clawed hands came at Max with a speed he could see but was unable to dodge. He was frozen, unable to move. As the claws approached within inches of his body, an explosion of power blew the demon's clawed hand back, and it howled in pain. Holding its hand with the other, it shook in fury and then breathed a cone of flames from its mouth. Max watched as the flames parted right before him, not even the heat of the fire touching him. How can you control me? I am not one to be trifled with mortal." Its voice felt like nails on a chalkboard, yet Max couldn't help but smile at this moment. The world around him wasn't moving at all, he was somewhere else. "You are bound to me for 2 hours, Max replied, "as is the bargain." "What do you know about the bargain?" It hissed, stomping around the area, glancing at the world around them. Why have you summoned me?" Max knew a little bit from the description of the spell he had used and had never intended to cast it, but with time running out and his party trapped, he couldn't wait. There were no other options. "You will fight for me. Defeat my enemies on this tower floor, and you shall be free to go, granted you do not harm me or my allies." A slight change in the demon's red eyes took place when Max mentioned the tower. It spun around, studying the area it was in. It could see the giant werewolf and Max's friends. "You would allow me to leave early." Why? Max had no idea how to deal with a demon. He knew they were evil, sought power, and hated most races. "I may require your services again down the road. I won't call often, but when I do, it will only be for a specific thing. Unlike those like me who might enslave you and your kind, my needs are simple: defeat my enemy before you, protect my allies and myself. After that, you may return home, provided you do not attempt to harm me or my allies." The demon began to laugh, cackling in a way that almost made Max feel like he needed a bath. It studied him and shook its head. "You think you could stop me from killing you and your friends?" Something inside Max changed, and he realized it wasn't him, but the skill that was there. A sensation he couldn't begin to understand offered itself at this moment. Slowly, Max opened himself up and felt it begin to trickle like a tiny spring. Each second added power and a sensation of something greater than himself or that demon. It too noticed as it began to move back a step, banging into whatever wall of multicolored glass was behind it. "Who are you? What are you?" it demanded, actively trying to move further away from Max. From inside, the voice came, and Max recognized it as his skill. "A bargain has been made. Accept it or forfeit your soul and all those you have collected. Many more souls may be gained in the coming moments, and an army of those lesser than you is headed here. Choose now. Be the servant or die at my hand." Max watched as his right hand rose, his fingers prepared to snap. The demon's eyes began to shake in their black, scaled sockets. "I accept." It howled immediately. "The bargain made, I shall accept." Max nodded and his hand lowered back down to his side. "Prepare yourself. This realm is ending." Whatever had bubbled up inside began to disappear, and Max felt himself returning to normal, amazed at what had just happened. The demon turned, studying the glass or crystal walls that began to shatter and appeared to be breaking. It faced the werewolf and began casting a spell. 2 black swords began to come from a portal, and it grabbed each of them, arming itself. A shattering sound filled Max's ears, and the howl from the boss turned into a grunt as 2 black swords plunged at it. Somehow, it backed up enough to only be cut by them, a hissing sound coming from where the blades had burned it. Max stood there, dumbfounded, as he watched the demon begin to assault the massive werewolf. Pieces of flesh from both began to fly as each one landed hits. The claws of the werewolf tore off a massive chunk of flesh from the demon's chest as a strip of flesh was cut from one of its legs. "Help it," Tanilla shouted. Racing forward, Max dodged around both of the creatures and their bodies, the two of them almost brawling from how close they were. The demon needed more room, but the werewolf didn't give any to it. A glow covered the boss, and Max watched as its claws moved at a speed and combination that meant one thing: rampage. The demon howled, backing up and slamming into the open door, struggling to stand from the massive gouges in its body. A pillar of stone appeared behind the werewolf, and Max raced for it, jumping onto it and planting his feet. Power strike. His blade cut a gash the entire length of the werewolf's back, slicing through his spinal cord a few feet above its hips. Both legs gave out immediately, and as it fell, the demon reacted in a moment. The blades came together, catching the werewolf's neck, acting like a pair of scissors and taking it clean off. An icy and hot sensation flooded Max, and he stumbled, falling off the stone ramp. 6 strength consumed 6 dexterity, consumed 6 constitution, consumed 6 intelligence, consumed 6 wisdom, consumed 1 greater soul, consumed 1 greater soul, given away. His body felt on fire, and he could see the demon staring at him in fear. "You are that one." Max nodded and stood up, frustrated at not getting a skill, but then again he wasn't sure why he had gotten those stats or soul. He hadn't killed the boss. The demon had. Howls came from around them, and Max and the demon turned to see a horde of werewolves approaching. I will shut the door and handle this. I owe you for saving me. A sense of frustration seemed to emanate from the demon. Max nodded and ran back inside the walls, watching the door swing shut and listening to it slam. All around them, the sound of werewolves filled the city, and then the sounds of carnage could be heard. Yelps and cries of pain and agony moved around them as Max knew the demon must be making its way through the horde. Tanilla stared at Max in shock. Batrier, too, focused on Fowl and Cordelia, who were both no longer succumbing to the intimidation. The experience, it's still going up. Max felt his eyes widen at that knowledge, realizing that there was a constant string of notifications being sent to him for a moment, till it suddenly stopped. One soul consumed, one soul given away, 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 one soul consumed, one soul given away. I have stopped that. It was annoying me. What did I do? Max waited, wondering what his skill might say, wondering what was happening. You summoned a demon. It is bound to you for good or bad. Had it died, you would have suffered. You saved it. An act no one else would have, and the demon knows it, that part of you that is connected. As such, it is an ability in some ways. I'm not certain what will happen the next time you summon a demon. If the same one returns, perhaps then we may find out more. That makes no sense. I didn't want to bind to a demon, I just... Max stopped himself, knowing that he had acted in desperation. There was most likely no way they would have defeated that boss and survived the horde outside these walls. Tell me when it stops, Max said silently. Tanilla nodded, watching his face and the scowl he now wore. After an hour of fighting, Max heard the door begin to open. He had made certain everyone was off to the side, unable to see what was beyond it, hoping Cordelia and Fowl wouldn't know what had happened just yet. Walking through the small opening, Max saw the demon covered in blood, its body glistening in the moonlight. All around him were the twinkling of yellow gems. You are free to return to your realm, Max said, giving a nod. The demon started to laugh, both of its swords vanishing into a portal that appeared on each side. I will go, but do not hesitate to call me again. Today's battle was far greater for me than I think you realize. My rank shall rise because of this, and some will wonder how, but I will protect your secret since you saved me. Max nodded slowly, trying to get a read on the demon who lived for the power and blood of its enemies, and yet somehow understood the potential their relationship might provide. The demon waved its hand in a pattern, and a portal opened up behind it. Until we meet again, destroyer of worlds. Max wanted to shout after it, but it was gone. Its last words to him almost sent him into a frenzy. I'm not a destroyer of worlds, am I? No answer came, and Max took a deep breath. He looked around the courtyard, and his eyes stopped, freezing on something he hadn't expected. Spinning in the middle of the air, a few feet from the ground, was a small key. It wasn't huge like the normal chest keys that came from a chest boss. This one was like any normal key he had used in his life. Small enough to fit in his hand and looked to be made of nothing special. His mind immediately told him what it was for. Moving to it, Max quickly put it in his storage and then grabbed the door. Pulling it open, he saw the rest of his party anxiously awaiting his return. I'm sorry, but collecting all of these gems will take us a while. The four of them moved to where Max stood, and their eyes struggled to take in the number of glowing gems littering the entire stone courtyard. Holy elf tits, Cordelia said quietly. My thoughts exactly, Fowl replied. Remind me again what happened, Cordelia asked again. Seth killed all of these. Tanilla nodded and shrugged. You and Fowl could not react after that massive werewolf used its intimidation ability. Thankfully, he had one special spell to help against all of these. The archer nodded, remembering some of it but not enough. Max and Fowl were standing outside the tower's door, and both of them were still debating the choice before them. Tanilla's right, the portal out of here has to be somewhere else, Fowl said again. No tower floor would be locked behind a door like this. Which begs the question again, what can be behind the door? Fowl shrugged. Another portal, a chest, a tiny boss, Fowl replied. There are no windows on this thing and no other way in besides this door. Its average height and even you kicking it did nothing. Are you that concerned about using the key? Sighing, Max motioned slowly at Cordelia, who was standing with the three women slightly away. Do you trust her? I mean, if we keep going like this, is her bond to Tanilla strong enough to keep her quiet? Fowl's hammer appeared in his hand and the dwarf smiled. Stuff like this will also help keep her quiet. No adventurer is willing to tell on the golden goose. You're a walking fountain of experience and rewards. She's mentioned that in a few subtle ways. The tower experience she has gained, along with the normal kind, far outpacing what she had since she first started. The dwarf put away his weapon and tapped his head. I'm not the smartest one here, but if I was new to all this, I'd gladly sew my lips shut to keep getting this kind of treatment. Seriously, Seth, we're all almost level 52. Retrieving the plain-looking key, Max nodded and spun it on his finger several times. I guess that means we're going to see what's inside. The five stood a few feet from the door, everyone outfitted for battle. Ready? Max asked as he glanced at the two on either side of him. Each one nodded and he stepped forward, putting the key into the lock. Turning it with almost no resistance, a loud click came and the door swung open, revealing a brightly lit room beyond the doorway. That room looks bigger on the inside than it does out here, Fowl stated. Max nodded and studied the room, which was lined with countless chests, cabinets, dressers, and other items, each stacked on top of the other. Warriors first, Tanilla said, earning a chuckle from Max, who held his weapon ready and moved through the doorway. A flash of light appeared, and his eyes adjusted momentarily while his sonar never stopped working. He was in the room, and off to the side along the massive circular wall decorated with storage items was a creature he had never seen before. Dressed in a bright orange robe was a three-fingered creature with scales that looked like a cross between a lizardman and something else. Guests, it said, turning quickly. Its gold eyes tracked Max. A long, thin, forked tongue darted from its elongated snout and flicked around in the air. Welcome. It has been ages since anyone has joined me. The sound of gasps echoed around the room and felt Fowl bump into him. Holy elf tits, Fowl muttered quietly in shock. Holy elf tits. The orange-clad robe-wearing creature asked, "Are there a particular type, on a healer or priest by chance?" Max and Fowl started to chuckle. "What in the gods is this?" Batrier asked, ignoring the previous question. "Ah, yes," exclaimed their host. The creature came toward them slowly. It had moved its hands or claws or whatever they were behind its back, slowly sashing across the stone floor. Its orange robe was almost difficult to focus on, seeming to glow strangely. The green scales of the creature's face reflected some of the colors, creating an almost rainbow-like shimmer. So many questions. None wrong, the creature replied, a slight hiss as it spoke. "Come join me here and let us discuss your reward. And please put away your weapons, you are all safe." The creature motioned to the center of the room. A bright yellow stone now sat in the middle, and a tiny black box rested on top. "As to your questions, my name is Zisithas, and this is a rare area within the tower. It appears that your party is touched by the gods, gifted with a moment most will never get. Most climbers never see this room, and very few make it inside. Tell me how you came by the key." Everyone's mind was trying to absorb what the creature, Zisithas, was saying. "Wait," Max said, still following Zisithas's movements with his weapon. "So this is part of the tower, a reward of some kind." Zisithas reached the yellow stone and placed a hand on it. He nodded, a frown displayed across his scaled lips as he watched Max pointing a weapon at him. "Please put away your weapon. There is no way to hurt me here, and it is rude to continue to act as you are," Zisithas said, a gruff tone present as he spoke. "Come to the box, claim your reward, and return to the tower. What is inside is something to help in your journey." After a quick glance around the others, Max stood up slowly, storing his weapon and shield, the others mimicking his actions. The creature nodded and its lips changed. The smile it gave almost made Max want to bring his weapon out again. "Forgive me, humans, dwarves, and elves. My kind does not show expressions you are used to. I can see you do not like how I look. Regardless, we do need to hurry this up. While I am here, I cannot be anywhere else in the system." "The system?" Fowl asked, moving to stand next to Max. A weird laugh that caused Zisithas's neck to bulge and sounded like air clapping inside came from the robed creature. "I forget. Your kind knows little of all this. I cannot share too much, but yes, there are millions of other worlds, and I need to be ready for any who find my home. Now choose which of you will get the reward and open the box. I am interested to see what the tower has gifted." "What do you mean, which of us?" Tanilla asked as she moved to Max's other side. "Only one of us gets a reward." Zisithas nodded, his three fingers tapping on the yellow stone. "Only one may gain the reward, and it will be a temporary boon inside the tower. For as long as it lasts, it will help you and your party. Be warned, though, it will not work outside the tower. How are we going to choose who gets the reward? Do we flip a coin or something?" Cordelia's question was the same one everyone else had. Taking charge, Tanilla motioned for everyone to gather around her. "I think it's simple. Outside of Seth, if we gave one person a reward, how could one item change everything?" Smiling, Max motioned with his eyes at Fowl, who hadn't noticed his gesture. "You're probably right," Batter said. "Nothing I get could be that great, and Cordelia would have to get something super special to make her any better. No offense." Their archer laughed and waved her hand at the comment. "Don't worry, I agree with you. Tanilla and Seth are already doing most of the work, so I agree with you on passing." Fowl turned his head and saw Max and Tanilla smiling at him. "Are you serious? I get to open the box." His eyes were wide, and it was obvious he was in shock and a little excited. "Don't take it wrong," Max replied. "As much as I'd like to take something or Tanilla acquire it, right now we need you to be able to help more. Maybe it will be a helmet that shows off your beautiful face." Everyone chuckled except Fowl, who scowled at Max and gave him the middle finger. "Please, we need to hurry," Zisithas said. "I have other worlds to be in." Max grabbed Fowl's shoulders and turned his friend, pushing him toward the stone pillar and the black box where the reward was waiting. Slowly, Fowl made his way toward the yellow stone that was about 4 feet tall and 2 feet square. Its texture looked like nothing he had ever seen, and power radiated from it. "Do not be afraid," Zisithas said again. Everyone watched as the orange-robed creature shook from side to side in what he assumed was anticipation. It appeared more excited about whatever could be in it. You really don't know what is in the box, Fowl asked as he stood on the opposite side of Zizathas and put a hand near the black box. Waves of power radiated from it, and Fowl giggled for a second. Hurry it up, Batrier snapped. I want to see what you got, and this Zathithas. Zizathas, their host, snapped, cutting off Batrier. That's what I said, their healer replied, matching the glare the snake-like creature was giving her. Fowl touched the lid of the black box, and Zizathas stopped whatever reply had been about to come. His attention was now fully focused on the tiny lid Fowl was about to open. Taking a deep breath, their dwarf warrior let it out slowly, preparing to use his thumb to open the small 4-inch by 4 lid. It felt like metal yet had a smooth touch. As the lid popped open, the swirling vortex of color for a dimensional space swirled, yet nothing appeared inside. Shapes contorted and shifted, never staying around for more than a moment. Reach inside, it will come to you then, Zizathas said, gyrating on the other side of the stone, forked tongue coming out with every word. Putting his fingers into the swirling area, something washed over and through Fowl as if peering inside his entire being. Suddenly, the box grew wider. The yellow platform began to sink a foot or more, and the black box continued to grow. Though it was only about 4 inches deep, it was soon over 2 feet square, and Fowl's hand was inside it, wrapped around something thick. Zizathas's gold eyes glowed as he watched Fowl in the box. That tongue continued to wave about in the air. Pull it out. Yanking without regard for what it might be, Fowl pulled out a gold chest plate. It shimmered with a radiant glow and emanated light. Holy elf tits, Max muttered quietly as he watched Fowl stare at it in shock and surprise. Impressive, truly impressive, Zizathas shouted, now dancing from side to side. An exceptional reward. Fowl's mouth was open, his stubby hands trembling as he held the chest before him. Put it on, you fool, Batrier said with a slight groan, and tell us the stats. Their dwarven warrior's eyes were fixated on the piece of armor, wondering what in the world he had been given. Suddenly they went wider than it seemed possible, and his hands clinched the armor tightly. Dear Akram, you do love me, Fowl whispered quietly. Inspect armor. Golden breastplate of the tower plus 100 strength, constitution, dexterity 50 damage mitigation against larger enemies. Regeneration affect. Unmovable. Shatters upon reaching, being able to enter tower floor 10. Bonded. Impossible, Cordelia exclaimed after Fowl shared the stats. Holy goblin nuts. Next time I'm not passing on loot, Max said, grinning at Fowl, who was still in shock and had just equipped it. Their dwarven warrior's body seemed to emanate the same glow as before and was now flexing. What the hell kind of item is this? I only get it for 7 more floors. Zizathas began to choke, hissing and spitting as the creature's 3 fingers made a fist and pounded its chest. 7 levels. You get to keep it for 7 levels. The surprise and amazement of that seemed weird, and Fowl nodded slowly. Is that not common? Shaking its head, Zizathas began to turn around, scratching its scaled scalp with its claws. No 1 level usually, occasionally 2 and rarely 3. To get 7 levels, that is. Zizathas paused and moved quicker than Fowl had expected, almost in his face before he could react. Which god spends so much to bless you like this? Fowl stumbled a step backward, trying not to use the weapon on the creature, which was awfully close now. It's not me, Fowl replied loudly. He continued to scramble backward to get a little room from the orange-robed snake. Max saw Zizathas studying the group, its attention no longer just focused on Fowl. A clawed finger scratched the bottom of its long chin for a moment before taking a step back. Very well, take your treasure and go. Just remember that it will shatter the moment you pass the level it was designed for. Do not try to take it out of your dimensional space if you're not in the tower. Items like that are designed only for in here. Nodding slowly, Fowl watched Zizathas move behind him and push against his back. Time to go, someone else needs me, and you all have been here long enough. Like a child whose parents were ready for them to be gone, everyone in the party felt a power coming from Zizathas and couldn't keep a solid foot on the ground. The creature used some magical force to push them all along the stone floor, into the door, and out of the tower. What the hell, Seth? Fowl yelled as the two of them slammed into each other in the courtyard they had just left. Blinking his eyes to help with the change in light, Max stood against his dwarven friend on the stone blocks of the inner-walled courtyard. What? Max asked as he watched Fowl spin around and face him. The door, it's gone, exclaimed Tanilla. Fowl grunted as both of them turned to see that Tanilla was right. The wooden door was gone. Now the entire tower was one solid piece of stone. What happened? Batrier asked, her eyes locked on Fowl and his new chest piece. Everyone shook their head, and for a moment, Fowl was the center of their attention. The knowledge that only Fowl ended up with an item made everyone slightly envious, especially after they considered the stats it gave. Finding the exit had taken a little bit. 3 hours passed before they found it inside a crumbling house. No other creatures were on the tower floor. all apparently having been summoned by the rare werewolf. The gems had been shared and used, turning everyone level 3 in the tower experience while getting Cordelia to level 5. She had also reached level 56 while everyone else was now level 52. I'm just saying, we sleep tonight in our beds and come back tomorrow, Fowl argued. Going in for a few hours and camping in a zone makes no sense. Why take a risk when we can easily eat, sleep, and crap in our own place? Everyone in the carriage laughed, knowing that Fowl was indeed right, yet hearing him use his brain like this made it even funnier. They arrived at the tower early the next morning, quickly entering as a group. This is going to suck, Max said as they peered at the tower floor before them. Tombstones, crypts, and broken mausoleums were as far as they could see. A thin layer of fog hovered along the ground, and a half-moon illuminated the fog, helping to hide anything that might be inside it. You don't like undead? Cordelia asked, frowning a little. He does not, Fowl said, winking at Max, who was trying to ignore his dwarf friend. They are one of the few things that make his life difficult. He's not nearly as strong against them. Bobbing his head, Max changed out his gear, pointing to the hammer side of his halberd. What our short dwarven friend is trying to say, Max said, is that my abilities don't work the same on them, which means we'll have to work together as a team instead of letting him do all the work. Cordelia smiled and nodded, enjoying how much Fowl seemed to get a kick out of what was going on. Fowl grinned, put on his new chest piece, and created a circle of light that radiated about 20 yards around him. Who the heck is this dwarf, and what happened to my gloomy warrior? Batrayer asked, winking at Fowl, who was grinning ear to ear. Shame this didn't work last night in our room, Fowl said. I really wanted to wear it to bed. To help her find it, Max asked. Batrayer snickered, and Fowl held up his stubby middle finger at Max. Are you two boys done? Tanilla asked. I'd like to actually do some fighting at some point. I'm ready whenever, Max replied. Fowl pointed at the pack of 7 undead that were closest to them. The group was slowly meandering around, moving like they would eventually move around the outer edge of the entire floor. 3 archers, 2 zombies, and 2 skeletons. I'm a bit concerned by the zombies' lack of weapons and how bloated they look, Fowl stated as he loosened his shoulders. Those warriors on the skeleton side look different. Could be the green bones and weapons they have. Max nodded and frowned. Doubt stealth works as the undead almost always see through it. That leaves a frontal assault. Archer will be a pain. Have the girls shoot and spell them while you handle the 2 skeletons. What the heck are you going to do? Fowl asked. I'll take out the 2 zombies. Surely, with your new breastplate and the fact everything we face is taller than you, nothing should hurt. Tanilla snorted and motioned she was ready. Fowl chuckled, rotated his shoulders, and then let out a small yell, turning his attention back toward the undead. Tanilla started casting her spell as Fowl ran forward, shouting and banging his weapon against his shield. The undead turned from their slow walk and ran toward the dwarven warrior. Arrows plinked off his shield and armor, causing the dwarf to laugh as the 2 skeletons reached him first. Max moved past the 2 after they started swinging their swords at Fowl, finding him to be much tougher than most might realize. Their green swords caused a cloud of smoke every time they hit Fowl or his shield. Max smiled as the massive ball of fire Tanilla sent at the archers landed amongst them. Cordelia's arrow attacks only seemed to inflict any real damage if she hit the head of the skeleton. Both zombies were now close to Max, who held his weapon in both hands. Setting his feet and swung it like he was trying to send them into the heavens. A sound came as both bodies exploded, bits of rotten flesh going everywhere as 2 massive clouds of green gas covered the area he was in. Immediately, Max's skin felt weird and his eyes started to water. Keeping his mouth closed, Max ran out of the cloud that seemed to be dissipating and made his way toward the skeletons, beating on Fowl. His dwarven friend laughed. Fowl's hammer was crushing bones with every strike, and everyone could see just how much a 100 boost in strength was giving him. The increase in Fowl's dexterity also made him move faster, dodging and blocking with ease while dishing out damage he wasn't used to doing. Fowl slammed his red hammer against the skeleton on the right, hitting it in its chest, shattering its bones, and another cloud of green smoke poofed out. God, Fowl exclaimed as he smelled the smoke. Fowl repeated the attack on the second skeleton without hesitating, destroying it in a single hit. Both of them backed up from the clouds that were forming around the bones. What the heck is that? Fowl asked, coughing once as he spoke. It's a disease, Batrayer shouted. Now finish that last archer. Both of them turned and saw one archer still standing. Tanilla had a stone wall out, stopping the arrows it was shooting, and tiny clouds of green smoke were coming from each shot when they struck it. Cordelia was coughing a little bit, and Max realized she had actually been shot. Racing across the ground, Max reached the archer, dodging the arrow it sent at him. One swing later, another pile of bones was created. Max jogged back, avoiding the clouds of gas that were finally starting to dissipate. Batrayer cast a spell on Cordelia and then scowled playfully. That's going to be awfully annoying, Cordelia said, taking a deep breath and not coughing. A disease attack with a cloud effect. Fowl's hit points were topped off, and Batrayer hadn't even healed him. Their new and improved dwarven tank had more hit points than Max could imagine, and if the chest piece gave the same regeneration rate he had, it would mean Batra was going to be able to focus on everyone else for a while. What's more annoying is that Seth can one-shot each of those, Fowl said. I was finally hoping to carry us all. I think we're actually glad you can carry your own weight, Tanilla replied as she studied Fowl. That reward you got seems impossible to imagine. If stuff after tower level 50 is close to that, we are in for a treat. Max nodded and remembered what Tanilla had told him last night when they were alone in their room. No one shares those stats though, and even Everett and Tom won't tell us what items are like on tower level 51 and beyond. Can we stop talking and start fighting? Fowl asked, shifting excitedly from side to side. I really want to see what I can do. As Max and Fowl took off toward the next pack, Tanilla nudged Batrayer with her elbow. I wish that chest had given him some intelligence. You do realize he's going to be pretty upset when that item disappears. Frowning, Batrayer nodded. He says he knows, but the truth is, he really doesn't understand what it's going to be like. The grin on Fowl's face never disappeared as he waded into groups of 6 and 7 skeletons at a time, letting them damage themselves against his thorn aura and crush them quickly with his hammer and newfound strength. The disease cloud that came each time one was defeated couldn't overcome his massive constitution, which was now over 300. Max continually praised and encouraged his friend, laughing as the two of them tore through every pack of creatures that assaulted them. Pack of 3 casters and 6 skeletons, Fowl shouted as he scouted ahead. Hold up, Batrayer yelled back. Give us a moment to get set up. Only Max could hear Fowl's groan as he shifted anxiously, waiting on the other 3. Slow down, I know what you're feeling, Max said. You feel invulnerable and able to take on everything, but remember, we found out the hard way that I wasn't a few times. We also need to be careful not to let our friends back there get hurt. Sighing, Fowl finally frowned, seeing Max's concerned expression. I know it's just for the first time in so long, I feel like I can actually do something, like I'm really contributing. Max put a hand on his friend's shoulder and patted it a few times. Only you feel like you're not doing anything. Without you, neither of our friends back there would be alive. You've kept them safe, taking injuries that would have killed most and sacrificed yourself before, Max replied. Don't forget you almost died once trying to keep them alive. Just keep on being the dwarf we love. How do you do it? Fowl asked as he glanced back at Batrayer and saw her recasting her buff. Do what? Keep a steady head. I mean, I know you do stupid stuff, but I can't imagine how it must feel to be able to do everything you can. Taking a deep breath, Max slowly let out. Honestly, it's hard just like you feel it right now. I was being stupid on that flower floor, but everything felt easy. That same overconfidence almost got us all killed on the werewolf floor. I'm not perfect, but I try to remember one thing. Max motioned with his head at the 3 behind them. I got people I love and care about. As a warrior, we both know how we would feel if someone died because we were stupid. Grunting, Fowl nodded and playfully punched Max to the side, wincing when he moved Max slightly. Sorry. Laughing, Max rubbed his side and pretended to be hurt. Bah, I can see your health bar, Fowl said. Stop fooling around, Tanilla called out. We're ready when you two are. Go get him, Wonderboy, Max said, giving Fowl a push. Running toward the pack of skeletons, Fowl roared. Damn, that one looks a bit harder, Fowl stated as he pointed his hammer at the massive skeleton 50 yards away. Bobbing his head, Max studied the 20-foot-tall skeleton. Its bones were red, and it was covered in red plate armor. Each of its hands held a massive red sword that appeared to be over 7 feet long. Can you see that aura around it? Max saw what Fowl was getting at. It stood in a circle of tombstones, and a slight red haze seemed to emanate from its lower half, filling the fog with a red tint. You two seem cautious, Cordelia stated. Should we be concerned? Tapping his chest, Fowl shook his head. I'm not, but as a warrior, it's our job to make sure we protect you all. Just wanted to ensure that everyone knows what to do. Batrayer snickered and winked when Fowl turned to stare at her. Lead on, my love. It just feels funny to hear you talk like that. I don't see any other creatures with it, Tanilla pointed out. We think it can be that easy. Max shrugged and motioned at Fowl. He'll deal with the boss. I'll handle anything that might come our way. Just let me get its attention and then you can all start attacking, Fowl said as he started to loosen up his shoulder. Hopefully I won't have to use any skills. Groaning, Batrayer shook her head. And there's the jinx. Fowl rushed toward the giant skeleton, and when he got within 25 yards, the creature roared and came running at him. Its massive red feet shook the ground as it raced toward Fowl, kicking up clouds of dirt. It swung both swords in a combo attack, and Fowl blocked and parried them as they came from both sides. Max had watched, wondering what kind of damage it might cause. Other than the roar the skeleton let out as their weapons collided, Fowl was still in full health. Attack after attack came as the boss slashed, swung, thrust, and kicked at Fowl, each one getting blocked or parried. He's doing really well. Max smiled and moved to help when he saw black and red flames begin to appear around the giant skeleton. Look out. Still 20 yards away from the boss, Max moved back a few steps, unsure what was about to be cast. A wave of fire rolled out from the boss, engulfing Fowl, who tried to hide behind his 2 shields. He had quickly swapped out his weapon for the added protection. The fire almost reached Max before stopping a few yards away. Their dwarf's health bar went down about 20%, and Max watched as the boss began to attack again, not pausing for a moment other than when the fire had poured out. Slowly, Fowl's hit points began to creep up, and Max moved forward again, ready to help. A massive ice spear came from Tanilla and slammed into the skeleton's red chest piece. It shrieked. A tiny hole had appeared in the armor, but it didn't appear phased at all. Kicking at Fowl, the boss then slammed one of its swords into the dirt, and a wave of power went out around it. Dirt began to shift, and Max dodged a skeleton hand clawing from underneath the ground, slamming his weapon on it and shattering it. For 20 meters, dozens of other hands came up from the soil, pushing aside the black dirt. We got ads. Max shouted, changing his focus from the boss to the smaller skeletons now a third of the way out of the ground. Each of them was red like the boss, and when Max shattered the top half of one, a gout of flame rose up, burning him slightly. Regeneration. The fire hurt enough that Max knew he needed to keep his regeneration skill activated as he cast Ice Nova, preparing for the onslaught of more skeletons. Tell me if I need to taunt, Fowl shouted. Now back to using a hammer and shield, he landed blows against the skeleton's armored legs. No matter how hard the boss seemed to hit Fowl, no damage beyond its original spell seemed to be done, and the chest's unmovable ability kept him right up against the boss towering over him. It stomped downward on Fowl, and the dwarf warrior held his shield over his head at an angle, taking the force of the blow and directing it to the side. His hammer hit the bone foot, and a small chip came out. Max's ice spell garnered the attention of the skeletons, who had now dug themselves free and turned to face him. They had no weapons, just red bone fingers that tried to grasp and hold onto Max as he weaved and dodged around them, slamming the hammer portion of his weapon into each one that came close. Between the slow effect of his Frost Nova and his dexterity, Max had killed over half a dozen, avoiding most of the fire that came when they died. Still, no stat gains what the hell gives. Ignoring that thought, Max was halfway through the 24+ red skeletons when the boss let out a roar far greater than before. Max felt the power of an intimidation shout attack his mind, but easily shrugged it off. Fowl, on the other hand, stumbled and stopped moving, his shield held slightly before him. The red skeleton's Max was fighting turned brighter, almost illuminating in some way, and began to move faster, keeping up with him now. His evasion skill was working overtime as his sonar told him where attacks came from, clawed hands reaching for him and trying to grab hold. Fowl's health bar began to dip, and he was no longer able to stop the onslaught of swords that began to slash against his armor. A giant ice spear plunged through the horde of red skeletons, pressing against Max from all sides, sending up plumes of fire when they exploded. Max knew Fowl was in trouble, yet he couldn't get through these minions to help his dwarf friend. Arrows began to rain down around him, giving Max a small breather as he whirled around like a top, letting his hammer smack into everything nearby and feeling the heat of the flames of those skeletons that had died. His sonar told him a stone ramp was to his backside, giving him a perch to get from out of the group of 10+ skeletons. Racing toward the stone ramp, Max saw that Tanilla was using her air wall to try and stop the attacks. Casting his stone wall, Max attached it to the portion Tanilla had created, angling it at the boss and gaining about 14 feet of height in the air between the two of them stacked together. The boss didn't pay attention to Max. Its focus was completely on the dwarf it kicked, slashed, and stomped on. Fowl's health was below 50%, and Max wondered how much longer his friend had before he broke free from the boss's intimidation. Power strike. Rampage. No part of the skeleton was really exposed. The back and head were covered with plate armor, yet each time it swung, a small piece of its spine was exposed for just a moment near its head. Letting his skill and sonar direct him, Max leapt toward the boss, slamming the hammer portion of his halberd into the neck as it slashed both swords against his disabled friend. A crack sounded as his weapon connected with the first attack, the second and third hitting right after, as bone fragments shattered from the combination. The boss staggered forward, moving past Fowl, and dropped a sword as it went to its knees. The free left hand grabbed the back of its neck. Max spun, attacking the horde of skeletons still coming at him as he sensed a massive boulder falling from the sky, landing on the bent-over boss. Fowl's hit points were going back up, and Max cast another Ice Nova, his sonar telling him the boss was almost pushed against the ground from Tanilla's spell. Swinging his halberd, 2 red skeletons died, their flames burning him slightly as he ran toward the boss. The left arm's armor fell to the ground, and bones from the arm were now reinforcing the boss's neck. Hit it with everything, Max shouted as he began to draw mana into an ice spear. Slamming his hammer over and over into the back of the boss's neck area, trying to bash through the armor that was protecting it, Max watched as it started to rise, using its right hand to push itself off the ground. As its helm rose from the dirt, Max changed directions of his swing and slammed the weapon upward, sending the boss's head snapping backward and exposing its face. His spear and Tanilla's both struck the exposed bones, a charged arrow from Cordelia impacting at the same time, taunting. Fowl shouted back to normal, gaining the attention of the remaining red skeleton minions and the boss. It turned to look at Fowl, overcome by the magic of the ability. Max didn't let the chance pass, delivering blow after blow against its exposed face as it struggled to turn toward Fowl and get up. Another boulder came from Tanilla, and Max saw it land on the boss's legs, pinning it to the ground as he continued the assault on the boss's head. Fragments and chunks of bone fell as he rained destruction upon it. After a 4-hit combo, he focused on the right hand and arm, trying to help it rise. The boss fell face-first into the dirt again. Jumping onto its back, Max cast an air wall, pinning the boss's helm to the earth. 7 strikes later, its neck shattered. Breathing heavily, Max turned and saw as the remaining red skeletons all exploded in a pillar of fire, encircling Fowl with flames. Gods, that's hot. The dwarf warrior shouted from the middle of the circle of fire. Sighing, Max tried to figure out what to grab from the boss. After storing his weapon, he jumped down and grabbed the head still in its helmet. Lifting it from the ground, Max grinned as it vanished into his storage. That wasn't fun at all, Fowl muttered as he watched Max stick the 3 yellow crystals from the chest that had appeared into storage. Why is it I can't withstand that ability? Because you're weak-minded, Batria replied. Don't worry though, I still love you. Cordelia chuckled and tapped her head. I'm in the same boat. How you 3 always seem to resist boggles my mind. Eventually, we can find items that prevent it, but we'll need to go higher for those. Or ask Everett, Fowl muttered. He won't do that, Tanilla said. From the beginning, he told us that we needed to learn to climb on our own without depending on their magical gear. Sighing, Max frowned at not getting any stats or skills from the kill. Are we ready to finish looking for the portal? What if another boss is around? Maybe it will have something nice, Fowl said. It seems unfair that we didn't get any drops besides crystals. Says the dwarf in a golden chest plate, Batria replied. Max motioned to some mausoleums that were barely noticeable on the tower floor. Let's stop complaining and just see what we can find. In the end, we're not really worried about this zone. It's the next one that we need to focus on. With a grunt of acknowledgement from Fowl and a thumbs up from Tanilla, the group began moving toward the buildings Max had pointed at. Nothing, not even another boss, Fowl muttered as he stared at the portal, ignoring the others who were picking up the gems from the last fight. I'm sorry, Max said as he motioned to Fowl. I now know what I must have been like. Everyone laughed and nodded, getting a groan, however, from Fowl. I'm just saying, their dwarven warrior said. Max stood in the room they always turned in items gathered during their tower runs. The others had already headed back to their rooms to clean up and change. That's an impressive helm and skull, Tom said as he carefully inspected it. This metal isn't one we've seen before that I know of. Everett nodded, making a note on a clipboard. That boss sounds pretty awful. I guess the real question is, are you 5 ready for the next level? Nodding, Max motioned to the 3 crystals on the table near the helm. How many more till we can get another ability upgraded? Tom chuckled, and both men watched Everett as the older man frowned. That's not really a fair question, Everett replied. I mean, technically, we could offer it. The power your group has gained is well beyond the curve of typical parties in the tower. We had to trade one for some items from another faction, but getting our crafting area fixed was a top priority. What did happen? You never mentioned what caused that explosion. Everett's face looked pained as his eyes scrunched, and another frown appeared on his face. We lost 2 of our alchemists on top of a few others. Everett replied, a shift in his tone at the end. They were brewing something for a higher level in the tower. The nature of it was more explosive than expected, and even with the airflow system we had in place, a buildup of unexpected proportions of fumes ignited and Everett trailed off, wincing at the thought of what had happened. Are you actively looking for new crafters? Tom started to laugh and shook his head. Every faction is looking for new crafters, son. Finding one's worth having is something else. We could try to poach a few, but that leads to bad relationships and problems later in the tower. If I knew someone looking for a crafting position, what kind of deal would that be worth? Everett lowered his clipboard, now interested in the conversation at Max's question, like a reward for finding someone. We're talking epic or higher skilled, and those aren't just walking around the world without a place to call home. Holy ogre nuts, Tom cursed, studying Max as Everett spoke. You know someone, maybe, but what's in it for me? Max replied. What's in it for you besides our goodwill and gear down the road? Tom asked. I mean, you seem to think we need to give you more than we already do. Everett held up his hand, storing the clipboard and moving to the stone counter where the 2 other men were standing. Wait, I'm curious, Everett said, his eyes focused intently on Max. You're telling me that you might have access to a homeless epic crafter. Is that a problem? Taking a massive breath, the faction leader let it out slowly as he rubbed his eyes. I'm not sure you can imagine the improbability of finding someone like that. What it takes to become a crafter like that is almost impossible. The time spent in dungeons, money invested, it's just begging how they got where they are. Everyone would wonder who or what they are running from. Exactly, Tom exclaimed. Someone spent a lot of money investing in that person, and for them to, why are you smiling like that? Do you want to meet them or not? I'll tell you how the guild can improve and grow, but you'll have to wait to find out how all this happened, Max informed Tom. They would prefer no questions asked, privacy, and being open to making things on their own. Trading for materials is what they want also. Putting both hands on the stone counter, Everett leaned against it, shaking his head slowly. Anyone else but you and I would probably kick you out, yet Tom is right. I can tell you have something and someone in mind. When can they come? Tonight I'll go and let them know. Just know this, Max replied, his tone changing as he spoke. He doesn't like questions and won't just join the faction. Maybe in time, but for now, he'll craft weapons and take payment in materials. Tom stared at Everett and watched his friend try to deal with the situation before them. Everett, slowly, the faction leader turned and held Tom's gaze, nodding slowly. We need to, you and I both know it. Everett stood up, shaking slightly and appearing to be struggling with something Max felt still had to come from the loss of Baldin. Tell them to come by and ask for me. I'll be waiting. Nodding, Max moved toward the door. I'll go tell my friend. After the door shut, both men stood in silence, staring at the closed door. He at least believes the person he is going to get is a crafter. You're really going to give them a shot? Everett nodded at Tom's question and frowned. Either that kid is a magnet for gold, or someone is fooling him. Either way, we'll find out tonight. I must say that when you told me we couldn't stay at the faction house tonight, I hadn't expected you to leave me here by myself. Max kissed Tanilla and shrugged. We both talked about this, and the day before we attempt the 5th floor, I need to see what materials I can get. You and I both know that in order to someday craft what we were given, I have to find out what materials will even work with it. It's a good thing you're so handsome, or I might be mad, Tanilla replied, kissing Max. Now go. I'll force myself to enjoy this massive tub and the food you were smart enough to order. When should I expect you? Tomorrow morning. As Max prepared to turn the handle, Tanilla called out, remember what I said. Act totally different, walk differently, and try to hide your voice. The item you have only does so much. If you don't pretend to be someone else completely, they may realize it is you. I understand. Watching you change in a moment when you reveal yourself made me believe I could do this also. So you're Seth's friend? Tom asked. Why isn't he here? Max shrugged and ran a hand through his brown hair, grinning like a fool. He mentioned something about spending the night with his female friend. I didn't pry and raced over to see if you two were interested. And you can craft. We can dance or go to a crafting area and I can show you. Honestly, I'd prefer to skip the dancing portion and just show you what I can do. Everett cleared his throat and nodded. All right, Joshua, let's see what you can do. What would you like crafted? A dagger? A sword? Tom ran his tongue over his teeth as he watched Max standing next to the items they put out. Years of watching Baldin's work had given both of them the knowledge of what could be crafted, and depending on what was made, they already knew the quality to expect. Your pick. We'll just watch while you work. Max grinned again and nodded. He slowly limped toward the table, doing his best to move differently and even hunching his back slightly. He could feel Tom and Everett's gaze as he moved along the table. 3 of the ore bars they had were not very good and would be decent for an uncommon item, maybe rare at best with his skill. 2 other bars would be useful for an epic quality weapon, and mixed between all of them was 1 bar that would be legendary worthy. Other items sat on the table, including possible handle choices and even a box. Opening it up slowly, Max tried not to appear shocked when he saw some different elemental essences inside. Holy goblin shite, they're really going all out on this test. His mind began to work at the possibilities of what he might be able to make. His skill told him that it would take about 12 hours to craft a single dagger with a simple handle and one of the elemental essences. If his luck held and everything went right, it might just turn out legendary instead of epic. This is going to take a bit. Do either of you mind getting me some water and a snack? Tom didn't hesitate, moving from his stool, pulling some food and a water skin from storage, and setting it near Max. A grunt came as Tom sat back down. After a long drink and a quick snack, Max picked up the ore he had chosen. It was pink, and he could feel it begging to be shaped into the image in his mind. Time to get to work. The hours passed quickly, and at the halfway point, Max had formed his blade and was working on his handle. Tom was not happy when he stored the blade, but Everett held up a hand. They knew it worked that way for one with a skill as Max claimed to have. That was impressive metalworking, Joshua, Everett said as he watched Max start working on the handle. Are you done with the blade? Shaking his head slightly, Max didn't look up. Using his tools, he was focused on carving the bone handle he had selected. Unsure what type of bone it was, his skill had told him that it would be perfect for housing the power of both the blade and elemental essence. Almost done, Max put on a metal glove sitting on the counter and opened the box once more, pulling the ice element from inside. Transferring it quickly to his storage, he made his way to the blade that was held fast in the clamp. He could feel the eyes of both men, fighting back the fatigue their faces showed, watching as he stood over the blade. Now for the tricky part, Max muttered. Taking the elemental essence out, he laid it on the blade and took an essence tool, dragging it slowly back and forth along the blade, watching its power start to enter. Slow move slow. His mind told him the truth about how important it was to be steady of hand and fast. This wasn't the time to race with each pass of the essence along the blade that he had etched with a few runes. A little more entered the pink metal. After over 100 more passes with the essence as it was almost gone, it vanished, and the blade shimmered blue for a moment. Each man in the room let out a breath at the same time, all of them holding it during the last few moments. With that part done, Max moved to the final part. He sharpened it and did everything required except wipe it down one last time. Holding the rag that finished the dagger, Max grinned and gave it a quick wipe. 10 experience gained. Legendary dagger created. I don't believe it, Tom said, moving from his stool. You really are a weaponsmith. Yawning, Max nodded and handed the blade to Tom. I haven't checked its stats, but I'm okay with that. Did I pass the test? Tom's eyes widened, accentuating the bags under his eyes as he stared at the stats. He turned, moved to Everett, and handed the dagger to him, watching as his friend's face reacted in shock at what he was holding. Joshua, you're a legendary crafter, how? I thought we agreed on no questions, Max replied. I'm happy to offer my services for materials. As you can see, I can make quality weapons. Both men looked at the dagger and then at each other, each one nodding. We did agree upon that, but we honestly didn't believe you were a crafter or not one as high as Seth said you were. Max was putting his tools away, wrapping them up and storing them. I understand. I work on my own schedule, just so you know. I'll show up when I can and do what you want, but please remember our agreement. You realize that if you signed up with us, we could offer you far more than just crafting items, Tom said, his voice almost pleading. I'm certain you know that every other faction. I don't want that life, Max said, waving his hand and cutting Tom off. In life, we all want certain things. For me, it's crafting items. Beyond that, I don't need a home of my own right now. Storing the dagger, Everett stood up and moved to where Max was, holding out his hand. I agree with your terms, weaponsmith Joshua. I'll start creating a list of items we need and the required materials. The next time you come, I'll have them ranked in order of importance. Do you have any idea when that might be? Max shook his head. I don't, but hopefully it will be in a few days. I promised someone else I would help them. Help them? Tom asked, wincing after he realized what he had done. Grinning, Max nodded. Count that item as free. You don't owe me for this one, but I'll slowly start figuring out what materials I want. I'll need a list of everything you have and would like to look over all of it. Obviously, I don't plan on taking the list, but it will help me prepare for it down the road. I'll see what I can do to meet that request, Tom said. And I mean all items, Max said as he pointed at the door. I'm okay working for something that costs more. Now, if you don't mind, can someone lead me out of here? I need to go and sleep. Tom nodded, moved toward the door, opened it, and instructed the person outside to take Max to the gate. That boy craps gold knows stuff more valuable than gold, Tom said, leaning his head against the counter. You and I both knew Joshua could craft the moment he made that blade. Everett nodded, inspecting the dagger from every angle. It's flawless, a legendary blade with 4 stats and an ice element. I can think of 2 people in our ranks who would fight for this. And you're okay trading materials with that boy. I mean, he doesn't look that old. How can he do legendary gear already? Shrugging, Everett yawned and put the dagger up. I have no idea, but he isn't the only one who needs some sleep. I'm turning in. You look like I wore you out all night, Tanilla teased as they rode back in a carriage to the faction property. I hope this works out how you think it will. Nodding, Max fought back a yawn that tried to make itself known and winked at Tanilla. I could see it in their eyes. The opportunity is too great for them to pass up. You and I both know they will hope in time that they can convince Joshua to join the faction. For now, having someone with that ability and willingness to craft for them is massive. You already told me what it would cost them to hire another crafter with that skill from a different faction or kingdom. Sighing, Tanilla tapped her fingers together as she watched Max. As long as you don't do it all the time, and eventually I get a night or date with you, I'll be fine, she replied. However, if you continue to spend all your time crafting items, you might not like how that turns out. I won't, I promise. Now we need one more day before we go back to the tower for the boss. Any idea what you would like to do? Chuckling, Tanilla couldn't help but shake her head slightly. Sometimes you're a fool, other times you're a genius. I'll let you take a quick nap, and then I'll have a list of things we can do tonight with Fowl and Batrayer. No Cordelia? Max asked. Biting her lip, Tanilla waited a moment before shaking her head. I'm not sure we're ready to have her walking around town with us just yet. Maybe in a few more weeks or more. Standing up, Max moved over and sat down next to Tanilla, holding her hand. I'll take all the time I can have with you. Max regretted giving Tanilla complete control over the evening. Fowl complained multiple times that they had both been fitted for another outfit neither of them felt they needed. The only saving perk was that with a dimensional storage item, neither of them had to carry the 20 different bags the women had picked up between them. Do you all understand what tomorrow will be like? Cordelia asked as they sat at a table in a private dining room in the faction house. Unlike any other floor we have been on, the boss floors are unpredictable. Worse yet, unless one brings items for every possibility, you don't have an idea of what will be there. And it's 5 days if we have to leave the tower floor before killing the boss, Fowl asked, frowning at Max, if we're lucky. Sometimes it's a week, Tanilla replied, studying the two looks both men were giving each other. We still have to fight to get to the boss. We'll have to check for clues on the boss based on the creatures on the floor. Batrayer pounded the table with a fist after Tanilla finished speaking. What the hell is going on with you two? Why are you both looking at each other like that? It's nothing, Fowl muttered. Just a discussion between the two of us. Max nodded and then smiled, turning his attention to the three women who obviously didn't buy whatever they were selling. We'll be ready for tomorrow. The real question we need to consider is how bad things have to get before we actually choose to run for the exit. Are you planning on us losing? Cordelia asked, her eyes bulging slightly as her head moved back slightly. It's not that, Fowl said. We need to be smart. Tomorrow is the first big challenge we might face. The stuff on the tower floors isn't anything like the bosses. We all know that, and if we walk in expecting to waltz through everything, we're asking for problems. Everyone here knows what Tom said. As a group, each head bobbed at Fowl's statement. Still, we need to consider this the best chance we'll get at learning how a boss works, Max added. After this floor, each boss in the tower is going to get harder and harder. Tomorrow is the first real test. No one spoke as they all considered those words again, the exact ones Tom had spoken. Tomorrow is the first real test. The five of them stood outside the tower, waiting for a turn as two other groups were before them. Max couldn't help but stare at the group of elves, each of them almost giving off an aura of danger as they waited to enter. A few of the elves glanced back and nodded at Tanilla and Cordelia, but none of them paid the other three any attention. Between the elven group was a mixed group like theirs, 2 elves, 2 dwarves, and 1 human. Fowl and the dwarf warrior in the other group had chatted a moment, each discussing ale and laughing at some joke Max didn't get even though he heard it. You okay? Tanilla whispered, moving close after the elf group had entered the tower. Yeah, I'm just lost in thought. I want to make sure we don't do something stupid. Laughter erupted from Tanilla, and everyone turned to try and figure out what was so funny from how loud it had been. Raising an eyebrow, Max gave her a look, and she waved him off. Sorry, those words coming from you, how you have grown. Smiling, Max nodded and tapped his head. It's from the high intelligence stat. Rolling her eyes, Tanilla motioned to Cordelia, who was shifting nervously from side to side. You okay? Taking a deep breath and letting it out, their archer nodded. First boss the first actual boss I believe we'll defeat. I've never actually been on a team that could take one down. Too often, we had to run away or choose to not fight it. Now she trailed off and motioned to the open tower portal as the second group had gone in. Looks like we're going to find out if the 6th time is the charm. Fowl started to cough, shaking his head as his eyes bulged. 6 times? Don't worry about it, Max said. We got this. Good luck today, tower climbers, the female guard said as the 5 of them moved up next to the portal. Max touched it and saw the option for the first 3 floors. Floor 4 was still off limits due to having been in it 2 days ago. The 5th floor was now an option. Selecting it, he vanished first. That's not fun looking, Fowl muttered as he stood with Max, studying the floor while the women finished getting ready. A freaking sandbox. Max nodded and gazed at the sand that was only about 10 yards away. The small piece of stone they stood on led to dunes of sand that seemed to be shifting slightly as a warm wind blew overhead, stretched on for a while. All around them was a massive mountain that enclosed the environment, flat, solid rock that provided no perch to stop the sand that ran right up to it. The sun was a third of the way into the sky, and the heat of it already caused the sand to give off a glassy reflection. Off in the middle, miles away, was another set of rocks, not as tall as the half-mile high section around the tower floor. It would appear that is the main place to go, Max said as he pointed. How bad is traveling in this sand going to be? Horrible, Cordelia answered from behind. You two are going to struggle in your armor. The sand will slow down most. Any idea what kind of creatures we might find? Cordelia moved up next to Fowl, adjusting her bow a few times and shook her head. It could be anything. Just because it's sand doesn't mean the monsters here are from a desert. Someone mentioned in a report finding fire elementals once in a desert. Those things melted the sand as they moved across it. I guess we'll go ahead and see what we can find. Fowl, you stay with them. I'll scout ahead. The dwarf nodded, and both men immediately regretted putting their armor on as the sun beat down on the metal, causing it to heat up quickly. Standing at the top of a sand dune, Max saw a pack of lizards slowly moving along the sand off to their left a bit away. To their right was a pair of scorpions that were at least as tall as he was. Motioning for the others to join him, Max pointed at the pack of 5 lizards, each at least 8 feet long, covered with spikes and barbed tails. We got lizards or scorpions. Take your pick. Batra cleared her throat, and everyone except Cordelia didn't look at her. Is something wrong with scorpions? Their healer nodded at Cordelia, frowning at that question. I almost died to one. I can't say I want to dance with one anytime soon. Lizards then? Fowl asked, pointing at the pack. That sounds good. It's a typical fight, pull, root, ice. I'll root the third, and we can each deal with one while Cordelia and Tanilla take care of the rooted ones. Fowl grunted and started making his way down the sand dune, doing his best to stay upright as he slid down, his legs sinking past his ankles as he descended. Both men were sweating as they killed the last lizard. The creatures had been fast, moving on top of the sand with ease. Max had still easily outmaneuvered and powered the lizard he fought while Fowl tanked and bludgeoned his lizard to death. The women had killed the two that were ensnared, and as the ice prison melted, Max made short work of the last one. Not too bad, Fowl said cautiously. Nodding, Max turned and made sure everyone was ready before starting to move up another dune to see what was ahead. It looks clear, he shouted from the top of the dune as the others joined him. That's bad, Tanilla groaned. Too much open space. Maybe they patrol, Fowl asked, holding his shield over his head for a break from the sun. Doesn't matter, Max replied. We need to move forward, so I'll go first. Give me 20 yards and then follow. Max's eyes constantly ran along the sand, wondering what might be on the other side of a dune as he led the way. On me, spinning around, Max saw three shapes rising from the sand, moving toward Cordelia, who was quickly running away. Golems. Fowl moved to the creatures that were almost fully formed, massive 9-foot-tall creatures of sand, and slammed his hammer into it. A pile of sand flew out, but was quickly replaced by more sand as it swung at Fowl. A dust storm erupted from where the fist of sand connected against Fowl's shield. Max knew from the sound that if Fowl didn't have the ability his new chest piece provided, his dwarven friend would be tumbling across the sand. Fire or ice. Tanilla shouted as she created a spear of ice and sent it at the golem on Fowl's right. It pierced the golem's head, slowly moving through the sand before exiting the other side. A hole was there for a moment, but as before, more sand came from its body and filled it again. How do we kill them? Tanilla called out. Max started hacking at the creature, his weapon cleaving off an arm of the left golem before it began to rejoin again. Gods, Fowl muttered, spitting out sand from his mouth. I can't do anything to them. Ignoring the shouts of frustration, Max continued assaulting the golem, cleaving off a limb, smashing the head to dust, and leaving massive gouges missing from the creature. Every strike seemed futile as it only took a few seconds for sand to begin to repair the lost section. What do we need to do? Max and Fowl didn't stop their attacks, trying to ignore the fatigue of having been on the offensive side for over 30 seconds. His flame nova had done nothing besides melt some of the sand for a moment, not even earning a roar or extra attention from the three golems that continued to pound on Fowl. At least his aura is holding their attention. Moving behind the golems, Max cut off a leg near the hip, watching the same one he had been fighting for a while stumble into the sand. As a new leg began to form, he repeated the process, hoping to find something to keep these things down. Fowl took a few steps back, trying to get into a better position on the sand so he wasn't at an angle on the dune. Casting Frost Nova, Max watched as a small bit of ice formed on the ice before melting under the sun. The creature on the ground, rebuilding its feet, slowed for a moment. Slamming his halberd down into the golem's head again, Max's sonar informed him of something small that had shifted inside the golem with that attack. Inside the creature, something was moving around, never staying in one spot of its chest. He could barely sense it, but it was there. Closing his eyes, Max let his sonar guide him, waiting and watching as the object would vanish and then reappear for a moment, closer to the side he was standing on. Poised and with his feet set, Max held his weapon ready to thrust. When the object inside the golem showed up on his sonar, Max thrust immediately, trusting his skill and weapon expertise to direct his strike. The tip of his halberd pierced through the sand and hit the tiny 1-inch object, shattering it. Immediately, the golem started to dissolve, and Max let himself smile. They have a core, it moves around. Max shouted, quickly stepping to the side where the middle golem was still hammering on Fowl. Another thrust later turned the second golem into a pile of dust, and 20 seconds later, the third golem was down. That was like a kick in the nuts, Fowl complained. Those things lingered for days. How could you see those? Cordelia asked as they stood together at the top of the dune, finding a broken core and 2 yellow gems. They moved, and you can almost make it out for a moment, Max lied. Thankfully, I'm pretty good with poking the right spot. Those words left his mouth before Max realized it, and Fowl erupted into laughter, causing Max to wish his helmet was visible so that his red cheeks weren't evident. I'll stop asking questions now, Cordelia declared, shaking her head at how Max's comment. Fowl took a moment to catch his breath, still chuckling as they began moving toward the stone area they believed the boss was at. 2 more packs of lizards and another set of golems were taken down. Max and the others took a break, drinking water and splashing a little on themselves. Tanilla and Max had combined their stone walls to create a small amount of shade as they rested, getting a small reprieve from the heat that continued to scorch the tower floor. Scouting ahead, Max gazed down another dune, not seeing anything and wondering if another group of golems would appear soon. As he started to walk, the sand and ground began to shift, and Max paused. Wait. The rest of the group stopped their approach, and Max scanned the area with his eyes and sonar. Nothing moved and no golems came, so he took a few more steps and felt the sand vibrate again slightly. From the front, coming over the dune, something traveled inside the sand right at him. It was at least 4 feet wide, moving with a speed he couldn't believe. The creature didn't let the sand slow it down, instead barreling through it. Max tried to move and dodge, but every step he took only caused the creature to turn toward him. It's got a damn ability to track me. Something in the sand. It can follow as you move. The creature finally reached the edge of Max's sonar ability, and his eyes went wide. It was 6 feet across, and its body length continued to increase as it rushed at Max. A huge open mouth with teeth all around the inside, sand pouring into it, did not slow down its approach. Planting his feet, Max prepared, unsure what the creature would do for an attack. At 3 yards, the creature emerged from the sand and launched itself at Max. Purple, hard-scaled skin covered the worm, which he finally saw. Waiting until the last second, Max's air wall appeared right before the worm's open mouth. It slammed into it, and its mouth widened. The worm's teeth slid over it as they bent back into its throat. It's going to eat my air wall. Stepping to the side, Max swung with his weapon, hacking into the side of the worm. It made a cut, but nothing that was going to stop the monster. It began to thrash, pressing harder to swallow the air wall so it could be free and back into the sand and... Using his stone wall, Max put it at the base of the ground and the air wall, trying to slow down the worm more as he continued to hack at the exposed side. The others were running up the dune as fast as they could, and Max saw a giant boulder slam into the exposed creature's top part, shattering the hardened natural armor. Keep it pinned. Tanilla's stone wall appeared behind his, reinforcing it as Max continued to pound on the creature's side. Fowl was now up next to it, slamming his hammer over and over into the worm and causing it to thrash from the pain of his weapon's effect. Cordelia managed to get a few arrows into the area between the damaged pieces, helping to increase the flow of purple blood that was beginning to stain the sand beneath it. Max finally shattered the layer of armor, and his weapon was now cleaving through the flesh. It took them almost a minute, with Tanilla quickly recasting her air wall inside the creature's open mouth as Max's spell expired. Soon, the top half of the worm was removed, a solid section 5 feet long. 4 strength consumed, 4 constitution consumed. Max let out a small sigh as the cold rushed over him, relieving the heat from the sun and the sweat of fighting for so long. What in the gods is that? Fowl asked, wiping the purple blood off with a rag. Max stared at the corpse and the section of the body that was still in the sand, buried underneath, and had no idea how far it went on. Smart thinking with the air wall, Tanilla said, moving up to pick up a few pieces of the creature's body that had fallen off and store them. I guess it's a good thing it couldn't swallow it all. Max nodded and kept a straight face as Fowl snickered. Ogre nuts, you're so 25, Batterer informed Fowl. Must you take everything wrong? Don't blame me. Fowl replied, pointing at Cordelia. Look at her face. Even she turned red from that comment. Cordelia's cheeks had been red, but now they were almost as red as an apple. Tanilla's face blushed slightly, but Max just smiled and turned toward the stone walls they were moving toward. We're maybe halfway there if we're lucky. Hard to tell with how the sand seems to shimmer. We need to keep going as it doesn't appear the sun is going to shift, and the longer we stay in it, the worse we're going to feel. Grunts came and everyone got into formation. Max set off ahead, scouting while the other 4 stayed together. It had taken hours to reach the outer edge of the stone wall. The sand came completely up to it, and there was no opening on the side they were on. It's at least 100 yards high, Tanilla said. Thoughts? We can walk around and look for the entrance, or I can try out my cloak ability, which I haven't tested yet, Max replied. Oh shite, Fowl exclaimed, beaming like the hot sun above them. You can climb like a spider. What? Max turned and nodded at Cordelia, who was shaking her head in disbelief. I haven't tried it yet, but I guess now is better than never, right? Unless you fall, Batterer stated. I mean, maybe you could survive. Chuckling, Max ignored Tanilla's concerned expression and held out a hand for Fowl to high-five. I'll see what I can find. If I fall, be ready to summon a few walls. It's better to crash into them part of the way than the whole way. Spider walk. After activating his cloak skill, Max reached out with his hand and felt it grip. He tugged at it and it let go immediately. Wondering what kept it from sticking or not sticking, Max used both hands and pulled upward, thinking about his right one, which came free. Doesn't seem too bad, Max said as he started climbing the stone wall. After a few first moments over the first 20 feet, Max figured out how to move quickly, one hand moving while the other 3 points stayed in contact. Once he had the pattern, his feet and hands moved like he had been a wall climber his whole life. Reaching the top had been faster than he had expected, knowing he had at least 3 minutes left before it expired. Pulling himself up, Max gazed at the mountain wall and saw the cliffs were at least 50 feet thick. Off to the right-left, he could see a slight opening in the wall. It didn't appear to be very wide. Across the mile-wide bowl, he could see sand filling it all. Whatever is inside there isn't going to be fun. Standing before the entrance to the bowl of sand Max had found, the 5 of them gazed through the opening. Stone ran along the pathway, the only stone they could walk on in the entire tower floor so far besides the entrance. We ready? Max asked. No idea what's inside. Tanilla nodded, and everyone else grunted slightly. They walked in a line, trying to ignore the sensation of walls that seemed to press in upon them. Max was in the front with Fowl in the back as they tried to focus on what might be ahead. "We can always go back," Fowl asked Cordelia quietly. "I hope so," she whispered. Max ignored the questions and knew his own heart was everyone else's, beating faster than he could believe at the unknown. He came to an edge and glanced down, seeing that the spot they were on was 20 feet up. Below them was a drop into a pile of sand that appeared designed to help soften their landing. 100 yards away, and every 100 yards, it appeared, was a small area of stone, just a few feet off the ground. The small pieces of stone couldn't be any more than 10 feet wide, but they ran in a circle along the entire boss area. Kneeling, he gazed out at the massive opening, studying it for any clues that might be present on what kind of boss they would fight. "Kinda seems the gods are not going to make getting out easy," Fowl muttered. "That's a bit of a drop." Nodding, Max's eyes never left the sand. "What do you think it is?" Tanilla asked, and Max could sense the trepidation in her voice. "Our first test," Max replied, motioning to the ground below. Glancing over his shoulder, he looked at each of them in turn. "Are we going to attempt it or turn back?" The other four exchanged glances with each other, each staring at the decision that required them to take a leap of faith. "Is it wrong if I said I was scared?" Cordelia asked. Max shook his head and smiled. "So am I." Max caught Batrayer and Fowl as they fell, ignoring the grunts, and did his best to be brave. "Are you certain you are okay with this decision?" Max asked as they waited for Cordelia to commit to this moment. The archer didn't reply but just nodded. She knew this was one of those moments where if they turned and left, she might be done. The archer trembled as she waited to drop down into Max's open arms. "If we don't do this, we'll always quit, hoping for the perfect matchup." "That's not how we are, and you know it." Nodding his head once, Max motioned to the stone platform. "We'll go there. Part of me hopes this is a sand golem, but the other part of me knows I'm wrong." He had asked his skill for advice, but nothing was said, not even laughter. Part of that scared Max even more. As they got halfway toward the stone platform they were angling toward, Max felt the sand shifting and knew it had to be another worm. "Geo," he shouted, pointing at the platform and racing ahead and away from it. "Seth," Tanilla called out. "Geo," he replied, ignoring her. The four raced toward the stone platform while Max tried to distract the creature that was moving a lot more sand than the other worm they had faced. Judging by the sand being displaced, Max knew it was at least twice as wide, if not more. It was coming toward him, speeding along the flat tan sand like an arrow aimed at where he was going. It had hesitated momentarily when the other four ran, but Max pulled out his halberd and dragged it behind him in the sand, doing everything he could to attract its attention. "I'm like bait for a fish." Part of him wanted to activate his haste, but without knowing the full scale of what they were going to be going up against, Max waited, not wanting to use any skills if he didn't have to. It was a race to a stone platform, and Max felt he had a slight edge on the worm, his dexterity being what allowed him to move faster than he had ever imagined. The yards vanished as he covered the 200 of them, knowing his friends were safe, and jumped onto the stone, seeing the worm coming at him start to slow down the moment he vanished from the sand. No longer did it come right at him. Instead, it began to slow down and turn, the telltale movement vanishing as it did. He could see the others watching him and knew they were anxiously waiting to hear what to do. No plan had really been laid out, as the only idea besides finding out what kind of boss they were facing and reaching what they knew had to be a small, safe spot. Standing there, all alone, feeling the gazes of his friends 100 yards away, Max knew what he wanted to do. Pulling out one of the clubs he had kept in the troll dungeon, Max tied a rope around it, making sure the knot was secure. Getting more of the rope designed for snow dungeons had been one of the best decisions of his life. Spinning a few times as he let go, launching the club well over 300 yards off into the middle of the sand. Without waiting, he grabbed the rope, glad the pouch he wore fed it continuously. Hand over hand, Max began to drag it toward him, sometimes jerking it, other times pulling it slowly and occasionally stopping. Soon, what he hoped for happened. The sand began to shift and shake, and the boss appeared at the top of the sand, making its way toward the club. It was still hidden, only a tiny bit could be seen from the cloud it sent up as it moved, yet Max didn't care about that. Right now, he wanted to see the boss more than anything. As the boss raced toward the club he had tossed, moving away from Max, he sprinted toward the others, running along the sand and pulling the club as he moved. Always keeping an eye on the spot as the club dragged through the sand, Max was almost to the stone platform when the boss showed itself, rising from the sand and letting the club slide down its throat. At least 16 feet across, most likely more, Max saw the boss in its full glory and cut off the rope fed to his pouch. He made the last few yards in a couple of steps and jumped onto the rock platform to join his friends. "Did you see that?" Fowl asked. "We all did," Batrayer replied. "The real question is, what are we going to do about fighting it?" Max ignored both of those questions, his eyes focused on Cordelia, who was unable to stop the tremors plaguing her. Moving slowly, he got to where she was and reached up, putting a hand on her shoulder. "We'll be fine, just breathe," Max said softly. Her breathing was rapid, and after Max repeated himself again, she forced herself to take a deep breath and let it out. After a few more, she started to relax and gave him a nod. "We'll be fine, we always manage, but I'm going to need you to give me ideas. Think like an archer or someone else, but come up with what might work." Turning back to the others, Max could see all of them were anxious. "Can we use our walls of air?" Tanilla asked, already believing it wasn't going to work. "I mean, we'd have to get them perfectly placed, and I'm not sure, even if we did, they would hold." Max nodded, watching as the sand returned to its unmoving place, the worm obviously deep enough that they couldn't track its movements. "Wish we had some bombs or explosives," Fowl muttered. "Then we could feed them to it." "Where are we going to get explosives from?" Batrier asked, giving her dwarven lover a glare. "That's not a bad idea," Max said. "We don't have those, but we do have fireballs. Maybe if we can cast them while its mouth is open, they will do damage." "It's a shame you can't get on top of it and attack from up there," Cordelia said quietly as she peered across the sand. "That's not a bad idea. Is there any way to make that happen?" Max asked as he glanced at Cordelia, who seemed surprised that he had actually heard her. Not really," she stuttered. "I mean, do the worms go back into the ground when they attack? Once they show themselves, we have always pinned them in. Can one of these platforms do that?" Tanilla was tapping her chin and looking at the other stone platforms on either side of them. While everyone but Max and Cordelia took 10 to 15 seconds to get across 100 yards, only Max might be faster than the boss. "Do you think these stone things can actually stop that thing? I mean, we're packed onto this, and I'm not certain how thick the stone is. It might just be a rock sitting on the sand, or it could be a long column." Max grinned and moved to the side closest to the wall of the bowl. Using his weapon, he shoved the haft down and along the edge. Eventually, his blade was about to be buried when he stored it and stood back up. "It's at least 8 feet long, maybe more, which is good to know," Max stated. "The worst part is that even if this is a 10 by 10-foot rock, we're looking at something that would still fit within the boss's mouth. Maybe if we added the stone walls, we could make it wide enough for a moment, but then what?" "Could we shoot fire then?" Fowl asked. "That would require us standing on this thing while it tries to eat us." Batrier exclaimed, narrowing her eyes at Fowl and glaring. "You're both right," Max said. "Attacking the boss from the outside might be impossible, even if I was on top of it. Maybe I could damage it with everything, but if not, then what? The injury I'd create wouldn't be that impressive." Tanilla was tusking her tongue, considering everything the party could do. "How bad do we want this kill?" Tanilla asked. Everyone gave Tanilla their attention. More than anything, Cordelia said quietly but firmly, "If we give up, I'm not sure I can do this again." Max nodded, and soon the other two agreed. "Okay, this sounds like a stupid idea, but I think this might work." Max pulled on the rope, watching as the boss raced toward them on the platform. His heart was pounding, and everyone felt the moment when Tanilla's plan would either work or they would all die. The boss came full bore and locked onto the dancing club, and Max continued to give sharp tugs with the rope. It was only about 10 yards away, and if they timed this right, the only chance they had came from this moment. 10 seconds, be ready to cast. Tanilla took control, and no one said a word. Everything depended on their working as a team, and that meant no mistakes. Max and Tanilla both began summoning their fireballs, letting them grow and burn as hot as possible, stuffing every ounce of mana the spell would allow them to pour into it before they would have to unleash it. The boss lunged up from the sand at the weapon, and the pillar as Max yanked the club once more, bringing it just a few yards from where they were. Its massive maw opened up, revealing at least 1,000 teeth or more all surrounding the inner lining that led to its stomach. As it approached the 5 of them standing on the platform, time almost slowing down, Tanilla shouted now. Max and her both let their fireballs go, watching as the 2 spells raced down the boss's dark gullet. It fell upon them, about to swallow them in the rock hole, when Batrier activated her shield. A shimmering ball of protection immediately sprang up around them, catching the boss as its sides were about to pass along the top half of the stone platform. Everything shook as the boss's momentum came to a halt. Like a fish that had swallowed something that suddenly expanded, it was stuck, unable to swallow the shielded group or the large piece of rock it had its mouth around. Max didn't hesitate. His fire nova was already preparing to be cast. He had created an air wall in the middle section of the 10 yards of teeth. Running forward and dashing out of Batrier's protective shield, he leaped off the stone pillar, crossing the space over the 2-foot-long teeth, and planted his foot on the air wall, propelling himself past the dangerous teeth that dripped with green ooze. His fire spell went off, sending waves of fire traveling down the creature's already burnt flesh. It pulsated from pain, and a howl of air came at him, but it couldn't do anything, blocked by the shield their healer had gained from those blessed elixirs. As his feet prepared to touch down on the flesh of the beast, Max let himself go, his weapon poised for his first attack. Regeneration. Rampage. Power Strike. Armored Warrior. Magical Strike. Berserker. There was no time for his eyes to adjust to the red hue that normally came. Max didn't notice the massive ice spear that flew past him, impaling itself into the creature's already damaged insides. The arrows that had exploded before he plunged head first into certain death for most had helped to weaken the part of the creature that never experienced attacks like this. His weapon cut through the creature's flesh, shearing the inside until the blade of his weapon cracked the protective outer layer of defenses from the inside. Max's weapon didn't stop, striking 2 more times in the same moment, rendering flesh from the boss's throat. It tried to lift itself up, wanting to break free, but the orb was unmoving. Batrier was held tightly by Fowl, his ability keeping her in place and the protective barrier firmly wedged in the boss's maw. Max moved deeper inside the creature, not able to control himself, not willing to allow the decrease in damage to take place. Flesh tried to press against him, to squeeze and crush him, but his defense and strength held, slashing and cutting off swathes of flesh as his weapon was like a tornado made of blades, cutting the inside of the creature to pieces. At that moment, Max felt pain, even through the red rage of the berserker's skill. "We're in acid." The voice told him it was bad, yet Max's mind didn't want to give in. The pain was excruciating, and for a few more seconds his berserker buff and armored warrior would run out. He knew the plan, and he had to trust Batrier and his regeneration. "You fool," the voice was so distant. It was barely there, lost in the fury of battle as Max continued to cut a line of destruction inside the boss. Its own acid was beginning to break down its flesh. The lining that normally kept it safe was gone. Instead, its own body beneath the thick, rubbery skin was cut almost to its outer protective shell. A few seconds ticked by, and Max's mind knew the moment was coming when pain would overwhelm him. With one last slash of his weapon, Max focused and cast a spell, fighting the rage that wanted him to give in. Demonic teleportation. The world shifted, and Max was outside on the sand. Pain racked his body, and he felt himself struggling to move. Pulling a potion from his storage, Max could sense the skin under his armor was gone. His sonar revealed the horrible truth. His regeneration was struggling to keep flesh on his bones. With no time to waste, Max slammed the potion into his mouth. There was no tongue to cut, no lips to worry about. His face was like a skeleton, barely any muscles were still attached. Liquid rolled down the almost gone tube that led to his stomach. Max felt the power of the potion kick in, and hit points that had been steadily plummeting went back up. His mind was racing, and he felt his flesh fighting against an acid that was still there. "Get naked, fall to the sand and roll around. Wash yourself with water." The voice was right. He willed his entire outfit into his storage, unable to think about his friends and what they were doing or how the fight was going. His life was on the line, and there wasn't a moment to lose. Naked, he fell on the sand, writhing around it, letting the rough pieces absorb part of the green goo. It was then that Max realized he was blind once more. His eyeballs were melting, fighting back through the pain of it all. Time seemed to stretch on as he fought to make a ball of water, knowing that his mastery must have some sort of that. Ice and water were similar, they had to be. Nothing came, so he formed an ice spear, struggling with the magic as his body writhed in pain. With it summoned, he held his arms around it, wrapping his legs as best as he could, ignoring the pain that assaulted every sense that he had. Max created a ball of fire and held it over the ice, feeling it start to melt. The water ran along his arms and body, bringing a sense of relief Max had never known was possible. Slowly, as the water ran down, the acid's strength was reduced, and his regeneration was able to keep up with the damage the acid was causing. What felt like an eternity was less than a minute as the heat of his fireball melted the ice spear he had been holding. Warmth and healing washed over him, and Max felt his eyes and ears finally growing back together. For a brief moment, the ability to use his sonar had been gone as the acid had eaten away the part inside his ear responsible for it. Seth. He could begin to sense his allies rushing toward him, the fuzzy and weird sensation as his body reformed parts and muscles. Batrier had healed him, helping his hit points to go back up while the brunt of the repair to his body came from regeneration. Agonizing pain continued after the brief moment of bliss when he had been healed ended, and the fact both eyes grew back along with his tongue, and more left him trying to breathe and finding it wasn't any better, the acid having damaged his lungs. His mind swirled in agony and pain from the noise of their shouting and the steps that they took on the sand. Everything was louder, and it felt like his head was going to explode from the pain inside. Another heal washed over him, one that Max knew meant the fight was over. His body came together at once, skin starting to cover every inch of his muscles after Batrier used her heal, which was on a 24-hour cooldown. Gasping for air, Max rolled over, staring at the group who were wincing, faces turned, and a pile of vomit at Fowl's feet. Standing, Max shook his head, letting his mind clear. He saw Batrier and Cordelia trying to look in every direction but at him. Tanilla's face was flushed as she motioned to his midsection. Max glanced down and finally noticed the warm breeze blowing between his legs. Carefully, he selected a different outfit, but he was not sure what would happen to his armor or if any of the acid would be on it. I guess some things do grow back bigger, Fowl said as he wiped his mouth. Gods, you are ugly without any hair. Filling his lungs once more, Max turned and saw the worm they had fought was gone. Turning more, he could see a massive chest far off in the middle of the sand. We did it. It seems like a stupid question, Batrier replied, finally returning her gaze upon Max. But if you're standing naked in a boss zone, I guess you and Fowl have been hanging out too long. A few chuckles came and Max shrugged. What happened? Did you get the kill? Tanilla asked. Glancing at a notification, Max realized that he had missed everything while his body was dissolving. Consume has successfully consumed bonus stats 10 strength consumed 10 constitution consumed. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Skill does not match being's body type. Consume is adjusting skill. Consumed has upgraded sonar to epic. Max realized why it had all been so painful when they first arrived. I did, he nodded slowly. How does he know that? Cordelia asked. It's a perk of a skill, Max replied. It usually only matters on really big ones. The elf frowned and furrowed her eyes in confusion, but she saw Tanilla give her a look and shake her head. Nodding once, Cordelia let it go and immediately smiled. Well, I appreciate the job well done and the show you gave, yet you'll have to forgive me if I point out the obvious, their archer said gleefully. There is a massive freaking chest over there because we won. As one, everyone began to smile and came together, hugging and clapping, finally able to celebrate that Max had survived. Are you okay? Fowl asked as he gave Max a gentle punch to the stomach. That looked painful, to say the least. Nodding as he squeezed Tanilla's waist, who was next to him, Max tried to contain the news he wanted to share, knowing he needed to wait until Cordelia was gone. What happened? I mean, after I obviously killed the boss. Fowl started to laugh and Batrier joined in, both of them stroking their beards in unison. Well, that's the weird thing, Tanilla explained. Whatever you did really upset the boss, and it forgot all about us. The moment the shield broke, it ripped its head up into the sky, thrashing in agony. It took us a moment to find you over the noise it made. It flopped to the ground the opposite way you were and thrashed for maybe half a minute and then just stopped. What did you do? Max snorted and grinned. I gave it a taste of its own acid. I guess the lining of its stomach and body is able to handle the acid inside, but once I cut through and reached the outer shell, the acid must have spread throughout the body, eating itself alive from the inside. Fowl made a retching sound and stopped, holding a hand over his mouth. Sorry, just that image after watching you a moment ago. Fowl turned, making a few more gagging noises while Batrier sighed. He's able to drink a tavern dry, but he sees one person begin melted alive with acid, and he can't hold his food, their healer teased. After Fowl had regained his composure, the five of them trotted off, excited at what lay inside the chest. It was the same tan color as the sand, the standard size of a raid chest, and had a massive worm etched around the entire side of it. There, at the bottom of it, were 5 people also etched into the stone. Is that supposed to be us? Fowl asked, running his fingers over the engraving. I doubt it, Max replied. If it were, you'd be much smaller. Fowl extended a hand and gave Max the middle finger. Max wasn't paying attention to his dwarf friend instead. He saw Cordelia standing on the edge of the chest, trembling, knowing she had finally conquered not just the boss but also her fears. Why don't you open it, Cordelia? She turned and saw that the 4 members of her party were smiling at her. Each of them had taken a step back, giving her full access to the chest. You're sure that's okay? She asked, stammering at the thought of getting this honor. I didn't do a fraction of what you all did. Max moved to where their archer was standing. He put a hand on her arm and squeezed. You did more than you know. We could tell you were afraid, and yet you pushed through it. Every part of you wanted to run and try again, but you didn't give in to that fear. You stood on a stone platform with us, facing down the largest foe any of us would face, and didn't flinch. Our plan succeeded because each of us believed in the other and did our part. So don't downplay your part. You deserve this just as much as the rest of us. A single tear escaped the archer's right eye, and she nodded, wiping it away quickly with her hand. Nodding once, Max backed up and gave Cordelia the space she would need. Taking a deep breath, the archer put her hands on the massive lid and thrust it open, thankful that the act of lifting it didn't require any real strength. As the lid moved, everyone stepped close, excited to see what lay inside. Well, I'll be an ogre's uncle, Fowl said with a chuckle. I guess that only seems fair. Max couldn't help but grin as he saw the items in the chest. An elixir like the one each of them had received was there, locked for only Cordelia to take. There was also a bracelet for Max and Fowl and a ring for Tanilla and Batrier. 4 larger gems than usual rested in the chest and 2 items that continued to shift between robes, plate armor, a leather-like tunic, and a ring chest piece. So who should go first? Batrier asked, winking at Cordelia. Is that really what I think it is? Yup, Fowl exclaimed. Now hurry up and drink it so we can hear what you get. Their archer stared in disbelief at the 4 of them. She could tell from their expressions that none of them were jealous of what she had been given. Legends and stories abounded about fights that broke out, kingdoms that had warred and lives ended over one of these elixirs. Her eyes trembled, tears coming down in streams as she saw that her group was different. They were truly a family apparently. She was part of it. After taking a few deep breaths and steadying her hands, Cordelia took the elixir out and held it in her hands. A few seconds passed as she gazed upon its beauty and felt the warmth inside. Bottoms up, I guess, their archer said as he took the top off and swallowed it all in one big gulp. Everyone held their breath as her body became rigid, her arms and legs straight, and a beam of light shot from her mouth. Cordelia's mouth never closed, her eyes trembling as she recovered from the ordeal. "So what did you get?" Tanilla asked. "I got 2 skills," Cordelia whispered. 2 skills, both rare grade." Fowl let out a whoop and held out a hand for a high five. Max leaned over and took care of him since their archer was still in amazement and unable to process what had just happened. "What skills are they, dear?" Batrier asked, moving up next to their newest member and gently squeezing her arm. Glancing down at Batrier, Cordelia nodded slowly. "I got elemental shot and poison arrow. Those are really good," Tanilla exclaimed. "Congrats, Cordelia." The elf nodded and turned, staring at the group again and shaking her head slowly. "Why? I think I know why, but why? Each of you knows what one of those is worth. You could have easily killed you, taken it, forced you to hand it over," Max asked, interrupting Cordelia. "Yes, why would you let me have it?" Batra squeezed the confused archer's arm again and laughed. "You know the answer, yet I think you're too afraid to say it, so I will. You're part of our family. You are new to all this, but we don't care. Seth said it already. Without you, we probably would have turned tail and ran." Cordelia nodded and tried to let go of the doubt in her heart. Max could tell that somewhere inside she kept a story hidden. Each of them had one. "How about this?" Max asked. "From now on, if you feel you're not worthy of an item, we'll discuss it as a group, and if we vote that you are, you can't complain when we make you take it." Chuckles rang out from the group, and Cordelia smiled and bobbed her head. "Okay, now it's time for the rest of us," Fowl stated loudly as he moved to the chest and reached in, grabbing the bracelet that was meant for him. He pulled back a very thin tan bracelet, less than a quarter-inch wide and maybe that in thickness. A worm was etched around it, just like the one they had just fought. The detail was amazing, even with the tiny amount of space given for it. "Holy goblin nuts," Fowl muttered as he slipped it on. "Going to share those stats?" Batrier asked as Fowl started to smile. "Maybe later," he replied, winking at her. "Now, take your item and see if you want to share first." Huffing, Batrier frowned and reached over the edge, pulling back her hand with a tan ring, matching Fowl's in size and design. Slipping it onto her finger, it adjusted, her eyes widened, and she started to laugh. "Seriously," Tanilla said immediately. "I want to know what I'm missing." Batrier motioned to the chest with her head. "Find out." Max and Cordelia watched as Tanilla mimicked Batrier almost exactly. The moment Tanilla slipped the ring on her finger, Max was certain her face would break from how big her smile was. "I guess you'll need to be the one to share," Cordelia said with a groan. "Are they always like this?" Max shook his head and reached in, pulling the bracelet out and grinned. "Not often, but it has to be good if they are." Slipping the bracelet over his wrist, Max felt the power that entered his body. Inspect bracelet. Ring of the minor sandworm, 10 strength, constitution. Minor acid resistance. Bonded. Max couldn't help but laugh. Sure, the stats were nice, but the fact that everyone had watched him almost dissolve until nothing but bones remained made him understand what was funny now. "It's because I'm guessing each of their items also has a minor acid resistance effect," Max informed Cordelia, who immediately started chuckling now that she understood the joke. "Hopefully that will keep you from looking like that again," Fowl teased. "Now then, what are we going to do about the last 2 items?" "I don't need a chest for a while." Tanilla and Batrier both shook their heads. "I guess it means you and me," Max said as he motioned to the chest. "Pick one and I'll take the other." Cordelia started to open her mouth but stopped when she saw Tanilla begin to frown. Instead, she smiled and reached in, tapping one of the changing items before pulling her hand out. 30 seconds later, she held a tan-colored piece of leather with extra padding. The padding looked a little like the outside of the worm's body, yet it was flexible. "I'm not going to lie, that is ugly as can be, but at least it doesn't have a massive spike in the shoulder." Cordelia frowned as the other 4 all laughed at Fowl's comment. "Back in my days when fashion didn't matter and all I cared about was stats," Max said. "Wait, you care about fashion?" Cordelia asked, rewarded with more laughter from the group. Max ignored her comment and leaned over, touching the last item before retrieving the larger yellow gems to give to Everett. When the timer ended and a piece of tan armor appeared in his hands, Max took a moment to study it. "Is that what I think it is?" Tanilla asked, moving closer to the rest of the group. The chest faded away, allowing them easier access to Max as he held out the chest piece. "It is. Those are tiny loops of the worm's protective scales. Quickly tell me what it offers." Max laughed as he stored the armor, and it immediately appeared on his chest. "Ew, that's ugly," Fowl declared as he waved his hands. "Inspect bracelet. Ring chest of the sandworm, skin 10 strength, constitution 10 magic, resist 20 crushing damage bonus. Bonded." "Well, that's kind of nice." Definitely going to keep that over my old one. What do you usually do with your old gear? Cordelia asked. I've donated a lot of it. Actually, I gave away any I could. I found someone who worked with new adventurers and wanted to give them a leg up. Their archer glanced at the others, who nodded. Wow, now I feel bad for selling my gear. Don't feel bad, Tanilla said. He does that, not the rest of us. For some reason, our resident human has a heart 2 times bigger than anyone else, unlike our dwarf warrior, who has a heart 2 times too small. Bah, you're all a bunch of meanies, Fowl protested while pointing at the tower portal that had appeared. Let's go home. My whole body is sweating from all the sun I've gotten. Everyone nodded in agreement, ready to return and rest. With 3 days off for all of the cooldowns to reset, Max was already planning on what he was going to do. So no one wants to tell me the best way to kill a worm besides some fishing strategy? Everett asked, scowling at the group. The team sat on the couches, smiling as Max demonstrated for the faction leader once again how to drag items through the sand. Once it opens up, blast the inside of its mouth. Use the pillars for distance and just keep repeating. Honestly, though, if you had something explosive, you could probably kill it a lot easier. Tom shook his head, chuckling at the thought of seeing that in action. It's a smart move, actually, and you know it. Now I'm glad I continued to give Seth all the rope he kept asking for. Nodding, Max pointed at the 4 large gems sitting on the tiny coffee table. Our boss gem's going to always be that size. Everett nodded, his scowl gone as his eyes feasted upon the quantity they had brought back. Usually it's only 1 or 2, occasionally a rare 3, so you bringing back 4 is incredible. Max tried to not laugh as Tom and Everett took their seats on the couch across from him. The others had all gone to shower and change. Max didn't want to mention that he felt about as clean as possible, having received new skin all over. So you passed your first test, Tom said, tapping his fingers on the arm of the couch. How did Cordelia do? She was amazing, Max replied. Honestly, I don't think we could have gotten a better person for our team. She knows her stuff and has held her own. It was because of her that we beat the boss today. Leaning forward, Everett studied Max's face and tried to fight back a frown. You're serious. I can tell by your tone and that grin of yours. Max nodded and pointed at Tom. You were right, it was our first real test. Knowing that what was inside that area of rocks could possibly kill us all was the first real gut check. Having Cordelia there made us realize just how scared most tower climbers must be. Max pulled out a map he had sketched and was going to give to Everett when he left. Tapping the area where they moved through the mountain and into the bowl, Max frowned. Once we dropped in, there wouldn't be a time to really turn back. Sure, we could make our way out, but it would be hard and dangerous, especially if the boss was chasing us. The real problem was commitment. Tanilla and I knew if we quit, Cordelia would break. She was tired of always giving in. You could see she was almost done before it even started. That spurred us on not to give in to that fear. Who's to say we would ever find a boss we felt ready for? How many months or years would we grind out trying to get stronger? That's the real problem, isn't it? Factions only have so many groups that make it so far before they give up. That's why level 51 of the tower is the breaking point. The 2 older men looked at each other and smiled. Is that what Tanilla told you? Tom asked. Not specifically, but I see that now. It all makes sense, Max replied. For the Golden Axe faction to actually have a tower climbing group that makes it past level 51 would be a major milestone. I'm guessing you two are the last group to make it that far. Tom and Everett's faces betrayed them with the smallest flinches and eye twitches. Max started to laugh and pointed at them as he shook his head. My poker face isn't any good anymore, is it? Everett asked, finally allowing himself to grin. You're right, we were part of a group that made it to level 51. For a year we tried to farm there and progress, but the truth is that the monsters and creatures in the tower become exponentially harder after the 50th floor. Everett stood up and moved to his desk. After a minute he was on his way back, holding the dagger that Max's alter ego Joshua had made. Do you know what this is? A dagger. Tom laughed and Everett handed it to Max. Inspect it. Holding the dagger in his hand, Max made sure to give it an appreciative look. Inspect weapon. Legendary Frost Dagger 17 Strength, Dexterity, Constitution, Intelligence 30 Bonus Damage from Ice Essence 15 Ice Resistance. Bonded. Max whistled, his eyebrows lifting as his head shook slightly. Wow, that's so overpowered. Looking up, Max saw Everett smiling, his hand outstretched, waiting for the dagger. Oh, I can't keep this. Laughing, Everett shook his head and grinned. You don't have enough gold or earned enough for something like this. An item like this isn't common, and we can trade or sell this for more than you realize. So what floor in the tower dropped that? Max asked, returning the weapon to Everett. It's not from the tower, Seth. That crafter you sent us made this, Tom replied. Holy elf tits, Max cursed, looking at the two of them doing his best to win an award for acting. You're serious? Each of them nodded, and Everett sat down on the couch. You really didn't know? Max shook his head, still pretending to be blown away by the news. He mentioned being able to craft epic items and wanting a place to practice. But legendary, what else can we make? Tom laughed and gestured with his finger at the 3 of them. We can't make anything. There are some items the people in our faction could use, and if this is an indication of the quality of the items made, hopefully, we can outfit a few of our members in the coming days and weeks. Max sighed and nodded. One last question. What are the typical stat bonuses given from item drops in the tower? Everett's left eyebrow rose, and the man studied Max's face intently. Why do you ask? I've got a few items I'd like to see upgraded and want to know what I might hope for. Everett turned to Tom and nodded at him. Okay, let's discuss numbers, his advisor said. Clearing his throat, Tom held up 5 fingers. Tower floor number 10 is where you finally move past the max stat points of 15 per item given. Sometimes, items have all the stat points equal. Other times, they don't. So seeing a ring with, say, 5 to strength, dexterity, and constitution before level 10 would be a gift from the gods. Understand, Max nodded, writing down the information. From floor 10 to 20, it typically goes up to 25 total stat points. Again, that means this same ring now has a bonus of 7 for those 3 stats. Levels 20 to 30 play by a different set of rules. Now, items can have up to 50 total stat points and often feature 3 or 4 stats, the number of which is shared between them. So you might have a ring that gives 10 to 3 stats or even 15 to 3 stats. Likewise, you might have a ring that gives 10 or 12 to 4 different stats. Nodding, Max continued to keep his head down, focused on the paper he was writing on and trying not to show his surprise at the stats of the items the tower had been giving them. Level 30 to 40 plays by a smaller gain, now going from 50 to 70 points. Rules don't change, though typically, items feature 3 or 4 stats. This puts that sword the crafter you sent us at an item in the 30 and 40 range. While one might have preferred just 3 stats, it is still phenomenal on many levels. Shifting in his seat, Tom waited until Max stopped writing. When Max looked up and showed he was done, Tom still had one finger standing. Tower level 40 to 50 start breaking the rules we have come to expect. You can now have 100 points worth of stats, but you can see the rare item with only 2 stats sharing that number or all 5 stats sharing. Imagine 2 stats with 50 points each in them. That kind of item is a huge gain, and after level 50, Max asked as he finished writing down the last few things. He never gives up, does he? Everett asked, chuckling for a moment. No, he doesn't, Tom replied. Honestly, the rumors are far-fetched, and the legends of an item after that tower level make it impossible to tell if one is real or not. Some say there are rings with 100 points in a single stat. Heck, I remember hearing a rumor about someone who had made it into the 92nd floor and had a weapon with 2 stats, both at 100. All those are good, but nobody believes in them. Besides, we all chase the elusive item with percentage increases. A ring, necklace, bracelet, or even an earring with a 5 or 10% bonus to base stats is able to get someone killed. When do those drop? Everett and Tom groaned. Seth, it's random, but if you see one before the 25th floor, don't tell anyone, not even your own team. Okay. Nodding, Max shut his journal and put it into storage. Well, if you two are done laughing at me, I need to go shower and then join the rest of my party. One more second, Everett said, holding his hand out to stop Max as he started to rise. I need you to listen to me and know that I'm being serious. Max sat back down and gave the older man his full attention. Don't rush too fast. Your team is doing things most cannot fathom. Even clearing the first 5 levels as fast as you have is beyond what most would believe. Hopefully, you 5 aren't sharing that knowledge with others because it will get you noticed by a lot of people quickly. The tower is dangerous because it is addictive. A successful raid, one easy floor, and one unprepared moment can cost you your life. You're going to be sharing the later floors with other groups. It's not just the monsters and creatures you have to worry about. When one can spend a week or 2 weeks on a tower floor, it's not a big deal for some to kill people. They can wait out the flag for fighting. That is why we give out those rings and keep track of where our teams are. Everett's hand suddenly held a large pouch and tossed it to Max. Go celebrate with your friends. Not too much you get drunk and run your mouths, but go live. Have a life outside the tower. Take it from this old guy and the one sitting next to me. There is more to this world than just leveling up and getting better gear. Ask yourself why you push so much. Let that answer guide you. Max nodded as he hefted the coins, feeling their weight before putting the bag into storage. Understood. I'll see what I can do about emptying the casks of a few ale houses. Both men laughed and nodded, standing as Max did. Enjoy the next few days, have some fun, and take care of your mage, Tom said, patting Max on the back as he walked toward the door. We betting if he listens? Tom asked after the door shut. No, because I want to believe he will, but we both know that their group is focused. Nodding, Tom moved to the couch, plopped down, closed his eyes, and rubbed them as he moaned. What would you give to be in that group? Everett didn't reply, and Tom turned to see the older man staring at the closed door. Everett. The faction leader grunted and moved toward the couch. Nothing. I don't have balls the size of everyone in that party. Even now, I suspect Cordelia's are bigger than mine. Tom started to howl with laughter, nodding that his old friend was probably right. The whole group of 5 celebrated quietly at their old inn, introducing Cordelia to Alexander and enjoying a night of good food, drinks, and fond memories. Their archer was blown away by how friendly they were with Alexander, but after learning about the assassination attempt on Max and how he had survived it, she understood that, again, this group treated everyone differently than the ones she had always been part of. After a few hours of food and fun, they made their way back through town, choosing to walk instead of taking a carriage. The streets were active, people moving along the sidewalks, laughing and talking loudly. It was as if a note had gone out, telling the city that on a random night during the week, people needed to live and celebrate life. Max walked beside Tanilla, holding her hand, ignoring the occasional glances he got from an elf or human, surprised to see the two of them like that. "Does it bother you?" Cordelia asked as they stood on a corner of a street, waiting for a few carriages to pass. "No, should it?" Max's reply caught Cordelia off guard, and she took a moment to consider what her own question must have meant. "Sorry, I wasn't trying to imply something was wrong, just I never noticed how many people seem to have an opinion about that subject." Tanilla smiled and kissed Max on the cheek, winking at him and showing that she didn't care either. "People are always going to have problems with something. I choose to not worry about their opinion. I can let it bog me down, or I can choose to enjoy life with the woman I love." Even in the limited light that came mainly from the lampposts all along the streets, Tanilla's face turned red for just a moment. "You too, stop that mess," Fowl growled from behind. "I don't want to hear about how I'm never romantic or proclaim my love in public." "We know that's not true," Max replied, looking over his shoulder. His hand reacted faster than the blink of an eye. His shield was up, and the sound of something impacting it echoed on the corner they stood. "Protect her." Max was already moving, running in the direction of the bolt he had sensed in his sonar. Since it had upgraded, it had taken a few hours, but now it was second nature. There was now a 50-yard bubble around him, constantly flooding his mind with information about the world. He could block out some things like the noises of the horses and the conversations of people around him that Max didn't care about. When the bolt entered his area of detection, his body reacted, sensing the danger and moving without him having to think about it. Tanilla had started to rush after him, but Max could sense that Fowl managed to grab a hold of her and keep her from following. Demonic teleport. When Max touched down on the rooftop on the other side of the street, it made a crunching sound. He ran in a straight line for the spot the shot had come from. A building taller than the rest was ahead, and it had a wider than expected area along the top roof. Max wasn't sure what the building was. It looked like a school of some kind, yet he knew the corner the bolt had been fired from. Sprinting across the roofs when he leaped across a street, another bolt came, and Max's shield once more moved into the path of a bolt. Someone sure doesn't want to give up. Laughter began to come from inside his head, and Max tried to ignore it, knowing now wasn't the time to have a conversation with his skill. Movement caught Max's eye as a figure dropped down from the corner, running away. His eyes tracked the fleeing person, and as he came across the last house, preparing to leap toward the next building across the street, Max almost tripped. Someone was still hiding at the corner of the building. A faint difference in the aura told him that this person wasn't just stealthed but had a crossbow and was flagged for attacking someone. They're working in pairs. Realizing that someone was actively still hunting him and choosing to be smarter almost felt good. "I'm worth this much effort." The cooldown on demonic teleportation was almost over, and Max slowed to a stop on the building next to the one the person was hiding. He raised his hand like he was staring off at the person who had run away. A grin formed on Max's face, and the laughter inside his head came again. Making a step like he was going to drop to the ground, Max teleported behind the stealthed person, slamming their head into the stone wall they were crouching next to. The loud crack of stones breaking might have signaled the end of someone's life or awareness, but not for his attacker. They reached out, grabbing at his hands and tried to defend themselves. Excited that there was still fight within his attacker convinced Max to try harder, grabbing their head and yanking it back, bashing their face in with his shield. A blade appeared in the attacker's left hand, and Max moved with a speed his opponent either wasn't prepared for or was too slow from the 2 blows to their head. His attacker sneered, and Max could see the features of the elf attacking him. Blocking the attempted strike, Max snapped the man's wrist by holding his wrist hostage and slamming his shield onto it. The dagger fell to the roof with a clatter against the stones they were fighting on. He howled in pain, and Max didn't give the elf another chance, repeating the process with his other wrist. "You messed up," Max said, growling in the elf's face as he bashed their head into the shield multiple times until his attacker was unconscious. Pulling his new favorite rope out, Max quickly bound the elf, withdrawing a blanket and wrapping him inside it as well. "We could kill him, think of the possibilities." Max laughed, shaking his head as he tied the man up again. "Don't worry, his time will come," Max said out loud. Together, Max and his skill laughed as he started running along the top of houses at night, headed toward a place where he knew answers might be found. Max stood at the gate, the guards shifting nervously even though they outnumbered him 5-1. Without flinching, he held the package still on his shoulder, thankful that 2 guards had done as he asked. He had sent some to deliver messages to the faction house and try to find the rest of his party. Someone better have a hell of a good reason for waking me up. Max couldn't help but grin as he heard Captain Vela shouting from behind the closed doors to the guards area. "Sorry if you all get in trouble," Max said to the guard on his right. The poor man was visibly shaking as an awkward smile came from him. As the large doors swung open and Captain Vela's eyes met Max's, the snarl she gave everyone vanished instantly. "Adventurer Seth is that. They are alive, I won't lie. It took a lot of effort to ensure that, but he may need a healer. Where can we take him?" Vela's brief moment of shock vanished and she started barking orders. "This way, I know just the place." The poor elf was still screaming and his face looked much worse than it had after a few rounds of Max's shield. Captain Vela spit, intentionally hitting the elf in the face. "How long till you break that seal?" She barked loudly at the two men working on a necklace that held all of the attacker's belongings. "Maybe another hour. It's far more complicated than we've ever seen." Grunting, she turned to Max, who was standing there, arms crossed, his face expressionless. "Do you want to give it a go? I don't mind since he was foolish enough to try and kill you." Shaking his head, Max studied the elf. Their eyes were filled with hatred, and the chains that bound him continued to look strained as the elf fought to break free. "I can't believe they sent a tower climber after me," Max said. "Taking him down took a lot more than I anticipated." "You're crazy," the captain said as she shook her head. "The fact that you are already in the tower seems impossible. It was almost like the other day when I had to clean up a street filled with blood because of you." A knock on the door came. "Come in." Vela's voice boomed and a guard entered, handing her a note. Reading it, the captain's eyes widened and then handed it to Max. "I am outside and ready to do what you cannot. Give me 5 minutes with them, Tanilla." She raised an eyebrow and Max nodded. 5 minutes, trust me." Hearing the tone of his voice, the captain smiled. Spinning on her heels, Vela pointed to the two men working on the storage device. "You two out, leave that there." It took a little bit of effort not to jump when Vela shouted every time, but the people under her had yet to learn that lesson. They were on their feet in an instant and moving for the door as if an animal was about to eat them. Moving to where the elf was, Vela slugged the man in the stomach. He grunted and then spat blood upon her outfit. "Good luck. You should have talked while I was here." Max and Vela left the elf, whose eyes changed. Hate was almost gone and worry was starting to creep in. "You're certain you will be fine with him?" Vela asked Tanilla. "I don't like leaving you in there by yourself." Tanilla nodded and motioned to Max, who was leaning against the wall by the door. "If I need help, he'll know and be there instantly. Besides, if I can't get him to talk, no one can unless you have someone with a skill I believe is outlawed almost everywhere." The massive woman shifted and frowned. "I wish sometimes, but no, we do not. The old way of getting information is all I have. As long as you get information I can use, don't worry about what happens to him. My superiors won't care as long as we have results." Tanilla nodded once. Max stopped Tanilla as she prepared to open the door and leaned in close. "You certain you want to do this?" Tanilla studied Max's face. She could see the concern and worry in his eyes. He knew what she was about to do, and that scared him more than he was going to say. The urge to not give in got worse every time. "I'll probably have to kill him or have Seth do it if that is still okay." Vela nodded, and Max let go of Tanilla's hand, accepting the kiss she had given him on his cheek. As the door closed, the captain leaned against the opposite wall and studied Max. "For a man who just let his woman go in there, knowing the elf is a murder, you seem very relaxed." Chuckling, Max snorted and shook his head. "If you think I'm dangerous, you don't have a clue what that woman can do." Vela grinned, her scar making the smile even bigger. "Sounds like my kind of friend." Both of them had waited, ignoring the screams that somehow made it through the sound-dampening walls and door. Max could sense part of what was going on the other side. The vibrations of Tanilla's step and the banging of the elf's feet against the floor told him that whatever was happening, he was glad to be out here in the hallway. "You are right, the way she will drain his mind. It is a very painful thing indeed. Why are there skills like that? Like you." Laughter came and went as it always did. Footsteps from the other side moving toward the door told Max it was over. He heard the knock and quickly swung it open. Looking composed and as if she had just woken up from a nap, Tanilla stepped out of the doorway and motioned to the elf with her head. "End him." Max felt a chill run down his spine from how she had spoken. Her voice was cold and there wasn't an ounce of the woman he knew. Whatever role she had just played in there wasn't the elf he had come to know. Max moved behind her, shutting the door and pulling out a knife. "You were given a chance. You should have spoken to the captain." The elf's face was expressionless and the man stared at the ground. It looked like nothing was left in him. Whatever or whoever he had been 5 minutes ago was gone. "Know that those like her are just as strong. We need to get stronger if we hope to survive and be able to resist them." Max moved forward and thrusting with the knife at the elf's heart. Power strike. It was overkill, but he didn't care. A cold wave of power washed over him, and Max was almost surprised. 11 dexterity consumed. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Consumed has upgraded archery to epic. Max was barely bothered by the flood of information on how to shoot a bow or crossbow. Instead, The knowledge he had just gained 11 points from one kill made him put a hand on the shoulder of the dead elf and take a moment. Pulling the dagger free, he wiped the blood off and turned around. A few items were on the table, and Max realized Tanilla had already opened the man's storage device. Opening the door, Max motioned for Vela and Tanilla to come in. Part of me hopes he suffered, but from that strike it doesn't look like it, Vela said in a gruff tone. Damn zealots, always making my life harder around here. The captain turned and froze when she saw that the storage device had been opened. Her eyes immediately went to Tanilla, who nodded. Will you tell me? Tanilla smirked and shook her head. Trust me, you don't want to know. He opened it for us. I verified it worked. The large woman studied Tanilla before putting a hand on Max's shoulder and shaking her head. You're right, she's much tougher than you. Laughing, Max moved so that they could all see each other without having to turn their heads constantly. So tell us, what did you find out from him? Max asked. Taking a deep breath, Tanilla let it out and frowned. They won't stop coming. It may be a while, but someone will try again. The last attempt on your life wasn't them, though. Last attempt. Vela asked, her voice echoing off the walls and making the two of them wince. Tell me, have there been more than I already know about? No, you know about all of them. Apparently I've done a fine job of pissing off most of the people in this world, Max replied. Perhaps being this attractive makes people jealous. Both women groaned, and Tanilla rolled her eyes. I have an idea, Tanilla continued, ignoring Max's wink at her, who is behind this. Will be impossible for you to do anything about it, I'm afraid, Captain Vela. That doesn't sound good. Why can't I do anything about the person behind it? You do forget that I have an entire kingdom and the power to put out bounties and hire adventurers to my cause if needed. Tanilla nodded, and her eyes flickered to Max for a moment. She could see how his eyebrows were scrunched together. The problem is I think the person leading this endeavor is one of the children of the king and queen of the elves. Max fought with every ounce of power he had so as not to look dumbstruck, but Vela failed at that moment, her legs going weak for a split second. The towering woman buckled slightly and her mouth opened for a brief second. Regaining her composure quickly, she coughed and shook her head. You're serious? A child of the elven king and queen? How could you know this? I've been around those circles. There is a daughter who does not like humans and has made problems within her own people even. She seeks the destruction of both humans and dwarves, though she is content to wage war on one before the other. The good news is she doesn't stay in the elven kingdom very often. The bad news is that it makes finding her difficult at best. Pounding her plated fists together, Vela frowned, her scar causing one of her canine teeth to show. So now what? Just go back out there and wait for the next attack. That's exactly what we'll do, Max replied. I'm not planning on staying here. I've got to get stronger. Vela huffed a few times, obviously frustrated at the news of the possible ringleader and her inability to protect a citizen she was starting to like. What about the stuff? You can claim it after we go through it all and look for clues. Max shook his head, moving to where Tanilla was and grabbing her hand. He lifted it to his lips and kissed the back of it. Find a home for it all. Help a new adventurer or someone poor. I'd rather know that those items went for good. Both Max and Tanilla headed for the door, leaving Vela almost sputtering at the situation. Before they could get away, Vela stuck her head out into the hallway and shouted at the two of them. You know, before you two showed up, my days and nights were tame. A few drunks, the occasional murder, typical guard work. Now I've got potential kingdom espionage, a secret group of idiots trying to even a score, and worse yet, the knowledge that you two are going to be attacked again. I hope you two can't get sleep tonight, knowing I will be up all night dealing with this. Max looked back over his shoulder and saw Vela smiling from ear to ear. No worries, Captain. I'm sure we'll see each other soon enough. As they reached the end of the hallway, Tanilla saw Max's face. She couldn't help but see that he was smirking. Why are you smiling like that? Oh, it's nothing, Max said. I just overheard a few new curses I'll have to share with Fowl later. For a woman in her position, she sure curses worse than any dwarf I've ever met. You sure this is a good idea? Leaving the safety of the faction, Max nodded and waved off Tom's concerned expression. Let's be honest, sitting around doing nothing isn't going to make my life better, and if I remember, someone told me to live and enjoy life. Yes, exclaimed Tom. That was before you had someone attempt to kill you. Again, Tanilla and Max both shrugged and continued walking toward the gate of the property. We'll be fine, Tanilla informed Tom. Besides, don't you need to get some items together for us? But, Tom sputtered, unable to find words that made sense. We'll be back tomorrow. Max shouted as he waved at the older man who had stopped a few feet back. Don't worry, Dad, I'll have her home before curfew. Tom started to curse, and Max and Tanilla grinned as they walked past the 4 guards. You're going to owe me big, she whispered as they moved to the carriage waiting for them. Well, as Fowl said a few days ago, that should be easier now. Groaning, Tanilla climbed into the cart, ignoring Max's gaze as best as she could. This is an impressive list. I take it you two are open to discussion about materials I might want. Everett nodded slowly. On the table, you will find all but a few items that I cannot trade away unless a few other council members that rarely meet agreed upon it. Max tried to hide his surprise, having never heard of a council before. He wasn't sure if Everett was being serious or if he was making up an excuse. That is fine. For now, I'll probably pass on wanting anything. I have a few ideas of things I might want, but unless I see them, I don't want to tip my hand. Everett chuckled and began opening the different chests on the crafting room table. I'll sit here until you get a look at each item. I have the items I suspect you will need in the chest on the table behind you. Nodding, Max extended a piece of paper to Everett. One last thing. This boy on this paper has not yet had his choosing day. It is in a few years, but something tells me the gods themselves may provide another weaponsmith in a few years. Reach out to the dwarf Zach there. Tell them I introduced them to you and that you are interested in possibly forging a relationship. Everett groaned at the crafting joke, and Max couldn't help but smile, honestly having not realized how it sounded until it came out. I can send someone to inquire about the boy, Everett replied. Do you seriously believe you can tell that this boy Brian may have been touched by the gods? Max continued looking through the table's chests, nodding and partially ignoring Everett's question. He wasn't certain, but inside him, something felt like it might be a possibility. The chests were easy to get through. Nothing in his skill told him there was a single item that would be worth using with his dragon tooth. It begged the question of whether his faction even possessed items worth using. Without getting a chance to see what was hidden, Max could only build up a reputation and start earning materials he couldn't collect for himself. You can close them. I'll get started on the list and do what I can. After today, I'll probably be gone for a week, maybe 2, so don't get anxious if I don't show up for a bit. Everett nodded and began closing the chests. Once they were done, he moved to the door and opened it, turning before going into the hallway. I'll leave you to the items. Someone is outside if you need anything or me. I have also left a few drinks and food items in the chest with the materials. Grinning, Max waved at Everett. When it was only him and the chest with materials to complete the requests, Max's grin grew as he headed to heat up the forge. It was time to craft. Hours passed and Max was in the zone. His mind and skill were driving every swing of his hammer, each etching of the special chisels that would carve the runes and lines he knew needed to be set, all with the intent of housing the weapons he was working on. Tom had stopped in twice, staying only for a few minutes, never speaking, just watching the impossible that unfolded before his eyes. Everett had returned near the time Max was finishing up the blade for the sword. He had spent a good half hour just a few meters away, his eyes locked on the process. Yawning, Max blinked his eyes, knowing it was late into the night. He should be exhausted, but knowing that he was only a few hours from finishing up 2 weapons at the same time had energized him. Storing both weapons in his storage, Max moved to the door and opened it. Sitting on a chair outside was a female dwarf reading a book. Excuse me. Can you tell the faction leader that I'm probably going to be done soon with the requests? The woman jumped up immediately and nodded. I'll have them here soon if they are still up. Smiling, Max shut the door and went back inside, ready to return to work. He was almost done with the lightning essence. The sword was longer than he would prefer, over 4 feet in total length. The person it was being crafted for must be much taller to easily handle a one-handed blade this long. Everett was sitting on a stool, still wiping the sleep from his eyes. The essence arched occasionally as it moved along the blade, each time almost feeling like it was fighting to break free from the lines Max had carved. A pop and sizzle came, and the whole sword glowed for a moment, lightning running along the double-edged blade from tip to hilt. Letting out a sigh of relief, Max nodded and looked at Everett, who had risen to his feet and nodded slowly. Still want me to try for the second essence? Frowning slightly, the older man winced and studied Max. Be honest with me, Joshua. What are our odds it will work? 25%, though I'm assuming you know that already, Max replied with a chuckle. It's your essence, so you get to decide if you want to risk it. Scratching the scruff on his face, Everett took a moment to consider how rare they were and the risk involved. If it was yours, what would you do? Laughing, Max shook his head. Don't ask me that. As a crafter, I always want to push my limits. You have to decide as the one paying for all this. It will take more time, and if this one fails, we will be done trying to add another essence. How badly do you want this sword to be as powerful as possible? Groaning at Max's words, Everett smirked. That's a bastard of a question to ask, and you know it. Fine, let's give it a try. After all, it's only money, right? Nodding, Max moved to the chest and retrieved the fire essence waiting on him. He was hoping that Everett would risk this. The crafting skill was guiding him, telling Max just how hard this was going to be, and part of him wondered what a godly weapon would be like. An hour had passed, and Max was sweating not from the heat the essence gave off, but from the way the blade seemed to sometimes accept the magic of the essence and other times push it away. The core was almost gone, and Max couldn't decide what the outcome was going to be. Infuse the blade with your fire magic, flood the essence with your mana. Max's hands almost shook as the voice of the skill flooded his mind. I can do that. Most crafters do not have magical affinity, you have an elemental affinity. What you can craft is beyond what they can. When you finally acquire what you need for that dragon's tooth, I will share some guidance with you. That beast may regret sharing that tooth. Taking a few deep breaths, Max began to pour his magic into the essence, and it grew brighter, almost as if it was growing in size. Everett shifted on his stool, leaning forward. His eyes studied the essence, which was not acting as he had expected. "Why are you helping me?" Max couldn't understand why the skill had changed. At one moment, it felt like a whirlpool of desire to consume everything. At another, it was calm and helpful. Silence seemed to stretch as Max continued to pour mana into the essence, and it flowed into the blade. "We will talk later. Focus for now." Grunting, Max redoubled his effort, watching as the blade's lines grew brighter. Fire ran up and down the blade, sinking into the runes, and a flash of orange light erupted as the essence soaked into the weapon. It worked. Everett shouted as the older man leaped to his feet. "You did it." Max nodded and let out a sigh of relief. "All we need to do is finish it." The faction leader was ecstatic, fist pumping and shadow boxing in the air. When the usually reserved man noticed Max smiling at him, he coughed and grinned. "Forgive me, just a little excited. I understand. Give me a few more minutes and I'll have the final product for you." "Everett, are you serious?" Tom's eyes never left the blade as he held it in his hands. When Max had started the final process of ending the creation of the sword, Everett had sent the dwarf off to get Tom, not caring what time it was. "Yes, but don't talk about it. Joshua is adamant about not knowing the stats." Still, this is Tom trailed off, hearing a cough from Max as he finished up the dagger they had requested. "Sorry, this is just exceptional. Glad to hear you both like it. Perhaps you should document how excited you both are so when I finally ask for payment, neither of you will complain." Each of the older men chuckled and nodded. "You should ask now," Tom replied. "I'm not sure how you'll be able to overcome this moment." Max shrugged and turned to finish up the last part of the dagger he was almost done with. "These stats," Tom whispered as he handed the sword back to Everett. "She will flip." Grinning, Everett took one last look before storing the weapon. "You certain you don't want a room? It's been a long night." Max shrugged and continued wiping down the blade of the weapon, letting the last bit of magic seep into the places it needed to go. Legendary dagger crafted, 5 experience gained. Sighing to himself, Max shook his head in frustration. Those early experience gains had been for crafting something at a higher level the first time. Even the sword had only given him 5 experience. "It's done," Max said as he set the dagger on a cloth on the bench. The next moment, Max started collecting his tools. He had purchased a dimensional tool pouch that was making keeping up with everything much easier. "I actually need to head out. Don't ask, as I haven't got a clue when I'll be back. I made a few promises to some others, and I need to make sure I keep them." Grunting, Everett nodded and fought the urge to pick up the dagger and inspect it immediately. "You sure I can't give you even a little gold? Something to help me feel like I'm not taking advantage of you?" Max shook his head and stored his tool pouch. "I never charge money. That's always been the way I've done it." Moving toward the door, Max shrugged. "Maybe one day. For now, I need to go. I'm assuming the woman outside can show me out." Both men nodded and turned toward the dagger, waiting for Max to be gone from the room. The second the door shut, Tom couldn't hold it in any longer. 75 strength and dexterity. On a sword. Do you have any idea how incredible that is? Everett bobbed his head once, his hand already on the dagger. Those gray eyes of Everett sparkled as his white eyebrows raised in excitement. "I just wish we knew where that kid came from. This city is becoming a melting pot of impressive people." Tom held out his hand and coughed, waiting for a turn to see why his friend was so excited. "Get the left one," Max shouted, motioning to the furthest minotaur from him. A pack of 3 more were charging at them, their cloven hoofs pounding on the hard-packed dirt of the tower floor they were on. The floor was a mix of farmland with massive corn stalks and other crops filling fields, and a village filled with stone and wooden houses and shops. Massive minotaurs filled the area, some brown and some black. They were 10 feet tall, and the brown ones wielded 2 axes, while the black ones carried a massive 2-handed axe that would make the dungeon ogres jealous. Rooting, Tanilla shouted, and Max cast a dark spell on the middle one in the pack of 3, charging them. "Charge coming," Fowl called out. "Mine's down," Cordelia yelled as she focused on the black one coming at Fowl. It was coming right at him, the 2 brown ones flanking the dwarf, their axes causing some injury, but Fowl was dishing out more than he was taking. A power shot zoomed over Fowl's helmeted head and struck the charging beast in the ringed snout, causing it to stumble and fall, plowing up a good 5 meters or more of dirt as it skidded face first. Over 12 corpses were already on the ground, and the fighting was worse than Max had expected, as they learned the brown ones could occasionally call for help. The minotaur on his right swung its axe, and Max saw it flash red. His sonar and evade skill allowed him to barely duck underneath the slash that almost took his head off, instead swinging wide and past, hacking into its own ally just a yard away. A loud howl that almost made Max laugh, one that sounded like a cow in distress, came from the black minotaur he had also been facing as its body was cleaved in 2. With a window of opportunity, Max attacked the last one he was facing, ready to end its life. Power strike. His weapon cleaved through the midsection, cutting through the chain armor the beast wore. The top half toppled to the ground, and a cold sensation flowed through Max. Consume has consumed a skill. Current skill is equal in power. Storing excess power. Resisting the urge to groan, Max had gotten 3 of those messages now. Is it too much to ask for their skill to be higher? Running the 10 yards between him and Fowl, Max took off one of the legs on the brown minotaur Fowl was facing before making his way to the new additions. Without missing a beat, Fowl turned and focused on the one on his left, leaving the one Max had just immobilized alone. Everyone was panting slightly and sweating. One last group had joined the fray. Before Fowl had brained in the single-legged beast, it had mooed loudly, bringing another pack of beef to the slaughterhouse. 21, that wasn't too bad, was it? I think our dwarf is crazy, Cordelia called out from across the distance. Not too bad, he says. Cutting a few more horns off, Max stored them and watched as everyone worked together, harvesting a few items from the corpses. I'm just glad there aren't any balls to be collected, Fowl said. Imagine the pair swinging from these things. Everyone chuckled as Fowl started to shudder. Max moved to one of the houses and climbed up on the roof, moving to the peak and staring out over the tower floor. It was smaller than they all felt it should be. The sides of the left no doubt that this space wasn't as big as the rest they had fought in. Even the 5th floor was bigger. I still don't see a portal, but there is an open space inside the village with some covering. Maybe a boss, only for you 4, Cordelia called out with a grin. Everyone else would just find more things to kill. The battle in the village hadn't gone much better as more minotaurs continually came. Even attempting to kill the brown ones first, they sometimes called for help even before they were within melee range. It had taken a few hours, but they had cleared out most of the town the hard way, fighting through massive fights of 8 to 17 minotaurs in a row. Few materials were dropped, but nothing, besides some extra 2-handed axes that Max liked to keep on hand, were usable for weaponsmithing. As they gazed at the hole in the center of town, Max felt the overwhelming presence of dread coming from it. Moving to the edge, Max sensed with his new sonar skill that it had a 30-foot drop before a floor was visible. Tiny amounts of light could be seen from what they all knew had to be a tunnel or something. We're going down there, aren't we? Batrayer asked. Why not? Who doesn't want to climb down into a tunnel under the ground? At least I have rope, Max said as he started tying it to a wooden column that was near the hole. I'll go first, make sure it's safe, and then the rest of you can come down afterward. Glad to see you're still a gentleman, Tanilla teased before rolling her eyes. We're going to have to work on acquiring some kind of light source that won't make us hold a lightstone in our hands. I have something like that, Cordelia said as her eyes darted about. A moment later, she pulled out a backpack and set it on the ground. Digging through it, she offered the glass orb to Tanilla. When you need to smash it on the ground, a ball of light will appear and follow you. Depending on how much light you ask for, it can last from 4 to 24 hours. Tom has some for sale. Max stood near the hole, holding the rope between his hands and watched as the 2 women talked. When you're done, just know I'm about to jump in. Fowl can go last. What? Fowl gasped. Why me? To protect us women, Batrayer replied with a groan. Snorting, Fowl shook his head. Something tells me you 3 are quite capable of that yourself. Max waited at the entrance to the tunnel, his sonar skill giving him a sense of the massive tunnel system they were about to enter. Cut stones lined the floor and ceiling, and a slight incline told him they were going to descend into the earth. A pair of torches about 20 and 50 yards ahead gave off a small amount of light. They flickered in the tunnel, and Max knew that the next part of what they were about to face would get worse. How tall are the ceilings? Without turning, Max knew Tanilla had come down first. Right now 12 feet, but they get a little taller, maybe 14 as we go deeper, he replied. You and I might need to be ready to stone, ice, and wind wall if things get crowded. Fighting 20 or more creatures in here can get bad. Bobbing her head, Tanilla studied the tunnel. They were about 6 yards apart, and with the limited height, they could easily create a choke point section until the creatures inside broke through. Any guesses on what we'll face? Max smirked and shook his head. Only one way to find out. Another group is incoming, Max yelled. Tanilla was limited to just helping him hold the choke points of the tunnel with walls, unable to get any rest and regain her mana. 20 minutes had passed since their first fight, and it had been a non-stop rush of minotaurs. Max had cast multiple fireballs into the pack through the gap in their rotating barrier of stone, ice, and air walls. The pack of minotaurs was at least 6 deep, and they continued to fall back toward the spot where they had dropped down. We're only 20 yards or so away from our rope, Cordelia called out. A steady barrage of arrows shot into the mass of black and brown monsters, and the stone tunnel they were fighting in was filled with the wonderful scent of roasted beef. Fowl stood slightly to the left with his shield and hammer, holding the creatures at bay. His strength and speed kept the horde of burnt minotaurs from moving through the opening and reaching the rest of the party. Max was on the right, his halberd hacking through the ones who got a turn in the meat grinder. What are we going to do? Batrayer shouted. The trepidation in their voices concerned Max as he knew if they got pushed back into the spot they had come down, there would be no retreating. The tunnel was allowing those stupid brown minotaurs to call for help with ease, their insistent mooing echoing off the walls. "Can you hold the entrance?" Max shouted over the battle's din. "I can try something after the next walls are up. I got ya." Fowl shouted back, his hammer smashing into the black minotaur before him in the knee, buckling it and sending the creature to the ground. "Tanilla, next wall summons, I'll go inside. Be ready to fireball." Without waiting to hear her respond, Max started getting into position. They would need to back up a few yards to give Fowl time to adjust to his new spot. Hopefully, their dwarven warrior could hold the rush while Max attacked from behind. "Wall in 5, Tanilla called out. Max slashed once, taking a leg off of the newest monster to step through. Then he jumped back, preparing to match Tanilla's spell. Fowl moved back quickly, getting into position while waiting for the new blockade to spring into place. 2 ice walls formed, and Fowl attacked the black minotaur that came over its fallen ally. Its two-handed axe struggled to swing as it wanted. The lower ceiling in the packed area made their attempts at fighting back almost impossible. Max moved forward, trusting his team to hold on. Demonic teleportation. Coming out of the portal, Max could see the group of about 9 brown minotaurs, all near the back, allowing the other ones to push forward. They almost seemed content to take turns, mooing and letting their voices echo back down the space behind them. A blast of fire erupted from the front, washing over the rows of beef between Max and his allies. Time to get to work. With his weapon already moving, Max started hacking at the backs of those creatures. They hadn't noticed him yet, and the first 2 fell before one realized what was happening. It barely got off a call for help before Max had cut it in half from the waist. They were not as strong or as tough as the other ones. As one, the next row turned, and Max let the fireball he had been building up go, the flames roaring into the back line. Cries of pain and the smell of burning meat filled the tunnel, and Max smiled as he dove in, a whirlwind of death even without the use of his skills. Legs, arms, and torsos fell victim to his skill, and their ability to attack was marred by the pressing of bodies now trying to turn and get to Max. In less than 30 seconds, the group of brown minotaurs was down, and all that remained were some badly burnt and injured black ones. One more spell. Max wasn't sure if his voice was heard over the sounds the cows made, but when a fireball from Tanilla impacted in their midst, it provided the last aid he needed before killing the few monsters that had not succumbed to the flames. Fowl was soon before Max, smiling and laughing. "You okay?" Max asked, seeing how his friend was behaving. "Never better," Fowl replied, storing his weapon and shield. "I just wish I knew if it would be okay to eat one of these guys. They smell amazing." Groaning, Max could only shake his head. He had wondered the same thing, too. "We really need to figure out how those brown cows are bringing so many allies," Batra said as she watched Fowl check all the corpses. "Is it like a magical summoning spell, or are there really that many of these things inside this tunnel system?" Shrugging, Max stared off down the tunnel. "I can scout and bring back whatever I find. If we go slow, we might be able to decrease the number of additional groups that attack. My biggest concern is what lies further down the tunnel," Max replied. "This spot helps us being as low as it does, but if we get somewhere with a 20 or 30-foot roof or the tunnel gets wider, we'll be unable to bottleneck them like we did." "So you're planning to venture down the tunnel and lure back a group or 2 at a time?" Cordelia inquired, her voice filled with curiosity. "I wonder what could possibly go wrong with that." Everyone turned their attention to the newest member of their group, Cordelia, and noticed the mischievous smirk she couldn't hide. The sound of laughter reverberated off the cold, hard stones, creating a brief moment of respite from the tension and worry that had settled after their last battle. "Well, we'd send Fowl, but with legs as short as his, he'd never make it back in time," Max informed her. Fowl held up his middle finger at his human friend, grinning the entire time. Slowly, Max made his way down the tunnel, doing his best to stay silent on the cold, hard-worked stone. The occasional bit of gravel or other rocks were lying on top of the dirt-packed area. Fresh hoof marks showed the path of those that had come at their group. The ceiling was getting taller, and now that he was about 200 yards past the group, he could feel that it was probably high enough that a minotaur could manage to get over one if it jumped right. That meant they really needed to stay put and pull creatures to their choke point. His sonar revealed that the tunnel was turning up ahead, and he could sense an opening into something even bigger. The number of torches on the wall began to increase, yet the light they gave off almost didn't seem to improve. It had to be something magical, keeping a certain ambience and mystique to what they were going to find. As the tunnel turned, a giant opening appeared, and Max almost let out a whistle as he walked toward the open area. A giant circle-shaped room appeared, well over 100 yards wide, but about 60 yards of it were missing. A giant stairway descended along the outer wall of the room, and a rushing wind came from deep below. The stairs were about 10 to 15 yards wide, and each step was about 2 feet in height. Leaning over the edge, Max could see the bottom went so far down that the darkness of it swallowed up the torches sunk into the wall along the stairs. About 70 yards away, a pack of 4 minotaurs faced upward on the steps, 3 black and a brown one. Frowning, Max slipped away quietly from the edge and made his way back to his team. That sounds like both a good thing and a bad thing, Tanilla said. The advantage of limited space to fight in and having the high ground is nice. Cordelia would be able to use her bow effectively, and provided no one gets knocked off the edge, we should be good. But without knowing how far down it goes, the other question I'm most worried about is how long we might end up fighting, Batrayer replied. Mana isn't an issue for one of us, but you and I need to be smart, and if we're having to build walls to funnel them in, it might cause some problems. I still think Seth's plan to push as many off as possible is a great idea, Fowl stated. Surely you two can manage that with your spells. Rubbing his bald head, Max nodded and saw the look Tanilla was giving him. Her eyes showed concern, everyone knowing that if someone fell off the ledge, there was a long fall that would most likely end in death. How much damage will Bulwark and Armored Warrior mitigate? Fowl turned to look at Max, his fluffy eyebrows raised as he did. You're not thinking about if one falls off and trying to activate before hitting the ground, are you? Just as a last resort. Could one survive a fall of a quarter mile, half a mile? The dwarf warrior shrugged and grimaced. I don't want to test it, but I think you have a skill that would make everything not matter. Max's eyes perked up as he tried to consider what Fowl was saying. I don't think it works like that, he replied. The speed at which I'm moving carries over when I come out of the portal. But if you made yourself go upward, wouldn't that speed cancel out? A pain formed in Max's head as Tanilla and Batrayer gasped in shock. They stared at Fowl, who seemed surprised at their looks. How did you even think about that? Max asked. I mean, I'm not sure, but maybe that seems like a lot of math and I haven't tested it yet. Oh, just when I was younger and some of us were in a cart. We were idiots running off the back and trying to jump, seeing if we could run fast enough to fall straight down. Usually it didn't work, mainly because our legs are short and the cart wasn't long, but it reminded me of that. Chuckling, Max smiled and gave his friend a gentle shove. If I have to test it, I'll let you know, but in the meantime, I'd prefer not to. Batrayer came over and gave her man a kiss on the cheek. Who knew I loved a dwarf with a brain? Bah, screw you all, Fowl cursed as he grinned. So are we ready to go? Everyone nodded, and the group moved down the tunnel in the direction of what Max had found. At the top of the stairs, Max decided that the best choice was to use their spells and bow to maximize the damage before the minotaurs reached them. Without a surefire way to kill the brown one in the pack, ads were going to come, and all they could do was prepare for them. Walls will be set and Fowl will stay near the edge. With his armor, he can't get knocked off and provides the coverage for there, Max said as they prepared for their first fight. I'll stand next to him and keep the wall closest to me. Tanilla calls for wall changes and we back up as needed. Any last questions? Everyone shook their heads as Max and Fowl descended about 10 steps, giving them room to retreat a few if needed while the others stayed on the upper part of the giant hole. Here goes, Max declared as he summoned a massive fireball and nodded at Cordelia. His spell flew across the open area, casting an orange and red glow as it raced across. The range on it wasn't designed to be perfect, yet his goal was to ignite the spot where the pack of 4 was. Cordelia had much better aim, and as she waited for his spell to connect, she began losing arrow after arrow upon the beasts. A loud roar followed by a long, drawn-out moo signaled that the fight had begun. The fireball had impacted near the front, catching 2 of the black monsters on fire. Their archer had managed to get 2 arrows to hit the smaller brown one. More roars and moos came from below, and the sound of hooves on stone echoed through the darkness below. Goblin shite, Fowl muttered as he held his mace and shield ready. Sounds like a stampede. A snort came from Batrayer, yet everyone watched the edges of the stairs they could see. Soon, shapes were making their way upward, running past the torches and blocking the light for a moment, signaling that a stampede was on its way. The first group made it to them in less than 10 seconds, black minotaurs charging upward and at the 2 defenders. The monster's long 2-handed axes prepared to unleash pain upon the dwarf, and the human never got a chance as Tanilla sent a giant stone toward them, knocking them down as it rolled along the stairway and into the other 2, sending the brown one over the edge. Yes, their mage shouted as the boulder continued to bounce and descend along the edge of the stairs. Her angle had been perfect, forcing the group toward the hole. Max wanted to rush forward, cutting down the 2 who were standing up but waited, letting Cordelia put in the work, sending arrows that sunk deep into their hide, making them start to look like a porcupine. More roars and mooing came as the sound of the stone still rolling down the stairs found the next group about 70 yards behind, surprised at the ball of death. Hurry up already. Fowl groaned as one of the first 2 finally reached him and Max. Its axe came down and the dwarf warrior easily deflected it to the stone he was standing on. This left the beast open for Max to swing his halberd and cut through its arm and into its chest. Stumbling, it tumbled over the side, roaring as it fell into the black hole to the right. The sound finally ended after 10 seconds. That sounds like a long fall, Fowl exclaimed as he waited for the second minotaur, which made the same mistake. It attacked the dwarf and got its attack blocked while losing an arm and a chunk of its chest to Max. Max sent it over the edge with a shove, letting it join its fallen ally. "We got incoming," Cordelia shouted as her bow continued to sound like a bard's harp, the snapping of the string audible from the number of arrows she was letting fly. Max leaned over slightly to get a better look, wishing he could see as good as the elf obviously could, but winced at the sight. "There are like 40 already and maybe more coming. Let them build up and then use a rock," Tanilla yelled. "I'll be ready soon. Prepare your next wall when the next group gets here." Max nodded and found himself grinning, listening to her giving orders. It's about time everyone started carrying their own weight. He chuckled at his own joke, knowing that phrase would get him in trouble, taking out the last of the first pack with Fowl. "Get ready to smell cooked beef," Max quipped. "This is going to take a while." Fowl chuckled and nodded, banging his shield and weapon together as a pack of 5 raced toward them, 3 of them already peppered with a dozen arrows. Time stretched on, but the truth was they had already defeated 100 of the Minotaurs, and the wave of monsters that had originally felt like it would never end was coming to a halt. The last pack had struggled to make it over the fallen ones on the stairs, now slick from the blood left by their death. Even when the bodies dissolved and left behind the gem, the blood had stayed longer, causing a dangerous ascent to become even worse. Both Max and Tanilla had alternated their bolder abilities, letting groups build up, sending one down, bowling over anywhere from 4 or 5 to once, almost a dozen, as it rolled along the wall, forcing the beasts to stand near the edge. Max would then send out fireballs, causing an explosion that sent others tumbling over and helping him to keep his mana high. "Almost 400 arrows," Cordelia said as she swapped out another quiver. "Like shooting pigs in a pen, but I really don't feel bad about it." Batra sighed, having been the only one who did very little. "You 4 did great. I was impressed with the teamwork. Now rest up, and we can see about slowly making our way down," their healer informed everyone. "I don't want to be stupid and get overconfident. Something tells me we weren't supposed to be able to do this." The ranger laughed and shook her head, causing her braid to whip back and forth. "I've fought in the tower for months. You 4 have done more than any group I have been with, and I doubt even Dexis's group could compete," she said. "The combination of spells and abilities you bring is beyond anything I can expect the tower is designed for. Most mages only pick up earth for the root and wall portion, rarely advancing it till way later if they can. Those who actually hit level 100, which, as you know, is super rare, they would save those points, excited at the day they got elemental mastery." Nodding, Max bent down and collected a few of the gems near them, waiting for the bodies to decay and not bothering to harvest anything right now. "It seems like that's the tower's problem, not ours," he replied with a smug grin. The stairs end down below and there is a massive amount of gems at the bottom, Max informed everyone after climbing back up the stairs to where they were waiting a few hundred yards off. "And," Fowl asked, "I can tell by your face there is more." Nodding, Max pointed in the direction he knew another room was in. 2 large doors, easily 25 feet tall, are down there. The bottom of the stairs ends there, and then it's just those waiting to be opened. "Let's go then," Batrier said. "I'm closing in on my next level, and I know Fowl is probably nearing the edge of it as well." Cordelia snorted, and their healer turned to see what she was grinning about. "Sorry, I hit level 57 a floor ago, and after the second set of Minotaurs on the stairs, I may be halfway to 58 by the time we finish. I just can't believe I'm almost level 55, Fowl said. "The experience has been beyond what I imagined, and I'm certain that, based on the number of crystals, I'll be tower level 6 also." Everyone smiled as they descended the stairs, knowing they were still achieving the impossible, leveling faster than most could ever dream possible. "That isn't what I wanted to see," Tanilla said as they stared at the black metal doors that were at the bottom. Everyone nodded as they studied the design etched into the door. A single huge minotaur, almost as tall as the doors, stood etched in the metal. Half of its body was on each door, and a huge club rested on its shoulder. "It almost feels like the tower is letting us know what's behind the door," Cordelia stated. Dexic mentioned that it happened a few times and often that the boss was harder than usual. Fowl groaned and rolled his eyes, looking at the ranger, who just shrugged at his complaint. "Better to tell you now," she replied. "Well, let's prepare," Batra said as she cast her buff again. "Thoughts on a plan?" Max glanced at Fowl and Tanilla, waiting to hear what they might offer. "I'd say not die, but that's obvious," their dwarven warrior joked. "I'll taunt and make sure it's on me. If I'm honest, I feel we should be fine. Unless it's broken beyond measure with my new item, the stats I have, and everything we can throw at it, we just need to be smart and kill it. The room and space we have will determine a lot," Tanilla added. "The tighter the room, the harder it will be, but as our brave warrior," Fowl stated, "we got this." Nodding, Max waited for Batra to give him the go-ahead and moved to where the doors were. Putting his hands against them, he pushed with everything he had, watching as they swung open slowly. Torches started igniting along a long tunnel and down into the darkness as the doors moved apart. Wind from nowhere came behind them and rushed down the tunnel, causing the torches that had just ignited to flicker and move. That's creepy as hell, Fowl muttered. Okay, I'll go first. Max is next. Everyone else stay close to Batrayer. She can shield if needed. The dwarf took the lead, and after all 5 of them had made it about 20 yards into a tunnel that seemed to stretch, the doors behind them suddenly slammed shut, sending a shockwave through the worked stone floors they were walking on. The tunnel stretched on for about a third of a mile, and then a large open room appeared. As they got closer, they could see that standing on the far end of the 75-yard-wide circular room was a minotaur that matched exactly what was drawn on the door. A huge beast with a club that was 10 feet long rested upon one shoulder as it held it easily with a single hand. One of its 2 horns was broken off, leaving a jagged edge. Chain armor hung from its shoulders and down past most of its legs. Each breath that it took sent a small amount of steam from its nostrils, and the darkest pair of black eyes watched as they moved toward its domain. The floor, it's dirt, Fowl said as he glanced back for a second at the group. The room is 50 meters high, solid walls. There's nowhere to hide or run. Max nodded, his eyes scanning everything. He saw the stone they were about to move across and grunted, pointing at it. This will rise up, locking us in. No way to turn back after that. He didn't come here to run, Fowl replied, his sudden lack of fear coming from his fondness for the chest piece he wore that would soon be gone in a few more floors. True to Max's thought, as soon as the group had moved past the stone tunnel and stood on the dirt of the area, the wall behind them moved quickly upward, sealing them in with the beast. Once the sound of the stone wall connected with the ceiling, the boss roared, and its massive club ignited with fire. Oh shite, Fowl cried when he saw the flaming. Be ready, pawing at the ground with its cloven hooves, the boss began to lean forward slightly. Spread out, move forward, Max shouted as he prepared for what was going to come next. As Max winced, Fowl jogged ahead, shield and weapon at the ready. The choice of weapon or using a shield was hard. His damage was always more when using 2 hands, but seeing the massive club the boss carried sent a few concerns through his mind. An ear-splitting roar came, and the boss raced toward Fowl, covering the distance in seconds as its body flashed yellow. Bulkwork, Fowl shouted a second before impact, his body glowing with the activation of his ability. The boss's head was lowered so low its nose almost drug in the dirt as it slammed into Fowl's shield. A pained grunt came as both impacted, neither moving for a moment, and blood gushed from the head of the boss. Even Fowl groaned, his hit points decreasing a third from the single attack that was reduced from what would have been immediate death, leaving him gasping for air. Healing, Batrayer called out as her hands began to glow. No one waited with that much damage the boss had received from Fowl's thorn aura. There was no doubt how pissed it was at the tiny warrior. Dashing forward, Max cast Frost Nova, not sure how much it was going to help, but every second mattered. A massive ice spear formed in the air above Tenilla, and if someone was paying attention to Cordelia, they would see her arrow glowing. Destruction rained down upon the boss as the spear connected to the creature's shoulder. As it stood upright, the creature lifted its club to prepare to start attacking with it. The arrow slammed into the boss's head, knocking it backwards slightly but causing a gash across the cheek that it had hit in its hide. Max got to the boss, ran behind it, and activated stealth. He swung with everything in his body and went for the Minotaur's flesh right above its hoof of the left leg. Power strike. His weapon sliced into the thick skin, and with the armor not descending this low, it cut about a foot deep, causing the creature to roar. Blood sprayed out along the dirt, and the boss backed up a step on its injured leg, stepping over Max. The Minotaur suddenly shimmered yellow, and then the right leg rose up and descended so fast that Max could only track it with his sonar skills. Waves of force radiated around them, causing the ground to rise and fall, just like when the Earth Elemental had used such an attack. Fowl's armor kept him standing somehow, rising and lowering as he stepped toward the right leg and slammed into it with his mace. Tenilla fell down, as did Batrayer, yet Cordelia saw the waves and was able to jump up and down, timing them and avoiding the falls the others seemed to be struggling with. Being at the center of everything, Max was left mostly unaffected, precariously perched underneath the beast. He cast an air wall under Tenilla as she started falling backward when the soil fell from the 4-foot rise. She gave him a nod as she climbed onto it, glad the wall had given her a place to stand. Turning, she waited for the same thing to happen to Batrayer and cast a wall of air under her, suspending their healer above the undulating ground. Holy elf tits. Batrayer shouted as she began casting small heals on herself and their mage, both having taken damage from the attack. Max's weapon swung from the safety of his spot and connected again with the same wound, barely doing anything, telling him all he needed to know. It's stronger than me and tougher. We need to. His words cut off as the boss leapt backward, freeing itself from the annoying gnat between its legs. As it landed, the flaming weapon was finally in position and ready to be used. It came forward, striding with steps that didn't seem bothered by the damage he had done. It brought the flaming club down toward Fowl, roaring in anger and hate. Dodging to the side, Fowl raised his shield at an angle to prevent a head-on collision. The strike hit the dirt, spraying it everywhere and blanketing the area in a cloud of dust. Max used that distraction to attack again, running and aiming at the same wound, trying to find a way to bring down the beast or limit its mobility. As he got close, the creature lifted its leg, taking the designated target out of his range. Cursing, he spun, delivering a strike to the other area above the ankle, finding the axe blade of his halberd barely cutting off a few hairs against its skin. His sonar told him a kick was coming from the injured leg, and Max rolled to the side to avoid the attack. Without missing a beat, the boss was using the momentum to step and bring its club at Fowl again, swinging low along the ground and right into a path where the dwarf couldn't dodge or do much to deflect it. The club clanged against the metal, and flames washed over the dwarf, blackening the dirt to his side as the two met again. Fowl slid across the dirt about 2 yards but was still upright, his chest piece doing most of the heavy lifting as the root skill kept him from being sent flying across the room. Batrier cast 2 heals in rapid succession, trying to get her man's life back up past the 2/3 point. Each blow caused more damage than one might believe was possible. The boss leaned back its head, roaring as it lifted its club. Another salvo of arrows pierced its neck and face as Cordelia unleashed everything she had at it. Still, the creature seemed more upset that none of its attacks were working as it expected, and each time it struck the dwarf, blood started seeping from its body. Each arm had red streaks coming from under its chain armor and was beginning to soak through. A little bit of blood was sent spraying from its snout each time it breathed heavily. A massive barrage of 3 attacks with its club, each short but powerful, came down upon Fowl, who did everything in his ability to block the blows and deflect them. Special, Batrier had to use her powerful heal, bringing the dwarf back to full health after he suddenly dropped almost to 1/3 of his hit points. As the Minotaur lifted its arms, preparing to strike at Fowl again, the largest ice spear Max had ever seen Tanilla release streaked forward toward the boss, impaling itself in the creature's left eye. Stumbling backward, the boss's attack slammed into the ground, missing the dwarf as it let go with its right hand and reached for the chunk of ice sticking out of its eye socket. Yanking it free, the beast howled and glanced around the room with its one good eye until it found the one who had done that. Roaring, it charged toward her, its weapon flashing green as it began to grab it with 2 hands. Taunt, Max shouted as he cast an air wall before the creature's chest, trying to slow it down. For the briefest moment, the boss turned toward the dwarf warrior when his taunt went off. The Minotaur's direction and gaze shifted, and then its body flashed black. The next second, its eyes were on the mage once more, moving toward the one that had just pained it the most. Max started to shout as the Minotaur raced toward the woman he loved, its weapon prepped to end the life of anyone struck by that weapon. Without waiting, he did only what he could think of. Planting its legs, the boss swung its club, the trails of flame making an arc that lingered in everyone's vision as they saw it coming toward Tanilla, who couldn't move in time. Max appeared in the middle of the air, shield out before the swing in the middle of the air. Demonic teleport. Bulwark. Armored warrior. Regeneration. The club connected against Max in the air, striking the shield he held tight against his body. A cracking sound came, and one moment Max was in midair. The next he was sent flying, slamming into the stone wall of the boss room, bouncing off of it and skipping across the floor like a rock. Half of a broken shield lodged itself in the ground near Batrier, just a few feet away from splitting her in half. All the momentum of the swing was gone, and the flaming club flashed again before vanishing. Still, the boss didn't turn to see what had stopped the strike. Enraged, it almost pulled back its club again, swinging at Tanilla once more. As the flaming weapon came at her, it hit a glowing barrier, bouncing off and leaving a trail of flames that washed around it. Attack after attack came, slamming into the glowing barrier, doing nothing as Fowl struck at its wounded left leg with his mace, causing blood to pour from the wound. Fowl. The eyes of all 3 women were wide, looking upward at the only eye the boss had, absolute hatred pouring from the black eye as it tried to kill the elf. Stopping his swings, Fowl activated his late birthday gift from Tom. It took 3 seconds, but when it was done, his body flashed white, taunting. The moment he said those words and his ring activated, the boss stopped mid-swing, turning to glare at the dwarf by its feet. A feeble kick struck Fowl, not moving him, and the Minotaur moved, positioning itself to go after the dwarf, backing up, creating room between it and the others. Max struggled to move. Bones were rejoining and popping into place, and he had to wait for his right arm to heal enough to pry the shield folded against his arm off. Storing it, he watched the fight, unable to join, and grinned. That item, it's worth the gold, I guess. Fowl had acquired the ring from Tom a week ago. He had saved it from the days in the tower, and after seeing and hearing how close things had gotten, gave it to the warrior. Only a single charge was left, the other 2 having been used while he climbed, but still, the man had given away a valuable treasure. A late birthday gift indeed. Smiling, even though it hurt, Max watched as his friend protected the women they loved, drawing the boss further away. He rose as his bones finished healing and the last 2 joints popped into place. Glaring at the boss, Max raced toward it, pulling his halberd out and knowing what needed to be done. "I'm here," Max shouted as he raced around the boss toward its injured left leg. Getting into position, he started to swing at the wound again, smiling this time. Demonic magic. Magical strike. Rampage. He hadn't tested this combo yet, and the idea of using so many demonic souls hurt, but it was time to end this. His blade shimmered and went black. In the blink of an eye, he struck their times, each one carrying over the effect of the magical strike, since Rampage was apparently considered a single melee attack. Demonic magic caused the boss's leg to turn green, and after all three strikes sliced through the tender section, the boss tumbled sideways, 4 feet of its left leg now separated from its hoof. As it fell, the creature howled, and everyone gave it space for where it was going to land. Blood splattered and gushed all over the dirt from the wound. Foul's strike caused it to bleed faster, and the thorn effect amplified it even more. The flaming club fell from its grip as the boss hit the ground. Max rushed over, storing his halberd and grabbing it with 2 hands. Its size shifted, shrinking until it was almost as tall as him. Flames still covered the length of the wooden club, and for the first time since this fight had started, Max grinned. Trying to roll over, the Minotaur was assaulted by arrows and spells as they continued to wear down the creature. Max came over, swinging with everything, including the weapon that was almost too large for him. The wooden grip was just a little too thick, and his weapon crafting skill was giving him ideas on how to solve that problem later. A roar erupted as the club came down on the hand the boss was using to push against the ground as it tried to rise. Bones broke from the impact, and where the hammer hit, flames transferred to the wounded area, sending up the sweet smell of cooked beef. Foul attacked the other hand, keeping it from being able to find purchase as the mace left holes in its skin, blood trickling out. Falling face first to the dirt as both hands lost their position, the creature let out a snort as dirt covered its bloody face. Max moved quickly, giving it no time to recover, slamming the club against the Minotaur's head. Over and over, he continued to beat against the skull, cracks, and groans coming from the boss. It took the cold wave of power washing through him to make Max stop, consumed by the anger he felt, knowing this beast was going to kill Tanilla if given the chance. Consume has successfully consumed bonus stats, 10 strength, consumed 10 constitution, consumed. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Would you like to learn Formidable Mind? Yes, no. Without hesitation, Max selected yes. The pain in his mind immediately vanished, and the sudden rush of stats or skills no longer seemed to affect him like usual. Skill description: Formidable Mind. Formidable Mind. Rare skill. The user is extra resistant to skills, spells, and abilities that attempt to control or alter their mind. When under an effect, the user can decide to activate the ability, freeing them from it. The cooldown is 24 hours. That is not one I would have preferred you to have. What does that mean? Because it will stop you. A few seconds passed, and frustration seemed to come from within. It may be more difficult for me to help you during those times when you need me. If you use that skill when I am in control, I can promise you it will go poorly for both of us. How is that? Focus on your group, we will talk later. Glancing at the others, Max saw that Cordelia was staring at him, seemingly waiting for an answer. I'm sorry, what did you say? I asked, what the hell is that weapon? Their ranger asked loudly. Realizing he still held the club in his hands, Max looked at it and grinned. I hadn't checked. Inspect weapon. Burning Rage plus 25 strength, Constitution, Dexterity. Rage Fire enchanted bonus fire damage dealt when angry. The more rage one has, the hotter the flames will burn. Bonded. How the hell is it bonded? It's bonded, Foul asked as the dwarf walked over to the warrior with the new flaming weapon. That shouldn't happen if you stole it from the boss. Seriously, Cordelia said as she approached the pair. You're telling me something that doesn't seem to make sense like this bothers you. Have you forgotten that everything that happens to this group doesn't make sense? Both men chuckled, and Max shrugged before putting the massive club away and then turned, seeing that the boss's corpse was already gone. Damn it, I got distracted. It's okay, Batrier said. Foul managed to get the leg you hacked off in his inventory. Who knows what that hoof might be worth? Chuckling, he nodded and turned to see Tanilla looking at him. Her green eyes were locked on his face, and she mouthed the words as she came closer. Oh please, before these two start kissing and making out, can we at least check the chest? Foul asked. Smiling, Max winked at her and turned to the chest Foul was about to make love to. In the center of the room stood a massive chest, typical of bosses like this, the same color as the metal doors they had first entered through to get into this room. Along it were smaller minotaurs half the size of the massive one in the middle of the chest, covering each side all the way around. That thing wasn't as big as I hoped, Foul said in an upset tone. I heard Batrier say the same thing, Cordelia replied, earning a burst of laughter from everyone but the now red-faced dwarven warrior. Oh, I like her more every day, their healer quickly added. Ignoring the hand gesture Foul made, the group moved to where the chest was at and glanced around at one another. Go for it, Cordelia, you earned it, Tanela declared, giving the ranger a wink. Without waiting for Fowl to protest, the woman moved forward and gave the chest lid a shove, and grinned as she got to stare inside first. Gathering around, they saw that 3 massive yellow gems were waiting for them, and one blank space had a rotating black box that needed to be rolled on. Why doesn't an item show up? Fowl asked as he glanced at the others. Usually it shows an idea of what the item is going to be. And here I was worried you were going to be upset. Only one item was in here. That is different, very rare, their mage said as she tapped her bottom lip with a finger. It's usually not something one sees until floor 30, maybe. So who rolls? Fowl asked. I mean, besides me. I think we all should, Batrier said as she watched the object continue to spin, not telling anyone what might be acquired. With a nod from each party member, they all touched the space, and their faces appeared on what looked like a deck of cards. Suddenly, the cards were shuffled together, and they watched as each one was turned upside down, mixing and matching over and over. Fowl let out a howl of joy when the top card turned over and his face appeared. What the bloody hell is that? He shouted when a second card flipped over and Cordelia's was on it. Over and over, more cards were flipped, the deck getting smaller and smaller as someone's face was shown on each card. It's the last card, Tanilla said first. That's the winner. Trying to do the math on his fingers, Fowl started muttering, trying to remember how many cards had his image on them and how many he had seen. Does someone know? He asked as the pile reached down to just 3 cards left, and the cards seemed to turn over much slower now. Max nodded but said nothing. 3 cards remained, and he knew who was still left in the game. A card flipped over, showing Max and his bald head. Trying not to flinch or wince, he waited, wondering if anyone else knew the count. When the second-to-last card came, the sound of someone sucking in air through pursed lips only added to the suspense. What felt like forever, but was only a few seconds, had a card with Cordelia's face appear. Groaning, the ranger sighed and looked at Max. He nodded, and then the last card flipped over, revealing a bald head to everyone. That's a shiny head, Tanilla stated. Congrats. Fowl muttered a congratulations before turning and moving away from the chest. Flamin Clubbin, well, touch it. Nodding, he obeyed their healer, and Max put his hand in, touching the still hidden item. A green gem the size of his palm appeared, runes etched in it as it pulsed and glowed. That can't be, Cordelia shouted, moving closer to what Max was holding. It is, Tanilla said, her face mimicking the same open mouth and wide eyes as their ranger. What the hell is it? Max asked as he looked between both women. It's an escape gem, exclaimed their mage. It's very rare, very expensive, but super powerful. Had this boss been too much, or any boss really, you could break that gem, and it would take your entire party, dead or alive, and put them outside the entrance of the tower. And there is no floor limit for it to work, or as far as I've heard, Cordelia added. Factions would pay tens of thousands of gold for an item like that. Scratching his chin with his other hand, Max shrugged and put it in storage. Well, hopefully we won't need it, but I doubt I'm ever going to sell it. Now then, where is the portal? Fowl grunted and pointed behind his balded-headed friend. Showed up after you won. I guess I can't complain, that's a nice get-out-of-a-bad-spot item. Maybe if you're nice, I'll let you hold it, Max teased. Who cares? I just want to go home and brag about hitting level 55, Fowl said with a wink. Everyone laughed and nodded, glad to get to spend 5 more stat points. Moving to where Tanilla was, Max gave her a kiss on the cheek. I probably owe Fowl for saving you. Shaking her head, she rubbed his bald head and smiled. Nodding, he grabbed her hand and led her toward the portal. You can thank me when we get back to the faction house. Fowl groaned and quickly moved through the portal first. Fowl returned the yellow band to Thomas and saw the man's face as he did. It saved Tanilla's life, though. For that I just wish I hadn't had to use it so soon in our climb. Putting his hand on the dwarf's shoulder, Tom gently squeezed and smiled. I used the other 2 for the same thing, that's why you had it. Still, running into a boss with a way to remove taunt so early as well, uncommon, their trainer said before chuckling a moment. Still, with you all, I shouldn't be surprised by anything. Everett nodded as he dug through the desk, pulling out different drawers and then sliding them back in until he finally found the one he wanted. A small box appeared in his hands, and he opened it, setting 3 potions Max recognized. I can give Tanilla, Batrier, and Cordelia each one of these, but if you want a weaker version, go buy one from the faction shop. These 3, however, are far beyond all those things. Outside of a boss from the 40th level, they should stop any one attack. Why would you give us one of those? The older man closed the box and put it back in the dimensional storage of the drawer. I owe Seth for introducing me to someone. Let's just say this should cover that fee. Fowl glanced at his friend and gave a single head nod. I'll tell you later, he muttered. Now 2 more floors until you reach the first real tower boss. Any thoughts? Everyone looked at Tom and shook their heads. We still need to get there first, Tanilla replied. Our biggest need right now is to let a few cooldowns of our abilities end and then move to the next floor. Everyone nodded, and since no one seemed interested in saying anything else, Everett excused all of them except Seth. How bad was that boss? Tom asked. I could see it in Tanilla's eyes and on Fowl's face. For a moment we all thought she was going to die, he replied, his voice lower than usual. It was so angry, and its weapon was massive. She couldn't dodge if she had wanted. Everett watched the two men talk, waiting till Tom was done with his questions. "Is it my turn?" the faction leader finally asked when both men were looking at him. "He's all yours," Tom replied, stretching on the couch. Nodding, Everett pulled the sword Max had made for them and set it on the table. Forcing his eyes to go wide and leaning upon being surprised at the man showing him the weapon, Max let out a whistle. "Is that mine?" Both men laughed and shook their heads, seemingly amused by that question. "No. That weapon is far beyond what you should have, but that is why I gave your team those potions. Would you like to inspect it?" Raising an eyebrow, Max watched both their faces and then nodded. He grabbed the sword by the handle, feeling the weight he remembered, and pretended to examine the blade for a moment. Giving it a quick thrust, he smiled and then finally examined it for himself. "Inspect weapon. Crafted legendary sword plus 75 strength, dexterity. Fire enchanted bonus fire damage. Lightning enchanted bonus lightning damage." It was his turn to have his mouth almost hit the floor when he realized the stats of what he had created. "Is this says 75 to 2 stats," Max said quietly. "How?" Both men snorted and Everett leaned over, holding out his hands and waiting for Max to finally give back the sword. "The crafter you sent us, Joshua, he made this. Even our old crafter was skilled, but with 2 affinities, the stats were so much higher. This item right here," Everett said as he gave it a swing while talking, "could mean the difference between life and death for so many." Sighing, Max nodded, realizing now the true potential of what he could create. "Well, now I feel like I should have asked more questions from him and begged for an item, though I'm glad he has helped the faction and apparently made you too happy." Tom was still grinning, even though he wasn't holding the sword. The older man's eyes never left it until Everett put it away. "What I wouldn't have given for a pair of those back in the day." Everett nodded and turned his attention back to Max, who was grinning just as much as they were. "Do you or anyone else in your party need a new weapon? I'm not sure when I can get one made, but I feel it would be a worthwhile investment." Frowning, Max wasn't sure how to answer that question. On one hand, if they gave Fowl or him a sword or mace or heck any weapon with stats like that, it would be a major boost in their ability to kill things. Yet doing so might also ruin them when real problems hit. "Is it okay if I say no?" Both men gave him a confused look. "I mean, that sounds amazing, but what happens if the sword breaks or we somehow are somewhere that weapon can't be used? Wouldn't we be so dependent upon it that we might actually be in a worse position when it's gone?" "Damn, he's smarter than both of us," Tom replied with a snort. Here we were trying to help him out, and he reminded us why we don't give starting adventurers really nice equipment. Everett bobbed his head, his eyes still blinking rapidly at the knowledge Max was correct and had just turned down a potentially mythic or legendary item. "Cordelia still doing good. Good change of the subject," Max said with a wink at the faction leader. "She is a great asset, and I think she is finally finding her place." Just today, she said something that had all of us laughing well, everyone except Fowl. "I'm not certain you could have picked a better person for us." Both men seemed relieved, their shoulders relaxing a little as they sat across the table from him on those soft couches. "Plans, track down more killers. Has someone attempted to assassinate you?" Groaning, Max shook his head. "Tanilla and I plan on staying here for the next few days. If we do go out, we'll be careful and travel by carriage." "Good. One last question then," Tom said. "How serious are things with you and Tanilla? I know that seems like a weird question, but we do have a room that is a little nicer if you two prefer." Chuckling, Max shook his head. "Maybe later. I'll mention it, and if she says yes, then it's okay, but for now I'm fine where we are." Nodding, Tom stood up and shook hands as Max prepared to leave. "Be safe, have fun, and don't go causing any more trouble." Nodding, Max moved out the open door, ready to go see Tanilla. Out of breath, Max lay there and chuckled. "I can run for days, but 15 minutes seems to wear me out." Groaning, Tanilla laughed from the other side of the room, getting a few cups of water. "You're not planning on leaving me in crafting, are you?" Shaking his head, Max smiled as she came back with the cups. "No, but I turned down us getting items that Joshua makes." Both were surprised. "Yet if we ended up with a 50 or something in our stats, I'm certain it would make us forget how hard things really are." Sighing, Tanilla nodded and then took a drink, her green eyes watching Max the whole time. "So the guy who literally has the easiest way to get stronger doesn't want to skip ahead." Nodding, Max tapped his temple and grinned. "So let's compare stats if you want. No items except that bracelet of yours." Tanilla studied Max and then nodded slowly. "Why do I feel like I'm not going to like this game? Now it's your turn." Sighing, she nodded and grimaced. 20, 20, 40, 121, and 60. Max had not realized just the difference between their stats. Without items or equipment, only her intelligence was higher than his. "I can see that look in your eyes," she groaned. "You're doing the math and realize just how broken you really are." "Fouls are basically the same except swapped out," Max said, getting a nod from her. "Which is why you dodge everything, hit harder than anyone, and can take just as much damage almost as Foul," she explained, cutting him off. "Your spells were nearing the damage mine did without my familiar to help me out." Based on the number of points you have, you are over level 150, meaning by the time we hit the 50th floor, you will have outscaled everyone. Yet the monsters are still stronger and hit harder than I do, Max replied. Which only means that at the pace the tower monsters continue to grow, you'll be even further ahead. You'll be. Tanilla paused, biting her lip just a tad as she winced, just like a god. She put her finger on his lips when Max started to protest and shook her head. I know, don't complain. Something tells me you're going to need it. Besides that book of yours, you keep in the stats you mark down for each monster. Be honest when you answer this question. How would a normal team of 5 handle what we did today? Grimacing, Max couldn't help but remember how Cordelia had acted the first time they stood outside the 5th floor boss. That fear and realization she could die at any moment from a wayward hit sunk in. How do the others do it? The ones that are like Dexys, making a run for the 50th floor. Tapping her chin, Tanilla knew the answer but wasn't sure everything about it was true. Next time you talk to Everett, ask him about her group. See if he will share the number of skills they have and how it is they continue to make it through the tower. If I'm right, they are basically geared to the max, each having begun with multiple skills from the day they first touched the skill crystal. My parents do it by keeping a higher level team rotating through the tower, helping lower level and weaker ones grow stronger. Like the weapon you fear, there is a shortcut. They often have to go back to lower levels, fighting stuff they are stronger than just to learn the needed tactics. You could accept items from Everett, speeding up our trip through the tower, and just know that eventually we would need to return to the lower ones, earning back the skill and tactics we are missing. You think we are missing tactics? Outside of today I almost died. Her words stopped Max in his tracks. She was right. How could we have prevented that, though? Everett said the boss had a skill not usually seen until level 30. Shrugging, Tanilla lay on the bed, setting her cup on the middle of her chest and staring at the paneled ceiling. I'm fine taking things slow. Just look at how long it took us to get together. Groaning, Max saw her smirk and leaned over, kissing her before sitting up and finishing his water. It's a good thing my stamina hasn't fully recovered yet, or I'd do something, he teased, rolling off the side of the bed and moving to where his pants were resting on the back of a chair. What are you about to do? She asked, sitting up and frowning. Setting the cup down and holding his hands up in the air, he waved in surrender. Just getting some food. I'm not sure, but I could swear the stomach that growled earlier wasn't mine. A pillow was tossed at him, and Max caught it, sending it back at her, and then grabbed his pants, quickly sliding his legs into them. You know, if you put the necklace on, stored the pants, and then just had them equipped with all the rest of your clothes, things would go faster and I wouldn't lay here wasting away. Laughing, Max did as she said, quickly losing all his pants, giving a quick shake, and then equipping all of his clothes again. One day I may forget how actually to put clothes on if I keep doing this, he said, moving toward the door. Be back in a couple. When the door shut, Tanilla grimaced and pulled up her stat sheet. Defense of the Dragon 3. Defense of the Demon 3. Royalty suppressed. Waving a hand over her bracelet, it appeared, and with a simple gesture, the room began to light up as she began to radiate with power. Seeing those numbers made her feel slightly better, but the truth was that she couldn't reveal herself yet. When the time came, she would, but until then, she knew what it was like to limit her true potential. With a wave of her hand, the glow in the room vanished, and she felt her power diminish drastically. Does this remind you of home? Fowl asked as he glanced at the 2 elves, giving him a dirty look. Why would a forest remind us of home? Tanilla replied. Do rocks remind you of your home? Nodding, Fowl grinned, pulling a stone from his storage and holding it out. This is why I carry them, to remind me of where I'm from. Groaning, Batrier shook her head, rolling her eyes. Ignore him. He's an idiot. But I'm your idiot, he shot back, winking at her. Max came toward the group, having gone and scouted a bit ahead. So the bad news is I'm going to have to use a bow, he told them. The good news is I think Cordelia will be our hero on this floor. What is it? The ranger asked, grinning at the chance to do more. It appears some of the trees are alive, and hanging out in the top of them are fairies, sprites. I'm not sure, but they have wings and are in different colors. Both elves shared a secret glance, and each groaned slightly. That means they are casters, and the tree is their defense, Tanilla said as she summoned a fire familiar. We probably won't want to burn the forest down, but that kind of magic is the best here, especially against the tree ents. That means I don't get to play with my new toy, Max said as he pulled his bow out. A quiver of arrows came next, and he attached it to his hip, smiling at Cordelia, who was frowning. I swear if you somehow show me up with that, I'll probably just do what Batrier does and stand around all day. Fowl snorted, sending a spray of water out his nose from the drink he had been taking before they started. Sorry, only one of us can slack, their healer replied. It's a perk of the profession. Snapping his fingers and ignoring the dirty looks he got, Max pointed at the trees and frowned. We need to focus. The trees are tightly packed and will need to go slow. I'm not sure how many are in there or how far we will travel. You all know I like to joke and play, but today let's be a little smarter. Everyone nodded, knowing he was acting this way after what almost happened in the last dungeon. Before them were trees of various heights. Some were only 50 feet tall, while others ran 300 feet tall. Massive trunks, skinny trunks, bark that could easily be pulled off, and bark that looked almost like scale armor. Shrubs and plants decorated the ground, making Max wonder if some were worth gathering and seeing if they could be used for alchemy or something else. Moss grew on some trees and not on others, and the sound of birds high in the trees made everything feel alive. Even the air smelled better than that of the city. Warrior first, Max teased as he stood near the other three, holding out a bow. Shouldn't the one with your ability be leading? You can scout better than I can, grumbled Fowl. At some point you need to be good enough at this. Who knows what a later tower floor will bring. Not saying another word, the plate armor appeared on Fowl, and he began moving toward the trees, glancing upward as he walked and trying to scan the area. We taking bets on how he does, Batra whispered. Only if I can bet how bad it goes, Cordelia replied. 3 are flying around on top of that ant over there, Fowl said as he pointed at the tree, which was about 50 feet tall. What do we want to do? Every image Max had ever had of fairies was before him. Barely dressed creatures, long hair, shimmering wingswell, except for the eyes that seemed to burn with fire and the small pair of horns jutting out of their hair. Those aren't fairies, Tanilla said. Those are fey creatures and a version of a dryad, though they shouldn't have wings. Which means the tower has corrupted whatever they are, Cordelia added. Pointing at the 2 fey creatures filtering around the branches, Tanilla continued her lesson. The red one should use fire, and that blue one should use ice, but since we don't know how corrupt they are, it's anyone's guess. I'm guessing that the dryad should be able to heal and cast root spells, plus other things. In the end, this is going to suck. Can we run past them? Sorry, dear, I'm not fast like Seth, so no, I'm not going to run around the forest, trying not to die while trees and those things try to stomp on me or hit me with spells. A snicker came from their healer, and she winked. Tanilla, focus on the blue one. I'll take the fire one, and Cordelia can attack the dryad. The other 2 nodded at Max and got ready, motioning to Fowl that they were about to start. Arrows began to fly, Cordelia giving Max a sideways glance as he kept up with her output, putting arrow after arrow into his target. A weird roar or scream came from the ent that started to move toward them. A black crooked mouth with teeth made out of wood continued sending sound in their direction, causing a slight pain in their heads. My noggin is killing me, Fowl complained as he moved toward the slow, lumbering creature. Flames erupted in the branches of the tree after impacting the blue fey creature. Max couldn't help but smile, imagining what one might think when they saw the sight before him. A tree moving through the forest, flames racing up its branches, winged creatures screaming in agony and pain before falling from that height and crashing into the ground. Once the one he had been aiming at hit the dirt, a small wave of cold ran through him. Consume has successfully consumed bonus stats 10 intelligence, consumed 10 wisdom consumed. Consume has consumed a lower rank skill. Power stored for future use. Seeing that Cordelia's target was down and that the one Tanilla was fighting was falling, Max released an arrow, hitting the falling creature in the neck a few feet before it crashed against the forest's dirt floor. Another cold wave washed through him, and he grinned. 8 intelligence consumed, 8 wisdom consumed. Consume has consumed a lower rank skill. Power stored for future use. When all 3 of the Fae were dead on the ground, the ent that hadn't reached Fowl yet began to roar and shudder. Still about 20 yards from the dwarf, it began shaking, and branches still burning broke off and fell to the ground near its roots. Guys, Fowl said as he started backing up. Cracks formed along its trunk, and Max and Tanilla both cast a wall of air around everyone. 7 seconds later, an explosion rang out through the forest as the tree burst apart from the inside, sending wooden chunks flying, impaling all over the ground into trees, and bouncing off the walls of air and Fowl's shield he was hiding behind. A weird stench filled the air, and Fowl peeked out over the edge, seeing that the only thing left from the massive ent was the remains around the forest, dripping with a green sap. Yeah, I'm not touching that, Fowl muttered. Worse is those bodies are basically gone, smashed and burnt to bits. Max couldn't help but snort and nod. Okay, tell me what the hell is going on, Cordelia belted out, moving to get right up against Max. I don't mind watching you destroy things with every kind of melee weapon and taking hits that will kill all of us but that tiny dwarf, but how can you shoot a bow almost as good as I can? Max sighed and tried to decide what to tell her. Cordelia seemed trustworthy so far. Everett and Tom appeared not to have any idea about the loot or the other nature of their party. That elixir had made her see this group's value, yet this was obviously a sensitive subject. Do you want the truth, or do you want me to tell you? It's not time for that secret yet. She opened and closed her mouth, her cheeks moving like a chipmunk stuffed with nuts as they ballooned and shrunk over and over. Finally, after letting out a loud groan, she pointed a finger at him. So you're saying that there is a day you will tell me? Max nodded, slowly reaching upward with his hand and putting it on her shoulder. I promise, there will be a day when you will know my secret. That day will come when I know for certain that I can protect you. Her eyebrow raised and she frowned. Why would you need to protect me? Because there are people trying to kill me, Max replied, and not just the fanatics. Cordelia glanced at the others and saw each of them nodding. You're serious. Just how dangerous is it? Shaking his head side to side, Max considered that question and shrugged. You could leave our group and most likely you should be safe. I can't promise someone won't approach you or even kidnap you trying to get information about me. The problem is if you're not with us, I can't try to protect you. The real perk is being with us makes it harder for someone to hurt you. As we progress, you get stronger, and I know you have gained more power in the time you have been with us than you did for months, maybe even half a year. Nodding slowly, Cordelia sighed and fidgeted. It just sucks that I thought I was going to show off and you could do the same things. Shaking his head, Max smiled and squeezed the shoulder before taking his hand off. I didn't use a bow skill, did I? That's your stuff. Right now, you have taken out a third of what we faced. Soon enough, you'll see just how important you are. Fine, she replied. Just try not to make me look too bad, I promise. Now let's let our scout find us something else to fight and hopefully the end of this tower floor. Fowl banged his weapon against his shield and turned, not waiting for everyone else as he pretended to stalk quietly through the forest in full plate armor. Over 50 Ents had blown up, and almost 200 Fae were dead. The occasional Ent had 4 or 5 at the top of their protector. In those moments, Cordelia showed off her talent, using skills and killing some outright. Max hadn't mentioned to Tanilla yet that he continued to get notifications about storing power, and each of these Fae he killed had a weaker spell he imagined, which had to be the elemental affinity he killed. I wonder what she'll do when I tell her my intelligence and wisdom are now 143. Fowl was leading them through the forest, and no creatures had been spotted for the last 5 or 6 minutes. A loud roar and explosion erupted from deeper in the woods, and everyone quickly looked at each other. Another team, Cordelia said quickly. What do we do? She glanced at Fowl and shrugged. Honestly, it's best to go and show yourself to them. No one wants to be thought of as sneaky or hiding from the other without cause. Doing so can sometimes lead to people being on edge, and that is how fights break out. Tanilla nodded, and so they followed Fowl through the forest in the direction of the noise they had heard. Hello, Fowl shouted when the group of 5 elves appeared between the trees. We heard you and came to check if you were okay. Everyone had their weapon put away, and Tanilla had let her familiar go. They were doing what they could to appear friendly and not ready for a fight. The elves jumped up, weapons out, watching Max and the others come through the trees. 2 male and 3 female elves gave glances that didn't look very nice as they studied the team. 2 mages, a ranger, 1 tank, and a healer, Tanilla whispered. The healer is the leader. Max didn't ask, wondering how she could tell, but as he studied the group, he saw the woman's lips moving. No one else was speaking, just her. Fowl glanced at Cordelia, unsure of how to reply. I guess we didn't discuss that. You're the first group we've encountered, Max told the elves as they drew closer. We are part of the Golden Axe faction. This is Fowl, our main warrior. Batrier, our healer, Tanilla, our mage, Cordelia, our ranger, and I have a bow as well. And you are? The healer asked. Seth Pendle. Both mages and their warrior frowned and narrowed their eyes, but the healer simply nodded. We are from the Enlightened Souls faction, the woman said, giving a small bow. I am Icania. This is Clarence, our warrior, and Lorson, our archer. Renelius and Phinia are our mages. Tell me, do you wish to abide by the Tower Pact? We do, Tanilla replied, moving to stand next to Max. We can party if you desire, help if needed, or we can change our direction and seek to exit ourselves. Icania's eyebrow fluttered just barely for a moment at Tanilla's words. You're not here to farm experience. Shaking her head, Tanilla smiled. We are just passing through. While the experience is good, this place isn't much of a threat. Max wasn't sure what Tanilla was doing, but he kept silent. His eyes watched each of the elves, noticing their slight tics at every word she spoke. I see, Icania replied. Well, then I guess we would best be served to go our own way as we are after experience. Finding the portal to leave would only cut that short. Do you have an idea which direction you will head? Tanilla's voice was different, and it became apparent she wasn't happy with how the healer was speaking. Gone was the softness he had grown accustomed to. Now it was edgy and almost felt like borderline threatening. We'll move back to where we were, far enough away we could hear your ent explode, and stay to the south of you. Perhaps we shall find the edge of the floor and follow it around. Giving a slight nod of her head, Icania made a gesture with her hands, and all the elves at her party copied it. Tanilla and Cordelia likewise made the same motion. I wish you and yours a safe journey. May you be blessed by the blood of our king. Tanilla nodded and turned, motioning for the rest to join her. We need to go and fast, Tanilla said as she whirled around, making sure no one was following her. She's right. They are not fans of you, Seth. How they reacted when you said your name made me think a fight might break out. I did pick up that they weren't happy to meet me. Think they are zealots. Frowning, Tanilla shook her head. If they were, I doubt we would have gotten far before a few spells were sent our way. However, that does not mean they might not consider a few other actions. They could attack us from behind, hoping to earn points with those who are in the faction and part of that group. They might leave, going to tell the same people in the faction where we are, giving them a chance to possibly find us in here and kill us without witnesses. Or they may just continue hunting, eventually carrying back information about us to the others. The scowl on her face ruined her beauty, but Max wasn't sure how they were supposed to respond. We need to hunt and move fast, Cordelia said during the moment of silence. We zigzag and sometimes keep zigging, working in the southwest direction. That is our best chance to find the portal at some point and reduce the risk of being followed. Except for the damn noise, Fowl muttered. Any way to prevent that? Till the end first, I'm guessing, before all the Fae die. Otherwise, no. Tanilla nodded that Max's guess was most likely right. Then we move, Fowl said, turning quickly and holding his shield and weapon ready. Even when they were tired and felt a break was needed, no one really relaxed. It took almost 7 more hours before they found the exit, and upon taking it, they finally felt a breath of relief. Once in the carriage on the way back to the faction, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I haven't been that tense in a long time, Cordelia said. Don't get me wrong, I love my people, but some of them have huge sticks up their arse. Don't feel bad. There are just as many dwarves with boots up their arses as elves with trees up theirs, Fowl stated. I didn't say trees. No, but you should have, replied their resident joker. Groaning, Cordelia turned her attention away from the dwarf she was sitting next to. She stared at the wall of the carriage for a moment before getting bored and returning her attention to the others. Tomorrow, we can do the next level since we didn't use any high cooldowns. The experience was okay, but the gems were way low. Their range snorted, shaking her head at Max as she pulled a sack of yellow gems out and set it on her lap. One of these might have been filled with a normal group, but I believe we have 3. Sheepishly grinning, Max bobbed his head. Perhaps I was comparing it to the last floor of the tower, or the werewolf one, Fowl exclaimed. Max felt Tanilla's head leaning against his shoulder and her hand reached out and grabbed his. Sorry, she muttered quietly. I wasn't going to stand there and let her talk to us like that. She was very rude indeed. Max looked at Cordelia, who had agreed with Tanilla, and thought back to that moment. The tone of her voice, yes, it was awful. I had half a mind to Tanilla caught herself and stopped. No, that wouldn't have been good. I'm just glad it appears we made it out of there without any problems. No one wanted to chat much, and after a quick meal, everyone retired to their rooms. Max resisted the urge to ask questions, but it was obvious Tanilla was upset about the exchange of words she had with the elven healer. The whole race was a weird bunch to understand, but it made sense. Not every human was kind or enjoyed a good laugh. Some could be just as much of an arse as the next. It bothered him when he saw people treating others disrespectfully, and the memory of the arena often played out in his head, knowing the queens were commanding people like. Dwarves had their own moments, causing problems, while others were jovial all the time. I love you. Tanilla rolled over and looked at Max. She saw his small smile and his eyes focused on her. I know, she replied with a wink before moving closer and kissing him. Go to sleep. Tomorrow is going to be another day, and the good news is I will get to spend it with you. Reaching out, she stroked his cheek and couldn't help but smile when he ran his fingers through her unbraided hair. Knowing he liked it that way, played with it, and occasionally brushed it for her was one of the joys she never truly told him how much it meant. Are you always this happy? I mean, every day you seem ready to risk death and face the unknown. How do you do it? Moving his hand, Max used the back of his finger, gently stroking her cheek. Because as I just told you, I get to do it with you. In case you've missed it, since joining this part, I've been extremely happy, and we both know it's not because of Fowl. Unable to help herself, Tanilla laughed, letting go of the angst of that day, and smiled as Max had her roll over and pulled her close. Sleep. Tomorrow will be a better day. Gods, I want to beat you, Tanilla said as she finally was able to stop coughing. A huge green cloud of poison surrounded them, and none of her spells could stop the potions the snakemen threw at them. Using a shield or wall only caused it to break higher, somehow still tracking the original target. What did I do? Max asked as he hacked off a few tails from the 9-foot-tall creatures. They were longer than that, but their hooded face was wide with scales and 2 massive yellow eyes when standing upright. They were faster than expected, and each carried 2 swords. I remember you saying last night, tomorrow will be a better day, but somehow this doesn't seem better than yesterday. Cordelia grunted in agreement as the 3 of them all stood there, scratching their skin furiously. Fowl had long stopped complaining. His armor could come off instantly, but he knew the dangers of starting to scratch. I'm not sure I can be blamed for the tower giving us these creatures to fight, Max replied. I mean giant snake men with dimensional storage and potions of itchy poison. Batra glared at Max and again took the time, starting with herself to cure the poison. The worst is having to wait for this cloud to disappear. Do you have any idea how hard it is to cast when you can't stop scratching yourself? Saying nothing, Max turned and continued harvesting the snakes for parts. You know the real secret, Fowl whispered as he handed Max a tail. Just imagine how bad your balls once itched, and none of the rest really matters. Shaking his head, Max couldn't help but smack his mouth and almost gag. I really could have done without that knowledge. Hey, you try walking around in a suit of metal armor every day, all day. Stuff sweats. Holding his hand up for Fowl to stop talking, he saw his friend grinning, knowing it would only get worse. The good news is they aren't that strong. With the itching gone, a sigh came from the back three, and Max smiled and turned, pointing at the large structure across the sand. The tower floor was a massive area filled with sand that was flat with no rises like the other one. Heat waves radiated off it, and Fowl and Max continually swapped out their armor for much lighter and more breathable equipment before each fight. With his sonar skill, nothing but the snakes were here, and even in the packs of 6 or 7, Cordelia and he could kill 2 usually before they made it to the group, while Tanilla took out another. Before the close-range combat took place, the fight was already decided. The 3 women stood near the ice familiar, thankful for the cold emanating from it. How much further do you think we have? Fowl asked as he sipped from his water supply. 2-3 hours. Groaning, the dwarf spilled some of the water over his head and sighed. It's been almost 4 hours, and I feel like I'm baking. Then we better hurry, Max said, pulling a bow out and moving toward the object far away. No boss was in sight as they approached the large stone pyramid. Massive steps, each 3 feet tall, led to the top of the 300-foot-tall object. Everyone groaned and complained as they made their way up carefully, unsure if a trap might spring or monsters might suddenly appear. When everyone was covered in sweat and praying never to see a staircase again, they reached the top, breaking out in a cheer as the portal waited about 10 feet from the last step. Making sure no traps were around, Max motioned for everyone to hurry up and go through the portal. Sitting in the carriage, Tanilla kept the ice familiar out, filling the space with a coolness that everyone found heavenly. Now that I know we can do this, we'll need a bigger coach soon, so we don't have to worry about someone bumping into this thing and getting hurt. Max nodded at their mage's words, keeping his eyes closed and enjoying the cold. He had no idea how long it had been since all he could think about was wanting to strip off his clothes and sit in a tub of cold water. You know the best thing? Max asked, not bothering to wait or open his eyes. Tomorrow, we face the next tower boss. I don't miss those tower floors, Tom said as everyone sat at a table in the faction dining area. 8 massive tables with benches lined one section, while 2 long tables reserved for special events were pushed off at the far end, surrounded by fancy chairs. Their trainer picked at a few pieces of meat while everyone else continued devouring the spiced meat over rice. Fresh fruit was stacked in bowls near them, and a server came by occasionally, offering more food or drink as needed. Once I had sunburned so bad my skin peeled for a week. The worst was my choice to walk along that desert in armor or clothes, neither being a good choice. Afterward, I started carrying an enchanted hooded cloak that helped in those places. It was so worth the money. Max glanced at everyone else, seeing they had stopped eating their food and were now drooling at the thought of a cloak like that. How do we get one of those? Batrer asked. Chuckling, Tom grinned as everyone waited to hear his answer. You can buy them from the faction shop just like everything else. I asked around, and it appears none of you have spent any time browsing the lists. Max sighed and felt Tanilla's eyes boring into the side of his head. Is that so? Their mage asked, her tone flat as she spoke. Someone had mentioned they had gone to the faction store and found nothing of value. Coughing, Max cleared his throat, swallowing the bite of food that had gotten lodged in it, and took a long drink of the ale in his mug. I may not have spent as much time looking as I should have, Max replied. Perhaps I was a little overzealous in my desire just to keep climbing the tower. Tom laughed and rapped the table with his knuckles. This is why I mentioned it. You 5 are about to face the next boss in the tower, and having gotten there so fast, the real question I need to ask is, are you as prepared as possible? Have you restocked your potions? Kept up to date on any new items that might upgrade what you have? Considered purchasing or borrowing the rings we have? Also, I've noticed none of you have really trained as much as you should have when you were not in the tower. Sighing, Tom focused his gaze on each of the team members, starting with Fowl and working his way till he locked eyes with Max. You don't have to go into the tower day after day. I know the rush. I know the thrill. It is exhilarating as you power through it. But when that first big wall comes and things go sideways, wouldn't a few extra days or weeks of training with myself or others that have already fought inside be helpful? Max started to talk, but Tom cut him off with a raised hand. Tanilla, how much time have you spent working on the things we started doing with your spells? Frowning, their mage shook her head. Not as much as I should be. Those lessons were very helpful. And Batrier, are you healing as efficiently as possible? Do you practice the rotation and timing? Can you do it with your eyes closed? Also, don't forget that we talked about gauging damage about to be done and having the heal finish casting right as it does. That way you can save a second or 3 off the cooldown in case it needs to be used again. Their trainer turned, looking at Cordelia, who winced as his eyes landed on her. You should be telling them to train. How many hours have we spent shooting arrows and making small changes, knowing they all add up to better shots and more damage? Thousands, Cordelia replied quietly. Fowl started to speak, but stopped when he watched Tom's face harden as he turned to face Max. A frown appeared, and the older man slowly shook his head. Seth, we have talked many times. Everyone here knows you're the strongest person in your party, but that also means you bear the most responsibility. Are you doing everything possible to help them succeed? You should be demanding and forcing them to train more. There should be days set aside for each of you to rest and discuss what went well and what didn't. You mentioned that after the tower floors you discussed some things in the cart, but be honest, is that really enough time? Shaking his head, Max felt the burden of leadership pressing down. Things are only going to get worse, and as they do, you need to decide how prepared you will be for them. Where is the man that came here, reading every book he could? What happened to the one who sought wisdom and knowledge, trying to figure out how to defeat things? I remember a warrior who told me they used their brains, turning the dungeon's own design against the creatures. Find him again and make sure that everyone is safe because he is leading as he should. 5 adventurers sat quietly, letting the words that Tom had just said sink in. Perhaps we could train tomorrow instead of rushing into the tower, Max said as he looked at the rest of his team. Everyone nodded immediately. That's good. Afterward, we can all go to the faction shop together, and I can give some tips on items to acquire even if none of you want to share the stats of stuff you are wearing now. Everyone nodded, and Tom stood up from the bench he was straddling, picking up his plate and cup. Good. Then finish eating, discuss a few things, and I'll expect to see everyone a few hours after the sun has been up. The older man turned, not waiting for a response, leaving the 5 of them sitting there in silence. So I guess I owe everyone an apology, Max said after Tom had left the room. Tom's right. I've been more focused on clearing the tower than anything else. Cordelia raised her hand, and then everyone laughed, causing the elf to blush and shake her head. Sorry, I just felt a little like I should do that after how Tom spoke to me. He's right, though. I should have spoken up and mentioned we were missing out. The training he gives is exceptional. A few grunts came, and everyone silently picked at their food for a moment. I guess we'll all find out how bad training will be tomorrow, Tanilla said with a smirk. Something tells me he isn't going to hold back. Again. Tom's voice echoed across the training area. All 5 of them were sweating even though the sun wasn't like yesterday, and it had only been a little over 2 hours. Tanilla was trying to thread tiny ice spears through metal rings Tom had set up right at the edge of her range, forcing her to work on accuracy and mana control. Cordelia was running a course he had set up for her, weaving around objects, jumping over barriers, ducking under hanging poles, all while constantly shooting at targets downrange. Fowl was being assaulted by 4 new recruits, standing in the middle of them, doing his best to block their attacks with a smaller shield that Tom was making him use. Batrier was being forced to heal, gauging the damage done to Fowl by the 4 and casting when she felt it was necessary. While doing that, she still had to keep up with the fight Max was engaged in. With both men fighting, each at the edge of her healing range and vision, she had to work hard not to get in trouble when Tom called out for her to heal Max. They all had real weapons, while Fowl was only wearing a leather set. Blood from the injuries he sustained had stained parts of the armor red, but with his constitution the damage wasn't much more than superficial. Max, on the other hand, was trying not to smile. Tom waited for him, holding 2 swords at the ready. The shield and sword combo had always performed well when they clashed, but Max knew Tom was taking it easy on him. The training armor Max wore didn't provide stats, and Tom was wearing a full set of chainmail, using 2 enchanted swords and most of his jewelry. Trying to hide his stats while not getting to use most of his equipment was difficult as the older man continued to land attacks that he could have blocked, knowing if he did, it would reveal just how high his dexterity was. A flurry of attacks came, and both of Tom's swords moved with blazing speed, slashing and thrusting at him. Noise came from the metal on metal each time Max managed to block or parry an attack. He has to have a legendary skill in swords those combinations. Distracted by his thoughts again and the skill Tom possessed, a slash got past his defense, slicing his leg open. Heal. Batra was a few seconds late, not expecting that to have connected, and Tom didn't hold back. He could die. Pay attention. As soon as the wound healed, Tom was on the offensive again, death moving toward Max with every swing and thrust expertly placed. A lifetime of adventuring and sparring was on display for the faction members watching the training. Word had spread earlier about what was taking place, and a crowd of over 15 was present, watching the 5 struggle under the tutelage of one they all knew well. Max saw an opening, thrusting forward with his sword, only to find Tom's hand now on his wrist, spinning and twisting. The older man procured the weapon from his grip, taking it and using the very blade he once held against him. Heal. Batrier was on time with her heal, having watched the exchange and knew Max was about to get a lesson in pain. 3 quick thrusts opened wounds along his arm, hip, and leg as Tom showed the young man just why he was the top trainer of the faction. As the heals came and Tom tossed the weapon into his storage, both swords vanished and the older man lunged for Max, moving in and reaching for the unarmed wrist. The speed was there, but he was tired of Tom beating him. Shifting on his feet, using a little more of his dexterity and speed than he had been demonstrating, Max slammed his shield into the older man, amazed when Tom's right hand blocked it with an open palm. Both hands gripped it and began to pull. This time Max was fast enough to store it in his dimensional space before Tom could take it, but as he did, he lunged forward, throwing a right-handed punch. Tom's hands moved with a speed that seemed impossible to believe. The older warrior's dexterity wasn't his greatest stat, yet whatever items he had made him faster than Max. He had already done the math, having an idea and understanding of what Tom's stats would be, yet unless he showed his real potential, Max couldn't get past the trainer's defenses. Both hands grasped his right arm, grabbing the wrist and forearm as Tom slid underneath the punch, driving his hip and shoulder into Max's right side before flipping him over and into the hard-packed dirt. The sound of his body slamming into the ground was loud enough to draw a few groans from the onlookers as Tom backed away. Heel, damn it, heel. The injury looked worse than it was, with his shoulder socket dislocated and a broken collarbone. Two heels hit in rapid succession and they began to pop back into place. "We're done," the older man said as he backed up, waiting for Max to recover. "Everyone take a break." His voice boomed across the field, and a few of the onlookers clapped as Tom ended the training session. Rising to his feet as the pain in his shoulder and neck began to fade, Max could see the tiniest frown on Tom's face. His eyes were narrowed just enough that it was obvious to Max something was wrong. Turning to the edge of the training field, the master of this dirt field saw who he was looking for. "Dexic, come here and show this boy what you got." Max groaned when he saw the woman he hadn't had a chance to talk to in forever start to walk toward him. "Finally," she exclaimed, grinning ear to ear. Striding toward him was the woman who always wore gold armor, except at this moment, she wore just standard leather gear. Her hair was back in a small braid behind her, and Max tried to remember if it had always been blonde. Those blue eyes of hers were sprinkling, excited at what she was about to get to do. "Seth, you have grown," she exclaimed, delivering a massive slap to his left arm. "I finally get a chance to meet you after all this time." Rubbing his arm, Max grinned and looked up at the woman who stood a head taller than him. She rolled her eyes and looked at Tom, who was studying the two of them. "What do you want us to do, besides not killing each other?" Smirking, Tom produced the table and had each of them put their hand on it. A shimmer of light came from it, and both glowed yellow for a moment. "Don't kill him. Teach him what it means to fight and show him how a tower climber really is," Tom replied. He glanced at Max and grinned. "Go ahead and wear everything you can to help in this fight. She's going to come hard and fast, and I want you to see how it feels." Their trainer turned and clapped his hands. "Everyone, I expect you to remain quiet for most of the fight, no cheering till it's done. Healers, make sure that Seth is not unable to continue. Do not worry about healing him too much." Having given orders to all those gathered, he nodded at Dexis and then wagged a finger at Max. "This right here is going to be one of the greatest lessons you'll ever get for free. Don't hold back, or you will not learn what true power is." He handed Max a small potion and immediately began walking to a different area of the field they were on, choosing to stay away from the rest so he wouldn't be bothered by the noise they were going to make, no matter what he said. Max turned to see Dexic already outfitted in her golden armor, tapping her chin as she studied him. Knowing it was a stamina potion, he popped the small top and drank the liquid, smacking his lips at the awful tart taste. "What weapon do you want to fight with?" she asked. Groaning inside, Max knew there were few things he could do without showing all of his cards. He was too weak, and even though he knew wearing all of his gear, he might have been able to hold his own against Thomas. Something inside said the same wasn't true for who he was facing. "I'll go sword and shield." She nodded, and immediately a gold kite shield appeared in her hands, with a set of axes emblazoned across the front of it. "Okay, I have to ask," Max said as he saw her shield. "Why is everything always gold? Surely your drops from the tower aren't like that." She nodded and smiled under her helm. "I prefer for everyone to know exactly who my allegiance is to. It does cost money to transform the color, but it has also become a symbol for me. Whenever I encounter another party from a different faction in the tower, they know exactly who is standing before them. Can I ask what floor you are on?" She paused, and Max almost forgot to listen when a sword he recognized appeared in her hands. 47. "I'll try to make it a little easier for you. Everett told me you found us a crafter who made this, and I can't wait to use it since he gave it to me today." Inside him, the voice spoke, having been silent for days, even though he had expected it to talk for a while. "Before you stands what you must become. Tell me you can feel the power radiating off of her." "Is that what I sense? It's like a mountain waiting to fall upon me. In time you will crush that mountain and all others, but we need to work together. Some who hunt you will be like her, and as you are about to find out, you won't win, especially since you hide your strength." Pulling out the sword he was borrowing, the stats on it felt so insignificant. Only offering 5 strength and nothing else might seem amazing to so many, but he wanted to use his halberd or pull out his new club. Equipping the shield and sword, he wanted to see what he could possibly do to stand against Dexis. Looking at his stats for a moment, Max tried to imagine what she had. Knowing that Dexic now held a sword that gave her 75 to both her strength and dexterity meant she was easily above a 201 if not both. The rumors said she had over 300 on 3 stats, and some said she had even been 400 on 1. He was about to find out how high her stats were the hard way. Giving one last nod, Max grinned like a fool. Just remember not to kill me in one hit." Laughing, Dexic nodded back and moved away some, each soon standing about 15 yards apart. "Go." The moment Tom shouted, Max didn't hesitate, rushing toward Dexic as she waited for him, her grin visible through the gap in her helmet. He came at her, moving his shield and sword as he had many times, choosing to use about 60% of his actual stats, knowing how hard and fast to swing. Each attack he sent was met with a parry or block, and his gold-clad opponent only moved around as he attempted to land a hit. Her smile grew as he used combo after combo, slamming the shield, sweeping his leg, kicking at her, and more. Even when added a little more speed or a little more power behind an attack, the most recognizable member of their faction rarely had to move at all to stop whatever he did. Inside, he wanted nothing more than to use a skill and attempt to break through, but doing so would ruin this moment. He got to test out things his mind knew to try, and even though none of them landed a hit, Dexis only deflected them enough so that he could move to the second, third, and sometimes fourth move of a combination. Having reached the limits of what he could come up with and not wanting to reveal more of his hand, Max backed up, realizing he was sweating and she was as cool as a block of ice. "Not bad," Dexic said. Her smile and all those white teeth it displayed let Max know she was enjoying this moment. "Almost 5 minutes straight, and I don't think you repeated the same combo twice." She shifted slightly, her stance narrowing just a tad. He could see how her center of gravity shifted and the way she held her sword next to her larger shield, set just so her eyes could see everything and attack in any direction. That sudden shift opened his mind to things he hadn't imagined. This is what Tom was talking about. It wasn't that the creatures in the tower were stupid. Some fought with great skill, but before him was a woman who had spent unimaginable hours honing her craft inside and outside the tower. "Focus," she exclaimed. "I'm coming." Max was barely able to set himself, adjusting like she did when the warrior in gold came at him. She moved with speed and grace that defied what one should be able to do in plate armor. Her feet never lost the perfect balance the position offered as she glided almost along the dirt. Every second the sword was poised, ready to strike. Even though she wasn't coming at him full speed, she was moving with what she believed was his stats or close to it, unsure if Max had held back at all. Strikes came rapidly, the shield moving at the same time the sword did, 2 attacks at once, both requiring Max to give up ground, blocking, and parrying each. Combos began to form, and while he felt excited to have the occasional one requiring 5 or 6 moves, Dexis soon completed the 11th attack in a pattern he could only react to because of his sonar skill. Each strike was perfectly aimed, and no extra energy or effort was wasted while delivering it. She used the momentum of each attack to allow for the next, only having to restart if he managed to block a blow with enough force that it wasn't there. "Good," she exclaimed as he stopped a thrust that almost struck his leg, getting his shield there just in time. Now the fun begins. As if someone had turned up the heat in an oven slightly, allowing more air in to increase the temperature, Dexic began to move faster. It was a gradual increase, not a rapid jump. She was letting him feel the increase, giving him room to try and figure it out and respond. The time drew close, and Max had 2 choices: let himself get hit or show more of his true strength. They were pushing the boundaries of what one of his level, and with good items, could do. He would have to convince Tom that his equipment was better than expected or already believed, or that his stats were just that good. Knowing that a chance like this might never come again, Max chose to reveal just a little more. Already, his mind was cataloging the lessons of strikes and attacks from earlier. He could recall a few that built off the same first 3 or 4 strikes before changing depending on how they were blocked or parried. The sounds of their weapons and shields colliding rang out across the field, and Max had long ago drowned out the sound of everyone and their reactions. His mind was focused on this moment, and only this. Dexis was almost laughing. If it was even possible, her grin grew wider, and she rushed forward, this time increasing her speed so much that it caught Max off guard. The sword slipped past his, hit his shoulder armor, and bounced off, not leaving a mark. Glows of heels sent his way washed over him, leaving both Max and Dexic confused. The golden warrior's eyes scrunched, and her nose wrinkled as she took a step back, making a space between them. She knew that the tip of the sword should have drawn blood. As she moved again toward him, Max realized what was wrong. He knew why he hadn't been hurt. The blade snaked forward again, and he did the only thing he could think of. He moved to block it, using more of his speed. At the last moment before they would connect, he stored his sword and shield, grabbing onto the moving blade with his hands and fighting for control. He willed the weapon, calling it his, and a heartbeat later, it was stored in his dimensional storage, leaving his opponent stunned and in shock. Yet that look on her face was gone. Her shield came forward with more power and strength than before, slamming into his chest and sending Max tumbling backward 15 yards. Pain lanced through his chest as a few of his ribs had broken, but again healing quickly came over him, and he got to his feet just in time to see a foot coming at his head. Reacting, he raised his left arm, trying to move to the right to lessen the impact of the kick, only to find that it didn't do anything. His arm snapped from the impact and was sent on another journey across the packed dirt. "Stop," Tom shouted as Max began to rise, his wounds already healed again from all the healers who had been ready this entire time. He looked up and saw Dexic's gold-colored plate glove just a few inches from his face. Her smile was now gone and replaced with a frown. "Give me my sword back," she growled as she stood up and lowered her fist. Nodding, Max rose, changing from his equipment into normal clothes. He then took the sword out of his storage and handed it back to her, hilt first. Snorting, she yanked it from his hand, inspecting it once before putting it into her storage and changing as he did. "Everyone go," Tom shouted as he arrived at the place where the two of them were standing. "You two, Everett's office now." Everett sat behind his desk while Tom fumed silently. Dexic didn't hide her displeasure at being ordered before everyone, her and Tom both having had a few harsh words aimed at each other on the trip here. Tanilla and the rest of his party had confused looks, wondering what had happened, and why the man they knew had a reputation for being harsh sometimes was acting completely pissed off. "Tom, breathe and tell me why our two most prominent members are currently sitting across from my desk as if they are in detention." It took multiple breaths for Tom to relax. The color in his face and head returned to a normal tan instead of the bright red it had been a few minutes ago. These two were supposed to be dueling, practicing, and training, and instead they were making a mockery of it, shouted Tom. Dexic jumped up, about to reply, when Everett held out a hand and shook his head. "Let Tom finish, then you can have a turn." His eyes told her he wasn't asking, even though the way he had said it almost seemed like he had. Huffing, the top member of the faction, sat down, gripping the arm of the chair so tight one of them cracked under her fingers. Sighing, Everett shook his head and motioned to his friend, who was visibly shaking with fury. "Continue." They danced around, blocking and parrying each attack. Sure, they went faster, and while I was surprised that Seth could keep up as long as he did when Dexic had a chance to injure him, she didn't. She pulled her blow and sent the blade to the side. "I did no such thing," Dexic bellowed, jumping back to her feet in an instant. The blade stopped on its own. "I am not the kind of—" "I said wait," Everett almost growled, rising from his chair, his fingers pressed against the desk. Clamping her mouth shut, the daggers coming from her eyes at Tom were obvious. This time, she sat down a little slower and made sure not to destroy the chair with her grip. "Tom." "I don't care what she said," he exclaimed. As if that wasn't enough, in a foolish move, Seth grabbed the sword we just gave her, wrenched it from her hands, and put it into his storage. After that, it was nothing more than a show, her punching and kicking him around the dirt. Glancing up to see if the man he trusted with everything was finished, Everett turned to Dexic, leaning against his desk and resting his chin on his hands as he clasped them together. "Dexic, your turn." Max watched as the woman who had been ready to go toe-to-toe with Tom a minute ago closed her eyes, took 2 breaths, and when done, opened her eyes, calm as every other time he had seen her. The first part was true. I let Seth show me what he had, and I wanted to see his skill, speed, power, and technique. It was impressive, and when he realized there wasn't anything left he could show me, I'm certain he stepped back so I could have fun. She turned, looking at him, and Max nodded, not risking to say anything right now. I increased my speed and strength, wanting to see how good he was. "If you allow me to give my humble opinion, he's better than you told me." Everything I sent was blocked or parried, with a skill that I doubt most 10 or 20 levels higher than him could master. It's obvious his weapon skill is epic. Unable to stay completely still, Max shifted just slightly, and he saw that all 3 of them turned their eyes on him at that movement. "I'll take that as a sign I'm correct," she stated. "As far as me pulling my attack, something you know I have never and will never do, I'm not certain what enchantment his armor must have, but the weapon stopped dead when it should have pierced through the shoulder completely." Tom moved forward, his mouth beginning to move when Everett's hand rose, stopping the man from interrupting. The next part caught me off guard, as I hadn't expected Seth to do something so bold. The truth is I was confused and a bit upset by how the weapon had failed. Shifting in her chair, a squeaking noise came from that movement since the structure had been damaged from her grasp. Dexic frowned. That move he did was foolish. Grabbing a weapon like that isn't something one should ever do unless they're certain they can win that fight and not be cut by the very blade they are trying to hold. Seth's speed at which he moved, she said as she pointed to the balded-headed warrior sitting near her, was faster than before. A calculated risk, a foolish and desperate action. Either way it worked, but I cannot answer how he managed to pull the sword from my grip. There is no way it should have ever vanished as it did. Grunting, she folded her arms and leaned back in her chair. After that, I decided to beat the crap out of him for using whatever trick he had, gladly teaching him a lesson in the process. With her mouth closed and her blue eyes focused on Max, Everett turned his attention to the one both Tom and their golden warrior were staring at. "Care to shed some light on this?" Everett asked. Again, his tone and gaze told Max he had no choice in the matter. "Do you want the truth?" All 3 almost looked like clones of each other, with one eyebrow raised while the other lowered slightly. "Unless you want me to let Dexic spend the rest of the day beating on you in the training field. Yes, the truth, please." Nodding, Max sighed, glancing at Dexic, his lips moving between a frown and being drawn tight. Take your new sword out and stab my leg with it. Their golden warrior shook her head and looked at Max before turning to see what Everett wanted her to do. Seriously. Max nodded and put his leg closer to her. Just thrust it. Don't try to hack it off. Everett shrugged, and Tom seemed just as perplexed, but both said nothing as Dexic stood and retrieved the weapon. Slowly, she extended it toward his thigh, less than an inch between the two. Don't blame me if you can't walk for a week. Just do it, Max replied, ready to weave the story he had been working on all this time. She pulled back, thrusting with enough force that Max was certain she might have taken his leg off if he didn't already know the outcome. The tip of the sword hit the cloth on his leg and stopped immediately. Then, it slid off the side, sending Dexic stumbling a step and almost putting the sword into the floor. The sound of Everett's chair sliding back, and Tom's gasp was barely covered by the curse Dexic let out of her mouth. What in a goat-humpin' troll is that? Everett moved around the desk slowly, and a dagger appeared in his hand when he stood next to Max. Immediately, Max recognized it as the one he had crafted. Without hesitating, Everett plunged the dagger at Max's neck, ignoring the shout Dexic let out, and watched as the blade again stopped, touching his skin but not damaging it before sliding across the front, leaving no mark. What in the gods is that skill? Everett stored the dagger and turned to Dexic, ignoring the look of confusion that was written across her face. You need to go. But he just. Go, I will tell you details later, but one of the problems with being a faction leader is keeping secrets, Everett said. Do I need to remind you that I keep secrets for everyone? Her face turned red, and Max wasn't sure if it was because she was getting forced out of the room or because Everett had just commented on something private. Fine, she huffed, turning her attention to Max. One day, you and I will have a talk, and when we do, I expect an answer. Giving a soft smile and a single nod, Max watched as the woman stormed out of the office, slamming the massive door as she left. Tom was staring at the two of them in shock. Glancing back and forth between Everett and Max, the man seemed to be struggling to put together what he had just seen. Sitting in his chair, Everett stared at Max, slightly shaking his head. You said you'd tell the truth. Are you certain you can do that, Seth? Or should I call you Joshua? Tom's mouth dropped as his eyes went wide, and then realization struck. He's the crafter. How? Why? When his friend's hand came up, Tom stopped and glanced around the room. Seeing the chair Dexic had just vacated and went to it, grabbing it and moving it so that he could see both men at the same time. You know that Dragon Dungeon, there is more to it than I can share, Max said, shifting slightly under the gaze of the person he was receiving. The story we told was slightly different from what you were told. Why would you lie? Tom asked. Haven't we proven ourselves? Max shook his head. It's not just that. Not all of my team knows everything. Some things I can't share. Others, there was a dragon on the last floor, and it made me promise stuff I haven't even told Tanilla. Max's words were softer, and both men saw that his head was looking down at the floor instead of at them. What would be so dangerous you can't share with her? Everett asked. I doubt you keep much, if anything, from that woman. I dislike keeping secrets, but as you told Dexic, sometimes they're necessary. After all, how would you react if I suddenly told you that I have a legendary weapon crafting skill? Tom's eyes went wide at the truth Max just casually dropped. It would have been very suspect, Everett replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. As you might guess, I would have a lot of questions and probably not take just any answer you gave so easily. Max nodded and stood up, motioning for both men to stay seated. I'm going to show you something. Know that the only way you will ever get this is if you kill me, Max said in a deep voice. This was a gift from the dragon, and the other was to use it one day. Hesitating a moment, he watched both men, waiting for them to acknowledge his words with a simple bob of their heads. When he pulled the dragon tooth from his storage, holding the massive thing in his hands, Tom fell backward, his chair tipping over, and no sooner than he had crashed to the floor, rolled and was back on his feet. Everett's chair was falling over also as the man jumped in surprise. A dragon's tooth. My dragon's tooth, Max replied before storing it a second later. The dragon gave it to me, and the means to fashion a weapon from it when I have acquired the items to make something worthy of it. That is why I was crafting items for materials, trying to find if there was anything I knew would work with this. And did you? Everett asked as he moved backward and stood up his chair, sliding it back into place. Do we have items that would work with that? Shaking his head, Max sighed. You and I both know anything worth real gold or having wasn't shared with. Joshua, a chuckle came from Everett and he glanced at Tom, who appeared to be unable to handle everything thrown at him. Low intelligence stat, Max asked playfully. Boy, I don't, Everett said, cutting him off before chuckling. Seth is right. Intelligence is one of your lowest stats, though it is higher than most warriors. The truth is that Tom operates based on what he sees, and his knowledge of tactics is one of the best. Yet telling him a dragon gave you a tooth and a skill to turn it into a weapon, and then realizing you were smart enough to purchase an item, hide your identity, and fool us, well, that's too much. Slowly, Tom nodded. So now what? Max asked. Everett's cheeks tightened as he frowned slightly. I'll need a moment. Tom, can you grab a drink from my special jar for all three of us? Immediately, the trainer perked up and grinned, moving to the shelf that held exactly what he knew his friend wanted. Sit, Seth, we need to talk. That is so smooth, Tom said with a soft sigh. We should definitely have him tell us more things like this. All three of them laughed as they took their time, sipping the vintage the faction leader almost never shared. I can't really have word get out that you are making legendary weapons, Everett said slowly as he spun his glass on the desk, which means Joshua is still going to need to be the one making them. Sorry, Max replied. I figured it wouldn't be an issue once I was strong enough that it wouldn't matter if people learned that I had a skill like that. Both men nodded, knowing he was right. Power allowed people to do things that weren't possible when they were weak, so you still want to keep making items. Nodding, Max shrugged. I need to find materials that will allow me to one day craft a weapon worthy of this tooth. If it's possible to make more than one from it, then I'll gladly do that, but right now, I can't even cut it. There hasn't been a single thing I've seen that will mesh with it or affect it. You don't think it's a godly ranked skill, do you? Tom asked. No one's seen a dragon's tooth in so long I doubt there is a book or scroll with knowledge of what is needed, Everett replied. That means we're doing this blind. I've got a few items in our vault that he could look through, but trying to explain to the others why we might be using them would cause some problems. Everett, can I ask a question? The faction leader nodded at Max as he lifted his glass to his lips. Am I worth the trouble? Choking on the small sip he took, it took the older man a moment to catch his breath, the liquor having gone down the wrong hole and causing a different sensation than desired. Tom attempted to cover his mouth as he laughed, but the alcohol had already made that task fail. Why would you ask that? Everett finally gasped. A certain sect of elves wants me dead. Someone else outside them tried to kill me, possibly a noble, and I've just pissed off your highest-ranked fighter in the faction. Now you hear I've got secrets I can't share, see the item I won't share, and know I'm looking to raid the guild vault to make something from it. Tom snorted and his smile looked like it was struggling to stay in place. He's right, the trainer said, his speech having a hint of slurring. He is a pain in my arse. Everett turned so he could sit straight. Seth, listen to me. I can't imagine what you're handling. Tom shares some of what he sees, and I know there is a lot more going on under the surface than you'll share. Even Cordelia, which I'm certain you now know was meant to help us learn more about you, is committed to you completely. This speaks highly of who you are and what you can do. That damn ranger even turned down an item when I offered to trade it for some knowledge, and it wasn't one most would have resisted. Tapping the desk with his finger, Everett grinned. She didn't even hesitate to tell me where I could stick it. Politely, of course. Hearing that made Max feel better, knowing that Cordelia had done that for him. Tom began to stand and didn't make it, falling back into his chair. Man, the room is spinning, he muttered, his speech greatly slurring now. Everett laughed, holding up his cup and showing Max that he still had 2/3 left while Tom had already drunk everything. Do you need to help him? Shaking his head, Everett held up 10 fingers and slowly lowered them. At 5, the clattering of a glass cup on the floors rang out, and when all his fingers were lowered, Tom let out a soft snore. He never learns, that's why I don't drink it that often. Now I won't keep you. No doubt the whole faction is up in arms, and I doubt Dexic has done anything to alleviate that problem. Go and see your members and take care of that shopping. Tom told me you 5 need to take care of. Max stood up and nodded. Holding the cup in his hand, he smiled. Can I keep this and share it with someone? I'll bring the glass back. Grinning, the older man nodded, and Max made his way out of the room, choosing not to slam it as the one before him had. Are you certain we don't need to put you in hiding? Fowl asked as Max tried to convince them all that, for the 10th time, everything was okay. We will be fine. Now we need to go shopping. Tomorrow is going to be a big day, and I want to make sure we're a bit more prepared than before. They all nodded, heading in the direction of the faction store while Tanilla and Max walked a little slower in the back. You sure everything is okay? Max nodded and kissed her on the back of her hand as they walked. Better in some ways. I'll tell you later when it's just the two of us. Frowning, the beautiful elf with green hair and red eyes hip-checked him and laughed as he tripped over his feet. Each of them were putting items into their storage, surprised at what all they had taken out on loan or purchased outright. Someone definitely didn't do this place justice. Batrier called out from the counter she was at, pulling things out of the box they had brought her. I could have not sweated in places I don't want to mention if we had these cloaks. Corellia nodded as she finished storing all the arrows she had acquired, filling up the empty quivers and sticking baskets with hundreds in as well. You were right, Fowl whispered as he stood next to Max, watching the others. None of the equipment we could borrow was really worth it. I mean, maybe 2 rings, but Cordelia took those, and I didn't really need the dexterity that much. Eventually we'll need to borrow some, or it might look bad. I was thinking the same thing. So tomorrow, what's the plan? Besides defeating the boss and moving on, Max replied with a grin. I mean, is there anything else to plan? Just making sure there wasn't some other plan you might have come up with since Tom beat the crap out of you both on and off the training field. Both of them were chuckling as the 3 women joined them, wondering what was so funny. Should I ask? Batrier asked as she studied Fowl's face. No, Max replied. We're just laughing at how I got my arse handed to me today. The group left the store, laughing and smiling, finding joy in the time they had together and what they had each learned today. Standing before the tower entrance, the party watched as three other groups before them slowly moved ahead. We should have gotten here earlier, but someone was struggling to move from that drink Seth gave him last night. Fowl ignored the look Batrayer was giving him, nodding slowly as he rubbed his temples. Even with that healing, I can't believe how fast that knocked me out. Dwarves would disown me if they saw me go down from such a small amount. Focus, Tanilla said as they moved up another spot. Max nodded and smiled at her, glad that she felt what he had told Tom and Everett was a good decision for now. As Tom had shown them all yesterday, they were weak, and a group out there would easily dominate them. We taking bets on what the floor will be. That feels wrong, Cordelia replied, causing Fowl to grunt. What if the tower can hear us and modifies it to what we don't want or makes it even worse? Faster than a star shooting across the sky, Fowl snapped his head up. He looked at the tower before him and frowned. I guess it's too late to say I want to bet it's a 1-inch mouse that dies after one hit, can't move, and can't attack. Max ignored the playful banter and considered what today would hold. The first boss had been overwhelmingly difficult. It had taken every one of their skills and all of their cooldowns to win. For a moment, part of him wanted to return to the faction house and craft each of them weapons that would help make this easier. That face doesn't instill confidence, Tanilla whispered. What are you thinking? I'm done playing and we're going to have to get serious. I don't want to risk you again, and after we get back, I'm going to talk to Everett about taking him up on that offer. Biting her lip slightly, she nodded and motioned to the tower. We're up, Max said, moving toward the entrance. Good luck today, adventurers, and return home safe. They each nodded at the guard who motioned them ahead and stood as one before the massive portal. I'll go first. No one said anything, but each of them smiled when Fowl volunteered and stepped up and went inside. I take it back. I'm okay with sweating, Fowl grumbled as he began digging through his storage, seeking the same ring everyone else was looking for. Beneath the ramp they stood on with the portal back outside was a domain of ice, no warmth of any kind to note present. Each of their breaths caused a vapor cloud to come forth. Gods, it's freezing, Cordelia muttered as she slipped the ring on her finger, letting a sigh out after it began to stop some of the cold that assaulted them. Tanilla had her fire familiar out, providing a little more warmth for those who stood near it. No cloaks to prevent freezing one's arse, Fowl muttered as he pointed to where Max was staring. That looks intimidating. A castle made out of ice. Max nodded, his eyes scanning the wasteland before them. No snow was present that he could see, not even flakes in the wind that blew. Instead, everything was frozen, it was simply ice. The ground appeared to have just enough texture to it and cover that it wasn't one where right now they would have to worry about sliding foul along it. 3 miles to the castle, Cordelia said as she stood next to Max. Maybe a little more, but I'd bet gold on it. You see what I see down there? She scoffed and nodded. You figure out how tall they are yet. 15 to 20 feet, and I'd bet gold on that also, Max replied. Giants, Batrayer asked, a tinge of fear in her voice. No, those aren't giants, and that's what bothers me, Max said slowly. Whatever the boss is, it's inside the castle, and judging from what I see right now, I can only imagine what it will be. We're not turning back, are we? Fowl asked, surprised when everyone turned to look at him. Gods no, exclaimed Cordelia, holding her bow ready as she adjusted the arrows in her quiver. We're never turning back again. Got it. Nodding, Fowl grinned and then tucked his beard a little more into his plate armor. Lead on, mighty dwarf. Fowl grinned at Max and took the first steps down the ramp, making sure with each step that he wasn't about to end up sliding down on his arse. The moment they started moving down the ramp that led to the portal in and out of the tower floor, a light snow began to fall. Each of them groaned slightly as the viewing distance decreased to about half. 3 of them, Fowl said, pointing at the 3 blue giant creatures before them. Each wore some chain armor and carried massive clubs. Long white beards ran down to their chests, and blue horns jutted out of the white hair on their heads. Their blue skin only showed where the armor didn't cover it, yet other than their size, it was the one thing everyone had commented on first. If my math is right, their top stats should be around 150, Max reminded Fowl. That means you should be okay, but remember those clubs are going to create more damage from the size. I hear you, Fowl replied. While a refresher is good, are you that worried about 3 of them? Just be smart. Tanilla, do you think Root would work on one at all? I'm going to try and see. Max nodded and checked to make sure everyone was ready. All right, on your Root. Tanilla cast her spell on the one on the left, watching vines and roots attempt to push up through the frozen ground. The cracking and popping noise of ice breaking carried across the distance, and the other 2 charged at them while the one whose massive leg was being surrounded roared, trying to rip off the roots with one hand. Fire. Holding the blazing club, Max unleashed a fireball at the one on the right as Cordelia sent fire arrows. Soon, a firebolt came from Tanilla, joining the race to attack the 15-foot-tall giant. Fowl scurried toward his target, yelling and shouting as the one in the middle lifted its club and prepared to hammer him into the ice below. Flames billowed over the giant, which the other 3 were attacking, and Max raced toward it, holding his club back and off to the side. The giant that was hit with fire arrows and spells was stumbling, crying out as its beard was burnt off, massive burns showing across the blue skin, creating an ugly portrait of ruined flesh on its face. Foul's target attacked. The club came downward and was deflected to the side as the dwarf angled his shield. The impact against the ground sent out a spray of ice fragments for 10 yards. Running at the weakened one, Max saw 4 more arrows reach the giant before he got there, swinging his club at the unprepared foe. The strike struck the legs, hitting right at the kneecap. A crack sounded as the bone snapped, causing the giant's leg to buckle. "It's free," Tanilla shouted, alerting Max to the one she had tried to lock down, the sound of its footsteps creating thuds that echoed in his sonar, telling him the giant was on its way before his friend had even called out. Leaving the giant on the ground, Max dashed toward the third one, seeing it raise its club and prepare to attack him. His short sparring match with Dexic had taught him a few tricks, and seeing the club that was coming toward him, he dodged the overhead strike, moved to the left, and counter-attacked against its leg. The knee buckled inward, sending the giant to the ground as the momentum from its swing and the loss of its right leg toppled it immediately. Without waiting, Max began delivering the second attack, twisting his body and using the momentum of the first strike that he had created when swinging through the entire attack. Jumping and coming down with the club, he smashed into the monster's back, sounds of bones breaking under the impact and a low groan as his weapon connected. The flames of the hammer were spreading along the giant, causing it to burn on both its leg and back. Letting bounce back from the blow help him bring the weapon back into position, Max drove forward, this time slamming the club onto the creature's head, earning him a satisfying crunch as the skull broke. A much colder thread ran through him, and Max shook for a moment, unsure if it was the gain of something or the tower floor temperature. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Would you like to learn ice resistance? Yes, no. Selecting yes, he ran toward the first giant he had attacked, seeing it was trying to stand up, the fire that had ignited on its leg beginning to go out. The monster was dead 2 swings later, and another chill ran through him. Skill consumed is equal to rank of current skill. Power stored for future use. Foul was doing exceptionally well. He held the giant's attention, landing the occasional hit with his weapon while allowing his thorn aura to keep it focused on him. Each of his blocks was significantly better, learned through the beating he took yesterday. Coming up from behind, Max's stealth, delivering a blow so powerful it shattered the giant's hip in a single strike. After that, it was a mercy to kill it with one more. Gods, those things are huge. Foul groaned as he stretched his arms and shook them out. They hit hard, but nothing like that Minotaur boss did. What's your thoughts on roots? Max asked as he watched Tanilla and the others approach. It works, just not long at all. Maybe 15 seconds if we're lucky. Probably 5 if we aren't. The good news is I can aim for their eyes, and those fire arrows really pack a punch against them, Cordelia said. I think we can blind and disable one with her fire magic and my arrows, which will help against larger packs. Everyone looked at Batrir, who rolled her eyes. I healed, Foul lived. Seems that everything worked out fine. Their dwarven warrior chuckled and pointed at the corpses. What are we going to farm from them? Maybe the horns, Max replied. Unless you're wanting to check for something a bit more personal. The snow grew a little more regular, and they continued to deal with each pack of giants they encountered. One had 5, and Max had to use his root spell, cursing when his was the one that broke first. None of the giants stood a chance against his new weapon, Cordelia's pinpoint accuracy, and the damage that Tanilla's fire spell was doing. Each group of monsters fell in moments, burnt or bashed to death. I hate needing to wait for mana, Tanilla said as everyone stood near her familiar. Part of the mage's life, Foul said as he tried to take a drink, frustrated at how quickly the water in his skin started to freeze. Looking at the skill he had picked up, Max wondered why it was so low. Skill description: Ice Resistance. Ice Resistance rare skill. Reduces all damage and effects of cold-related attacks or environments by 40. I guess legendary would be 70 or 80%, meaning godly would have to be close to 90 or 100%. Lost in his thoughts, Max saw Foul waving his hands and turned to see what was up. We're ready unless you need a moment. Shaking his head, Max moved a few steps away and pulled out his flaming club. Nope, just doing math in my head. Thankfully, I have a high enough intelligence that my brain doesn't hurt when I attempt it. Within 2 hours, they were finally at the entrance to the giant ice castle. Massive ice walls rose up 200 feet tall, with a single entrance point. A huge pair of doors that were 70 feet tall, also made of solid ice, were cracked open. Standing outside the door were 2 giants, both 20 feet tall and holding 2 clubs the same size as the previous monsters they had faced. Those are going to be a lot worse, Foul muttered as he studied their next target. Their skin is a deeper blue also. Think there will be any inside the gate that join them? Only one way to find out, Max said as he waited for Batrir to finish casting her buff. 2 fireballs roared through the air toward the giant on the right while Cordelia released her arrows. Red and orange streaks traveled across the open area. Cordelia's fire arrow struck first, striking the left eye of her target and causing it to howl in pain. However, as the two fireballs were about to strike, a massive ice wall rose from the ground, protecting the injured giant. "Shite," Fowl shouted as he raced toward the pair. "One of them is a caster." Max ran toward the pair, unsure what was about to take place as the appearance of the wall had been totally unexpected. "Go," Tanilla shouted as she summoned another fireball, letting it grow in size and waiting for the target she and the ranger were working on. Charging them, the giant on the left covered the ice with a speed that seemed almost impossible compared to the previous ones. Its feet suddenly had a blue shimmer around them. Both of its massive 8-foot-long clubs shimmered with a blue aura, and ice shards dropped from it as they swung with its stride. "Careful," Max shouted, realizing now that the battle on the boss floor had just increased drastically. The 60 yards they had been apart was gone in seconds, and the giant came at Fowl, preparing to swing. Planting his feet, their dwarven warrior prepared to block when a pillar of ice rose up under him. The sudden appearance of the ice formation raised the dwarf off the ground about 10 feet in a second, only staying stuck to it because of his armor's natural ability to stay rooted. Max cursed silently, knowing that everything was going sideways in a heartbeat. Demonic teleportation. Power strike. Max moved through the portal he had created, and as he did, he felt an arrow pass over him. A roar came as the arrow struck an eye, causing the swing of the giant to miss slightly. Instead of both clubs coming together, smashing Fowl between them, one went low, destroying the ice wall it had created, while the other smacked into Fowl, who twisted, bringing his shield to block at the last second the one that still hit him. He was sent flying across the air, 30 yards to the right, tumbling and rolling. The portal above the giant opened up behind its head, and Max slammed downward with his weapon, pissed at the monster that had just abused his friend. A squelch and crunching noise filled his ears as the hammer grew brighter, the flames rising slightly more, and the giant fell to the ground, crashing against the frozen floor. Flames licked the edges of the massive hole in its back where its spine and neck had been, now pulverized into the ground. Turning his attention to the first giant they had tried to take down, Max saw it was moving, not near as fast as the other one. Holding a club up, a cloud formed over Cordelia and the others standing together, ice shards starting to rain down like daggers. The fireball she had been building up roared toward the giant. She had put so much magic into the spell that the size of it was almost 5 feet wide. Seeing the incoming spell, it raised both clubs, partially blocking the fireball as flames billowed around the glowing weapons. When the fire passed over them, both arms looked scorched and part of its hair was on fire. Even the blue glow that surrounded the clubs had lessened, appearing ready to disappear. Creating a fireball as he ran, Max let it form and sent it toward the monster, watching as Fowl charged the giant, having managed to get back up on his feet. Another howl of pain and agony came as Cordelia found the other eye with her arrows, the training that Tom had put them through paying off in massive ways. Blind and injured, the giant found itself dead on the floor like the other in a few moments, both legs shattered and its head bashed in. Skill consumed is equal to rank of current skill. Power stored for future use. Huffing, Fowl winced as he waited for Batcher to heal him once more. "That wasn't fun," he grumbled. "When the hell did these things get smart? You mean, when did we run into something with enough brains and bronze to give us a run for our money?" Nodding, the dwarf checked his shield, obviously glad to see that it was still in working order. "Though that is a good trick to remember," Max said with a grin. "We never considered that, did we?" Snorting, Fowl nodded, and they watched as the others joined them. "I guess we just learned something valuable," Tanilla said as she approached the pair. "Walls have other uses than blocking and shielding." "Seth was just commenting on that," their dwarven warrior replied. "But don't forget scaling walls either." Laughing, the four of them all enjoyed a moment, then realized Cordelia was looking at them, not knowing the joke. "Sorry, Seth used them once to climb a wall so we could skip a part of a dungeon." Bobbing her head, their ranger grinned, seeing the intelligence of such an action. "Well, now what?" Batrier asked, motioning to the open gate that was not that far from them. "I guess we go in," Max replied. The walls of the ice castle hid the vastness and dangerous side of the boss floor behind it. Like the Minotaur and Werewolf Tower floor, a town was laid out with streets cut from shaped ice and buildings over 70 feet tall, blocking their vision as cold shadows cast upon them. "It's as if they replicated a normal town, but amplified everything," Fowl pondered aloud, stepping through the 40-foot thick opening in the ice wall. What could be the plan here? Max stood there gazing upon the wide streets and was hesitant for the first time in a while. Magic-using giants, each bigger yet not stronger. Their ice magic isn't so bad that our air walls can't stop them, but the real problem is how many might come. Turning, Max smiled and nodded at Cordelia. "Of course, with our newest addition blinding them so quickly, our chances are much better." Grinning from ear to ear, Cordelia was either blushing or had red cheeks from the cold. "How many can we take at once?" Tanilla asked, keeping close to her fire familiar. 3, 4. Everyone stood there quietly momentarily as they tried to decide the best plan. We could choke point right here, Max replied. The opening isn't that wide, and with their magic, the ice wall surrounding us would work for using earth and air barriers to protect us from their spells. If Fowl got smacked sideways again, at least it wouldn't be that far. No, into a massive piece of ice, their warrior grunted. Still, it's not a bad plan. Do you think you can move through the building safely and bring some? What happens if like 20 come? Rubbing his face, the new skill made Max realize he really no longer felt the cold, especially with the ring equipped. I can use my trump card, but I'd rather not. That's something I prefer to save for the boss. We could retreat to the doors. Batrayer pointed behind them. They are only open about 30 feet. That would really help hold them at bay, and with you and Tenilla both casting fire magic, it might actually be the best spot to bring every giant to. That's my woman, Fowl exclaimed, winking at their healer. Everyone nodded. It was actually the best plan. Moving back to the gate, Max started chipping away holes in the ice outside the doors that swung outward. Once he had about 3 feet dug down, he wedged the axes he had taken from the minotaurs and used them to prop against the ice ridges of the massive doors. I can't promise those will hold long, but it's better than nothing if they try to push against and swing these doors open. Fowl nodded and held his position right in the middle of the doors while the other three moved back about 20 yards, the soft snowfall drifting upon them. I'll be back, Max said with a wink as he ran off into the portcullis. Slowly, Max made his way through the street that ran right from the portcullis and into town, turning slightly off to the left. No giants were visible, but he wasn't going to run through town without a care. Sneaking along one of the buildings that resembled a house made of stone ice blocks, he considered what he had learned so far and what could be done to help overcome the problems they faced. Reaching the edge of the building where the first street intersected, Max heard footsteps coming closer. They sounded like massive beasts, and when he peeked quickly around the edge, still about 50 yards off, 3 giants appeared, each matching the appearance of the first 2 they encountered. Staying hidden, he began creating a fireball, letting it build up in power as the 3 giants drew closer with each step. Knowing they were only about 20 yards away, he sent the fireball toward them, directing it at the furthest one on the left. A roar came from the pack, yet he didn't wait to see if the fireball hit. Instead, he chose to run back toward the entrance. The sound of their feet hitting the ground told Max they were chasing him now, and glancing over his shoulder, revealed that the one he aimed for was a bit behind the other 2, the fire having burnt its arm and chest. His sonar told him a wall was rising before him, and Max darted quickly to the right, avoiding the barrier and dancing back to the left when another appeared a dozen yards past the first. More roars of frustration and anger came as he ran into the portcullis and led the giants toward his friends. 72, Fowl muttered. 72 of these giants. How many more are there? Max shrugged, knocking off another set of horns and storing them. Honestly, I think I've cleared most of it. They aren't that densely packed, but this would have been far worse if we fought in the streets. So you want to move and look for the boss. Shaking his head at Tenilla, Max held up a finger. I want to make one more check and make sure there aren't any more patrols or moving troops. They don't move fast while just walking around, and the streets go on for a while. You 4 rest, eat something, and I'll be back. If it looks clear, we can try to make it to the next wall and through that gate. Fowl didn't wait to relax after receiving permission. He pulled out 2 wooden chairs he had decided to bring for moments like this. Chuckling, Max turned and jogged back into the city, wondering if they were finally going to be done with this part of the floor. Finding the path clear, Max led them toward another wall just as tall as the outer one, yet the gate had been closed. It was just as tall as the first gate, except this one had a massive giant holding a club that appeared to be at least 15 feet tall in the carving on it. That looks foreboding, Tenilla said as she pointed at the image where the head of the giant left horn was snapped off. I'm assuming this is the boss. Max nodded and pointed at the wall. I can climb it, drop a rope, and we can look down and see what's on the other side. My only problem is that doing so removes that option later if needed. So go in blind or risk using a possible escape, and that might also be our one chance to turn the tide to our side. Nodding, Max felt his dwarven friend pat him on the back. Just checking. Now go push open that door and let's see what we got. Putting both hands on one of the doors, Max gave it a shove, and as always, the size and weight of the door seemed not to matter, opening slowly and soon providing a 10-foot gap for them to move through. Let's go, Cordelia said, moving past Max and choosing not to be afraid of what lay beyond the gate. Standing outside the portcullis was a field of snow, sunken down and littered with what looked like broken armor and weapons of failed attackers. The snow that fell had magically grown thick now, no longer the gentle drift, but instead large flakes almost assaulted one's face and body as the wind whipped around them. Gods, it just got colder, Fowl muttered as he shuddered, holding his shield and weapon ready. I can't see anything past about 100 yards. You. Max shook his head as Cordelia did the same. How thick is that snow? Tenilla asked, everyone still standing in the space under the wall. We won't know until we get into it, but that might cause problems with maneuvering. I'd say we could turn around, but the door is already closed. We're not running, Cordelia replied, giving Max an icy glare. Stop saying that. Batcher held up her hand and motioned toward the area well past them. Each of them stared, straining to see what she had, and then the shape moved as a soft thud occasionally came through the wind. Mother of dragons, foul cursed. That thing is way taller than the others. Everyone stood there staring at a blurry, dark shape in the snowstorm, moving slowly across the area, easily towering over the giants they had just faced by at least half. We need to move, Max said as the shape stopped, appearing to turn. This is a bad spot to get trapped in. Fowl shrugged his shoulders once and started moving forward. I'll lead, Seth supports, and you three stay back, so if something happens, you're out of range. Not waiting for a response, Fowl moved into the swirling snow, his feet starting to sink in until the snow reached his knees, requiring him to work harder as he trudged toward the boss. Glancing at the others, who were waiting, Max began to follow their main warrior, wondering what this fight was going to really be like. Slowly, the boss's shape began to become clearer, and the knowledge that visibility was about 70 yards for making something out with detail made things worse. The boss was almost 40 feet tall, holding a massive round wooden shield and carrying a weapon that was easily 15 feet tall, just like the door had depicted. Fowl was still moving forward, slowed down by the piles of snow that left a trail as he moved. Cordelia seemed to almost walk on the snow, and Tanilla was barely sinking in either. Batcher tried to follow the trail her man had left while Max stayed off to the left some, carrying his flaming club. The boss's club glowed with the same blue color, except his was almost like a royal blue, rising a few feet off the banded club it carried. Only the right horn remained, and the left one was gone, giving the boss an air of experience. Its long white beard could have made a blanket for a few dwarfs, and unlike the rest of the giants, this one wore a plate version of armor. Worked silver like metal covered its forearms, shoulders, and chest, and a massive belt that protected its hips had a huge buckle of some kind of bone oxen or other skull. Thick armor protected its legs and knees. This one isn't going to have many weak spots. It's going to. A roar came and the boss pointed its hammer at Fowl and them. Fools, this is my domain. Come, join the bones of all those who have fallen before you. Its voice caught them all off guard, deep, thick, and filled with rage. Holy. Just fight, Max shouted, cutting off Fowl's curse as the boss began to move toward them. It didn't run like the others instead. Each step was careful and placed with precision as it held the shield and weapon at the ready. Cordelia sent a fire arrow, and then another, yet each one was easily blocked by the boss's shield. Between its braided beard and mustache, a massive grin appeared. Seth, Tanilla called out questioningly, "Fireball its face, on 3." Both of them built a fireball, and the boss slowed down, seeing two of them casting and apparently noticing that one of them wasn't dressed like a caster. When Max shouted 3, Tanilla's larger fireball raced toward the boss's face while Max's flew toward its hand holding the weapon. The shield blocked the spell aimed at its head, while the other struck the hand holding its weapon. Steam rose from where the blue skin and the flames met, causing the boss to bring its weapon hand near its face. Blowing on the flames still present, a cold blast of air came from its mouth and put them out. An even larger grin, yet much more evil, appeared and it started to laugh. "Oh, we're going to have fun playing," it shouted, and then it charged. As the boss came close, its head flashed red, and then it roared. Waves of fear came from it, and Max felt the slightest twinge of it touch his heart before melting away. Fowl stood there, unable to move, transfixed by the boss and what it had done. His sonar told him that Cordelia likewise wasn't firing anymore, her body frozen as if by magic. Intimidation. Another wave of pressure went out, this time from Max, and the boss stumbled just in the slightest. Its eyes were taken off of Fowl, and it turned to the human rushing at it, holding a flaming weapon. "You are worthy," it bellowed, facing the tiny man who barely came to its knees. His mind raced as Max considered what was about to happen. Strength-wise, he probably had this boss beat with his items, but its size and weight would overcome that. One real hit might not kill him, but if the boss had an ability like a power strike, there wasn't a way he would survive without his own skill. Starting the casting of Fire Nova, Max continued to strafe, trying to turn the boss away from his allies and provide them any chance to attack without having to worry about that shield. While not fast, the size allowed it to reach Max in 2 steps, and the club came down with tremendous force. The blue, glowing club slammed into the ground, creating a shockwave like so many other bosses seem to have, causing the ground to rise and fall for about 20 yards. Max managed to avoid the strike, using his sonar to give every advantage while relying on his ability to evade to guide his steps. Fire Nova went off, sending out 3 waves of fire, melting the snow that surrounded him and the giant, rolling up its feet and shins. Max moved with the ground's undulations as the boss tried to drag its weapon along the frozen soil toward the human, who was not only avoiding his strikes but had also singed its flesh slightly. The flames had made running easier, removing some of the drift that made him have to work harder, giving Max the chance to move toward the boss. An explosion rocked the boss's back, causing it to grunt as it tried to pull its weapon up, preparing to kick Max, who was now near its feet. Max swung his club, focusing the rage and frustration of a boss that either had killed multiple adventurers in their pursuit of the tower or was designed just to piss him off with taunts. The flames of the club grew brighter, and when he connected his attack against the boss's shin, it made a clanging sound, shifting the boss's leg back slightly and leaving a slight dent in the metal. Flames rose up on the outer edge of the armor, yet Max didn't wait to watch and see what it would do. Max let the energy provided by the impact with the armor help him use the collision, spinning and absorbing the momentum. That gave him time to dodge to the left, avoiding the boss's attempt to step on him. The ground shook, and Max jumped away to safety, rolled, stood up on the backside of the right leg, and attacked again. The game of elephant and mouse began as Max struck repeatedly, his club delivering blows to the back, front, and sides of the shins while the fire continued to burn, not getting a chance to go out. Repeated steps and attempts at kicking while using its weapon failed to catch Max, who was too fast for it. A third fireball struck its back, and dozens of arrows were scattered across its neck and arms. Tired of getting hit by both sides, the boss ignored Max and turned toward Tanilla, Cordelia, and Batrier. Freeze! A massive cloud formed above the women, and Max saw the first shards of ice plummet from it, each one at least 6 feet long and much thicker than the spell the smaller giants had used. He cast his ice, stone, and air walls all over Tanilla, trying to protect her while she helped the other two scramble toward her. His air wall only blocked half a dozen direct hits before failing, while the stone wall blocked almost twice as many. There wasn't time for him to worry about protecting them anymore. Tanilla and the others could take care of themselves, and Fowl had started to move, finally breaking free from the boss's intimidation. Coming, Max was done not going all out. Unsure if it would have been the best choice, he instead let the anger at seeing his friends be in danger flow through him. The flames on the club doubled in size, and the heat they put off, and he focused his vision on the same spot he had hit a few times already. Power strike. Magical strike. Rampage. Like a knife through butter, his club tore off the shin of the boss on its right leg, causing the spell it was channeling to end as it dropped to the ground, landing on its knee, and using both shield and weapon not to fall face first. Fowl had just reached the point where he could attack, and with the boss down, he started banging his pointed mace against the left foot nearest to him. Blue blood spilled out rapidly from the massive wound. A blue bone was jutting from the end as well. With a howl, the boss flashed green, and the boss floor went silent. Everyone had basically forgotten about the sound the snowstorm made. The howling wind was an afterthought when every moment required you to focus on the 40-foot-tall boss that cast ice storms, sent the ground vibrating with each attack, and appeared for a while unable to be damaged. Yet when the sound of the storm vanished, and every noise, like the sound of Fowl's weapon against a metal boot, stopped. Each of them froze, wondering what was going to happen next. Everyone except their dwarven warrior, who continued to attack with a vengeance. Ice and snow began to spin and rotate, all spiraling toward the giant that was still howling. Max tried to push toward the boss, but he was unable to move closer to the leg he had wounded. Ice and snow flowed into the gaping injury, and tinier threads ran to where arrows were in its back. It's healing. Tanilla shouted, her voice carrying over the noise only because of Max's sonar skill. Sure enough, the flesh of its leg was growing back, and so was the plate armor he had just destroyed. Fighting the forces that seemed to push him away, Max tried to get close, slamming his club into the swirling mist of snow and ice, only to get pushed away. Don't, wait, the voice stopped him from doing what he had planned to do. Max had planned on using his berserker ability to overcome the healing, but now he backed up, giving himself a little space as the area they were fighting in became nothing more than frozen dirt. Weapons and armor that were bent and smashed into pieces fell to the ground, and the snow that had supported them was gone. For over 20 seconds, every bit of ice and snow within 100 yards was gone, and now the boss was fully healed, his leg and its armor back. I'm going to crush you. Its head snapped toward Max. Those black eyes seemed soulless and desiring to consume him. As it began to rise, Max knew the moment he had been waiting for had come. Hit it, he shouted. Max used everything he planned in that moment, ready to see if he could finally end this. Spider walk. Demonic magic. Demonic teleport. Evasion. Bulwark. Armored warrior. Berserker. One moment he was on the ground. The next, Max was on the boss's right shoulder, standing on those plated pauldrons. Max couldn't really see it, but the club he was wielding was blazing like a star, the power of it so overwhelmed by the rage inside him at that moment that it cut like an inferno. Blow after blow slammed into the boss's head, sending the giant stumbling and breaking off the other horn. Massive chunks of flesh flew from the skull, each strike tearing pieces like a stick against a pinata. Even when the giant tried to smack Max off, his skill's grip, combined with every other defensive ability, prevented it. The hand that came toward him pulled back without any fingers, a torrent of blue blood flowing from their missing areas. a wooden club burning blue with the heat of a star churned against anything that got close. Max gave in to that moment, choosing not to try and control the rage, instead letting it fuel his attacks. This weapon was built for this moment, and like a pyre doused with the strongest burning liquid, it roared with a heat that would melt any that stood in its way. Even as the boss fell, half of its head gone and more pieces being taken off each second, Max continued his assault. Ice and snow began to stream toward the massive giant, trying to regrow and heal the injured area again, but the amount of damage being done was too much and too rapid. The snow flooded past Max like a storm, and each bit of bone and flesh that was rejoined evaporated in a heartbeat. Suddenly, the ice and snow swirling in the air vanished. The cold sensation that had flooded through him was not noticed. Only when he, the boss, hit the ground and his weapon struggled to swing for a moment, hitting the dirt, did Max finally notice that he had killed the boss. Pulling back the anger inside, he waited for the rage to end and then found himself panting, both hands on fire. Regeneration. Glancing at his weapon, Max saw only a thin piece of wood left barely 2 inches thick and 3 feet long. In his hands he held a charred twig. Seth, Fowl's voice made him look for his friend as he stored the charred stick. Salvage something. Glancing at where he stood, all Max could see was blue blood covering everything. The brain was gone, destroyed, and there was no ear or scalp even to harvest. Barely a third of the head remained. Drenched in blood at his feet, still standing sideways as his spider walk held him, Max immediately summoned his harvesting knife and cut the hair off the base of the skull still remaining. A decent-sized braid was in his hand when the boss began to disappear, and Max's spider walk ability failed, dropping him to the ground with nothing to hold on to. Seth, turning to where the others were, he saw some blood on their clothes and realized they had suffered injuries under the storm of ice spears. Batrayer's mana was at half, a rare thing for her. She was jogging toward him with the others, chatting with Cordelia about something. Tanilla was almost out of mana and looked tired from that fight. "You okay?" She nodded, coming to where he was, ignoring the gore that covered him, and let him give her a quick kiss on the cheek. "I'm not sure we would have survived that ice storm without you tossing those shields at first," she replied. "Batrayer almost used her barrier, but we were fine once you broke its channeling of the storm." How hard was it? Realizing there were notifications for him to check, Max tapped his head and then pointed at the largest chest they had ever received, waiting for them. A weird sound of someone crying caught his attention, and both of them spun and saw Fowl wiping tears from his face. His hairy chest was on display for everyone, seeming unaffected by the cold breeze. "My chest, it just vanished." He lamented, not caring that everyone but Batrayer didn't enjoy the view. "I didn't realize dwarves were that hairy," Cordelia said louder than she had planned, sending Max and Tanilla into a fit of laughter while Batrayer just grinned before replying. "You'll never know how great a hairy chest is, getting a good grip and all." Max felt his mouth open and his tongue trying to escape as his stomach began rolling, visually imagining that taking place. Consume has successfully consumed bonus stats 10 strength, consumed 10 constitution, consumed 7 intelligence, consumed 7 wisdom consumed. Glancing at the notifications, Max tried to walk and think while pushing the image of Batrayer grabbing onto Fowl's chest hair out of his mind. Was there more intelligence to be gained, or was that just the max of how powerful it was? Wondering how many points the boss possibly had in strength and constitution also left some burning questions, but he ignored that as he reached out to put a hand on Fowl's shoulder and stopped himself. Sorry it served you well though," Max said, doing his best to comfort his friend. "Why don't you put a shirt or something else on though, before your nipples freeze and can't be healed?" Sniffing and laughing, Fowl nodded, his old plate chest appearing in a moment. "I knew it was going to happen, but part of me wanted to keep it. I felt like it allowed me to be more help. You were fine. We couldn't have survived without your help. Now stop crying, look at that chest behind you, and go open it." Fowl turned his head and spotted the chest behind him, almost snapping his neck when he realized how just massive it was. "Damn, that's a massive chest," he exclaimed, beaming with excitement. "You know how much I love a large chest, but that thing is the biggest one I've ever seen." Sighing, Max nodded and pushed his friend from behind toward it. The dwarf dashed across the 30 yards or so where it sat, a massive chest made from dark blue ice. Runes ran across the top and bottom band that housed the etched relief of giants. One massive giant stood in the middle at the front, both horns now snapped off its head. Everyone jogged to catch up, but Fowl didn't wait, throwing the lid back and looking inside. "Sweet mother of dwarven ale, Akram does love me." Before any of them could get there, Fowl reached in and pulled out a plate chest piece. It was gold, not as bright as the one he had been wearing, yet it reminded Max of the one Dexic wore. "What's it give?" Fowl looked up at Batrayer and grinned. "Inspect armor. Golden defender plus 40 strength, constitution, dexterity 20 damage mitigation against larger enemies. Unmovable. Bonded." Max's eyes widened at hearing that it gave so many stat points and saw Cordelia's jaw drop. Did he just say 40? You're damn right I did. Quick, come see what else is in there. No one waited, racing to see what else might be inside, each of them going wide-eyed at the swirling purple area and the goods waiting to be claimed. A blue staff with markings on it waited for their mage. Cordelia was barely able to resist grabbing the quiver, which was the same color as the chest. Batrier raised an eyebrow at the pair of pants waiting for her. It was a striped pair with blue and white lines, and it looked like a cloth of some sort. Is that Max started to ask before stopping himself. In the chest was a poleaxe, similar to the one he had used all this time. This one had blue metal and white runes running along it, a black shaft going down, and a spike on top that was over a foot in length. 3 yellow crystals, each twice the size of the other typical ones taken from the chests, were radiating with a power that was almost able to be felt even from the storage. 5 places in the chest were also marked with an X waiting to be rolled on and not showing what might be given. That's awfully weird, Cordelia said as her fingers twitched. But then again, I've come to expect that from partying with a dwarf with a hairy chest. Everyone chuckled and Fowl groaned. Grab your damn loot and tell me what it is. Each reached in at the same time, pulling out their items and staring at them with excitement. No one could resist the widening of their eyes as they discovered the stats of the new thing they now possessed. Inspect weapon. Conqueror of the Broken Prince plus 40 strength, constitution, dexterity 30 damage to larger enemies. Cleaving. Bonded. There was the slightest moment when Max wanted to complain about losing the 35% bonus damage to monsters of a higher level, but then he remembered why that really didn't matter. He was short. How good is it? Fowl asked, almost drooling with anticipation of the stats. Upon hearing them, everyone nodded in appreciation. Tanilla shared hers, earning a gasp from Batrayer. Inspect weapon. Staff of the Ice Mage plus 50 intelligence, wisdom 30 bonus damage when casting ice spells. Cold snap. Bonded. What about you? Fowl asked, turning to see Cordelia fighting back the tears rolling down her cheeks. Her hands trembled as she held the quiver. Inspect quiver. Quiver of Slaying plus 50 constitution, dexterity 20 faster arrow flight speed. Slaying arrow. Bonded. What the hell is a slaying arrow? Swallowing, Cordelia turned to Fowl and her face lit up. Her cheeks started to rise as she grinned. Once a week I can summon an arrow that does twice the normal damage, she replied. The quiver glowed blue for a moment and an arrow appeared in it. Slowly pulling it out, she showed it to everyone. Its clear crystal head radiated with a slight hum, and its solid blue shaft had crystal feather quills. That's impressive, Max said as he smiled at their ranger. I can only imagine what that, with your ability, will do to someone or something. Chuckling, Cordelia nodded and carefully slid the arrow back into the quiver and put it on her hip. After a second, she put the arrow into her storage and filled the quiver with normal ones. No point in keeping that out until I need it. Max nodded, and Fowl turned to Batrayer, who was rolling her eyes at him even as she grinned, every tooth on display through her beard. Inspect pants. Pants of the Priestess plus 40 constitution, intelligence, wisdom, plus 20 healing increase on all healing spells. Disciple's blessing. Bonded. Holy elf. A hand to the back of Fowl's head from Tanilla stopped him, but Batrier nodded. That spell has a 1-week cooldown, but it will give everyone a temporary 20% boost to their stats for 5 minutes, she exclaimed. Smiling, Max saw that Cordelia had taken a step back and was looking at the 4 of them. You okay? His question caused everyone to turn and face their ranger, who was nodding slowly. I'm not asking. I'm just pointing out something. Loot like this doesn't drop this early. We're easily getting stuff that's only dropped in the upper 40 levels. Tell me we realize this. Everyone nodded. It's always been this way for us, Max said. We've never told anyone because, well, it wouldn't be safe. How many would kill to have what you now own? Can't you tell the difference between your power? She nodded and pointed at the chest. And there are still 5 other items. Fowl snapped his fingers and laughed. You're right, I forgot. 1 for each of us. Max grabbed their warrior's shoulder, stopping him as he turned back to the chest and watched Cordelia's face change. She bit her lip as her head slowly bobbed up and down. We could do it, we could actually pass the 50th floor, she muttered. Glancing up at the other 4, she saw that everyone was nodding. Seriously, if our items keep coming like this, we could go past the 50th floor. That's the plan, Tanilla said, moving to where the other elf was still struggling to realize it was possible. Putting a hand on her shoulder, their mage smiled. Thija must have a reason for this. I'm not certain what it is, but we shall see it through. Lost in the moment, Cordelia laughed, flung her arms around Tanilla and shook her happily. When she realized what had happened, she turned bright red, setting down the woman she knew was royalty. Forgive me, It's okay, Tanilla replied, grabbing the ranger and repeating the same embrace. I'm just as excited even if I don't show it. Groaning, Fowl ran his hand down his face, tugging on his beard. Can we get back to the loot? Someone make this dwarf happy and let's go loot the stuff in the chest. Everyone groaned as Batraer spoke, but moved to join the dwarven warrior who was bouncing like a kid in a candy store by the chest. One each, right? He asked, his fingers dangling near one of the items. Yes, go ahead. With permission from his love, Fowl touched an X and everyone waited for the timer to end. When it did, a black box of about 6 square inches appeared in his hand. What the hell is this? Fowl asked, turning it over and inspecting it from each angle. Does inspecting it show anything? Shaking his head at Max, the dwarf dropped it on the ground, causing Batraer to gasp as it hit the frozen ground. Foul Hammerfall, what the hell are you thinking? Wincing, he picked it up and checked it, seeing it wasn't even scratched. Sorry, just testing something. Tanilla moved forward and touched one, receiving the same thing. Seeing Max's questioning glance, she shook her head. Batraer and Cordelia both ended up with a matching one. When his box touched his hand, Max jerked back. Do you know what that is? Realizing the others were staring at him, Max tried inspecting it, seeing nothing come up at all, not a single notification. Inspect item. Oh, bonded. No, how could I? Put those away, do not take them out or reveal them to anyone. What are they though, and why are you shouting? Max's head hurt from that last command, and if he hadn't acquired the formidable mind skill, he wasn't sure he could have resisted the desire to store it immediately. Artifacts, I haven't seen one of those in ages. You need 3 more. When you acquire them, I will show you how to activate them. Until then, none of you must ever let someone know of their existence. Now, please. Store them immediately, put them away quickly. Max's tone wasn't the typical request, but everyone immediately stored the black boxes, staring at him with a look of confusion. Should I ask? Frowning, Max took a breath and sighed. He could feel their looks and knew Cordelia had no idea what was going on. The others knew his skill must have told him something and were wondering what he had just learned. Find an item, a bag, something, and store that inside it. Lock it away so that no one will ever see it, Max said, his face grim and hard. We need 3 more each. When one of us owns 4 total, then I can help. However. Pausing, he turned and faced each of them, slowly shifting his gaze and reading their scared and confused expressions. From what I've been told and know, those boxes will get you killed by anyone who knows what they are without hesitation. Even Tanilla's head moved back at that statement. You're saying these are more powerful than everything else we have gotten. Looking at Cordelia, Max nodded. Not yet, but in time when you have enough, or if you have enough. Imagine you showed it to the king of the elves, hoping to earn favor from him. Perhaps you thought he might reward you. The only reward you would get would be a painful death, as he made certain you had no more on you and tortured you to find where any more might be. Turning to Fowl and Batraer, he nodded at them. The same would be for your king or my queens. Even our own faction would be a potential death zone, and we aren't strong enough to face what would come our way. The joy of the moment was gone, replaced with a dread that began to take root in their hearts. Can't we leave it, or what if we? No, Max said, shaking his head. Cordelia stopped talking and nodded slowly. Trust me, there are very few things I know about, and I wish this weren't true, but no matter what, we cannot tell anyone about them. Does everyone understand? Every head moved up and down, and Max turned, retrieving the crystals. As the chest disappeared, a portal appeared 5 yards away. I'm sorry to ruin our moment. Let's go home and celebrate. We're done with our first set of floors. Sitting in the carriage right outside the gate for the faction entrance, Max looked at everyone, their faces still a bit heavy from the conversation they had been partaking in. Smile, laugh, rejoice. Those are our main focus. Acting like this will draw attention, and we don't need that. Everyone gave one last nod, putting on their best smile. When they returned before dinner, the faction house was abuzz with excitement. All of them smiled and acknowledged the completion of the tower floor. Tom had announced a quick round of drinks for the faction, and those who were around came, 40-plus members, all celebrating their success. Dexic eyed Max but smiled, even though her eyes still had questions. She wanted answers, and it appeared Everett had not given her enough. She's not looked away once, Tanilla whispered as they chatted with others. Is there a problem? I doubt it, but eventually I'm sure there will be. I'm still working on a plan for dealing with her. After about an hour of sharing the story of what they faced, Tom and the party moved downstairs to deal with the items they had acquired on the boss floor. You're all much tamer than I thought you might be, Everett said as they gazed at everything spread across the 2 stone tables. Fowl had managed to secure the bottom half of the boss's leg, and the horn Max had broken off. Hundreds of smaller horns rested upon the table, piled high and flowing onto the floor. You all realize how much you accomplished, right? Everyone bobbed their head. Fowl, you mind going over the last of the details with Tom? I need to ask Everett something in private. Without missing a beat, both men moved to the clipboard with all the items listed and verified that nothing was out of order. I changed my mind, Max whispered. I want to make some items. A small smile appeared on the leader's face and he nodded slowly. Can I ask why? You and I both know that stats are important, just like skills. One is easier to come by, and it seems foolish not to use both. Besides, I'm thinking of how I might improve for all of us. Stroking his chin, Everett glanced at the others from his group and saw how they were standing. Did everything go okay? I mean, you said it was a tough fight. These foes were smarter, building a wall of ice to lift Fowl up and then hit him, using the walls to block spells, going after the stronger opponent, and more. Everything was harder, and without stats to combat that, even 10 points would mean a massive difference. You know that. Pointing at the 3 crystals resting on the table, Max watched Everett's eyes. Tell me those have to be worth getting to craft something. You know I'll also gladly craft for the rest of the faction. A piece of paper appeared in the older man's hand, and he handed it to Max. Here's my list. Every 2 you make for me, you can make 1 for your team, but just know I can only allow 1 legendary item per 10 you make for me, so choose wisely. Max nodded, taking the list and scanning it, trying not to wince at what he saw. You've got some serious needs, he replied, and you want me to not make anything but a mythical grade on most of this. Everett started to stare at the ceiling and then sighed. Baldwin was a good weapon crafter, but even he struggled to make what you did so easily. He had the same skill as you, yet 98% of what he made was mythical at best. How you managed to make those elemental cores bind as you did boggles my mind. I've seen countless failures. Even the ones that worked, the stats were never as good as the quality wasn't as high. Turning his attention back to Max, Everett shrugged. I'm learning not to ask how or why, but to wonder what you are going to be able to accomplish. Tom is fine, realizing that you have your secrets. Just as I mentioned, we all have ours. Just know if I could pledge to you that unless you actively attempt to hurt our faction, I won't betray you or your group. Smiling softly, Max nodded once and then pointed at his team. Their family, even Cordelia, as it should be. Both watched and listened as laughter came, especially when Fowl shared again how their ranger had used Tom's training to shoot so many giants in the eyes, blinding them over and over. Let me tell them I need to work, and I'll start on a few of these tonight. We'll take tomorrow off and then focus on finishing up our tower level. How close are you? I mean to level 10? Smacking his lips, Max grinned. You sure you want to know? No, he replied, shaking his head, but I really need to know. The suspense kills me. We're almost level 9 and Cordelia is capped out, so it's moving faster. Once we're all 10, I'll give you every yellow gem we get. Once we hit 50, we'll grind through the levels again. Almost 9, Everett said, his voice low and in shock. That's unheard of. Surely, the gods must have a hand-painted picture of you hanging on their wall to bless you with that kind of luck. While a band of elf zealots is passing out papers with a hand-drawn sketch of me, trying to get me killed. Both of them laughed and moved back to where the party was, listening to Tom share a story of his old tower-climbing days. For a moment, things were as all adventurers desired. Tanilla watched Max occasionally, reading the book she had, watching as he worked the different items simultaneously. His mind could see everything he needed and how to use the time best. While one piece allowed magic to settle inside, he could focus on working another. Time flew by and soon, Max noticed his favorite elf standing a few feet away, watching him twist wood together with a skill that seemed impossible to believe. How much longer? He heard the exhaustion in her voice, looked up and smiled. Another hour, maybe 2 tops, but you can head upstairs and go to sleep. After this one, I'll store the other 2 and work on them another day. She nodded, hid the yawn she could not hold back behind her hand, and winked at him. Oh, I want to see the final product. I also want to be there when Everett gives Batra the staff. She moved back to her seat and watched as Max continued to work. Using his own magic combined with the skill inside him, he made the wood gathered from trees in a higher dungeon move with ease. She doesn't have any idea how you're doing this because you haven't told her. Max ignored the voice, but it was right. He hadn't mentioned to Tanilla that he had been getting guidance from his skill. No point in making her more anxious. You know how she feels about you or the threat of what you are. Neither spoke for a moment as Max worked, lost in the beauty of what he was doing. I am at a loss. No matter what I have tempted you with, bribed you to do, forced your hand by, or put in your way, you don't react like every other being that has ever possessed me. It didn't matter what creature it was, the power I offer, what they can become is too much to resist, and yet somehow you do. You are different, Max Host. Why? Twisting the wood again, making the cord of branches he was shaping together even tighter and stronger, Max took a moment to consider his answer. I don't want power for myself. I only seek it when it allows me to protect those I care about. Had you gone to someone else, I can't begin to imagine what this world would be like. Think about an elf who hates humans. How many would they have slain and how strong would they have become? Every time I kill someone, I feel a part of me is changed, and that's what scares me. Do you have any idea how many beings have died at the hands of the strong? How many worlds have been destroyed by a god because they were upset or bored? Yet what are you going to do when faced against one of my brethren? Will you fight against them? Will you attempt to consume them? His hand almost slipped, and Max took a deep breath, focusing on the work he was doing. Even now, the weapon he made was for their healer, and the goal was to help her be stronger and able to keep everyone alive. Everett understood and agreed it was a great choice. He had considered making Fowl a weapon, but right now, Batra needed a little extra help. Her healing was good, but as their hit points grew and the damage they received also went up, the scaling of her heals had fallen off. If they threaten my family or me, then yes. A chuckle came and then stopped quickly. Stop that. Get the essence. Max saw that the skill was right. It was time to attempt what he had been preparing for. "You want to watch and see," he said, glancing up at Tanilla, who looked ready to doze off. She moved forward quickly, storing her book. From the box on the worktable, Max withdrew a light essence. The faction only had 3, and he would only get one chance at this, but even though he didn't have the magic for it, he felt that it wouldn't matter. Slowly, he traced the runes he had carved in the different branches before hand binding them together. A white light began to glow inside them, and the wood almost started to hum. Over and over, he repeated the process until the final moment came. Slide it inside and then tighten it down. His weapon crafting skill and consume skill told him the same thing. Using his fingers, he ignored the pain of the essence and wedged it between the small hole he had left in the middle of the staff. A bit of pressure was there, fighting to move between, and then it popped inside, sending a wave of magic through the wood. Picking up his tools and putting the wood back into the vise, he began twisting and closing up the staff. Each time the lines continued to pulse slightly. "Right there, that's the spot, right? Yes, use your magic and pour some in." Slowly, Max grabbed the top of the staff and then put his hand over the spot where the wood widened slightly. Holding the essence inside, he began channeling his earth magic into the wood. Tanilla's eyes widened as she saw what he was doing. Unable to watch her, Max stared at the staff, watching the brown wood turn a shade of green on some branches. More power flooded into it, and then suddenly he felt the weapon shift in his hand. 5 experience. Legendary staff created. 6 sticks he had used were now green, the other 6 still brown, each wound together in a weave that looked like someone had braided hair or a cord. The white runes were starting to fade, and at the top of the staff a single green leaf was there for a moment. Touching it with his finger, the leaf wilted and fell toward the floor just before it ever met the stone blocks. "That was, did you use magic? Earth magic?" Sighing, Max nodded and held the staff out to her. "You inspect it." "I'm not a fan of checking the first time." Tanilla's hands trembled slightly as he handed it to her, and she gripped it tightly. "Seth, it's unbelievable." Inspect staff. Legendary light staff plus 60 constitution, intelligence plus 10 healing increase on all healing spells. Batrier is going to love this. Batrier cried for almost half an hour after Everett gave her the staff Max had made the next morning. Even through tired eyes, both Tanilla and he had smiled and cheered with her, seeing the excitement. Once they were done, they spent the rest of the day farming different levels in the tower, collecting gems on the first and second floors. The lizardmen on the first floor fell faster than any of them had thought they might, and they were now able to easily use Max's special farming technique of pulling 100 at a time. After clearing the first floor and being sad that no rare spawns were there, the party reached the second floor and found it to be filled with demonic dogs. Max had hoped he would acquire souls, yet none came. Before 2 hours had passed, each of them was now level 10 in the tower. When dinner ended and everyone headed to their rooms to retire, Max moved back to the crafting area of the faction, working on completing his list so he could focus on his next item. After finishing 3 and having 4 started, he went to bed and found Tanilla waiting for him. "Why did you stay up? My usual furnace wasn't next to me, and I couldn't sleep. Besides, I have a few things on my mind since you shared with me what your skill told you. I've been researching and will visit the Elven Library the next day we have off. Only once in my life can I recall my father ever mentioning an artifact. I also tested the binding stone, and your skill was right. I can't remove it." Max chuckled as he moved to the bathroom to get clean. "You didn't believe." "Bob," he mouthed silently, earning a chuckle from his favorite elf. "I was just thinking that if it worked, we could decide who gets it. Why would one item be different from the rest? My real fear is what an artifact really would be like." Max had spent many hours wondering about that same thing, and his skill never gave him an answer. The only thing he knew was that it was apparently strong enough that people would kill their own mother or child for them. "From what I'd assume, something stronger than the top item in the tower," Max replied. "Even better than the chest Fowl had got for a few floors, and most likely permanent." She nodded and dozed until Max returned and they slept till morning. "We're ready," Fowl said with a grin. "Floor level 10. Moving through the portal, each of them found themselves standing in a hallway with massive walls rising up and almost out of sight. Fog covered the worked stone with overgrown weeds, and the space between the walls was about yards. Darkness was above, and stones in the wall glowed with a soft yellow light, illuminating the path just enough to provide a few feet of darkness between the light of the next stone along the way. "What the heck is this?" Max glanced at the hallway and saw how it ran forward, then came to a T, with one path going right and the other going left. "Maze," Cordelia winced and hissed. "Those do take place, and some have been known to take weeks to get through, just trying to find the path out." "A maze," their mage said, tapping her chin. She glanced up and then at Max. "Do you think you could reach the top if there is one?" "Maybe. I have time and can come down if I can't reach it." "Batrier, can I get some rope?" Nodding, their healer grinned. She held her new staff in one hand while pulling out pouches of rope and tossing them to Max with the other. Secretly inside, Max couldn't help but smile, seeing how excited she was about the gift Everett and Tom had given her. One day, secrets wouldn't be needed anymore, and they were on that path right now. Storing the rope, Max moved to Tanilla and gave her a quick kiss before activating Cider Walk. In a moment, he was running up the wall and soon disappeared out of sight in the darkness. Moving at full speed and letting his sonar guide him, Max traveled for almost a minute before reaching the top of the wall. Slowing down, he climbed on top of it and found it was only about 4 feet wide, and there was still no light. Everything was pitch black, and his sonar revealed a few of the other hallways from up here. Pulling out a lightstone, he held it up, feeling the oppressive blanket of darkness that kept the light from reaching more than a few yards. Something suddenly came toward him from above and to the right, traveling fast as it pierced the outer edge of his sonar. Storing his light orb and pulling out his new weapon, Max felt the flying shape of what he wanted to call a bird, but wasn't sure what it was gliding along the edge of his 50-yard range before heading back toward the area Max assumed was the main section of the maze. The creature had feathers, 3 heads, and long wings that were at least 5 feet long. Overall, it was hard to imagine what it could be, as it had never looked like anything he had seen before. 6 thin legs with 3 sets of claws on each foot had been aimed in his direction. With time ticking down and the chance of them being able to actually cheat and use the top of the maze looking impossible, Max got his feet set on the side he had climbed up and ran down. So cheating isn't an option. How about going through the walls? Pulling out a pickaxe, Max swung with everything he had, causing a small 2-inch chip to appear. That would be a lot of mining, Max told Fowl. I'm pretty sure the only way to do this is the hard way. Grumbling, Fowl nodded, and after everyone decided to give it a go, they went to the right. Every turn we go right. Eventually, we'll have to find ourselves back here or the exit, their mage informed them. Max marked each turn with a chip on the corner of the stone. Hours passed and no monster appeared as they traveled, finding nothing but weeds and gravel on the worked stones. Is this really just a maze? I mean, without monsters. How boring is that? Max grunted at their warrior, putting a pickaxe strike to the corner as Fowl slowly continued leading. This is what makes mazes so difficult, Cordelia stated. Even if you don't have monsters, you're stuck trying to get out. Once you commit to it, the only other option is to go back the way you came. After 12 hours, everyone was mentally exhausted. Setting camp in a corner, Max took the first watch, and Fowl started building a fire with materials he had taken from his storage. I need a hot meal, Fowl muttered as he stoked the flames that Tanilla started for him with her magic. About 10 seconds after the fire started, Max sensed an object coming toward them through the hallways from above. Casting an earth wall immediately, he shouted, "Air wall." Tanilla didn't hesitate, immediately casting one above the earth wall he had formed off the side of the bricks over their heads. Fowl's shield was out and over his head as a massive stone fell against the spot where everyone was gathered around the fire. Put it out, Max shouted as another rock came hurtling toward them. He cast an air wall, and Tanilla quenched the fire with her ice magic. To me. Everyone raced toward the spot Max was at, leaving their tent they had pulled out and the chairs as a dozen more rocks streamed down every 10 seconds or so. Each one was the size of a dwarf and clacked and clattered against the stone in the walls. Finally, when the boulders stopped coming, everyone glanced up at the dark expanse above. What was that? Exclaimed Batrayer as she looked at where her chair was crushed beneath a pile of boulders. That's my fault, Max replied. I didn't even think about them being attracted to a fire or a light. I guess the stones on the walls don't bother them, but whatever type of birds they are, they attack any other light. If you couldn't sense that, I would have been a dwarf pancake, Fowl said slowly. What are we going to do now? Let's move one more hallway and find another dead end. We can set up camp there with just the tent I have. After that, I'll stand guard, but no fires, just jerky and water. Sighing, Fowl nodded, and everyone prepared for battle, not knowing if something might come from where the monsters had attacked. When everyone woke up after about 6 hours, Max was tired but still able to function. He read books, letting his sonar help him protect what he loved, knowing a night's sleep wasn't worth losing his friends if something attacked no one else might notice. Let's go, Max said, storing his tent and yawning. You sure you don't need a nap? Tanilla asked, biting her lip afterward. I'll be fine. Tonight I'll take a turn sleeping. Tonight, Fowl huffed. I'm not sure what time it is. 7 days passed and the group looked ragged. Max had facial hair growing and Batcher definitely needed waxing. The smell of their clothes and outfits reminded the rest, unlike Cordelia, who had 10 pairs of clothes in storage that they needed to bring more outfits. A low hum came from ahead, and it took everything in their power as they wanted to race down the hallway they were in. The portal, Fowl exclaimed as he pointed at it and started to run. Max dashed forward, grabbed him by the back of his plate armor and stopped him. Wait, just wait. Groaning, Fowl let himself be pulled back as they stared at the room that opened up from the end of the hall. It went from the 10-yard-wide hallway to a massive 50-foot-wide and 100-yard-long room. Bricks of light were scattered around the floor in a seemingly random area, creating shadows and lighted areas. What are you thinking? Max moved as close as he could to the edge of the room, stretching his sonar. He could see a hallway coming off the other side of the open space and wondered if there had always been two paths. Nothing felt off. No hidden monsters of any kind. We go slow. I'll lead, keep your shield ready, and be prepared to cast defenses. Glancing at everyone and ignoring their bag-laden eyes, he saw them nod. In a moment, everyone had refocused on the task of being prepared for what might come. Each step felt excruciating as they inched closer to the portal, wondering if rocks or birds might attack from above. Nothing came as they reached the halfway point between the portal. The bubble his sonar created in the room showed nothing above or around, and Max wanted to relax, but he couldn't. Finally reaching the edge of the portal, he motioned for everyone to run in, and once Cordelia had gone in, he went through himself. Sunlight hit their faces, assaulting their eyes as they appeared outside the tower on the pad everyone came out on. Covering their eyes, they blinked and let their vision return slowly, sighing and feeling the warmth of the sun. I've never wanted to strip naked and let every inch of light touch me, Fowl said, standing there now in just a pair of leather pants. Please, remain clothed. A guard shouted as they ran over toward them. We are in public and I will fine you. Fowl looked at the woman who didn't appear to appreciate his hairy chest and toes, squinting through his eyes as he held a hand over them. How much is the fine? What? She asked, confused for a moment. It's 5 gold. Nodding, Fowl smiled and held out his arms, closing his eyes and lay on the ground. Seems worth it, he muttered, laughing when the guard growled. Forgive us, please, Cordelia said quickly. We've been in a maze for so long I'm not certain how many days it has been. It was dark and we couldn't even light a fire without monsters coming. Snorting, the guard frowned and nodded. 5 minutes and then I'll fine him for 20 gold. What if a child came here and saw that? They'd have nightmares for life. Fowl sat up, scowling at the guard who was grinning as the rest of the party nodded. She's right, Batrier said. Some things are best not to ruin a child's innocence. After a few minutes, everyone decided that since the day was half over, a walk through the city would be better than climbing into a cramped carriage. I'm an idiot and a fool, Tom exclaimed after making sure everyone was okay. We've been worried sick, and after 2 days we sent a party in to check on that floor. Once they saw that it was a maze, they came back and told us. Everett handed Max and the others each a ring while their trainer spoke. It will work for 5 minutes at most. Only one of you should use it at a time. Tom and I never thought about giving you one yet since you managed to defeat the tower floor every day. Now it appears that this is a lesson learned for us all. Everyone nodded, storing the rings and laying on the blankets they had spread out on the ground outside. I felt like I was going crazy, Fowl muttered. I'm fine being underground, but not being able to have a fire was horror, and I didn't even have enough ale past the first night. Max said nothing, lying on the ground, enjoying the warmth of the sun. A few minutes passed, and then someone was poking his side. Wake up, it's been an hour. Rubbing his eyes, Max saw that the sun had gone down and was almost set. The temperature had dropped, but it didn't bother him. Tanilla was smiling and looking at him. Where are the others? Inside, bathing, going to eat, and then sleep. I'm certain we all could use a good night's rest in our own bed, and no tower climbing tomorrow. She nodded and smiled. Correct. Now let's get you bathed. I hate to tell you this, but you reek. Laughing, he rolled over and pretended to try and grab her, stopping when he caught his own scent of his armpit. Wow, that is awful. Chuckling, they walked just a few feet apart, content not to have to smell each other. 2 days passed and the team stood outside the tower. Each of them felt better prepared with more clothes, food, water, and anything else they imagined would be needed. We ready for this, their dwarven warrior joked. Get in there, Batra replied, shoving him closer to the portal. As their eyes adjusted and the floor came into view, everyone heard a sigh of relief from their warrior. Beneath them was a small bowl with a bright sun overhead, green grass, a gentle breeze, and what looked like a small village town. Sweet mother of Akrim, sunlight and outdoors, Fowl exclaimed. Once ready, the group set out, walking toward the town. They noticed no creatures or monsters outside in the area or that could be seen in town from where they were. Max stealthed, checking out the first few streets and houses, finding nothing inside. It's like a ghost town, Max said as he motioned down the street. There's a big building up ahead, but so far I can't find anything or hear anyone. Is it just me or have these last 2 floors been a pain in the arse? Ignoring their warrior, they moved forward slowly, staying in formation and keeping an eye out for anything that might come their way. In the center of town was a massive building, similar to the one in the Minotaur town. Inside it was a mine elevator with working levers, ropes, and more. You have got to be kidding me, Fowl shouted. Another one. Everyone groaned but knew Fowl was right. The idea of being underground wasn't the idea anyone desired or wanted. Welcome to tower climbing, Cordelia said with a groan. We're doing it, Batrier muttered when Fowl spun and frowned at them. We're doing it, nodding, he turned and moved to the platform, standing on it and making sure that after a few jumps it didn't break apart. Fine, let's go. You ever worked one of these? Max asked as he stood next to Fowl. Yeah, it's simple. Pull the lever down and you go down. Move it up, well, there you go. When everyone was ready, Fowl pulled the lever down and the lift started descending. Yards of dirt and rock passed by as light stones turned on around the edge of the elevator. Finally, the dirt vanished and they found themselves being lowered into a dark chasm, absent of light. "Oh hell no," Fowl muttered, throwing the switch upward. The elevator continued to lower and their dwarf started to freak out, sliding it up and down, trying to get it to stop. Objects began to appear in Max's sonar range, and he realized that bats at least 5 feet long were flying around them. Incoming, bats, Tanilla fireball that way. His bow appeared and Max started shooting arrows. Strange screeches came as his arrows hit their targets in the area without light. Tanilla's fireball launched outward as they descended, and shrieks came as the light of it flew across the cavern, allowing everyone to see there appeared to be hundreds of bats with massive long teeth, red eyes, and claws on the end of their wings flapping around. "No, no," Fowl muttered when the handle snapped off. "Get it together," Batrier said as she bonked him on the helm with her staff. "Protect us and stop whining." Every second, Max continued firing off arrows, and occasionally he would send up a fireball, allowing Cordelia to shoot a few as the light provided her vision of the bats. Shrieks continued to echo through the cavern as the ones they shot fell toward the ground. 100 arrows had been fired by Max, and at least 30 by their ranger when the speed of the elevator slowed and a thud came as it touched down. When the base reached the ground, a clicking sound came, and 2 lights appeared by the front entrance of the platform. About 5 seconds later, another click sounded, and 2 more lights about 10 yards away lit up. Clicking continued, slowly picking up speed until a trail of 2 lights, 20 yards apart, barely illuminated a path through a winding area deep underground. Glancing up, they could barely see the place they had come from, almost like a tiny moon that added no light at all. Seth. Max was busy firing arrows and sending out fireballs, and the kills he acquired gave him mana to keep up his magical assault. "We need to move. I can feel them swarming this platform, and I'm not sure." Another clicking sound came, and the lights on the platform were turned off. When they did, a loud shriek pierced their ears, and Max felt the presence of all the bats coming closer. "Fire Nova, move." Tanilla began casting her spell, and everyone followed Max as they moved toward the 2 lights. Her flames erupted outward, providing a blazing light that showed hundreds of bats swarming near them, screeching in pain for those who got close and suffered injury. Standing at the first area of lights, Max made sure the others were between him and Fowl. The clang of their dwarf's mace against something leathery told Max he had managed to hit the one he sensed coming. More were around them, flying nearby, waiting for something. Another click came, and both lights they were at went off. "Run!" Casting Fire Nova, Max and the others dashed toward the second light, getting another glimpse of the bats that were descending upon them in the darkness. Ogre nuts. Fowl shouted as he fought off one that was coming in toward Batrier. "What do? We run," Max shouted. "Cordelia, just keep shooting in the air. You'll hit something. It's so thick up there, something will die." The sounds of the bats eating the bodies of their fallen kind filled their ears, and everyone started jogging along the lighted trail, trying to make sure they didn't trip on the rocky floor. "That trail goes on for miles," Cordelia shouted as she fired arrow after arrow into the darkness above. "I know. But we can't stay here." They had passed about 8 lights when a click sounded out over the chaos above, the second set of lights on the trail going dark. Max thought he had been prepared, having 300 arrows, yet he was almost out, and Cordelia tossed him a pack with another 200. Fireball. Tanilla's spell illuminated the darkness, and Batrier cursed this time, seeing that the horde was still just as thick as it had been an hour before. "We're still running. How much further?" Fowl asked as he jogged. There were still miles of lights ahead, and the clicking sound came every 10 seconds. He knew they were ahead by a few miles, but the biggest concern was how long this might go on. "We're slowly moving upward. I'm not sure how fast, though. How many more arrows?" Cordelia sent a few more going and said nothing for a moment. "Maybe 1,000. We've shot well over that many already." Max grunted and knew that it was true. Fowl had commented the experience was great, always the one to watch that bar and ignore the rest of the chaos around them. As he tried to weigh his thoughts, the clicking noise changed and became slightly faster. Now it was every 5 seconds. "Seth." He knew the concern in Batrier's voice. Her speed was the slowest, followed by Tanilla. "I can carry you all, but I'm not certain how all this works. Does the time of the lights going out change as we get further? Is it based on how long it's been or how far we have traveled?" "You need to decide something," Tanilla replied. "If we keep this pace, I'm going to run out of mana soon, and you'll have to do everything." Frowning, Max knew that was the problem. He wasn't sure how much damage those bats would do one at a time, but if everyone were swarmed with the 1,000 or more, he knew had to be up there. Eventually, the claws and teeth would find tender, meaty parts even on their plated warrior. "Okay, you 3 get near each other. I'm going to grab you all. Fowl, I'm going to need you to hold out your arms again." He heard the grumble from their warrior, certain no one else did, but Fowl knew the choices were limited. When the 3 women had gotten into a small triangle position, he moved forward, tossing Batrier over his shoulder first, ignoring her grunt before setting Cordelia on top of her. Tanilla ended up on his right shoulder, and he moved quickly, grabbing Fowl from underneath his arms. Hang on, haste. As if he were a rock fired from a siege weapon, Max raced forward, feeling the presence of all the bats that had been swarming them left behind. Occasionally, a few might appear at the upper limits of his height for the sonar skill, but none were really out ahead of where they had been. Instead, all of the bats were clustered together and waiting for a warm meal. Lights flew by so fast it was almost enough to make him dizzy. I may vomit, Fowl muttered. Close your eyes. He shouted, not wanting the splatter if that happened to hit him in the face. With a new dexterity of over 200, he ran faster than before and wished he could actually calculate it. Instead, every second was spent focusing on where his feet touched down, avoiding small rocks and little raised pieces of stone in the rising elevation, and trying to figure out just how much further he had to go. The 30 seconds was almost over, and up ahead, the trail of lights ended about a mile away. Halfway before they reached the spot, his haste failed and he almost tripped. I can see it, Fowl shouted. The lights are ending. Seth, run. The way Tanilla shouted forced him to run as fast as possible and not risk looking behind. All around the cavern, a continual click rang out in a non-stop sound. It was almost as if someone was trying to see how fast they could hit a drum using both hands. Their mage shifted on his shoulder, and he could see the light behind him of a fireball being sent off, with loud shrieks coming a moment later. Then he sensed it as the walls got closer to the lights. Before, he had been in a cavern, now they were running toward a passage, and all along the walls were holes in the rocks. Each click opened a gate, and from that came dozens of bats. Hurry, Fowl shouted. Max felt his dwarven friend now holding his shield out before them. They were 10 seconds from the ending of the torches and a dark hole. Fire Nova. Racing, the spell went off when he was halfway to the hole, shrieks and wails coming from all around. The light of his fire that pulsed out from him 3 times burnt hundreds, and the dark hole before them was just ahead. Door, Fowl shouted, and Max knew he was right. He felt it with his vision. Sorry, Max shouted. Power strike. The door shattered into countless pieces, and Max ignored the shards that flew at his face. 4 steps later, he was in a room, and the sound of a gate came from behind, slowly cutting off anything coming through the 10-foot tunnel they had just run through. Seth, coming to a full stop in about 3 seconds, Max set the group down and spun, watching as lights began to appear, streaming all around the cavern in an upward circular motion. Stairs, their dwarven warrior shouted. They all saw the stairs. At the top was a bright light coming through an open door. Tell me this isn't a race, Batra exclaimed as she cast a healing spell on herself. I'm not sure, but let's go. Fowl, you're first, Max exclaimed. Each of them moved quickly, with Fowl leading Tanilla and their healer in the middle. A single metal rail was there as the 4-foot-wide section of stairs spiraled around the 30-yard-wide room. Everyone grunted and huffed as they moved quickly, unsure what would happen next. 5 minutes later, they ran out of the darkness and into an open field, the gentle breeze blowing the green grass and the sun providing warmth and light. 30 yards away stood the portal and a small black chest. No one spoke, breathing hard and panting, trying to catch their breath as they stumbled toward the chest and portal. I hate stairs, Batria finally got out, wiping the sweat from her face. My leg's too short. Cordelia and Max both grinned, each having the easiest time with the stairs. So we won. I mean, like it's over. Max shrugged at their warrior and pointed at the portal. I doubt most others could do it like we did. What scares me is how another group would pass that. There could have been 10,000 bats in there. It did seem to scale off the speed at which you moved, though, Cordelia said. Once you hit a certain point in speed, the lights behind us caught up pretty quickly. Who knows? Maybe fighting wasn't the best option at all. Fowl had moved and was standing by the small black chest. It was about a third of the normal-sized ones they got from killing a boss in the tower. Anyone care if I open it? Go for it, Max said. Hopefully it's not a mimic. Instinctively, their warrior took a step away before glaring at Max, the others laughing at the Fowl's expense. He moved closer once more and lifted the lid. Wow, that's unexpected. Fowl reached in, pulled out a small pouch, dropped it on the ground, and repeated that process over and over. Soon, 15 pouches were on the ground. Batrayer had picked one up, and once Fowl had stopped pulling them out, she opened it and her eyes went wide. Gems, green tower gems. She pulled one out and held it up, crushing it between her fingers, and smiled as the power flowed into her. There has to be about 100 in this pouch, which means we killed over 1,500, their archer asked. Fowl opened a pouch and popped one, grinning at the sensation he felt. I guess that sounds right, Max said as he looked at Tanilla and Cordelia, the 3 of them having done most of the killing. Oh my gosh, I'm level 60 now, their ranger exclaimed. All that experience. Holy elf. Fowl stopped when he saw the looks from both elves and sighed. I'm almost 58, like just a sliver away. Max laughed as everyone grabbed a pouch and started smashing gems between their fingers. I guess that floor made up for the last one, Tanilla said after everyone had finished crushing all the green gems. We're almost halfway to level 11 in the tower. Cordelia muttered something to herself, and Max turned to see her holding the last gem between her fingers. You okay? Blinking a few times, their ranger nodded and smiled. I'm level 60. I'm also level 11 for the tower. Even better is we're about to beat the 11th floor. Her grin was infectious and everyone started smiling, excited about what she was getting at. Everyone was improving rapidly. Now I just need to decide what skill I want to get. I may wait and talk to Tom. Surely he'd have some ideas. Everyone nodded and smiled and Max pointed at the portal. I'm not sure about you all, but how about we head out? I feel the need to eat and drink something not from a water skin. Without waiting, the group exited the tower floor. Max spent 3 days working on weapons for the faction, while Tanilla used her free time to visit the Elven library and tried to find more information about artifacts without drawing attention. You've done exceptionally well, Everett said as he inspected the 6 weapons lying on the table. Each of these will help our members in so many ways. Glad to be of service. I'm almost done with fowls, and then I'll start working on more for the faction list again. I did notice you have a legendary staff down there at the bottom of the list. Chuckling, Everett nodded as he slid his hand along the flat edge of the sword he held. After seeing what you made for Batrier, I realized I sometimes get a little excited about our offensive classes and need to make sure that our healers get the same love. Tell me, what did you find out from all the materials I've shown you the last few days? Max's mind willed the book he wanted from storage, and when it appeared in his hand, he started to turn through it. There are a few materials that have potential, but I'm not certain if they're viable for what I want to do. That horn from the ice giant boss actually has a lot of potential for a legendary weapon. Just find the right metal to go with it, and you could have a superb ice enchanted weapon. Enough for a staff? Everett asked. Shaking his head from side to side, Max tried to let his mind and skill figure that question out. Maybe. I'd have to see what all we had, but with an ice core and some other things I remember seeing in your supplies, I could probably make something that would help a caster that focuses on that element. Pulling out his own journal, Everett made a few quick notes and then stored it. So then, what's tomorrow? Floor number 12. Yup. I have no clue what's going to be there, but at the end of the day, we're doing what we can while trying to be safe. I will say that the last 2 floors prove your point. Things got harder. Snorting, Everett rolled his eyes. Wait until you reach the 40s. I pray for your sake that you all get the gear you need because I watched a warrior get almost killed in one shot by a tower monster. It had 2 skills and actually broke the plate armor, destroying it completely. Max felt his eyes go wide at hearing that news. There's skills that destroy armor. Some of the monsters you have listed in that journal we gave will eat the flesh off you if they touch you. Others can cause a disease that reduces all your stats, and if your healer doesn't cure you quickly, you can imagine what happens when something already stronger than you hits with a standard attack, let alone a charged one. Putting his book away, Max pulled out a different one and took out the torn piece of paper in it. This is for you. Tell me if you think I'm right on the numbers for the first 9 floors. Everett's eyes furrowed as he took the paper from Max, and then as he started reading the list, his mouth opened slightly and he began to blink rapidly. How do you have these? I take it I'm right. Everett coughed and slowly nodded, glancing up from the list at Max and then back down. We've got something similar, and the numbers are basically around these. Do I even want to know how you acquired this knowledge? Storing his books and tools, Max leaned against the workbench as he crossed his arms. I took what you said the other day seriously. I'll share everything I can to help you in the faction. You've shown me that you have our back, so I'll hold back less from now on. A single eyebrow raised as Max said that, but the faction leader said nothing. Chuckling, Max nodded at the questioning look. As I'm sure you know, there is still stuff our group keeps secret, and while we reveal it, most probably won't come until we're at that 50th floor. Only because then I know everyone will feel comfortable enough to deal with it. However, I'm going to help give things like notes and stats so that as new adventurers join, they are better prepared for what awaits. Everett moved a few steps and held out his hand. As Max shook it, the older man smiled. If I weren't certain you have no desire to run this place, I'd almost offer you my position in a decade or 2. Laughing, Max shook his head. Frowning, Everett's face changed, getting harder as he bobbed it. We lost 4 people in the last 2 weeks. They were a group facing the boss on the 35th floor. Only one survived. Sorry to hear was all Max could think of, trying to imagine how that must affect the man standing across from him. Max stood there in silence, not wanting to talk for a moment, letting Everett have a minute to collect himself. It was a demon, and the ranger said it was upon them before anyone knew it. One moment, it was across the tower floor when they entered the temple it was in, and the next. Shuddering, Everett took a deep breath and put on a smile. Don't worry about that for now. Just keep your team safe, and I'll see if I can get a stone for your group just in case. Wincing, Max sucked a little air in through his teeth. Actually. The faction leader's face went from pain and sadness to surprise, his head jerking back a few inches. You have a stone already. Nodding, Max shrugged. We got it from a boss, but felt mentioning it might sound bad at the time, so I forgot to tell you. Well, I'm glad to hear you have one, but Everett paused as he considered that news. If you get anything else out of the ordinary or extremely rare, should I expect you to keep it a secret as well? I'll try to let you know if I can, but did you tell your faction leader everything you got? Laughing, the man shook his head and sighed. No, I can see your point, he replied. Very well, I'll let you get back to your friends. Just remember, I'm always here if you need me. Nodding, Max moved toward the door and left Everett in the room with the weapons he had made. The older man picked up another and inspected it as Max left. So it appears my list is pretty accurate, Max said as the five of them sat around a table in a warded planning room. If I'm right, we're going to start seeing bigger bosses and stronger normal monsters at some point. The highest stats seem to be going up at a consistent value. Tapping the paper facing Batrier, Fowl, and Cordelia, Max found his lines for floors 11 and 12 blank. Without anything to really fight, and knowing that our last floor wasn't based on stats but sheer numbers, I honestly can't tell you what's coming next. Well, I picked up some limited vision rings, Batrier said as she handed one to everybody but Max. After those last two floors, I don't want to be in the dark. Fowl snorted and chuckled, laughing harder, when Batrier realized she had unintentionally made a pun. Rooted, Max was glad Tanilla's route had worked this time. The earth elementals were a massive pain in groups of 4, even though they weren't fast. The constant barrage of tremor attacks in their thick bodies made the process of killing them no fun. He had acquired 7 points of strength and constitution, but after that, no more came. This gave him a base of 180 for both stats, helping to give a small jumping point to where the max stats of these things were. I got it. Fowl shouted as the second golem came up, both of them bashing against the dwarf's shield. Using his speed, Max danced around the third one, his new weapon creating massive cracks every time the hammer side of it hit. Once a large enough seam was created, he dashed forward after dodging the strike, plunged the massive spiked tip into the crack, and drove forward, breaking the leg in half, watching as the 12-foot monster fell to the ground. Batrier's heels kept Fowl topped off, requiring much less effort after her new pants and staff gave her the bonuses she desperately needed. It's free, Batrier shouted as Max felt the golem Tanilla had rooted moving again. The fact that they were fighting in an underground cavern of some sort really made life painful. Even though they could navigate through the tunnels, being in the darkened area made Max wonder why so many appeared in a row, focusing his mind on the target coming toward the group. Max went to work disabling the golem so he could help Fowl with the other two. These things are a great experience but have horrible drops, Fowl muttered, chipping at the broken crystal in the defeated elemental's cracked chest. The worst part is Cordelia is basically twiddling her thumbs. Hey, their ranger cried out. Leave me alone, I'm enjoying pretending to be Batrier. Max just nodded, staring at the winding cavern. A few torches lined the walls in their direction, yet once again they were descending into the depths of a tower floor. What's on your mind? Max shrugged, smiling at Tanilla, who he had sensed coming up behind him. All this underground stuff and dark side really is getting to me. Does it feel like the tower is pointing us in a certain direction? Sighing, Tanilla's head moved up and down as she looked out over the dark expanse they couldn't see. Even with the rings, it was only about 50 yards before the darkness was impossible to pierce, and the torches stood out enough only to show they still had miles to go. These are simple earth golems. It makes me wonder why, but they aren't horrible, they are just a pain to deal with. Other than a wall to block their advance or routes when they actually work, I'm about as useful at the moment as our archer. That's not true. You managed to knock one off the ledge a few fights back. I'm pretty certain that counts as a kill. She groaned and punched his arm playfully. You're nervous, aren't you? He nodded but gave her a smile. Everett sharing what happened to that group kind of bothered me. One hit, all it takes is one bad hit. You almost died from that minotaur, and the ice spell was able to get 3 of you at once. But it didn't, and don't give me grief about luck or anything else. Fowl coughed as he moved up next to the two of them. You two about done bitching and moaning. I'd like to finish this floor sometime before I get gray hair in my beard. Max nodded and tapped the butt of his weapon against the rock ledge they were descending upon. Let's get to it then. 12 hours later, they found themselves at the base of the cavern they had been descending into. A stone bowl sat upon a massive rock in the middle of a 50-yard circle. Runes were inscribed into the stone floor, and if it wasn't for the rings everyone was wearing, seeing would have been hard but not impossible. 16 torches were standing and lit, surrounding the circle of runes, while a single torch sat by the bowl. What the hell are we supposed to do here? Fowl asked. Tanilla was walking with Batrier, and they were inspecting the runes, trying to decipher and understand what was said. Max and Cordelia were moving around the outer edge of the circle where torches stood every 10 yards or so, a rune at each point where the torches were. As the 4 of them moved around the area, Fowl was up near the torch and Bowl inspecting that area. Hey, look at this, Fowl shouted, getting everyone to turn and see that the torch next to the rock wasn't part of the ground like the ones outside the circle. There's liquid in the bowl. For whatever reason, Fowl tipped the torch to the bowl, and the liquid inside leaped out, extinguishing the flame. Fowl. Tanilla shouted, and Max knew something had gone wrong when not only did his sonar pick up the rumbling of the ground, but he felt magical energy moving through the runes. Each torch tipped over, the fire landing on the line of runes near it and ignited. Suddenly, 16 runic lines of fire raced toward the area where Fowl was standing, still in shock at the extinguished torch in his hand. "Run!" Max shouted as he drew his weapon, sensing the movement from under the ground. Everyone raced toward the edge of the circle, Cordelia being the first to arrive when she smacked face first into an invisible barrier. The collision knocked her backward and onto her butt. "Fowl, I'm going to kill you," Batrier shouted as she and Tanilla smacked into the same barrier that had stopped Cordelia. Nothing showed up in Max's sonar range regarding a barrier, which meant whatever it was something magical. "We can't get out," Tanilla yelled as she and Batrier tried to make their way toward Cordelia. The rock with the bowl on top of it began to rise from the ground, dragging parts of the rock floor with it, as the runes of fire outlined the body of the golem. Red and orange, glowing runes seemed to wrap themselves around the beast that came alive, not one misshapen like the other golems with their round bodies and oversized arms and legs. The one standing before them began to chip and break, forming a 16-foot-tall golem that looked like a person wearing plate armor and holding a massive stone sword. It stood there upright, both hands clasped on the pommel of the stone sword that ran to the ground. A few final fire runes raced up the blade. When the last rune that had been circling it was gone, the golem's eyes glowed red and it began to move. The 6-foot-long sword lifted upward as it grasped it in both hands. "Seth, what do we do?" Tanilla asked as he felt her and the others bunching up, unable to get past the barrier holding them in. Fowl had tossed down the extinguished torch and was swinging his mace at the golem, no noticeable damage being done at all when it connected against the stone leg. Charging the golem before it could launch an attack, Max swung his weapon. The hammer side of the polearm hit with all the force he could muster, and it bounced off with no damage appearing. Rampage. Power strike. Magical strike. Max's next attack connected so fast that all 3 attacks were over in the blink of an eye. He was grimacing, having witnessed that not a single one even chipped the golem at all. Its sword came at him, swinging with a speed that was much faster than the other golem's attacks, shifting its stance as it moved. Holding his weapon up to parry, Max found himself flying through the air, slamming into the invisible barrier with his back. Regeneration. Coughing up a little blood, Max blinked his eyes after falling about 10 feet to the ground. "It just knocked me 25 yards and didn't take a single bit of damage. It's a puzzle. Find the key." Shaking his head, Max heard the voice and knew it had to be right. That attack would have taken down most people or monsters, yet the golem was unharmed. "There's a puzzle. We need to figure out what it is." Max scanned the floor and saw that there was only one rune on the rock floor where he was standing, right near the base of the barrier. Behind him was the torch that had tipped over, pointing away from the golem. "Is there a rune near you? I think it's a clue." Max's brain was running full tilt as he slogged through the pain of his chest bones reconnected, and blood stopped coming from his mouth. Running in the opposite direction of the other 3, he saw where each of the fallen torches lay. A rune was carved in the ground. "There is one at each torch," Tanilla shouted. "What do we do?" Channeling fire at the rune, Max sent a bolt quickly, but nothing happened when it connected. "Is there an order? I can tell each rune is different." Moving closer to the back of the golem that was sending attack after attack at Fowl, Max cast Fire Nova and watched as the flames spread out, hoping one of the runes would ignite. None of the ones he watched were on fire, but when he turned to see how Tanilla was doing, Max noticed that the torch Fowl had discarded was now lit. "That's the key," Tanilla yelled. Racing toward the discarded torch, flickering on the ground, Max dove to the side when his sonar informed him of an incoming sword strike. His shield appeared, and even with a slight deflection, the force sent him flying a few yards. Pain in his shield arm let him know it was most likely fractured. Holding a hand out, Max focused his wind magic and sent a gust of air, blasting the torch away from where the golem was and closer to Tanilla and the others. As the torch moved, the golem followed, its sword coming into contact again with Fowl, who grunted from the pain of each strike. "This one's first," Cordelia shouted as she pointed to a rune near her. It went out first. Trying to remember the order in which that had all happened, Max didn't like the choices he had. "Spread out." He yelled as he stood up, his arm finally fixed and no longer hurting. "Do we touch it to the rune?" "I guess," Tanilla shouted as she held up her hand like he had. "You ready?" Nodding, Max prepared to see what Tanilla was about to do. Her gust of air was much better focused, and the torch raced toward him, coming to rest only a few yards away. As it tumbled along the ground, the golem followed, its weapon never stopping the barrage of attacks at Fowl when he was close. Right before the golem got to him, Max sent a gust of air out, sending the torch almost to Cordelia, who ran a few yards and grabbed it. Racing toward the rune she had been at, she held it to the floor, and the torch behind her suddenly stood up, igniting itself. A groan came from the golem as it moved toward the elf. "Throw it away." She tossed it before the golem got to her, and as it flew through the air, the stone guardian turned, playing the most dangerous game of keep away Max had ever known. Batrier snagged it from where it landed, touching the rune she was standing near. The one by Cordelia went out, the torch on the other side falling down. Letting out a shriek, their healer tossed the torch toward the center and scattered as the golem got within 4 yards of her. It's a puzzle. One wrong move and it starts all over, Tanilla yelled. Now what? Keep the torch in the middle. Let's try to find out what one comes next. Fowl, are you okay? The only sound the dwarf made was a grunt as the guardian of the torch stood a few feet from the flaming stick on the ground. Cursing, Max ran around the room, wishing he could help Fowl, but knowing there wasn't anything he could do right now but try to solve this puzzle. I remember the last one, Tanilla said, breathing hard from running around the circle and looking at the runes. So we know the first, maybe the second, and then the last. That's like what, 10,000 or more combinations? Tanilla frowned and glanced at Batrier. Fowl had to stay close to the golem. Otherwise, if he moved out of the attack range, the guardian would stomp on the torch, extinguish the fire, and attack the closest target. Only when the torch was lit and someone was within attack range did the golem not move. You're certain about this? Do you think you can find out enough of the combination in time? Any is better than none, and as long as we start to figure them out, we can eventually get them all. The problem is we need to move. She only has so much mana. Tanilla nodded and shrugged. Fine, Cordelia, keep a log. I'll try to help too, but if I can, I'll use my walls to slow it down. Nodding, Max got into position. Everyone take a step away from the barrier. Give me just a little more room. After each of them had moved a yard away from the invisible wall, Max took a deep breath and focused. Haste. In a blink, he was on the torch, gone before the sword had even made a move toward him. Racing around the room, the torch never went out, even with all the air whipping at it. Like a cyclone, he hit the first rune, watching it ignite. Then the second one Cordelia had pointed out ignited, and he started the pattern of testing. The third didn't work, and before the torches could hit the ground, he had relit the first 2 again. Not taking his eyes off of what he was doing, his sonar gave him the show of his life. The guardian was trying to move and follow him, unable to keep up with the speed, standing there not attacking or moving. 5 tries later, the third rune was found, and each circuit took less than a second. Goblin, Max shouted the runes because he was moving so fast. He wasn't sure if Cordelia could keep up with the changes that took place in less than a second. They had named them, and she jotted them down as he shouted. Water, snake, dragon. 5 were solved within 15 seconds, and with only half of his ability remaining, Max tried to pick up the pace. Fish, tree, rat, dwarf. Luck had been on his side, with the 7th, 8th, and 9th ones all hitting in a row. Sun, 4 seconds remained as everyone he tried after the last failed, requiring the other only one remaining to be the 11th one. X, moon. With 3 to go, his haste ability ended, and his speed returned to normal. Touching the next one, Max figured the pattern might end a certain way and was right, at least for once. Grapes. There were 3 runes left, and the rock was the last one. The bucket and fire rune were the only remaining ones. Fowl moved to engage as the golem came toward Max, moving faster than before. Without waiting, he tossed the torch into the middle near their dwarf and ducked as the sword whistled from the attack coming toward his head. Bucket or fire, which one? No one wanted to guess, knowing that if they were wrong, all the runes would have to be lit again. Fire, Fowl shouted before taking a hit from the guardian's sword and getting knocked down to his knees. It's hitting harder, Batrier yelled as she healed. The sword was moving faster, and Max saw that as this ended, it was going to get worse. Tanilla, get to the bucket, Cordelia to the fire. They were almost in a triangle, each of the runes equally apart. Moving sideways, Max raced so that the angle was right, and as the weapons started to fall, blew the torch toward Cordelia to buy her as much time as possible. His aim was better, and she got the torch. Touching it down to the rune, it ignited. Leaping to the side, she sidearm tossed the torch to the middle. Cordelia avoided a crushing blow from the boss's sword by just a few feet. It was a lot faster now, and it had covered the 20 yards in just a moment. Push it toward me, and then I'll push toward you. Tanilla lined herself up and sent a gust of wind, knocking the torch 2/3 away from her. Max had his shield out and his skills ready as he sent the torch back to her as the golem came toward him and the light it had to protect. His aim was off, and as Tanilla moved to get it, she cast air walls, and he cast a stone wall trying to slow the guardian down. It easily crashed through both, and Tanilla had to retreat, leaving the torch where it was. Reset. Batrier was at 1/3 of her mana, the damage being done to Fowl requiring more heals now to keep him standing. It took both of them pushing the torch twice to get it in the same spot as before, and this time, Max focused more, timing the attack again and sent the torch right to Tanilla. She grabbed it, touching the rune, and tossed it toward where he would need it. The boss glowed red and Fowl glowed green, both of them activating skills. No time was left to waste, and Max raced forward, using all of his skills for defense, evasion. Bulwark. Armored warrior. He grabbed the torch and felt a blow from the boss that he couldn't dodge hit his shield, the power behind it almost knocking him down through those abilities. Another attack came faster than the previous one, and a cracking sound filled his ears. Unsure if it was his arm or the shield, as the pain hurt either way, Max lunged for the rune, touching the torch to it and watching as it lit up. His sonar told him an attack was coming, and his arm was raised on its own, preparing to block it. 4 inches away, the blade stopped, and runes began to appear on the guardian's sword and body. Cracking and popping sounds came as lines appeared all over the golem. Rolling to the side and out of the way, Max stood up and found that the barrier was gone. Chunks of stone fell to the floor, and when the cloud of dust settled, a single glowing orb, brown in color, rested in a massive crack in what used to be the guardian's chest. "We won," Fowl muttered. "We actually won. Regeneration." The feeling in his arm answered the question that it was his bone that had broken. His shield had withstood the blow. What in the world was that? Fowl asked as he moved near the glowing orb but didn't touch it. "That is an earth core," their mage replied. "You can touch that, but next time you touch something without getting permission, I'm going to cut your manhood off, do you understand?" With the torchlight back, Max was pretty sure Fowl had turned red and that it wasn't just the glow around them. A portal appeared back at the center of the circle, and everyone took a deep breath and let it out. "So I'm not sure what I prefer, bosses who just need to be beat up or puzzles like that," Cordelia said. "I can't imagine beating that without you all." "Maybe there was a way to skip it," Batria replied, "but we'll never know since Fowl likes touching things he's not supposed to." A few chuckles came, and their dwarven warrior groaned. "Someone else grabbed that orb then. I don't want to get in trouble and be blamed in case something else pops out." Tanilla moved forward and pulled it free, laughing when nothing happened. "Let's get out of here," Batrier said. "I'm tired of having to work so hard." "Puzzles already?" Tom asked as he and Everett listened to the report of what they had just faced. "That's typically something not till the 20th floor, maybe the 26th. However, what you described is not completely uncommon. There are lots of puzzles that require you to think your way out instead of fighting, and in Earth Core you all are going to be in for a fun time, I'm afraid, as you continue going through the tower." Max nodded at Everett, who had said fun instead of trouble. He knew exactly what was happening, and that was what scared him. "You all can take that one," Max said. "Earth isn't really what we need right now." "Need right now," scoffed Tom in a mocking tone. "Oh, to be their level and choose to pass up something like that. Back in our day, we gladly used whatever we could come across." Everett chuckled and nodded. "It's okay. The day they show up with a Fireforge bar and turn it down, remind me to retire." Tom groaned at that comment. "What's a Fireforge bar?" Max asked. "Something rare and powerful," Fowl chimed in. "Dwarves will basically do anything you want for one of those. The weapons or armor that can be made from them is legendary." Max pulled out his book and made a note. "Okay, so something to keep our eyes out for." "Blast me, I need a drink," Tom muttered and stood up. "You five need anything else, or are we done?" Looking at the items on the stone counter they had deposited from all the golems, Max shook his head. "Then I'm headed to the mess hall, and tomorrow I expect the 5 of you outside in the morning for some training. I guess the perk of you having to wait on a cooldown is you can't get away from me that easily." Max glanced up from the book he was reading while reclining on the padded chair in their room. Tanilla, who was just a few feet away, was on the other, reading a book, her finger moving along the paper. "Is this what we'll be like when we're older, sitting in a room, reading together?" She looked up at him and smiled, but Max immediately saw that it wasn't a real one. "Why are you smiling like that?" "Prefer not to grow old with me." Closing her book, she sat a little bit more upright in her chair and sighed. "You realize I'm going to live a lot longer than you are, so when you talk about being old in 60 years, I'll barely be a quarter through my life." Max realized he hadn't considered that and saw how she bit her lip for a moment. "Does that bother you, knowing I won't live as long as you?" She shook her head and got up, moving to where he was. She took the book he had, stored it in her inventory, and sat down on his lap. "It doesn't. I just don't want you to get upset when you're wrinkly and bald. Oh, wait, you're already bald." Both of them laughed as she ran her fingers across his head. "I could grow it out if you want. I'm pretty certain no one is looking for Max Host anymore." Smiling, she leaned forward and kissed the top of his bald head. "No, I prefer it now. For a while I wasn't certain, but your face isn't so bad to look at, and luckily, your skull isn't deformed. It's almost perfect in shape." Faking a mock gasp, Max ran his hand through her unbraided hair and then began to slowly massage her back. "Are we okay? Something has been bothering you, and even if you don't want to tell me, I want you to know that I'm here no matter what." She nodded, chewing on her lip. He could feel her heart beating faster slightly, and his sonar told him how different veins were throbbing from the anxiety she felt. Max always resisted telling her that he could read her so well, especially when they were alone, and nothing was there to distract him. "You really don't know much about elven royalty, do you? Besides the fact that one of them wants to kill me, the other likes to kiss me, and I'm currently praying the king and queen don't know I exist." "Nope, I don't got a clue." She nodded as she rubbed the wrist he knew the bracelet was on that hid her identity. "You don't have to tell me. Just know nothing you say will ever make me not love you." Groaning, she rolled her eyes and then pulled him close, kissing his lips. "You're a bastard, and I hope you know that," she said after they pulled apart. "Using all those brains to get me to share what I don't want to. What can I say?" Max replied. "I'm not like Fowl. I actually put points into intelligence." Both of them chuckled, and she leaned against him, trying to decide how much to tell him. After a few minutes, Tanilla sat up and poked Max in the chest. "Fine, listen, but don't talk unless I ask you to. I need to tell you something because I won't be able to hide it at some point anymore. Max nodded and pretended to lock his lips. Groaning, she motioned over her hidden bracelet and slipped it off after it appeared. Immediately, her hair and eyes turned gold. Light began to radiate from her around the room. It takes a lot of power to keep this hidden, Tanilla said as she watched Max smile at her softly. The bracelet does more than just hide my appearance. It does a lot more than that. Part of it keeps me from overwhelming any elf I come across. Being in my presence or any of the other in my father's bloodline will find themselves struggling to resist commands or instructions. At first, it might be possible if they are strong enough, but with enough time, it is easy to break down someone's will. Spinning the bracelet around her finger, she watched Max for a reaction and didn't see one that scared her. Cordelia would never argue with me and would submit to anything I said if I adventured like this. Had I revealed my true self to those elves we encountered on that forest floor, they would not have liked the attitude the one had taken with me. You remember the assassin? Max nodded. I didn't have to use my red skill on him. This alone is all I needed. There are ways to force things from elves when I am like this. The problem is what is left sometimes after I do so. She stared off above the back of the chair for a moment, considering her next words. I imagine it to be similar and yet different from when your skill takes you over. Can you fight it, or does it get to do whatever it wants? After not talking, she groaned and tapped his forehead. You can speak. Winking, he smirked for a second. Yes and no. It was like I watched a few times, unable to do anything but watch. Now well, that's a story I can share after you finish with yours. Her golden eyebrow raised questionably, but Tanilla nodded. When I'm like this, my stats are also much higher. Unlike your kind or even the dwarves, I get a bonus to everything. She poked Max in the chest as he sat there, gently squeezing her leg when she stopped talking again. Sorry, it's a lot. All of my stats are doubled. Coughing a few times, Max's eyes went wide as his mouth opened slightly. Double, he whispered. So my real power is like this, but it comes with a cost. Slipping the bracelet back on, Tanilla's hair shifted back to red and her eyes became green again. The longer I'm in that form, the harder it is for me to resist it. My mother, she cannot imagine hiding her true self. For the sake of the kingdom, my father hid his for so long thus. He can change only when needed, but he found the problem with glowing like that was how the other leaders reacted. No one likes looking at what many have called an angel or a devil, depending on who you ask. My mother never cared and didn't want to hide who she is. That is why some of my siblings are a bit more hateful of the other races. She feels we have to hide for their sake instead of revealing who Thaija meant for us to be. Grabbing Max's hand, she intertwined her fingers with his. I'm afraid what will come one day when my parents learn about you. That is another reason why I keep this hidden. When you finally do meet them, you must be strong enough to stand before them and not bow to them. Max nodded and kissed her fingers. Are you going to talk or ask questions? She asked, frowning at him. You said not to, so I kept quiet. She groaned and kissed his fingers back. Fine, now tell me what it was you hadn't told me yet. Groaning, Max took a deep breath and filled her in on how his skill had changed. Everyone groaned as they ate lunch, tired and worn, out more than a dungeon run after the first 4 hours spent with Tom. He once again found new ways to improve their training. Tanilla especially hated how the man had used their knowledge of walls to propel people upward, making her bounce a special metal ball tied down with chains upward after summing a wall beneath it, and then hitting it with a magic spell. It made sense, but the mana drain and concentration required were intense. Batrier had run out of mana multiple times, as Max and Fowl were assaulted by half a dozen attackers each, working on blocking and parrying, while their healer got a workout trying to juggle both of their lives. All the bruises were gone from Cordelia's face now. Batrier had been allowed to heal her after Tom had people throwing stuff at her while she had to make a certain number of shots within those same small targets. She quickly learned that there was a ringer with the throwing skill that Tom had paid off to hit her every so often. I won't lie, Fowl said, putting his empty cup down. Days like today make me long for a tower floor where I only get beat by 2 or 3 things. Batrier chuckled and nodded. I'm just glad we can get back into the tower and away from this torture, Cordelia muttered. Tom better not put that same guy against me again, or so help me, I'll shoot both of them. Max finished the last bite of his food and stood up. I need to go downstairs and do some work. Are we good for breakfast at the start of the day? Everyone nodded and waved, no longer worried about Max and how he always had something to do. The final touches of Fowl's new hammer were almost done, and Tanilla arrived near the tail end of it. It was 3 feet long, but the weight would be minimal when swung. It was perfectly balanced. One side had a massive hook spike, while the other had a slightly wider hammer section. It would help their warrior out when he fought multiple different creatures, one for bashing and the other for piercing. Dwarven runes had been crafted on both the blue metal of the head and along the bone shaft. Max had confused Everett with his choices from the possible materials, but both skills had directed him in the selection that resulted in the weapon he was about to complete. Is that it? Tanilla asked quietly. Max nodded, and Everett, who had been in the room for the last hour, watched on with amazement. The item in his hand had cost everything Max had built up payment-wise, but Fowl needed it in so many ways. It was worth the 20-plus items he would have to craft before he could make a request like this again. A vampire heart locked in a core, Max replied as he held the red ball that pulsed with a heartbeat. How? Everett shook his head. It's been in the material list for years. No one ever wanted to use it or felt it could be used. Apparently, Seth believes he can do something no one else can. Max ignored the two and studied the lines and runes again. You're certain this will work. I cannot see any other way to make this more successful than killing someone with a godly tier weapon crafting ability and taking their skill. Grumbling to himself, Max shook his head and then closed his eyes for a moment. Taking a deep breath, he let it out and then began the work. Casting dark magic, Max made sure it was focused at the point of the core touching the hammerhead. Each of the runes began to glow as the core came in contact with them. Shifting between black and red, they pulsed from the power that was joining with the metal. Hidden at the center of the metal hammer was a tooth from an actual vampire. The heart inside the core beat faster, sensing the presence of its own almost and yearning to join with it. Everyone held their breath as Max spun the hammer in his special vise, allowing him access to every inch of metal without needing to do anything but turn it. Careful, the skill warned him as a buildup of magic formed in one rune. Max almost moved the core too fast from the spot, resulting in feedback that would have destroyed this enchantment. Sweat dripped from his forehead, not because of heat, but because of what this had taken. Slowly, steadily, retrace that one. Good, now track the line and connect it to the last part. Be ready when I say to infuse more magic. Max struggled to believe this was the same skill that had fought him tooth and nail to lose control and give in to the bloodlust. It had evolved and changed not just in its power or desire, but was somehow different. There was an intelligence behind it, a life that had realized only one path right now existed to power, and it would only come from Max's heart. Now, flood it with magic. The orb was on the last rune, one he didn't recognize but felt power coming from. Like so many things he hadn't learned yet about crafting, the rune matched something inside Hema power and hunger, a thirst for more. The red and black glow of magic swirled like a vortex, funneling down a never-ending tube of thirst. Be ready to stop, it is almost done now. Cutting the flow of mana and magic, the orb went dark, turning into ash as the power of his spell casting ended. A hum came from the weapon, and Max saw the notification. 25 experience. Legendary hammer created. Max was surprised by both the experience he acquired and by the message he saw. What is that? Something more powerful than anything you will find for a long time. I must rest, and you must feed me more. My time here is done for a while. With that, the voice was gone, and Max wished he could just call it Bob, but he knew it would never accept that name. What is that? Everett asked, his voice unable to hide the awe he felt. Inspect a hammer. Legendary vampiric hammer plus 100 strength, constitution plus 50 dexterity. Vampiric touch. May evolve. Max would have dropped the hammer had it not still been in the vise. His eyes couldn't believe what he had made or what he held in his hands. Seth, smacking, Max shook his head and then looked at Everett. I need you to do me a favor. Go get Fowl, but didn't you say you didn't want him to know you made this for him? Max nodded, took the hammer, and slowly spun it around in his hand. Do you trust me? Everett's head moved back quickly, and the man blinked a few times but slowly nodded. I just let you use all of that stuff. How can you ask that question? He saw the look on their faction leader's face, frustration, hurt, and surprise. The tone at which Everett had just spoken conveyed all that as well. I'm going to show you this when he is here. You'll understand once that moment takes place. I won't even share it with Tanilla until Fowl has gotten a chance to see it for himself. To do so wouldn't be right. Frowning, Everett shook his head. Sometimes I think we forget who is in charge, but then I know when I get back with that dwarf, I'll find out you were right and have to complain to Tom about it. I wouldn't, Max replied quietly. You'll know why in just a few minutes. Frowning, Everett grunted and then turned, leaving Tanilla and Max alone. You going to tell me? Shaking his head, Max sighed. I mean what I say. Trust me. Fowl's hands gave out, and the hammer fell to the floor, clanging against the stone. Tears began to roll down his cheeks as the dwarf looked at Max, who had just handed him the weapon. You. Bending down, Max picked up the hammer and held it out to his friend. You dropped something. I'm pretty sure you shouldn't just leave it lying around. There's even a loop on the bottom if you need to slip your hand through so that doesn't happen again. Shaking his head and blinking through the tears, Fowl's hands were shaking as Max pressed the grip into his friend's hand and closed it around. Now, don't drop it again, or I might give it to Tanilla and let her join me on the front line. Coughing and laughing, Fowl nodded and held the hammer to his face, inspecting the runes and the dwarven language Max had inscribed. You wrote this like a dwarf would, Fowl muttered, tears flowing as he read what had been written. For the only warrior I know who is strong enough to carry a family through sheer will and humor, may your weapon always strike true and never break Foul Hammerfall. HET. What does the het stand for? Fowl asked as he used his left hand to wipe away more of the liquid escaping from his eyes. "Oh, that's easy, it's holy elf tits," Max said with a wink. Roaring with laughter, Fowl gave the weapon a small swing before storing it in bull rushing Max, picking him up and bear hugging him. "No matter what Batter says, whatever child we have first is named after you." Bending down, Max hugged him back and quietly whispered into the dwarf's ear, "Only share the stats." Tanilla and Everett were waiting patiently, though the pained look of wanting to smile and laugh with both men was there. Each was desperate to know what the weapon provided. When Everett heard the stats, the older man almost fell to the ground, thankful for the table that caught him. Max produced a water skin for the faction leader as he helped him stand up. The man waved it off and pulled a metal flask from his inventory. He took a hit and offered it to everyone else. Only Fowl took a drink before handing it back while smacking his tongue to the roof of his mouth. "Those stats there. It needs to be kept secret," Max stated. "I don't want a riot to be caused, and this is one I'm not certain I'll be able to replicate at any time. Everything for that item was perfect. Perhaps another will come along and I can make it for whoever you deem fit." Clearing his throat a few more times, Everett took a second sip of his drink and nodded, then put the cap on and stored it. "How about we all just agree it gives 50 to the first 3 stats, still broken but not ungodly?" Everyone nodded and Max smiled as he held Tanilla's hand, watching Fowl almost skip out of the room. With the door closed, Everett leaned against the table and shook his head. Why in the gods would someone be able to make something like that? A seed of fear began to grow in the faction leader's mind. If all of them are equipped like that, who could stop them? "They're biting my ankles," Fowl shouted as his hammer bashed in 3 more goblins in a single swing. As the 3 died, 4 more goblins half their size burst from their chests, sharp teeth and claws trying to tear into the plate-covered dwarf that had foolishly stumbled upon them. Max groaned as his poleaxe cut through the horde of goblins. They weren't strong, but their numbers were pissing him off. "Fire Nova in 5. Max grunted and continued swinging his weapon, taking out as many of the stupid green creatures with blindfolds as he could. Flames rolled out from Tanilla, and the group that was still alive died, more goblins springing out as it had before, and the second wave of fire destroyed those, leading another group of even smaller ones to burst forth. As the third wave went from her body, all the goblins finally were burnt to a crisp. What in the gods was that? Fowl shouted as he spun around, making sure no goblin was trying to wiggle their pointy fingers in his nose, ear, or mouth. "Not what I had expected," Max replied. "How many goblins was that total?" Cordelia came up and began picking up the green gems that littered the burnt ground. "Well, there were 7 to start, and if my math is right, a lot. Over 300, Tanilla said. They seem to replicate 4 times after you killed the first and always twice as many but half as tall. Who cares?" Fowl replied, "None of you had fingers where they don't go." The dungeon was starting to be fun in ways Max didn't want to discuss. The brown dirt with almost no vegetation that led to a massive goblin city didn't seem like that big of a deal. He wasn't sure why the goblins had on blindfolds, but it appeared they had some sort of sonar or something else like his. A dozen or so notifications had popped up about the skill being lower and power being stored, but after that it stopped, unsure if no more could be taken or if that was just his skill turning off the messages. "I've got a plan," Max informed everyone as he smirked. "You might like it and you might not, but I'm pretty sure we can do this a lot easier." "I'm tired of bending over," Fowl said, giving Max a wink. "How many of these gems are there?" Everyone was just grabbing and breaking the green gems that were like a sea of green. 4 or 5,000. Sorry, I didn't keep track. He had run along, collecting groups, fireballing them, causing a buildup of goblins that stretched for hundreds of meters. The sound of their voices had been almost deafening, but still, he just kept killing them all, running back and forth, easily staying out of their reach. "Guess I'm back to sitting in a chair," Batrayer said as she crushed another gem between her fingers. "Wish there was an easier way, though, to collect this many. Are you all okay with me grabbing the other group? I think there is maybe one more large pack I can get, and then we can access the portal in the city." Getting a shooing motion from Tanilla, Max laughed and took off running. "That floor was well worth it," Fowl said as he pinched another green gem. "The gems seemed to be worth far less, but there were thousands of them. I'm level 59 now, and we hit level 14 for the tower. After that rocky start, we're ahead of where we hoped to be." Nodding, Max watched as everyone seemed in good spirits. Easy experience always made for a good day. "Would we like to try the next floor? We could spend the night there if we want." Their dwarven warrior turned and looked at Max like he had just offered to punch them in the face. "There isn't a bathroom in the tower. Why would we want to spend the night?" "Because at some point we'll have to," Batrayer replied as she frowned at Fowl. "Better to get used to it when it's easier than later when the floors are harder." Tanilla and Cordelia both nodded, overruling the outhouse-loving dwarf. They had almost gone back out of the tower when they came through the portal and found a 300-meter-wide field with a massive hole in the middle of the rocky soil. Fowl had wanted to turn back, accepting the days they would have to wait to attempt a floor again, but the 4 ignored him and had hammered in spikes and let Max go down the rope first. As if life could never be dull, at the bottom of the cavern was a sunken area that ran up and out about 75 yards in each direction. The incline looked like a person had punched a fist in a ball of dough, leaving a sunken pit with a high edge. When Fowl let go of the rope and touched the ground after everyone else, the rocky roof above them closed in, turning the place into absolute darkness. It was at that moment Fowl screamed, and things went sideways. Snakes of different sizes and shapes began descending down the incline at the 5 of them. As the place they were at became dark, everyone put their rings on, giving them some vision. "Get on my wall," Max called out as he summoned a stone wall between him and Fowl. "Tanilla, swap off as needed. Tell me when to recast." He grabbed Batrayer and tossed her upward to the ledge that was about 8 feet high on his wall, ignoring her cry and shock. The other two moved on their own, jumping and pulling themselves up. "I blame you," Fowl yelled as his hammer crushed the head of a massive 2-foot-wide snake. "Stop complaining and focus," Batrayer shouted back. Long snakes, 2-headed snakes, snakes that spit acid, and more came at them from all directions, turning the sunken area into a pit of death and destruction. "Fire Nova in 4. Max cast his Frost Nova, using the added range of his new intelligence to help slow the attack from all around. He and Fowl fought the incoming creatures with only a few feet between them and the wall of earth he had summoned. His pole axe sliced through the snakes with ease, and occasionally one spit acid at him, the pain of it burning, but he never did so much damage that his regeneration couldn't keep up with it. Fowl's new hammer appeared to be up to the task, as Everswing devastated whatever the dwarf hit and kept his life topped up as well. Tanilla's fire nova swept across the ground, consuming the bodies of all the snakes who were unfortunate enough to experience it. Max alternated his spell with hers and also cast a fireball, using the advantage of his constant supply of mana from everything he killed. Minutes turned into 10 and then 30, and as 60 minutes of non-stop fighting came about, Tanilla was almost out of mana. "I need to save for the walls," she cried out. "I got it. Try to rest. Why won't these things end?" Fowl yelled, "Is this a time limit? Is there a certain number? Could it be another puzzle?" Max had considered all those questions, but nothing had given him the chance to really know. "Tanilla, if I summon an air wall, can you 3 get on that, and you cast another and stay a little higher? I can try to explore. I can just say when." Casting the air wall, Max watched as they helped Batrayer climb on it, and then the other two got up. Now about 12 feet in the air, they were safer than before. "Don't die, Fowl," Max shouted as he raced up one of the inclines, slicing at the snakes and casting another fire nova to help clear the way. Laughter came from his dwarf friend, fully enjoying every second of his awesomeness. Climbing up the steep incline wasn't bad as his legs and strength easily made it upward. As he got to the top side, his sonar revealed a bunch of cages along the wall, their bars lifted high and allowing snakes into the room. Cursing under his breath for Fowl having been right, and for them fighting this long, Max used his halberd to slice the thick rope holding a gate open. The cage door snapped shut with a clang, and a snake slammed into it, not budging the gate. Groaning that this had been so easy, Max began his journey around the entire cave area, making his way to each cage along the wall, slaughtering everything that got in his way. "Need an air wall." Tanilla's shout came, and Max gave a quick slice with his weapon, shearing the snake's face off. Racing toward the edge, he cast his air wall and put an ice one under it. "It's ready." He watched the 3 jump to his and then return back to the job at hand, already noticing the number of snakes rapidly dwindling. As the last gate clanged shut and the hissing of pissed off and angry serpents echoed through the room, openings above the cages appeared in the wall and torches appeared. Shrieks came from the snakes as they fought to escape wherever they had come from, and Max frowned, unsure what would happen next. "I guess I was right," Fowl declared. "There was something we needed to do." Bobbing his head, Max helped bat her down and caught the other two as they dropped. He got a kiss from Tanilla before setting her down. Grinding noises came from one of the sides, and with the light starting to flood the area they were in, a passage opened up in the wall between 2 cages. "I guess that's the way to go." Batrayer gave Fowl a playful kick in the rear for asking that question. "Warriors first, my love." Grunt, he moved toward the incline, moving up it much easier than before with the added strength and dexterity his weapon now provided. As they got to the top as a group, not a snake was seen at the edge of the bars. "Where did they go?" Cordelia asked. "I can hear them, but what happened?" "The torches lit, and they scattered like crazy," Max replied. "It was the weirdest thing, honestly. One moment they were bashing against the bars, and the next, they turned tail and slithered away." Fowl started laughing, and Tanilla groaned. "Turned tail." Fowl glanced down the tunnel and saw that torches lined the 4-foot-wide section of stone that appeared to have been cut out with one item. Not a single chip or crease could be found in the stone. "I'll go first," he sighed and moved ahead, leaving Max at the back and the others in the middle of both of them. Walking for a while brought them to a circled room with a massive emblem on the floor and the portal right in the middle. Torches lined all around, and a small chest sat near the portal like the bat one had. "Yuwa," Cordelia said as she pointed at the relief on the floor. A massive ball of snakes reached out in every direction, and the heads pointed away from the ball in the middle. Not what I want hanging on the wall of my bedroom, Max said. Especially if you ever hoped for me to step foot in there again, Tanilla added. Fowl was already at the chest and dropping pouch from it. Only 5, I guess we were slacking. Laughing, each person picked up a pouch and stored it. I'm ready for some sun and a dungeon that doesn't have darkness. Max laughed and nodded at Batrier's imitation of Fowl. Wait, was that supposed to be me? Their warrior asked. Oh, sorry I didn't whine enough, their healer replied. Tom watched them as they sat there in the dining hall, staring at them in disbelief. Two floors in a day and home for dinner, you all need to slow it down some or people are going to notice. Max nodded and kept chewing. The beef today had been slow cooked and was falling apart when it was picked up. Everything was so tender that a knife wasn't needed to cut it. Fresh vegetables, warm bread with just a hint of sweetness, and a thick red sauce with brown sugar in it made this a perfect meal to sit down for. I'm here to tell you that Everett won't be hanging around you as much. Some are wondering if we're giving you 5 preferential treatment, which is causing your success in the tower. But that's not the case, Fowl replied, forgetting his manners as he spoke with a mouth full of meat. We've done this on our own. Their trainer cocked his head and raised an eyebrow at Fowl and made a hammering motion. All on your own. Well, until yesterday, okay, fine. We had a little help, but nothing more than you would give others, right? Shaking his head, Tom frowned at their dwarven warrior. Even I need to back off a little bit, at least in public. With those words, he stood up and gave them a quick wave. Don't forget to turn in whatever drops you have tomorrow, Tom said as he walked toward another table of faction members. He's right, Tanilla said quietly, her eyes focused on the cup in her hands. We can't imagine what kind of pushback they have been getting for how the last month has gone. It will only get worse the more we progress until there is a point where no one can deny our ability, and then things shift even more. But that's not a bad thing, Cordelia replied, leaning over the table so she would whisper. Dexic and her group were similar in some ways, from what I hear. Mind you, they were not as fast, but they were still progressing faster than most. You all do realize she has spent years getting to where she is now. 30 more tower floors in 2 years, that seems like a short time, Fowl joked. And how many months ago were we in Rumston? Tanilla asked. And before that, time is passing quicker than you realize, especially if you're a bald-headed human. Everyone chuckled, including Max, acknowledging that time was definitely different for him. Max had chuckled when he found the sheet to sign up for training, with Tom nailed to his door in the hallways in the morning. He wasn't sure if the hammer he made for Fowl was the deciding factor in all these changes, but whatever had caused it, there was a reason, and he trusted the man in charge. Breakfast went fast and everyone stored a few extra servings in their inventory, knowing that it would be fine and fresh when it came time to eat. Cordelia was bouncing with excitement inside the carriage, and even Fowl didn't seem to mind the leg shaking she was doing the entire time. Standing outside of the tower floor, Fowl went first as always, choosing the 15th floor and touching the swirling portal. That's a sight to see, Fowl muttered as he stood on the black, broken ground. Everyone saw the rolling fields of stone statues, each one in different shapes and sizes. Off far in the distance was a broken Colosseum-like structure with massive pillars and arches. 1/3 of the building appeared to be missing on the right side near the top of it. What is this place? Cordelia asked as they stood shoulder to shoulder, looking at the random hodgepodge of statues. Probably a trap, Max said as his eyes scanned the field. Something out there must be ready to attack. Or worse yet, maybe they all attack, Fowl replied. The clang of a wooden staff against a plate helm rang out and Batter gave their warrior a scowl. Stop talking like that, she groaned. Well, go slow and let's see what we find, Max said as he held back the temptation to laugh. Covering the 70 yards to the first random statue, Max and the others saw that it was one of 4 goblins, similar to the ones they had faced a few dungeons ago. They looked lifelike and had weapons and armor on, crafted in a battle pose. Fowl moved up to one and slammed his hammer into it, shattering off a chunk and causing it to fall apart. Noise and dust from his action earned him a few grumbles from their healer. About 10 yards behind their main warrior, Max had his weapon out and was letting his sonar run free. Everything in range showed unmoving, yet the sensation of being watched was real. Slowing down his step, Max fell back closer to Tanilla and the other 2. Fowl, bash a line through each statue so there is a path to walk through. Without needing an explanation, their warrior set to work, smashing into whatever statue it might be. Within minutes, elves, humans, goblins, wolves, and other stone creations lay in rubble. As the hammer came toward the next unfortunate statue, it twisted and moved, dodging the strike and sending out a stone sword at Fowl. His shield managed to make it up in time, the sound of rock on metal ringing out. Roars came, and Max's heart sank as the orc image Fowl had been ready to destroy attacked, and a dozen other statues all rushed at them from every side. Incoming. Max shouted, raising an earthen wall in a second, playing Toss the Healer as his protective barrier went up. Batcher had screamed for a second as Max's hand grabbed her robe in the front, tossing her without any warning. His next move was to hold out his hand and offer it to Tanilla, who took the added assistance to reach the top of the wall in a moment. Cordelia didn't wait, raining down arrows with a volley shot and easily bounding up the wall. Seeing the three working on getting to safety, Max focused his attention on the incoming attackers. He began to cast Fire Nova while staying in the center of the horde of different stone statues coming at them. A human statue with two swords reached him first, falling to his weapon right before the Fire Nova pulsed out from him. The flames did nothing, washing over the attackers. Foul, their dwarf had managed to remove a leg from his current foe. Turning, he saw the monsters coming at his party. Running as fast as his short legs would go, he drew close and activated his taunt. All but three of the statues turned and changed their direction, charging Foul. Max ran at the other three, those far enough away from Foul that they hadn't been in range, getting himself between his team on the air wall. An empowered shot from Cordelia took the head off a goblin statue as an ice spear from Tanilla tore through a stone elf, causing the monster to crumble. Swinging his weapon at the wolf that had leaped into the air, trying to get to the three softer targets, Max's blow shattered the statue into almost 100 pieces. As the rocks fell to the ground, bounding off the soil, he spun to see Foul taking out the group on him. Each swing of the dwarf's hammer either destroyed or crippled one of the monsters, while his shield and armor deflected most of the damage they tried to inflict upon him. Boulder fell on the group on the left, crushing two of the attackers outright and knocking another one to the side. Foul continued to wade through the group, laughing as he swung his new weapon, roaring with excitement at what he could now do. In less than a minute, all of the statues were down, shattered to pieces that littered the soil at their feet. So that wasn't fun, Batrier said after they got back on the ground. Tossing a dwarf like that without warning isn't appreciated. Max laughed and looked at Foul, who was grinning from ear to ear. You seem to be enjoying this. Perhaps we should all just wait and let you do the work from now on. I'd be happy to, but we must wait for my taunt to come off cooldown. At least now we know that they attack like that. It took almost 8 hours to reach the outside of the Colosseum, and they found themselves in the shadow of its massive size. Stone gargoyles were perched on the ledges, eyes staring down at them, almost daring the party to get closer and risk getting bitten by their massive teeth. I'm not saying I'm afraid, but this thing gives me the creeps. Max nodded, agreeing with Foul. It seems weird that we've done graveyards and other stuff, and yet right now I'm not sure how I feel about this. Tanilla pointed to a massive walkway a bit down to the right. Looks like that might be the entrance, except there are a lot more statues in the way. Everyone saw their mage was right. Statues of people crowded much closer together, carved with details showing their outfits and attire. Each one pointed at the entrance. Foul moved closer, weapon at the ready, and got to the first one, smashing it with his hammer. Not a monster. Without waiting, their warrior continued his movement through the stone crowd, destroying one masterful work of stone before beginning to crush another, clearing a wide berth for them to walk through. Seth, do you see this? Tanilla's eyes were wide, and her mouth hung open as she approached one of the statues and stared at its face. Max turned and saw that every statue had the same expression. Eyes wide, mouth open, fear and pain craved into the stone. Foul, wait, Max shouted as the dwarf destroyed another statue. As he spoke, thick metal gates rose up from the ground at the edge of the Colosseum, rising to the top 30 feet above. The sound of metal clanging against stone rang out all around them as gates everywhere moved into place with a speed that was unnatural, sealing them inside. "Oh goblin shite," Batrier cursed. "Don't tell it's already started." Foul spun, saw the concerned look on Tanilla's face and frowned. "What am I missing? What are we facing? A gorgon, something that turns people to stone. Those are myths, aren't they?" Foul replied, his voice cracking at the end. "Nothing is a myth in the tower," Cordelia said, holding an arrow ready as she frowned. "If it's a gorgon, we're in trouble." Max nodded as he considered what they were dealing with. "All those other floors," he said in a hushed tone. They were pointing to this. "You mean," Tanilla said and stopped herself as she understood what Max was implying. "Dark, impossible tunnels, running from what we don't want to see. Creatures and monsters that feared the light or were made of stone. It was a warning of what we were going to face." Their ranger sucked air in through her teeth, wincing as she scanned the area they were at. "How do we fight something that we can't look at?" "That's not a problem for Seth," Foul replied as he grunted. "The real problem is, what will the rest of us do?" "I'm not certain he can take one down by himself," their mage replied. "We'll need to back him up, but the other problem isn't just you can't look at a gorgon when it's close. The poison," Cordelia added. "It can turn you to stone in time as well." "Mother of dragon shite," Foul cursed. A loud screech came from the inside of the Colosseum, and everyone turned toward the entrance they had been planning on going through. "We need a plan, and fast," Max said. "Fight in the tunnel. Foul stays near the back in case it can get to you from behind somehow. I'll shout out the spells and help needed. You can keep your eyes on the ground, but make sure that you don't look up no matter what." Everyone nodded and moved toward the opening they planned to use. "This isn't a good fight," Tanilla said as she walked next to Max, keeping her head down while weaving between the statues. I'm not certain how much damage fire will do, and I only have one other spell that might work, but it will piss the Gorgon off. Max shook his head and gave her arm a quick squeeze. It shouldn't take that long. You use your spell, I'll get in close and dispatch it. Right now, all I need to do is keep you four alive. Cordelia laughed and her voice echoed off the stone floor. You're strong, but it's a Gorgon. They eat parties with ease. That's because most people can't use their eyes, Max replied. I don't have that problem. Besides, with you using your bow on its body, any damage done will distract. Their archer nodded and went back to looking at the ground near her feet. You can't use your berserker ability, Tanilla whispered. Max grunted, having already known that. Hard to use when you can't see it. I don't want to risk using and finding out my eyes open on their own. He leaned over and kissed her quickly on the cheek before walking a little further forward. We need to hurry. I have no doubt it knows where we are, and I don't want to have to fight in this. A crashing sound from the tunnel they were headed for snapped everyone's attention to the tunnel. Look down, Max shouted as his sonar picked up the creature, rounding the corner and glaring at them. As one, the four shifted their sight to the ground. Group up, I'll advance. Max didn't wait for a grunt or acknowledgement of their understanding. Pressure began to push against him, a longing and a desire to open his eyes and see what it was that moved with tremendous speed in his direction. With his sonar ability, Max sensed the Gorgon charging at him, smashing statues in its path. The long serpent's tail moved quickly along the floor, and some ability had to have been used to reach that speed so quickly. Forming an ice spear, Max sent it at the creature's face when they were within 20 yards, sensing it dodging to the left with ease. As it moved in that direction, he swung his polearm, planning to catch it mid-dodge with his blade. The snake part of its body shifted on the floor, moving just as quickly back to the right, bending and twisting, avoiding the attack with just a few inches to spare. Ice storm. Max moved as he shouted, swinging his weapon again and again, trying to slice some part of the creature that was dodging him and laughing. In its hands were two long swords, and for some reason, the boss hadn't chosen to use them yet. He had been preparing Frost Nova, and when the spell went off, the creature's speed slowed down enough that he almost managed to land a strike, only to be stopped when the Gorgon parried the attack with its swords. It hissed, spitting venom at Max, barely missing as his evasion ability and sonar worked together, allowing him to twist just in time. Ice spears began to rain down upon the boss and the area where Max was fighting it. The positioning wasn't perfect, but a few of the ice weapons sliced off some of the snakes that hissed and watched him and the party. Casting a stone wall, Max blocked the creature's dodge as he swung again, this time his strike catching the back part of the tail. Scales cracked and broke, only an inch cutting through as the Gorgon slid back into safety from him and the deluge of ice spears. Rising to its full height, the Gorgon was over 14 feet tall and at least 20 feet long. Moving to get back between it and his allies, Max squared up with the creature, summoning another ice spear and preparing to send it toward the monster. Every snake that was facing him reared back and thrust forward at the same time, a volley of purple acid coming toward him. Leaping into the air, Max landed on his ice spear and sent it toward the boss, using it as a quick ride toward the Gorgon. There weren't going to be many chances to do any real damage, and Max didn't want to waste the abilities he had, knowing if he missed, it could mean the difference between life and death. With the ice spear coming at the boss's chest, Max swung down and across, wanting to see what it would do. Like a snake, it coiled and rose, moving from the spot he had aimed for with the spell while putting its weapons in a path to not just defend but attack him. Leaping again, Max moved to the side, the sound of his weapon clanging against one sword while the other whiffed through the spot his feet had just been. Rolling after landing on the ground, he was up, leaping again to the side when the creature charged without a moment lost. Be ready, ice and empower. The game of mouse and snake was moving quickly, and Max didn't have time to waste. Scales were forming at the spot of his first strike, and it appeared the Gorgon had some kind of regeneration effect like his. Finally, he had the boss's back turned from his friends. He could sense the spear of ice on the outer edge of his sonar and knew it was time. Now, both Tanilla and Cordelia looked up just enough, sending their attacks at the boss. The ranger's arrow struck as the Gorgon tried to dodge both attacks. Tanilla's ice spear roared past its head as the monster leaned to the side. As it dodged, Max rushed it, swinging his blade at the spot where scales turned to flesh. Like a contortionist, the Gorgon moved again, and Max was getting pissed. His second, third, and fourth attack all missing no matter how fast or from where he attacked. The hissing of the snakes filled the air, and he realized what was causing the problems. Fireball the floor, don't aim to hit, just to explode. He began casting Fire Nova and stayed close, keeping the dance going, parrying and attacking, rolling and striking. His spell went off, sending flames out and around him, racing up the body of the Gorgon, who let out a scream. Tanilla's fireball came a few seconds later, larger than he had expected. It missed hitting the part of the body she had aimed at. Still, when the spell hit the floor and exploded, the fire went everywhere, striking the Gorgon's face and writhing hair, burning the ever-moving ball of snakes. The monster cried out in pain as Tanilla's spell burned off a few of the lower snakes. keep it up. Max continued his assault with his weapon, summoning a fireball. After deflecting the Gorgon's sword attack, he let it go aimed at the creature's face. Knowing the boss would dodge, Max summoned an air wall right behind the spot the head had been, getting to sense the fireball hit the wall and erupt into flames, cascading its rain of fire down upon the weaker area of the boss. The boss's tail whipped at him suddenly, and without his eyes to know if a skill had been used, Max wasn't able to dodge it. Bulwark. Choosing to take the hit, he positioned the tip of his weapon in the path of the attack, impaling part of the creature's tail on it. The entire length of the tip, all 14 inches, punched through the scales and into the boss's tender flesh inside. The force of its attack made Max's arms ache, but the other scales around the point of entry also suffered damage from the force they struck into the blade and hammer portion. Regeneration. Seeing his mana getting low, Max didn't want to use any more offensive spells, knowing the drain would be his biggest problem. As the pain in his arm began to disappear, the boss yanked its tail free, spilling blood all over the stone floor as it wiggled back and forth. Tanilla, Ice Wallet on the right on 3. 2 attacks came quickly at Max, and he got into position, dodging and parrying as he prepared for a final assault. He needed to find a way to end this sooner rather than later. Frantically, the Gorgon stepped up its attacks, spewing poison. Its swords moved with speed and precision, but not with the same skill as he had. Each strike was easy to read, and the hardest part was the constant barrage of poison coming from the snakes that were still not dead or burnt beyond use. He had to dance with the creature for a while, luring it into position again, getting it to finally turn its back once more to the party. 3. There wasn't a chance to count down like he hoped, but Max knew Tanilla was always ready. Casting his ice wall on the creature's right, both walls moved into position, wedging it in between. Max rushed forward, ready to end this. Power strike. Rampage. Magical strike. His attacks came faster than the boss could block. As his halberd cut through the flesh and scales, a massive hole opened up in the front, sending out a putrid smell and blood in his face. Burning pain came as Max felt the poison from a few snakes above land on his arms and begin trickling through the armor. His body immediately started to slow down as he felt the poison come in contact with his skin. Kill it now. Sensing the anxiety of the way his skill had shouted, Max delivered attack after attack, having cut through half of its chest. The head cut off the head. Max's arms were getting heavy, and swinging felt incredibly hard. He could feel the poison spreading through his body and knew that there was a reaction taking place. He was turning to stone. A wall of earth appeared at the boss's chest, trapping it between all 3 walls. The snakes hissed and spit at him, sending more poison his way, but Max didn't care. His choices were slim, and he felt the fear of what might be the end if he didn't hurry. His blade cut into the area near the boss's neck, hacking off the snakes that tried to bite him. Their slithering bodies fell toward the ground, and Max could tell he wasn't going to make it in time. His attacks were not hitting with the power he needed. The blade struck again, cutting through the neck an inch, yet there was too much flesh to get through before he would make it. Take this and use it. All cooldowns refreshed. Max used everything he had without wasting a second, knowing that his arms and torso were about to become stone, and he wouldn't be able to move again. Power strike. Rampage. Magical strike. Demonic magic. Weakness. The attacks felt slow, even though he knew they weren't, and when they struck, the head fell free. Max's chest was tight, and breathing was impossible. A cold wave of power still went through him, and Max wanted to smile as he saw the stats roll by. 10 dexterity consumed, 10 constitution consumed. Skill consumed is equal to rank of current skill. Power stored for future use. Consume has consumed a higher rank skill. Evasion uncommon has been upgraded to evasion rare. Consume has consumed a higher rank skill. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Would you like to learn poison immunity? Yes, no. His mind raced to accept it, but before he could, the notification clicked yes for him. The power of the new ability swept through his body and his chest fought back against the poison. His muscles and organs were locked in a state of half stone, half flesh, and the pain was impossible to describe. When Max had been melted by acid, his body didn't suffer like this because all of his nerves were destroyed. Here, it was a fight that raged across every one of them. Slowly, the poison was expunged, his regeneration helping to heal what had been injured as the process was halted. That was not as close as I would like to see death come. Max wanted to reply, but he was too tired. All he wanted for a moment was to rest. Seth, everyone was saying his name, and he had fallen off the wall of earth he had created at some point. Lying on his back, his weapon was still in his hand, unable to open as half of it was still stone. Max could sense everyone coming near him. Say something, Tanilla shouted. The panic in her voice pained him to hear, but it also felt wonderful because it meant he was really alive. Most of the poison was gone. His arms and hands finally worked by the time everyone got close. I tried to heal. We had to wait for the body to vanish. Everyone was shouting over each other, but Max just smiled as Tanilla dropped to her knees, bending over his chest and looking into his eyes. "Say something please," she begged, tears running down her cheeks. "You look amazing," he muttered, still not choosing to try and sit up. "Though it hurts when you push on me like that." She sat up, took her hand off his chest and winced. "You almost died," Tanilla whispered. "You were almost completely stone." Nodding his head slightly, Max just grinned. "You're worth it." Fowl blew a raspberry and chuckled. "Okay, he's milking it now," the warrior said. The sound of a staff against metal rang out, and Max didn't need his sonar to know Batcher had bonked Fowl again. "That's impossible," Cordelia said out loud, gasping when she realized what she had done. "I mean, a Gorgon's poison only a few rare potions or a very high-level cure. It's always deadly. What can I say? I'm just built differently." Tanilla groaned and held out a hand as Max sat up. "I'm fine. Help me up and let's go see where this chest is and what the boss gave us." "That's what I'm talking about," Fowl said as he moved forward and held out his hand, pulling Max to his feet. The dwarf gave him a quick embrace and stepped back. "Sorry, I couldn't help more." Tapping his friend on the shoulder with his fist, Max smiled. "You help a lot. Today, you were king of the stone creatures. I know for a fact you killed more than me today." Fowl grinned and nodded, his chest plate rising as he stuck it out a little. "That is true. Now, lest we forget, there is a chest we need to find." Cordelia and the other two walked ahead, letting the pair of dwarves lead the way. Tanilla held Max's hand, rubbing her thumb against it. "How close were you?" Sighing, Max grimaced. "If my skill hadn't helped, I'd be gone." She squeezed his hand and nodded, not saying another word. "Holy Mother of all Dragon Balls," Fowl proclaimed. "Look at all that." In the center of the Colosseum was a massive area at least 150 yards across and 75 yards wide. All over the dirt floor were hundreds of different stone statues. Some were rare creatures and animals. Others were groups of what appeared to be parties of adventurers that had fallen to the Gorgon. "Does the tower use the same boss over and over?" Max asked. "I mean the way the frost giant spoke. I thought those were just rumors or legends." Fowl chuckled at Max's words. "You're forgetting how rumors and legends work now." Cordelia ignored the banter between the two and shook her head. "There are bosses, again typically in the later levels, who are said to stay until defeated. Other times, a floor boss might vanish for a while, only to be rumored to have returned. That doesn't usually happen until the 35th floor, though." Max nodded and pointed at the giant stone chest waiting in the center of the dirt floor. "Well, let's forget that for now and see what we won." Max broke a portion of the wall off with a kick, toppling a large piece of stone, and then summoned a stone wall from the ground, angled up to create a way down. "You get the other one?" he asked, winking at Tanilla. She nodded, still holding his hand, and a steep ramp was ready for them to descend down. Every statue looked so lifelike, all of them frozen in a horrible manner. Faces were contorted in pain and agony. Near the occasional one was broken rubble, most likely the remains of ones the Gorgon hadn't liked. The chest was the size of a raid one. It was made of stone like granite with different flecks of color. Unlike all the other chests, which had a relief of what had been defeated, this one had a pile of rocks in the middle. "That's almost funny," Fowl said, pointing at the design. "I think it's your turn to open up the chest." Everyone nodded, and Max grinned, moving to the lid and tossing it open. Inside were 4 double-sized green crystals, and Max knew Everett would be excited at seeing those. A shield was waiting for him, a bracelet for Fowl, and snakeskin boots for Cordelia. The same colored stone armband as the chest was for Batker, and a matching stone ring waited for Tanilla. 5 green potions also waited inside. "What are those?" Fowl asked, standing on his tiptoes to look over the edge. Max withdrew one and inspected it, feeling his eyes widen at what he saw. "Inspect potion. Petrification cure. Removes petrification curse from one entity." These remove petrification, Max informed everyone, holding the potion up and looking at it from different directions. "What would we do with these?" Cordelia asked, holding one in her hands. Max took a deep breath and watched as everyone else reached in and withdrew one. Looking around, he saw all the stone statues and stored the potion. He pulled out the ring Everett had given him and slipped it on. "What are you doing? Why are you bugging Everett?" "Look around," Max said as he waited to activate the ring. "What if someone in here is a member of the faction? If we could find that out and revive them, wouldn't that be worth it?" Her face scrunched, but she nodded. Putting his fingers on both sides of the ring, Max waited for it to glow. A clicking sound came, and then an image of Everett appeared above the ring, sitting behind his desk with a look of concern showing over the man's face. "Everett, it's Seth. I can see that. What's wrong?" "Nothing," Max replied with a grin. "I'm sorry. It's my first time using the ring, and I wasn't expecting to see a floating image of you. As for what I need, do you know of any faction members who fought a Gorgon boss and died?" The older man's head was visible by all snapping back before it leaned very close, the image getting focused on his face. Both eyes were about as wide as possible. "You killed a Gorgon." "Well, obviously, or we'd be stone and not calling." The man coughed and choked, banging on his chest, and everyone snickered at the sight of it. "We got a potion that cures petrification, and we weren't sure if we should save them or see if someone from our faction had died to a Gorgon. If so, and if any of these statues were one of our members, we'd like to try to save them. Give me like 15 minutes, I need to check some stuff. Turn the ring off and save the power. Before Max could reply, the image of Everett was gone. Holding his fingers on the ring, it returned to normal. I guess we should loot while we wait and see, Fowl said, rubbing his hands together and glancing at the chest. You're seriously going to use up a potion like that? Cordelia asked. Max saw how her eyes kept blinking rapidly as she stared at him. If you were one of them, wouldn't you want someone to save you? I mean, yeah, but how do you even know one of those will work? How can you make sure one of them is actually a member of our faction? Fowl cackled gleefully as he slipped his loot on, and Batra and Tanilla were also taking out their items. Call me interested. Even if we lose one potion, it's a risk I'm okay taking if it means saving someone's life. Just let it go, Fowl said as he joined the two of them. Get your loot and realize he's a lost cause. If there is one thing Seth can't help himself with, it's helping other people. Shaking her head, their ranger gave Max one more look before moving to the chest and withdrawing her noob. The look on her face when she saw the stats made her forget the concern she had just a moment ago. Looks like you're up, Fowl said while winking at him. Max nodded and moved to the chest, reaching in and feeling the shield materialize in his hand. A green scale-covered heater shield like Dexix came out as he moved his hand back, earning a whistle of appreciation from Fowl. Inspect weapon. Gorgon-scaled shield plus 20 strength, constitution, dexterity. Impervious. Indestructible. Bonded. The stats were nice, and having a shield that could stand up to almost anything was an added perk. After having his last shield shattered, it hadn't been fun using the backup one, which provided almost no stats at all. That looks pretty sick, Fowl said with a grin. Does it turn your enemies to stone? Laughing, Max shook his head. I'm not certain I'd want something like that. Imagine how dangerous it would be, especially if someone managed to get it from me. Fowl nodded and then motioned to the rest of the items in the chest. Take those, and I guess we can scout out the floor and start studying the statues. That way, if Everett comes back with something, we may already have an idea of the person he's talking about. Max's shield hit the ground, and everyone turned, just as stunned as he was. You okay? My God, Fowl, that was the smartest thing I think I've ever heard you say, Max replied, his face frozen in shock. Boss, screw you, Fowl muttered as he made a hand gesture, moving towards some of the statues. Max picked up his shield and saw Batrier smirking, watching her man walk away. You okay? She nodded at him and started jogging after Fowl, grinning the whole time. He's right, Tanilla said. I'll go this way, and you two can go opposite ways. We got a few minutes before it's time to contact him again. Cordelia turned, still struggling it appeared based on her body language and how stiffly she was walking. They spent their time moving through the statues, finding that over half of them were humans, elves, or dwarves, while the other half were a variety of different creatures. Some looked like the goblins they faced that exploded when killed. Others were snakes that were leaning back, mouths open and in apparent angst as they froze. A few minotaurs and other monsters were missing arms, yet all had the same look of pain. You there? Everett's face appeared and he nodded, holding a book as Tom's face appeared over the man's shoulder. I have a book of things we know. We'll use most of this ring if you want to go through the list. You got 4 more. Hopefully we can verify that someone in here is there and that works. And way to go, Tom shouted behind him. A Gorgon that's. Tom, their faction leader's outburst cut their trainer off, and then Everett turned back to them. Let's start. 3 rings were used, and they had a list of people and descriptions to look for. Fowl thought he had already seen one, but needed to verify that others thought so. It took them about 40 minutes as they moved around the dirt floor, scanning each statue and comparing it to their lists. I think there are 3 candidates, Tanilla said. One is almost certain, as they have the same scar on Everett mentioned. I guess we'll use the ring and check and then try the potion. Everyone nodded and followed her to the dwarven warrior she had found. Does this look like him? Max asked as he held the ring close to the dwarf's face. By the gods, that's him. That's Mustuk, Everett exclaimed, coming out of his seat and leaning as close as possible to the communication device. Okay, Max replied, just as excited to hear that news. Now back up a moment so I can see more than your eye, and let's see if this is him and if it works. He nodded at Tanilla, who took her potion and pulled out the stopper. I'm just pouring it on top as his mouth can't drink it, she asked. That's how it is supposed to work, Everett replied. She slowly poured the green liquid all over the dwarf's hair, watching it run down the stone some before absorbing into it. When the bottle was empty and not a single drop remained inside, Tanilla stepped back and everyone waited. Anything? Tom asked through the connection. Nothing yet. Another minute passed and everyone sighed, wishing it had worked, but nothing had happened. Grunting, Everett leaned back in his chair. Well, I appreciate you trying. That speaks a lot about your commitment, too. Cracked, Fowl exclaimed. By Akram's beard, it's cracking. His shout caused them to turn and watch as the stone began to show more lines and fractures until the entire statue was covered with cracks. All of a sudden the statue moved and everyone jumped back a step. The loud scream that came from the dwarf's mouth frightened everyone as he fell forward, his arms and legs windmilling before Max reached out and caught him. Mustuk. He exclaimed, "Wah, who the hell are you?" The dwarf exclaimed, backing up from Max's grasp. "Mustuk, it's me, old friend." Everett's voice snapped the dwarf out of his confusion, and he turned his green eyes to see the image floating above Max's ring. "Everett, that's you. What happened? You're old." Chuckles came through the connection and Tom leaned forward. "And you're still fat," their trainer replied. "Bah, you're a bastard and you know it." The dwarf shouted, grinning now. "Wait a second. Someone tell me what happened and what is going on." "We don't have time," Max said quickly. "Let me find another statue and show you in a minute. We can tell you on the way." Only one other statue was another faction member that they could tell, and with just one ring left, they brought back a human woman named Sulenda, who towered over all of them. Her arms were bigger than their legs, and she shared a carriage with Batrir and Cordelia, taking up half of it. The faction house was ablaze with joy as the news of two long-lost members returning spread like wildfire. Mustuk, absent for over 40 years, and Sulenda, missing for about 80, were back among them. The disbelief in their eyes was palpable, realizing they had been encased in stone for so long, yet someone had managed to rescue them. Drinks were flowing, and everyone was coming up to the five of them, celebrating their success. When it was time to sleep, most found that the sun came up only a few hours later. Everett was tapping his fingers on the desk, looking across at Max. His face was a canvas of conflicting emotions, at times furrowing in deep thought, at others breaking into a faint smile. The uncertainty of what to say next was etched on his features, a testament to the gravity of the situation. "You killed a Gorgon, something no one should see before the 35th level. I'm afraid I can't keep that a secret, as your faction members are already telling the news to everyone in town. The good part is Tom created the story ahead of time about how you had a large mirror on you because of moving and shopping. Luring the Gorgon around the corner, where it saw its own reflection, is what won the day." Max nodded, still impressed that both men had come up with a story so quickly. "That mirror now resides in the main hall, and those fools already want us to place it on the Wall of Honor. I want to know how you could defeat something that Tom and I are not sure we could have defeated unprepared. One wrong move means death. It took everyone. Tanilla used walls to wedge it in place. Cordelia shot only when able to look at its back, and..." "Don't lie," the faction leader's tone was hard. "I'm tired of the lies, and what scares me even more is that right now, I'm not certain if we were to fight that I would win." Leaning against the desk, Everett's eyes narrowed. "You give off an aura of death while hiding it because you aren't a killer. Inside, I see a person capable of great destruction and great potential. What scares me is which of those you will become and the role I play in that. Ever since the day you walked into that door, you've been lying. I realize it now. Part of me wanted to believe that you were Seth Pendle, skilled with a spear. I needed to believe there was a hero waiting to rise again and help our land." Shifting in his seat, the older man's eyes never left Max's. "You do things that aren't possible. You craft legendary weapons. You hold a dragon's tooth that I know is worth more than anything we have in our vaults. You push through the tower like a good party does the early dungeons in a small town." His voice continued to get louder as Everett talked. "And now you bring back two heroes this faction lost without any thought about the money those potions were worth or how they might save your life in the future. None of this makes sense for someone with your power." Grunting, he leaned back in his chair and took a deep breath, sighing as he let it out. "I'm not sure I can keep this charade going," Everett said quietly. "This faction is everything to me, and if you want to be a part of it, we're going to have to find out how to work together without the lies. Are you willing to do that?" The moment Max had been dreading had finally arrived, only much sooner than he had hoped. "I'm not sure you can handle the truth," he replied, watching every reaction Everett made as he spoke. "If you can provide a way that will bind you to never reveal what I will share, then I will be honest. Without that, I'll ask for my leave, request any payment owed plus items back, and we will be forced to find a new faction, it appears." Snorting, Everett shook his head, closing his eyes and rubbing them with his fingers. "You say that so casually. I believe you would. Whatever your secret is, it must be so great that you would rather leave what I know you care about, displayed by your actions today." Rising from the chair, Everett moved to one of the shelves behind his desk. He did something with a series of books, and Max saw the pattern with his sonar skills. A wall moved, sliding to reveal a chest. Pulling the key from his storage, Everett unlocked the chest and pulled out a clear piece of crystal. It was 8 inches long and about an inch thick. Closing the chest, he motioned, and the wall slid back into place. "This," Everett said as he held up the crystal stick and moved toward his desk, "is a binding rod. One promise. It will stop me if I attempt to break that promise in any way. The punishment is not fun, and continued attempts will lead to death. Tell me, Seth, is this truth you promise worth me using this?" Max stood up from his chair and took off his ring of growth. This is a ring we got in the tower not long after we started. It gives 10% to all my stats." Everett's hands fumbled the rod, but thankfully, his speed and dexterity were enough for him to catch it before it hit the floor. "Impossible, I mean that's you're serious, I can see it on your face." Nodding, Max slipped it back on. What I'm going to tell you if you bind yourself to that promise will be worth far more than you can imagine. Everett nodded, and within 30 seconds he had made the pact, binding himself to the truth, even unto death. 5 minutes had passed since Max had finished telling him most of the whole story. He couldn't share about the deal with the dragon. Showing the dragon scale had almost caused Everett to die from choking on his drink. Now the older man was slowly turning his glass of good alcohol on the desk. I can't imagine, he muttered. Everything you've been through, the potential of what you could become, the fact that you have a skill I would strike you dead if I could and didn't know the real you. Yet you're the kindest soul I have ever met. Listen to me, Everett. I didn't ask for this skill. I wanted to be that happy baker, getting fat and having kids with a cute red-headed girl from back home. None of that matters. Setting the empty cup he had long since drank on the desk, Max stood up, seemingly taller even though he hadn't grown. Only one thing matters, and that is protecting those I love. You already know I love this faction, and every day it grows on me. It pained me to do what I had to do to Baldwin more than you will know, but we both knew it needed to. Often I wonder if the gods made all that happen just so I could have the skill, so I could provide what no one else could. Does that suck? Yes, Max exclaimed, banging his hand on the desk, making sure that he didn't break it. I'm done playing their games. If the gods want me to get strong, then I will, and when we beat the tower and get to go against them, they will regret the day they messed with my family and friends. I will make sure they suffer for causing innocent people to die. Max was breathing hard, his eyes shaking as he clenched his fists. The skill you worry about has changed because it has realized what the gods will one day realize. I am my own person. No one will force me to become something I don't want to be. When I find the gods responsible for killing people we care about, be certain I will beat the life out of them. I will make them regret ever involving us in whatever game they are playing. Everett nodded, seeing the truth and conviction in Max's eyes. He knew there was only one thing he could ask him to share. I'm going to ask. You know what it is. Do you trust me with that knowledge? My stats and skills. Just your stats. I don't think I could handle knowing everything you possess. There are ideas already running through my head, and knowing the truth it would probably break me. Very well, Max replied. I'll tell you my stats, just the base. That way you'll have some stuff left to wonder and guess about when combined with my items. Grinning, Everett nodded. Everett said nothing for a moment. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Doing the math in his head told him things he couldn't begin to imagine. 170. None of my stats are 170, Max replied. Know your level for that many stats you could. Everett froze, his mouth still open, and he looked up at Max in shock. You could have beaten Dexic in that duel. Wincing and frowning, Max shook his head for a few seconds and then finally nodded. Yes, but only if I used skills. She is strong. Scoffing, the faction leader leaned back in his chairs, eyes wide as he gazed up at the ceiling. After a few more seconds, Everett regained his composure, took a breath, and cleared his throat. Very well. I will protect your secret and help you and your team complete the tower. Rising to his feet, he held out his hand and extended it toward Max. Know that not even death will pry this truth from me. Just promise me one thing. As Max shook the man's hand, he felt the grip getting tight. He was pulled forward slightly, almost leaning over the desk. Kill whoever made Baldwin die for me. Max nodded, and Everett let go of the man's hand. Protect the ones you love, Seth. Without them, the world is a very painful place. Turning slightly, Max pointed at the door. Out there are 3 people I would give my life for in a second, but if someone hurts them, rest assured, there will be no place for them to hide. Neither said another word, and Max made his way out of the office. With the door shut, Everett sobbed for a moment, realizing that someone he loved had been hurt in some game of the gods. Wiping his tears, he looked at the door and grinned. There was a dark gleam in his eyes as he stared at the door. Whoever made up this game, you better run. That boy is going to kill you all. And then Everett laughed so hard that the room was filled with a sound so pure it hadn't heard in a decade. Weckheim's presence upset the 5 watchers as they turned to face him. A smile was on his jaw as he saw them take the same shape as he was right now. A dragonkin, as some might call it, one that allowed him easy access through the halls of this place without having to show off the immense size of his natural form. Oh, what I wouldn't give to shed this shell and watch as they transformed also. Chuckling slightly, his eyes watched the blank looks on the watchers as they shifted ever so slightly. It has been a while since you have visited us, one of the female watchers said. Tell us, are you here to break the agreement? Shaking his head slowly, Weckheim stood there with his hands behind his back, slowly flexing his fingers as he continued to consider what they must be thinking and wondering. I have not. For creatures of immense power, almost as old as he was and gatekeepers to the system and all that controls it, they seemed relieved at his reply. How many years has it been since I have been here? 40,000, 50,000. Lost in his thoughts for a moment, Weckheim allowed himself to reflect on how that had gone. A rift in the peace had been broken, and the movement of the others had resulted in something scorching planets and killing hundreds of gods. The last time all 3 skills fought. I won't waste time or words. I have come to invest power in the threads of one. One moment, the same watcher replied, and he watched as all five went silent, knowing they were communicating in secret. Worlds, solar systems, galaxies, and more flew by across the landscape of this room's ceiling. He recognized so many of them, having been there when they were formed. Watching and not getting to play the game had left him bored. Occasionally, all he could do was wait for those who asked for his wisdom or guidance. Being a god and bored is a dangerous thing. That is why the demons moved as they did. Rumors of their mischief have been going on for so long across all the worlds. Tell us the name of the one you want to adjust the thread on. The male watcher's voice was one he knew too well. Focusing his gaze upon the dragonkin at the end, they locked eyes, and those bright white eyes shined back at him. Max Host. As one of the five shifted, his smile grew as they glanced at each other momentarily. The black stone chairs they chose to sit in reminded him of a material he had created. Each time he came, they had used it for their chairs, and at first it felt like a slight, telling him that it was nothing more than a place for their celestial ass to sit upon. In time, he saw it as a compliment. That they would choose to show his creation in this room was a testament to his power. That name is not one you should know. How have you come about it? The sound of his laughter echoed around a room with no walls. Every star, planet, and the vastness of the heavens surrounded him, yet his voice filled it all. One does not rise to my power and position without having ways of finding fun things to play with. Now tell me, I am still allowed to impart power back into the system, am I not? You are. The short reply told Wekheim everything he needed to know. For those who were supposed never to give away things, his simple act and their response confirmed that many were attempting to find the young man or already impart power to his thread. Even the fact that simply saying a name that could be known multiple times in so many different worlds and getting that response meant the watchers were focused on this life. Someone had originally decided to give him this power, for whatever reason. Whether it had been specific or simply a random act, the thread of this young boy's life was undoubtedly now weaving itself through so many things that it would be unable to hide in time. Then I would like to impart some blessings upon his journey. Silence seemed to stretch on for eternity as the five said nothing. If it wasn't for the threads of power that ran from the cosmos and into them and back out, he might have thought time itself had frozen. Very well. Choose how much you wish to give to help this one. Nodding, Wekheim moved to the metallic pillar that rose from the floor and set his three-fingered scaled hand upon it. Oh, Fias, using your own gift to help this boy seems like the greatest irony of it all. As the planet's power left him and the watchers felt it enter the system, Wekheim sensed the boy briefly on a young world. The price has been paid. How would you like his thread to be adjusted? Increase his chance of acquiring better items, maybe even an artifact. The female watcher who spoke first leaned forward slightly. A single finger pointed at him, and her tone sounded shocked as she spoke. You would ask for one of those to be given. You have not paid near enough for such a prize. Waving his hand, the metallic pillar rose again, and he put his hand upon it once more. Then tell me the cost. As you all know, there is no limit to what I can pay. Floors 15, 16, and 17 hadn't yielded a single item. However, after a fruitless 18th tower floor, Max couldn't help but look at his stats in awe. Everything had been going about as smoothly as possible, and all they had left to finish tomorrow was the boss on the 19th floor of the tower. What are you doing that has you so focused? Tanilla's voice drew him from his thoughts and the page in his journal he was staring at. He glanced up from the page, completely decked out in all his gear, and grinned. Shrugging, he immediately swapped out his tower climbing gear for a simple shirt and pair of pants. Picking up his pencil, Max jotted down a number and tapped his finger against the page. Honestly, I've realized why things have been so easy the last few days. According to my notes, the stats for the creatures through tower level 18 don't go higher than 215 if my math is right. Knowing that and where my stats are, along with us having ground out the tower level so we are ready for the next gems after tomorrow, we are sitting at a 20% bonus to stats. Shifting in her chair, Tanilla nodded, closing and storing her book. And that is why you have been cutting through everything without a problem. Not just me, but you all as well, Max replied. Each of you has 30% to your stats right now. With you all having hit level 62 for your normal levels and adding the weapons I've made, everyone has been tearing through those last 3 levels. But, chuckling, Max nodded as he moved to the chair next to her after storing his journal and sat down. I've missed out on 3 tower floors for stats. These undead have been nothing but experience for you all, plus the green gems they drop, which makes me wonder what the 20th level is going to be like. How many stats are waiting to be gained once we start grinding through the monsters there? Sighing, Tanilla shook her head as she smiled at him. I'm glad to see you're not excited about tomorrow. Even if we know the boss is going to be undead, it is what it is. What I'm more interested in right now is how long it's going to take me to get you from that chair to the bed. Winking as he stood up, Max could only smile when Tanilla jumped out of her chair and raced toward the bed. Glad to see I still have a way with words, Max joked as he ran to join her. Fowl's hammer smashed another undead spider into the black dirt of the tower floor. Green and foul-smelling goo came from its flattened carapace. Max spun like a top, cleaving through another 6 that all got close, attacking the closest person in their way. Before the fight had even really started, 15 undead corpses were no longer attacking, some twitching while others burned. "This is just a grind fest," Fowl said. "No tactics at all." "Don't get me wrong, it's nice not having to worry about fighting anything with a brain. It's like shadowboxing." Fowl looked at Cordelia and stood there a moment while the rest laughed, realizing he hadn't gotten the joke yet. "We're still like an hour from that purple beacon up ahead," Tanilla said. Everyone saw the light that rose from the ground into the dark night sky. Stars were twinkling, yet the moon was absent on the tower floor, and if it hadn't been for their rings, seeing anything would have been hard without using a light. The ground was littered with graves and tombstones, some of them now empty, where spiders, zombies, or even the occasional undead creature had emerged after digging themselves free. Yet across the darkness, a purple line of power ran from the ground into the night sky, vanishing into nothingness, drawing them toward what they assumed was the floor boss. "What in the gods is that?" Fowl's question left each of them wondering the same thing as they saw the boss slowly moving around the purple cube that radiated a glowing light everywhere for about 100 yards. Night vision rings weren't needed, as the cube's light was bright enough to see by. A 20-foot creature resembling a bear, with its skin appearing to have been ripped off and sewn back together with an assortment of other kinds of flesh. Giant seams and stitches ran along the creature, and it gave off a horrible scent that they smelled even 100 yards away. "Look at those massive bumps of flesh," Cordelia said as she studied the pockets of flesh raised in different spots. "I'm glad I don't have to fight that thing up close and worry about hitting something that might explode." Groaning, Fowl's head bobbed as he saw what she had pointed out. "We can go in hard and fast and see what happens. I mean, if we unleash everything big at the start, we might be able to kill it without a problem." Max stated as he pointed at the cube the boss was to the right of as it circled it again slowly. "It would be even better if we could kill the boss and find out what that is. Perhaps Everett or the faction could use it." "I'm not certain," their ranger replied. "I haven't ever seen or heard of anything like that, but then again, no one has ever really reported seeing half the crap we do." A few chuckles came before everyone put on their serious face. "So you want me to charge it, and then you come up from behind and go ham on it?" Max nodded at Fowl and checked that everyone else was ready. "Feel free to use any spells or abilities you want," Max said, flashing a grin at Tanilla and Cordelia. Fowl started jogging toward the massive bear, and when he was about 50 yards away, the giant beast turned and roared. Green ooze came from its mouth, splattering against the black dirt as the boss started racing toward Fowl. Holding his shield ready, Fowl stood behind it, planting his feet. As the boss got close, it swung a massive paw at Fowl. Just before it connected, the clawed strike flashed red and slammed against their warrior, and one half of Fowl's hit points were gone. A howl of pain came as green liquid squirted from all over the boss's right arm that had struck it, chunks of flesh falling off from the aura that had inflicted damage back at the beast. Max came in from the side, ready to end this as he summoned a wall of stone, making it angled like a ramp, and ran up to the side of the boss. Power strike. Magical strike. Rampage. His axe sliced through everything, a wave of magic coming off the weapon as the cleave effect added itself to the power of his attack. Combined with the bonus damage against a larger creature, the first attack created a 6-foot opening in its side. The second one hacked off another 2 feet, and with the third swing of Max's weapon cutting through the same spot, the beast fell to the ground, gore spilling out everywhere as its body was cut 2/3 the way through. A fireball exploded against the boss's head as Tanilla got her licks in on the creature, joining the empowered shot from Cordelia. One moment the boss had been standing, and the next it was on the ground, burnt to a crisp on the front half, a massive hole in its skull from an arrow and its body split in two. Snorting, Max jumped back off his ramp and turned toward the others. He saw that Batrayer had healed Fowl, and his friend was standing up, albeit a little slower. "That went well," Max said, grinning until he saw Tanilla's face. "It's not dead." His sonar told him she was right as the boss's body began to shake and flex. The large pockets of whatever was on its skin began to quiver, and Max felt a buildup of something magical coming from the body near him. "Run." The purple cube began to glow bright, and the light shining into the sky stopped. Now the square pulsed, sending out waves of purple light so bright it felt like one was looking at the sun. Max could sense the body of the boss reacting in some way. About 6 seconds after the light in the cube was condensed, it shot a solid beam of purple into the corpse, causing it to explode. Chunks of flesh, green ooze, and white liquid went everywhere for 100 yards. Tanilla summoned an air shield over her and the others while Max put one above Fowl, unsure what was raining down on them. Burning pain came as liquid fell like a rain cloud upon him, going through his armor and to his skin. "It's acid, I think," Max shouted as he felt the sensation and how it hurt, but the resistance from his bracelet nullified most of the damage. Turning toward the spot where the boss had been, the purple light pulsed again, locked in on the skull, the only thing that remained from the massive body that had once been there. It began to pulse, turning purple, and seemed to give off the same color as it was bathed in the energy that washed over it. Seth. Without any idea of what was coming, Max started summoning a fireball. Hit it with your spells. Slowly bones began to grow from the skull, each of them spiked and covered in a purple aura that looked like flames. From the head a spine appeared, followed by a rib cage and then thick bone arms. His fireball and Tanillas blasted the bones, washing over them and doing no apparent damage. An arrow flew through his sonar range, and Max watched as it struck the purple cube. A loud whine began to fill the air, and arrow after arrow flew past him, impacting the side of the cube. The skull turned towards their ranger and let out a shriek, giant teeth forming as it attempted to move on the limbs that were beginning to form. Max didn't wait, pulling out his bow and sending a barrage of arrows at the cube. Using my special one, the arrow of slaying flew past him, impacting the side of the cube. A giant crack appeared, sending light spilling out everywhere. The ground began to shake, and the bones that had begun to form started falling from the skeleton that had been summoned. "Run!" Max shouted as he saw the purple light start to cascade in waves around them, his flesh beginning to burn from the pain as it washed over him. Regeneration. Fowl was moving, his short legs almost looking comical with how fast they moved, sending up small clouds of black dirt behind him. Tanilla, Batria, and Cordelia were all moving as a pack, staying close as they ran, trying to escape the light pulsing across the ground. Max heard the noise of the cube, the whine of something going wrong, and felt the buildup of power coming toward him. Yanking his shield out, he hid behind it, wondering what this would feel like in a moment. Armored warrior. Bulwark. A second passed as he hunkered down, and then a loud explosion rocked the area, sending a wave of dirt and magical energy flying in a circle from the cube. Pain erupted from the areas of his body that were not hidden behind his shield, flesh melting and regenerating as the magic connected. He cast a stone wall in the other three's path, hoping it would help. Tanilla did the same before the wave of purple light washed over and around the three as Batria used her protective dome. It took a few seconds for his eardrums to repair themselves, but Max saw and heard that everyone was alive. Fowl had also used his defensive skills, mimicking his attempt at hiding behind his shield. Everyone okay. Groans and yes came from the trio while Fowl limped toward Max, missing about a third of his hit points from that attack. What in the gods was that? Fowl asked as he stared at the crater the explosion had caused. The black ground was littered with purple glowing specks that cast a light for 100 yards in a circle. Grunting, Max shrugged and checked his shield, seeing that no damage had been done to it from the attack. No clue, but I wouldn't want to have been closer when that blew up. Snorting, Fowl nodded and pointed at the purple glowing chest in the center of the crater. Well, at least we appear to get some loot finally. Nodding, Max felt the other three coming close and gave his friend a gentle pat on his armor. The good news is you didn't die, so I guess you can open it up. Fowl grinned as he stored his shield and began moving toward the chest. I'll never argue with you on something like that. Now let's go see what we acquired. The chest was made from some sort of purple-colored stone and had a small cube with a line coming from it toward the boss they had just faced engraved on its side. Runes etched into and around the chest didn't look like any that Max recognized, and no one commented on them as Fowl lifted the lid. "Damn, that's some seriously ugly stuff," their warrior exclaimed. Each of them looked into the swirling vortex and saw that inside were a pair of purple chain bracers for Max, a pair of purple plate boots, 2 purple armbands, and purple leather pants. 2 rings were waiting to be rolled on, and 2 large green crystals seemed out of place in a sea of purple. Max saw Cordelia wince as she stared at the pants. "Those are pretty ugly," Tanilla said as she reached in, taking her armband from the chest. But Seth doesn't. She stopped talking and her eyes went wide as she held the metallic purple band in her hand. "That good." Their mage nodded as she quickly slid it on her arm and Batra didn't hesitate, reaching in and taking hers out. "Damn, that's just impossible. Stop beating around the bush and tell me the stats," Fowl complained as he grabbed the plate boots waiting for him. 25 intelligence and wisdom, Tanilla replied. Batra's head bobbed as she removed her old armband and replaced it with the new one. Fowl. Max watched their dwarven warrior, who had been holding the plate boots in his hand, as they replaced his older ones, same except for 25 in strength and constitution. Cordelia and Max took out theirs, each grinning as they saw the stats. Inspect bracer. Cubed bracer plus 25 strength, dexterity, constitution. Bonded. Well, that's really nice, their ranger stated as she used her new storage item and swapped out her pants instantly. "What about the 2 rings?" Fowl asked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "You 4 roll on them," Max said as he retrieved the 2 gems. "I got the last big item." Each of them smiled, touching the first ring, and soon Batger walked away with one while Cordelia came away with the second. Sighing, Fowl smiled and clapped his hands. "The good news is I'm getting something soon." Batria and Cordelia were grinning after finding out their rings added 20 to 3 stats. Not bad for boss loot. All that is left is heading back to the faction house and waiting for our skills to come off cooldown. Max nodded at Tanilla, and the group made their way to the portal, excited about taking a shot at the 20th floor soon. Standing outside the portal, Max felt an eerie presence nearby and glanced around, using his sonar to try and see if something was hidden. The two guards on duty seemed unaware of anything, and even after taking a moment while the rest of the group started walking off, Max found himself frowning, sensing something had changed. "You coming?" Nodding, he tried to smile at Tanilla, who frowned, seeing the look on his face. "Everything okay?" she whispered as he moved beside her and grabbed her hand. "I'm not sure, but I'll tell you in the carriage, once we activate the runes." Once everyone was seated, they all turned and noticed that Max was frowning, indicating he was upset about something. "Okay, what's wrong?" Fowl asked. Sighing, Max shrugged as he shook his head, rubbing his bald head for a moment. "When we came out of the tower, I felt something weird, like someone or something was watching us or maybe nearby. Almost like that time in the demon dungeon." Everyone grimaced and started looking at each other slowly. Yet no alarms went off in the city, and the guards didn't seem to react, Batrier said. "If there were something like that, surely the wards the capital has in place would have reacted." Nodding, Max could only shrug. "I know, it's just weird. It's gone now and was only there for a few seconds. Still, after having been shot at, poisoned, and attacked a few times, I wasn't sure what might happen. Perhaps the gods have found you and were about to strike you." An elbow from Batrier cut Fowl off, causing him to yelp. "It's okay," Max said. "That's why we're doing this, to be strong enough to protect everyone we love. With that said, I want to ask something, and I know it's very private, so if you don't want to tell me, I'll understand." Fowl's eyebrow raised as he rubbed his arm. "Only a few things would ever require that kind of warning, and I'm pretty sure I know what you're going to ask." "Our stats." Max nodded at Cordelia, who was biting her lip. "I'm tracking the monsters, and based on what I know about the armor and weapons each of you have, I can come up with some ideas. That also means you don't have to tell me the actual stat you're sitting at after all bonuses. If you already think you know, why ask?" their warrior asked. Looking at Fowl, Max grinned and pulled out a notebook. Flipping through a few pages, he smiled as he fingered the paper. "So based on how you always struggle with simple things and can't resist the intimidation effects, you probably have a 20 or so in intelligence and wisdom. Am I right?" Fowl held up his middle finger at Max, causing everyone to laugh. "That's a yes, I take it. This means out of the 296 stat points you have, basically, you have 255 left over. Knowing your strength and dex is less than a 50 by how you move, and what you lift when not wearing your gear or carrying the new hammer means most of your points are in constitution. That puts you around 160 for that stat." Fowl's eyes widened as Max spoke, causing his human friend to grin as he continued. "Based on that knowledge, plus your tower experience and the items you have, you're getting close to a 300 strength and are over a 400 in constitution. Sadly, your intelligence is still probably 30 at best." Batrier coughed as Fowl shook his head slowly. How can you know all that?" he asked. "I can do the same for all of you, knowing what skills you have as well as how most classes spend their stat points. This gives me a good point of reference on how strong we are when facing each tower floor," Max replied. Batrier and Cordelia getting those rings is actually really good for both of them, helping to shore up the weak constitution and providing extra stats in the areas they need them. Max pulled out a slip of paper he had folded up between some pages and turned it around. "As you can see, I have the items listed that probably need to be replaced sooner rather than later on for each of you." Turning toward Cordelia, Max gave her a toothy grin. "Since joining us, I have kept track of everything you have acquired, based on the knowledge of how weak most of the other items you had were compared to what drops for us. As you can see, the list of items you need to replace is longer than the others." Grimacing, their ranger saw everyone smiling at her. "Now you make me feel like I'm the weakest one here," she said. Shaking his head, Max continued to smile at her. "No, you're doing amazing. The stats you have now are far greater than when you first started with us, and the damage you did against the boss with the new arrow was incredible. Had you used that with your empowered shot, I honestly am not sure if there would have been much of a skull left for that cube to affect." "He's right," Tanilla chimed in. "You've been carrying your weight and then some, especially with all the improvements Tom has helped with your shot placements." Relief appeared on Cordelia's face, and she smiled at them. "Well, as long as I'm not slacking like Fowl, I'll be okay." A stubby middle finger danced before her face, and the cart filled with laughter, everyone apparently having forgotten about the concern Max felt just a little bit ago. "Seems you're making a name for yourself faster than you might have imagined," Everett said as he watched Max crafting 2 hammers for the faction members. "Since I started handing out weapons, the line of members wanting to get one has grown quickly. Word has even spread through the city, and we have been receiving more applications than usual. And I'm sure it has nothing to do with 2 lost members returning either," Max replied, his eyes never leaving the engraving he was doing at that moment. Grunting, Everett's fingers started to tap against the stone work table. That has caused a bit of a fuss for certain amongst the other factions, and even into the nobles themselves. The elves and dwarves have reached out, and our smaller outpost house in those capitals has received a few letters that have been forwarded to me. Each faction has created a list of members they know were lost to a gorgon or other beasts, and rewards are being offered to any person or faction that might be able to rescue them. Max quickly stored the 8-inch hammer head so that it wouldn't suffer from him stopping what he was doing. You're serious? Factions are actually offering rewards for doing the right thing? Chuckling, Everett nodded. Unlike you, most people are motivated by money and power. A glimmer of hope has been spread, and it is expanding quickly across all the factions. I even received a letter from an elvish noble. A few seconds later, Everett held out a folded piece of paper to Max. Taking it from the older man, he felt the quality of the material and could see the wax seal was very ornate. Opening it, Max started scanning the words and his eyes froze upon 2 lines. They are offering 30,000 gold for one person. His voice echoed in the room, and looking up from the paper he saw that Everett was nodding slowly. Their daughter was lost to a boss and turned to stone. She was in a party facing a gorgon on the 45th floor when everyone but one person perished. This was well over 100 years ago, and from the information I found out, the one that survived didn't enjoy the torture they went through as the family verified his story. Frowning, Max folded the letter up and handed it back. We can't face the same boss again, though, so I'm guessing their hope is that another group might face the one that killed their daughter. Rubbing his eyes, Everett finally let out a sigh. The idea that some bosses are able to stay alive multiple times has been discussed and debated for 1,000 years. One of the worst problems comes when one reaches the 45th and 49th floor in the tower. The bosses there are typically some of the worst. Many parties have entered the tower floor and left, having heard stories and rumors about how bad things have gone. When you finally reach those floors, I'll give you another escape gem. That way 2 of you will have one. That will provide your party, and you a better chance of surviving if things go wrong. It was Max's turn for his fingers to drum against the table as he leaned on it slightly. Well, we're still 20 floors away before that becomes an issue, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. My real question comes down to what we might face before then. If we're hitting bosses that are 10 or 20 levels higher than usual, what can that mean for the actual foes we face on floor number 44? Smacking his tongue a few times against his teeth, their faction leader shrugged. Honestly, I have no idea. Everything I thought I knew has been warped because of you and your team. Even Tom is struggling to continue to find ways to train all of you. The level of your expertise is impossible to comprehend. What about my request for a skill upgrade? You were serious about that. Max nodded and saw the pained expression on Everett's face. I know that I'm asking for the impossible, but if we can give Tenilla a godly skill, it will make our end goal even better. Sighing, Everett slowly nodded his head. I'll ask the board, but I'll be honest. Getting them to agree to that before your party reaches the 50th floor would be almost impossible. Nodding, Max shrugged and picked up the engraving tool, retrieving the hammer head from his storage, and began engraving right where he left off. Better to start asking now so they are prepared when we reach it. Everett scoffed but nodded, and who knows how soon that might happen. We need to hurry, Max was shouting at the rest of the team as the faction house looked like an anthill with people scurrying everywhere. Which gate? Fowl shouted as he ran down through the dining hall they had been eating in. South gate. We've got a portal stone down below, but we need to hurry. Tom was ushering the members who were around to the lower level of the faction house toward the room that would send everyone who could go to the south gate. What kind are they? Batrier asked as they ran past their trainer. Manticores. They cap at level 40, but with this break, rumor has them being closer to 45 or 50 in some spots. Curses came as they ran through the stone hallway and found themselves packed into a room with 2 other groups, both newer ones that had joined in the last few weeks. That's everyone, Tom yelled from down the hall. Send them. Max looked at Everett and Alfreda, the older woman who managed all the faction's crafting materials. They stood near a tiny gem that looked like the one back in the adventure hall. This room was a square room about 15 feet wide and might hold 2 more parties before it was completely full. The same crystal ran along the wall, and one wall had a small indentation where the older 2 faction members were standing, outside of the crystal square on the floor. Be safe, use those poison potions, and don't die. Alfreda shouted as Everett put both hands on a small crystal jutting from the wall near him. The gem in the center of the room pulsed, and a bright light flashed. I'm going to be sick, one of the dwarves from another party said before losing the food he had just been eating upstairs. The sun was about 2 hours from setting, casting shadows and creating problems for the local citizens who were fleeing toward the safety of the gates. Shouting and yelling was coming from the line of people fleeing with their possessions, trying to reach the safety of the walls. Adventurers. Max and the rest turned, seeing a pair of guards who were standing near the spot they had appeared at. To the south, There are some smaller adventurers who have already ran out there, but news is bad, a female guard shouted as they moved toward her. Most of the groups that arrived first are out there, but the monsters are above what they should be. Any other factions yet? Tanilla asked as Batrayer cast her buff. Not yet, you're here a lot quicker than we expected. The two newer groups from their faction looked at them, waiting to hear what they were going to command. You two, stay close to each other, work this main road. Ensure the people get here safely. We'll race ahead and work on clearing a path to the dungeon and defeat the boss. All of them nodded and began casting buffs before quickly running in the direction everyone was fleeing from. We don't got time for this, and I would rather not use my ability if I don't have to. So forgive me, Max said as he motioned at Tanilla and Batrayer. You're seriously going to carry us? Their healer asked. And Foul, we don't have time. Only Cordelia can keep up and we need to go. A sigh came from their warrior who held his arms out sideways. Let's get it over with, he muttered. Without waiting, Max scooped up both women, quickly setting them over his shoulder and ignoring the glances he got from the guards as he picked up Foul. With a speed that was only possible with the dexterity he and Cordelia had, they took off running, quickly catching up with the first two parties that were making their way through the streets. Be safe, Cordelia shouted as they raced by, grinning as she saw their expressions. At least the manticores aren't in town or the flying kind, Foul shouted. That would be way worse. Outside of the city, the farming area was fine for about another mile, and then they saw the horde of manticores pressing against the adventurers that were answering the town's call for help. Giant creatures about 6 feet tall with a lion's head and body and a large scorpion tail on the monster's ass. They're getting overrun, Cordelia shouted as her bow appeared in her hand. We can help for a minute or two, and then we need to head toward the dungeon. The longer we stay, the more that will come out. We'll only hurt more people by helping longer. Max hated saying that, but Tom had already warned him at the beginning when the call came out. The man knew how much Max hated to see people in trouble, but also knew if he stayed too long, more people would be at risk of death and injury. Without slowing down, he raced toward the area where two groups had banded together, trying to fight the pack of 4 manticores that appeared too much for them. A dozen yards from the group, Max dropped Foul and quickly set down Tanilla and Batrayer. Memories of what it had looked like when the other adventurers or faction members had come and saved their lives played through his mind as his first swing sliced a manticore in half. Within mere seconds of arriving, all 4 were dead, 1 killed by Foul, another 2 killed by Cordelia, and the last slain by Max. Who's poisoned? Batrayer asked as she moved through their ranks. As their healer began helping, Max swapped out his weapon for a bow and joined in the target practice with Cordelia, killing the other creatures that were within range, thinning the ranks of the monsters quickly. I'm done, Batrayer shouted about 30 seconds later, and Max turned, stowing his bow and looking at the 2 groups who appeared ready to drop from exhaustion. You all need to run to town. We've got the dungeon. Protect the city from the streets if you must, but don't stay out here. No buts, Max ordered as he moved to where Batrayer was, ignoring the frown she had as she held her arms up slightly. Fight another day. You did your job. Leave the rest to us. A few nodded, and Max hoisted Tanilla into place while grabbing Foul. Let's go. It took about 10 minutes of running to reach the portal that was glowing green. Cordelia had killed at least 100 manticores as they raced toward the dungeon, not even needing to slow down as she ran, raining down death with each shot. Hold on, Max shouted as he ran into the portal. Crystal lines ran through a rocky black canyon that was raised about 50 yards on each side. As soon as he zoned into the dungeon, his sonar recognized the incoming wave of creatures, headed toward them, seeking to exit from where he had just entered the dungeon. Setting the 3 down, he pulled out his weapon and pointed at the pack of about 30 creatures racing toward them. Let's clear and keep moving. Without waiting, Max raced toward the creatures, noticing that these had a darker hide, almost gray instead of the brown color the ones outside had. Between the 5 of them, 30 of the beasts were dead in mere moments, unable to withstand the power they now possessed. I can cheat if we don't want to fight. How far can this go on for? Shrugging at Foul's question, Max pointed at the canyon that made a turn to the left about 50 yards ahead. He started moving towards it while yelling back at the rest. I have no idea, and this could go on for miles. Every second allows the creatures outside to move toward the capital and possibly kill another adventurer or citizen. It only took a second before Tanilla's voice rang out. Let's cheat. We may need to fight in the next one and not have this option. Stowing his weapon, Max stopped and turned, seeing the other 4 moving to get near each other. Smiling, he laughed as Foul held out his arms and shook his head. It's a good thing I like you or I'd kick your shins. Nodding, Max quickly had all 3 women on his shoulder and lifted Foul off the ground. Hold on tight. I'm not sure how the spider walk will work with you all, and I don't want someone falling off. The canyon was over 5 miles long, and the twists and turns of it made the entire party glad he cheated. What would probably have taken at least 10 times or longer to get through was over in almost 4 minutes. Sweat was beginning to form from the pace he was setting, but there was no time to complain. Each second meant the life of an innocent in his mind. Having used a rope to descend to the green portal, Max killed a pack of 30 that had just come through it. This pack was black-skinned and at least a foot taller than the previous group they had killed. They're getting stronger. I'll clear the portal on the other side. Not waiting for them as the group slid down the rope, Max crossed through, finding himself now in a wide open plain area. The only light came from the half-moon that was barely visible, hidden behind clouds. Even though he was in the middle of an open area, no wind was present. Snarls came all around him, and turning Max saw about 100 yards away the next wave of manticores coming toward him, shimmering in the moonlight. Goblin shite, that's a lot of them, Tanilla said as her eyes adjusted. Even worse is I do not know where the portal to the boss room might be. His bow was releasing death, and when Cordelia had made it through the portal, she began helping with the incoming threat. Which way? Fowl asked as he stood there, ready to do something if a beast actually made it to them. I'm open for ideas, Max replied as he shot another one through the heart. 2 more arrows sped from his bow, killing the closest manticore, leaving only about a dozen more that were now within 30 yards. Fowl moved out to face a pair as they drew close while Talina speared one with her ice spell. Arrows and spells finished the last of this wave quickly. Time is important, but these planes could go on for miles in every direction. Do we split up? Is that even safe or worth it? Tanilla's question pained Max in a lot of different ways, but she was right. Time was important, and if they split up, twice as much ground could be covered. The problem was how to split the group, and he wasn't sure if a smaller team could defeat the boss. I can race around with my haste and see what I can find, but I would prefer not to break us up if we don't have to. Then carry us again, Fowl said, grunting as he flicked the blood from the 2 beasts he had killed off his weapon. Time, that's our real problem. Nodding, Max moved and loaded up everyone as usual. Hang on. Breaking into a run, Max made sure he was moving as fast as possible before activating the skill. Going from nothing to haste speed was never appreciated by the group. Haste. The planes streaked by as he ran through openings in the lines of manticores, all headed toward the portal they had just left. In almost 13 seconds, he had covered a mile. A dust trail formed behind him as he raced ahead. If I wasn't carrying everyone, I could go even faster. Black stone wall came into view after 17 seconds, and with no portal visible, Max turned left, trying to cover as much ground as possible before his ability ended. Fowl was moaning, and the 3 on his shoulders held on as he turned as safely as possible. His haste spell faded, and the world quickly came back into its normal speed, yet he didn't set down anyone, not wanting to waste more time. Still nothing, he shouted as he ran across the grassy plains. I may have puked. Batrayer shouted back. Miles passed as he dodged the monsters of this zone, each one taking a little less than a minute. After 10 minutes, a red glow up ahead came into view, and Max cursed, wondering if he had picked wrong and should have gone right instead of left. I think I found the portal. Now find my stomach, Fowl replied as they drew nearer to it. With everyone standing and each of them taking a quick drink and preparing for what was inside, Max looked at Tanilla, who was frowning. A red portal. He nodded and motioned to it. We weren't ready then. We are now. His sonar told him that there was a small alcove for the boss room, and when his eyes adjusted, the black stone was back with an intricate pattern of glowing crystal almost etched into the floor. The room was only about 100 yards across, and the boss stood on a large crystal circle that seemed to bathe light upon it from underneath. Black-skinned, 2 tails with stingers, and standing at about 13 feet, the boss looked overwhelming. Seems a bit anticlimactic, Fowl muttered as he moved next to Max. Where's the 50-foot-tall giant? Are we ready? Everyone nodded, and Max pulled out his weapon, pointing at the boss while glancing over his shoulders at the other. Hit it with everything. I'm going all out. He could feel Cordelia as she drew her bow, activating her empowered shot. Tanilla was summoning a spear, preparing to attack. Fowl's short legs were moving toward the boss, shield and weapon ready. Max, however, was a blur, speeding across the stone floor, ignoring the boss as it roared at him. Usually he held back in the tower, choosing to not go full speed, knowing that doing so might leave the rest of the party open if he left them behind. Cordelia had often wondered how he could kite so many monsters with ease, luring them along while attacking and always staying ahead. That was because none was faster than he was. Today was the first time in a while he truly showed off his speed. Power strike. Magical strike. Rampage. It felt like overkill, but he wasn't playing. Somewhere an adventurer might be about to die, and if he could prevent that by going all out, he would. His axe cut the head off as the creature raised it, preparing to finish its roar. The second strike sliced the creature in half while the third quartered the remains. In less than a second, what would have been impossible to defeat a few months ago was now dead. Seriously. Cordelia's shout rang out behind him, but Max was already moving, stuffing the head and pieces of the body into his storage, hiding every part of the boss before any of it dissolved away. The light in the crystals began to pulse and a hum came from the floor. After 5 seconds, an explosion of bright light washed over the room and then vanished, leaving everyone blinking. Why did I even bother to come? Fowl asked, chuckling as he made it to his friend's side. Mean you just soloed a boss in basically all of this dungeon. True, but you could have done the same, Max said as he poked his friend's metal chest piece. Not this fast. He's right, Batter said with a grunt. All that work and you just walk in and slice up the boss, putting its entire body away too. I'm not sure Dexit could have done that. Snorting, Max rolled his eyes and shook his head. All right, enough of that. No matter what kind words you say to me, I'm only going to let Tenilla sleep with me. Fowl chuckled and pointed at the chest that had appeared. Man, that seems so tiny. That's what she said, their ranger called out. Groans and more laughter came as Max nodded and moved to the chest. It was a standard-sized dungeon chest, but compared to what they had been getting lately, it felt very lacking. Fowl lifted the lid and groaned, reaching in and pulling out a black band with crystal running around it. Just the token for the boss. Enraged Manticore. I'm not sure it was even able to be enraged. Nodding, Max moved to the chest and took his, seeing that indeed the only thing in there was the tokens for killing the boss. A blue portal appeared after they all had taken their token, and as a group, they moved to it. Not what I had hoped for expected at all, but at least we know we did what was required. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Tanilla's statement. Saving lives was important, but Max knew everyone had been hoping for a little loot. The walk back to town revealed the damage the monsters had done along the way. Beyond the torn-up fields and destroyed areas where fights between beasts and adventurers had taken place, a pair of mangled corpses lay by themselves. With care, they collected the bodies as best they could, wrapping them up in a tarp and storing them for now. Feels weird to be on this side of things, Batrier said, after rubbing the head of a pair of dwarven children who gave a hug to her and Fowl. I don't feel like I deserve this kind of praise. That's how you know you're doing it for the right reason, Cordelia replied. If you only do it for money or the praise, then one might wonder if you could ever allow yourself to be called a hero and not a mercenary. Their healer nodded, and when they finally reached the city walls, the captain came out to meet them. Your response time was quicker than most, if I'm honest. That helped more than you realize. No actual damage was inflicted on the outer city, and that is not always the case. I've already started drawing up a report, and will acknowledge the help the Golden Axe faction gave in this break. The woman bowed slightly, turning to leave just as quickly as she had come. I kind of feel sorry for her, Tanilla said as they watched the captain start barking out orders to the soldiers who were working on keeping the flow of people moving and dealing with problems that arose. Imagine being responsible for all these lives, and yet unable to do much about it without the help of adventurers like ourselves. Max nodded and motioned toward the gate. Let's find a cart and head back to the faction house. I need to ask Tom and Everett a question and want everyone there when I do. Tom glanced at Everett, and both men were frowning slightly. They had been encouraging and cheering on the group for what they had done, having already heard about the success from the other two parties that had responded. So you really want to know the difference between tower climbers and their stats, Tom said, watching Max, who nodded once. Is this because of Dexic and... No, Max replied, stopping Tom from going down that path. Today made me realize something, and I mentioned it on the carriage ride back with everyone else. When we fought against those dungeon breaks as an adventurer, each one almost left us dead. We were at our limits, fighting against more monsters than we shouldn't be trying to deal with, having to overcome impossible odds, all while waiting on someone to save us from the very thing we were trying to protect the citizens from. Sure, those moments teach teamwork and help you learn to depend upon your allies, but the risks are so great, I wonder now how many adventurers die. Then came the truth of what we saw when the ogre dungeon broke, and we witnessed the tower climbers tear through those creatures like they were nothing. What was pushing us back, threatening to overrun and destroy us, was vanquished in a moment. Grunting, Max cleared his throat and leaned forward in his chair. Today we were those tower climbers who saved the day. Both groups from here might have been able to defeat the dungeon in time, but it would have taken them a while to get there. Which brings me back to the point I want to know about. I witnessed in the Colosseum a fight between tower climbers, and they moved so fast that without the crystal and whatever magic slowed down their movements, I wouldn't have been able to see the fight. Just how strong do people really get by the time one reaches the 50th floor? Everett tapped Tom's shoulder and nodded, smirking as he knew the older man read his mind. I guess it would be easier to show you, but we'll have to change one thing. I'll use my skills and wield a sword that won't harm you. Likewise, you'll use a sword that won't harm me, but they will keep track of successful strikes. In the end, we can decide if that answers your question. Max grinned, each of his teeth showing as he cracked his knuckles. When do we do this? Tom laughed and shook his head. Right now, let's go outside. A crowd had gathered from the two parties that were there and the others within the ranks of crafters and servers. Max studied Tom, seeing that the man wore a set of chain armor that was completely gold like Dexic's was. His fingers were adorned with rings, and even a pair of earrings could be spotted on the man. His shield was similar in size, gold, and emblazoned with an axe on it. Everett had drawn a few different lines around the field, adding about 50 more yards for everyone to stay back. Moving the sword around that he had been given, Max felt the weight as if it was there and yet wasn't. The sensation was different, and he had to look a few times to make sure it wasn't disappearing as it became weightless again. It's part of the magic, Tom said, studying Max, who was wearing every bit of armor and jewelry as well. When you swing it, the sword will allow you to sense the weight, knowing how the strike should be, but when not actively using it, your mind doesn't register that it's there. Now I want you to know once he calls for this to start, I'm going to go all out, so don't hold back like you did against Dexic. Smirking, Max nodded and banged the sword against his shield. I only wished we had done this before. No matter what happens, just know I appreciate you teaching me. The older man gave him a nod and moved back about 10 yards, cracking his neck once and looking at Everett. All right, the rules are simple. All skills are allowed, the faction leader said. Choose what you want to reveal, but know that when I call for you to stop, I expect it to be immediate. If something results in a killing blow, we'll start again. When you both have decided you have had enough, tell me and we'll end this. For now, just know that everyone is watching and they expect a good fight. Both of you understand. Each man nodded, smiling at the other. Shaking his head, Everett moved back from where he had been standing near the two men. Coming to the edge of the field, he glanced at Tanilla and saw her expression. Nervous, she nodded yet was smiling. Seth is excited about this and I know he needs it. The real question is, how strong is Tom? Grinning, Everett raised his eyebrows at her a few times. We're about to find out. Holding a hand up in the air, he turned and faced all the faction members that were locked on the two men. He couldn't help but notice a few of them appeared to be making bets and wished he had thought about doing that. Members of the Golden Axe, may you see what power looks like and attempt to achieve it, Everett shouted. Dropping his hand, he yelled, begin. Tom and Max collided in the small space between both of them, their shields and weapons slamming into each other as they locked blades, pushing to see who might overcome the other. Each saw the other's eyes widen as neither of them managed to push around the other as they had expected. Giving up my halberd was a chunk of my stats way to be cocky, I guess. After 3 seconds of shoving that resulted in nothing, each pushed off the other at the same time, and the dance of swords began. Everett attacked, shield and sword moving together, and Max's skills were working overtime, trying to dodge, block, and parry as the onslaught began. Combination after combination came at him and Max could tell he held a small lead in the speed department, but the older man was more skilled not just in having a higher tier in sword handling, but in the experience department. Each attack came, sometimes feinting, somehow changing its path instantly. Twice in the first moment, he almost had taken a hit when the path of the sword went a totally different direction, only caught because his sonar allowed him to sense it even when his eyes couldn't follow it. Evasion was helping him to turn and twist, almost getting caught by the blade when it made it past his shield. Cheers were coming from everyone, and yet Max couldn't focus on that, giving up ground as the older man pressed his advantage, using not just the sword and shield but his knees and feet as well. Anyone not there to watch the fight, and only allowed to hear it, would wonder how so much noise of metal on metal could come so quickly. Most of the people could not follow the barrage of attacks, trying to glimpse something as both men and their weapons were a blur. Max found himself smiling, even though he was already a third of the way toward the edge of the field. For once he could see what true power was like, and being able to stand as long as he had so far meant he was similar in some ways. Tom's sword flashed green as it came at him, striking his blade, the momentum and strength behind the strike sending his sword flying from his grip. Turned slightly and without a weapon, it was only 2 more strikes before he took an attack from the blade against his chest and heard Everett shout out, "Stop." Immediately, Tom stopped the next attack a few inches from his chest and smiled. "I'm impressed and hoping that you haven't decided to still hold back." Shaking his head, Max grinned. "No sir, that was the most fun I've had in a while." "Good, now get your sword and let's see if you can land a hit by using an ability or two. Begin." Both men were moving toward the other once more, and this time Max activated his ability inches from their blades connecting. Power strike. Tom's sword went flying across the field, and after a kick to the older man's leg and a few small strikes to an arm, the trainer was struck in the chest, resulting in a win. That was sooner than I expected, but also a brilliant use of skill timing. Using it right before impact prevents me from having time to activate a skill to defend against it. "Are you saying you could have prevented that attack?" Max asked. Shrugging, the trainer moved to get his sword, laughing as he went. "Only time will tell." The third clash of weapons came, and Max started to anticipate the attacks and combos that Tom was using. Each one was different, but whatever technique he had that allowed for his attack to shift so quickly, it was getting easier to defend against and not get pushed back. Minor errors on his part began to lessen, and as 2 minutes of non-stop attacks were blocked and parried, Max found himself laughing even though breathing had become a little harder from the exertion. Both he and Tom were sweating, but neither were letting up. Every part of him wanted to use another skill to show Tom just how powerful he was, but doing it before everyone wasn't going to happen. Even if it had just been Tom and himself, Max wasn't certain he would still give in. Right now, he realized he was strong, but there were still others just as powerful. Tom had reached the pinnacle of so many and could have killed him with that first strike. Not being prepared for that and knowing others would have skills just as dangerous, Max needed to keep everything a secret. One day, he would show Tom. One day, he would show the world just how powerful he was. Stop, both men pulled back, sweat running freely, but for over 10 minutes neither had landed anything more than a glancing blow on the other's arm or leg. The swords granted no serious injury, and as such, the match was a tie. "You're stronger than I expected," Tom said between deep breaths. "Soon you'll be stronger than most." Nodding, Max breathed in a deep breath and grinned. "One day I'll win without having to use skills." Tom nodded just as out of breath as the younger man, who never ceased to amaze him. Cheers were coming from those gathered, and Max and Tom waved, smiling, as Everett moved toward the two of them. "That was a great fight, and I'll admit it went even better than I had hoped." The faction leader held his hand out toward Tom, and the older man shook his head and sighed. "You're seriously going to do this here?" In front of him, Max saw the frown and the way Tom almost seemed to glare at his friend. "Very well, you can pay me later." Max laughed and smiled as the 4 members of his party came to join them, each of them clapping. "So all I can say is most of what you two were doing was a blur," Fowl admitted. "I mean, I could see some of the attacks, but most of the time it was impossible to follow." "It wasn't that bad," Cordelia said, winking at their dwarven warrior. "Perhaps if you put some stats into dexterity as well as intelligence, you could see more things." Everyone laughed and then started walking toward the faction house when Everett motioned that way. "Drinks are on me," their leader said, "for today's success in clearing the dungeon break, and for Seth's ability to hold off someone who I know would kick my ass every day of the week." "Were you seriously going to ask me for these back in front of him?" Everett nodded and accepted the 2 pieces of jewelry that Tom had just handed him. "Do you feel it's better to lie to him about the difference in stats or be honest with the boy? I don't think those 2 rings would have mattered if he used his actual weapon. Something tells me he's got at least another 10 or 15 strength in that. We were so closely matched that I was surprised when I couldn't push him back at all. And he was faster than you by just a little bit." Blowing a raspberry, Tom flopped into the chair across from his friend and nodded. "By the time he reaches the 50th floor, I'm certain no one I know will be able to stand up to him. Which is why we need to make sure that happens. Keep pushing them, but be smart about it. Everything I see points to them being the first to break the 50th floors and into the 60th realm in 100 or more years." Tom nodded, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. "If you'll be quiet for a bit, I'm going to rest. I haven't worked that hard in ages." Everett chuckled for a moment and then stood up, giving his friend a pat on the shoulder before leaving his office. "I guess you have your answer now," Tanilla said as she watched Max finish up the hammers he was crafting for the faction. "You're closer to the strength of most who stop halfway through. Surely that means something." Sighing, Max nodded as he polished and cleaned the metal and handles. Each hammer was an exact match of the other, designed to be used by a warrior who apparently dual-wielded them. The stats were going to boost their damage by a lot. 100 strength and dexterity if both are used at the same time, Max said as he pointed at the one he finished first. "Tell me that isn't something to be excited about for a normal climber. But we're not normal, and you need to remember that. 2 more days and we'll start on the 20th floor. Then a whole new level of pain will come as we grind out more levels." Max laughed and shook his head at Tanilla. "You seem to forget we're eventually going to regrind all 50 levels one day. Perhaps you should give in and agree we can start that process now, taking advantage of breaks while we let skill cooldowns reset. And perhaps you might remember there is more to life than just grinding in a tower. One day, you'll be forced to spend time with me outside this room and your other mistress." Max laughed, setting the hammer he had finished crafting, and sighed. "What's bad is now I only get 3 to 5 experience per item I make. Whatever bonus I was originally getting was for crafting something new or unique. Maybe if I make a staff or bow that is like Fowl's, I might get another bump in the experience." Groaning, Tanilla shook her head and stood up from her chair. "I'm going upstairs. You're welcome to join me or stay down here, worrying about stats and experience." As she turned to leave, Max quickly opened the chest next to him and put both hammers in it. "Just hold on, I'm coming." Max glanced around the tower, frowning as they waited in line to enter. "What's wrong?" Tanilla asked quietly. "Can you feel that? The same sensation you had before?" Nodding, Max casually glanced around where they were again, looking at the tower climbers present, the area where everyone unloaded from or climbed into a carriage when done, and even at the empty space of the area where they stood. His sonar revealed nothing but those he could see. "Maybe I'm going crazy. Just imagine how much worse I'd be if I hadn't taken those days off with you." Rolling her eyes, Tanilla nodded and smiled at the guards who were about to send them on ahead. "Any bets?" Fowl asked. "Yeah, your arse is going to get a foot up it for asking that question again outside the tower." Ignoring Batria and her pleasant personality, Fowl smiled as he looked at everyone else. "Nope. In the end, it doesn't matter what I want," Cordelia replied. "Whatever the gods choose is what we will get." Max nodded and strode up to the portal, reaching out, touching it. A list of floors they could enter appeared, and the 20th one was now the top option. Selecting it, he portaled over, fully geared for battle. A wave of heat immediately assaulted his face, and Max winced, opening his storage and pulling out the ring that would help with the oppressiveness of the dungeon they had just entered. Rising before them was a crooked trail carved into the side of a giant mountain that disappeared into the clouds above. Heat from a sun that felt too close baked them, and Max smiled a little as the groans from the rest of his party acknowledged their love of this tower floor already. "That looks like one hell of a climb," Fowl said. "Are those caves up there on the mountainside?" Max shrugged and glanced at Cordelia, who squinted, peering off into the distance. "It's too far for even me to see, but what I do notice is that if one falls, it's a long way down. At least the path up looks to be wide," Fowl said. "And best of all, it's not some dark cavern we can't see in." Max nodded, and after everyone motioned they were ready, all of them began the journey to the base of the mountain, ready to see what the tower threw at them next. "Looks like a swarm of bees up ahead," Cordelia said, as she used her hand to shade her eyes. "Maybe 5 or 6. I can't really tell as they fly up and down around the bend we're coming upon." "Bows and spells?" Max asked as he looked at the rest of the group. "Fowl, you okay being up front a little in case one comes while we're using the bows?" Fowl shrugged as he nodded. His shield and weapon appeared in his hands as he moved ahead. "All right, I guess we'll pick a target and try to shoot multiple ones. No idea how much health they have, but we should be able to knock them out of the sky if you can take their wings off." Cordelia nodded and nocked an arrow as they moved along the winding mountainside trail. When they were within bow range, Max whistled and both of them started loosing arrows at the bees, unsure how many were going to end up coming at them, but wanting to use the distance to cut down on that number if possible. The group of bees flew toward them, and everyone saw the dark red bands along their body between the black sections. Large pincers lined their mouths and red eyes that looked like rubies locked on the group that had assaulted them with arrows. An ice spear flew up the incline and blew a hole in the middle of one bee, causing it to flutter and fall, crashing to the ground before rolling off the edge of the trail. Max's arrows peppered the bee he was shooting, and he summoned an ice spear as Tanilla had, sending it at the same one, killing it while it was about 30 yards off. Cordelia had killed hers already and was sending ice arrows at the one on the right, leaving just one more coming right toward Fowl. Max fired arrows at Cordelia's target, trying to ensure it was down before it reached them, and saw the one about to engage with Fowl stop approaching. A bright orange light grew in its mouth, and suddenly flames erupted, sending a thick stream of fire at their dwarven warrior. Fowl held up his shield, the flames spilling around the edges, splattering to the ground and burning like a thick liquid that didn't want to go out. "Help me, it burns." Fowl's hit points weren't really falling that much, and Max could see that the fire the bee had sprayed out was sticking to his shield, still burning. The flaming goop on his armor was running down his plate mail slowly, leaving a trail of fire everywhere it touched. An empowered shot from their ranger connected with the bee's head, cutting off the flow of flames and exploding in a shower of burnt gore. "Drop your shield," Talina shouted as she raced toward their warrior. When she got close and his shield hit the ground, her ice nova went off, blanketing the area in frost, quenching the fire on his shield and armor. That hurt so bad. Like when a hot piece of metal that flakes off when hitting it with a hammer and slips down your shirt while forging. You can't get it out fast enough and burns like the gods. "Well, that's new," Batrayer said as she moved to where Fowl was breaking off the hardened goop on his armor. "The damage wasn't bad as your health barely moved, but I can imagine it gets worse depending on how much you're covered with." "It's like a flaming honey," Cordelia said as she bent down and chipped a piece of extinguished goop on Fowl's shield. "Part of me wants to taste it, but the other part of me doesn't want to possibly die." A few chuckles came and Fowl shook his head at the ranger in disbelief. "That's rule number 2 of adventuring. Don't stick random stuff from the dungeon in your mouth." Cocking her eyebrow, she looked at Fowl and sighed. "I'm afraid to ask, but what's rule number 1? Don't let your healer die." Batrayer nodded and grinned as she gave a deep bow. "Okay, enough chatting," Max said as he waited for Fowl to break the stuff off his shield. "Store some of that and we'll see what uses it might have. Honestly, something that burns and sticks is a pretty cool item if one uses it right." Tanilla groaned as she flicked some black gore from her hands, holding up one of the ruby eyes from a corpse that hadn't exploded as she harvested its head. "We need to collect these. Seth, why don't you try opening one of the bees away from us and see if there is a pouch of this liquid they shot inside? That would be fantastic if so." Sighing, Max moved and did as Tanilla asked, knowing he had the regeneration and resistance that if something went wrong, his chances of dying were way less than the others. 10 minutes later, he had harvested 3 pouches that were a little bigger than his hand. Each one dripped of the liquid that smelled like honey. Having put a few drops on the ground and using magic, the liquid burned and stayed lit until he used ice magic to extinguish it. "Even the water didn't put it out," Fowl muttered. "Man, that makes it some nasty stuff." Nodding, Max moved to where the 4 of them had been standing and held his bow out. I guess we'll go into range mode and see what we can do about limiting the number of bees we face. Hours passed as swarms of 5 to 8 attacked, yet after the first group, Max and Tanilla worked together to freeze 2 of the bees in larger groups while summoning air walls that caused the insects to slam into them as they flew. One test showed the air wall could stop the stream of fire, and when it finally broke, all the goop that had been sticking to it fell straight down to the ground. I swear I'm going to make you all buy me a hair potion, Fowl grumbled. Look at this. I've lost a foot of length on my beautiful beard. Batrier sighed, and Max could only imagine how much that mattered to his friend. We'll see what can be done, Max stated as he gave his friend a pat on his armor. No one appreciates what you do more than us. Grumbling a little but appeased at those words, Fowl sighed and motioned up the path where a sharp bend was. I guess it doesn't matter. No one said climbing a tower would be safe for one's beard. Regardless, we're moving at a good pace, and the shade of the mountain helps with the heat of that sun. Each of them nodded, moving along the path. As they got closer to the edge, the sound of insects in the air gained their attention. Let me scout it out first. Max stealthed and moved around the corner, finding that about 20 yards away were 4 dragonflies. Each of them was about 6 feet in length and had a deep red body. They were taking turns ripping off chunks of a dead bee on the trail. Moving back to the others, Max popped out of stealth. So there are 4 dragonflies eating a dead bee. I'm not sure if they'll attack or not, but we have to go up the path. Thoughts: most insects and animals aren't passive, Cordelia replied. We'd be taking a risk by walking up to them and hoping they are friendly. I mean, we could send Fallon first and see if they like dwarf instead of bee, but that's your call. I agree, kill 'em all, Fowl growled as he glared at their ranger. I can attack and kill from stealth. Maybe even get close with my weapon in melee range and take down 2. Tanilla smiled and pointed at the bend up ahead. I guess we'll see if they like humans as well. Now go be a warrior and take the risk. His halberd cleaved through the first dragonfly that was near him, and as he moved towards the other near it, his attack managed to slice off the wings as it went airborne, sending it into a spin before crashing down onto the ground. An arrow pierced the eye of the one on the right as an ice spear tore through the body of the one on the left. The one that was partially blinded let out a weird noise that made Max's sonar skill fizzle for a second, and then the stinger in its tail turned white as it flew higher. A beam of light shot from the stinger at Cordelia, who dodged to the side, finding a stone wall barely summoned in time by Tanilla as the attack began boring through the stone. Unable to reach the wasp with his melee weapon, Max quickly swapped it out for his bow, sending arrows at it while forming an ice spear. With his sonar working again, he knew Fowl had moved to where the attack that was still coming from the wasp's tail was aimed, using his shield to block the attack. After his ice spell took off the dragonfly's head, its attack immediately stopped as it plunged toward the path. Charging the last dragonfly that was still struggling to get airborne, Max's halberd appeared before it came down, cutting the insect's body in half, his blade sinking into the dirt of the trail. What in the gods was that? Fowl cried out from behind. Look at my shield. Max turned and saw that there was a glowing red spot from the concentrated attack. The stone wall had a hole that was almost completely gone from where the dragonfly had attacked. Okay, I'm not sure what the next 4 floors hold, but I just want to go on the record that this stuff isn't fun, Cordelia said. Bees that shoot flaming honey. Dragonflies that use a ray attack. What the hell is the tower thinking? I don't even want to think about it, Fowl muttered as he picked up the red gem that had appeared from the first one Max had killed. For now, I just want to make it through this floor without finding myself losing any more facial hair. Max chuckled and went to work, cutting off the stingers from the corpses. 6 hours later, they found themselves nearing the top of the mountain. For the last hour, that buzzing has gotten noticeably louder, Fowl complained. Tell me this can't get any worse. Max chuckled as a rock from behind bounced off their warrior's plate armor, tossed by Batrayer, who it appeared had stored a few in her dimensional necklace. Stop talking like that, their healer called out. One day you're going to curse us. Max glanced at Fowl, who appeared frustrated at her statement, but the dwarf said nothing else. You okay? Something seems a little off. Clearing his throat, Fowl nodded once. This stuff scares me if I'm honest. I've been doing some reading. He stopped talking, seeing how Max's jaw had dropped. I read not a lot, but I have. Tom gave me some books to help me prepare like you do. These things aren't normal for our level. Everett is right. We're fighting above where we should be. Unfortunately, I think you're right. Which begs the question, what are we really going to face down the road? Shrugging, Fowl pointed at the top of their path and at how it curved around a bend. Whatever we're facing is up ahead, and my brain almost hurts from the constant sound of buzzing. Either there is an army of them up ahead, or something much bigger awaits. Either way, I can't imagine it being good for us. Holy elf tits, Batrayer muttered as they stood on a flat clearing at the top of the mountain. 500 yards or more of a square flat space stretched before them, and in the air had to be at least 50 of the bees and one giant queen bee. It was over 20 feet long, and had red, black, and purple sections on its body. The pincers above its mouth reminded them of some of the other insects they had faced. Pairs of bees were bringing dragonfly corpses to the queen, and it only took 2 bites for her to eat the charred body. The swarm of bees were all about 50 yards or higher in the air, and after feeding the queen, the pairs would fly back to the left and over the mountain. Maybe I should apologize for my earlier words, Fowl muttered. Perhaps I did curse us. Max shook his head, well aware that what they were looking at had been here since the tower floor was created. No, it wasn't you. Now we just need to figure out how to finish this floor. Look over there in the stone face. It's a hole, Cordelia said. Based on the angle of this mountain, I almost didn't see it, but the bee flies from there instead above the mountain. Max nodded and saw that she was right. But why is the queen out of that hole? Fowl asked. It's because the wasps are inside that space, Max replied. They have invaded it and the queen is here, eating and, I would assume, getting stronger. How do we get across this space? Batrier asked. I think I can see the portal off on the other side. We're going to have to fight our way across it, Tanilla replied. The bigger question is, how do we fight that many at once? No one said anything as everyone tried coming up with a plan that might work. We don't. I'll carry everyone and we'll skip this spot. I don't see any option for us winning this fight. Even if we tried to lure them down the path, we'd be severely outnumbered and the trail isn't where we want to fight like that. They could surround us, pinch us in, and attack. With a queen bee, I'm guessing they would be smarter than usual. So we are going to just skip the boss and all this experience. Fowl asked, his voice sounding shocked at Max's idea. Live another day. Beat the floor. That's our plan. Just like the maze, our goal was making it through and surviving. I don't see this being a fight we win. Max got everyone in position and took a deep breath. Racing forward, his speed was faster than the bees could react to. The queen bee let out a loud shriek, and as when the swarm turned, angling toward the group of adventurers that were already halfway and closing in on the portal. Seconds ticked by, and Max knew the plan had been the best option as he sensed a large glob of flaming liquid enter his sonar skill range. It was so wide it would probably cover a 20-yard area when it hit. Half a second before it impacted at the portal location, Max raced through it, the group stumbling and tripping as they found themselves outside the tower. Groans and moaning came as they picked themselves up off the ground, after having rolled across the ground as a group. Everyone okay? Max saw the guards rushing over and waved them off. I think I broke something, Cordelia said, her high voice hiding the pain she was feeling. Having freed herself from the pile, Batra took care of their ranger's arm and the rest saw the looks on the 2 guards' faces. Does this happen often? Fowl asked. Occasionally and unfortunately, when it does not, everyone makes it back out, the guard replied. Since all 5 of you are here, it would appear things worked out after all. Wasn't how we wanted it to go, but sometimes getting out is the best choice, Max said. Sorry if we worried you all. Nodding, the guards moved back to their usual positions. That was embarrassing, Tanilla whispered. I'd rather be a little embarrassed than dead, Max replied. And something tells me they're okay with how this went since we all made it out. Tom had said little as the party ate, mulling over the information they had shared. You're awfully quiet, Batrier said as she studied the older man. Wisdom doesn't come easily for most, and I'm glad you all decided not to fight. I've run through about every possible option I can think of, and I don't believe there was a way you could have won that encounter, Tom replied. Some of the tower floors get like that, but usually not as bad already. That's what has me concerned, but what we found isn't uncommon. Making a pained face, their trainer shrugged. We've had substances like what you described, and I know for certain Alfredo will want to do some research on what you brought back. Substances like those have a lot of uses, both on the alchemy side and on the he paused, and any attempt there had been to hide his pain failed. On the explosive side, one can make powerful devices to help in the tower against groups of monsters or even bosses. The problem is how dangerous they are to make. Fowl was about to ask a question when he yelped and scowled at Batrayer. Well, the good news is we survived, Max said. The bad news is, I can't even imagine what tomorrow holds. Max couldn't help but smile as he listened to Tanilla's breathing. She was sound asleep next to him, her red hair spread all over the pillow. Closing his eyes, he called out again, hoping for an answer. Are we ever going to have the conversation we both know needs to happen? Silence was the only response, and doing what he could to stay calm, Max tried to focus deeper inside, knowing there was a skill that often only showed itself when it wanted or felt the need was great. We need to talk about the tower and how we are going to manage the future between the two of us. You want one thing and I want another. Don't forget you told me we can work together. Minutes passed, and finally tired from the effort of what he was attempting to do, Max fell asleep. I heard you, but it is easier if you sleep, and we meet like this. Max found himself in a small stone room, his altar image sitting on a wooden chair across from him. Glancing down, the chair he was in was an exact copy. Why are we having to meet like this? As I have told you countless times, it takes power for us to talk outside of this space. Power I would prefer not to waste on simple conversation. Here, inside your mind, in the world of dreams that is lessened, and we can be in this space, hidden from those who might attempt to pry and listen in. Max started to respond, but his reflection held up a hand, a slight frown upon its face. Time passes quickly here. We do not have time for 1,000 questions. What is it you are proposing? The tower is harder, and the last 5 floors I haven't gained a single skill or stat point. Is this something you have done? Laughter echoed through the room as his image smirked and shook its head. No, that does not serve me or you. I could have at one point disabled that, but you have been a very difficult host. There is no doubt you would die before giving in to what none has ever resisted. What you have fought was either weaker or not something I can consume yet. In a time when I evolve again, I should be able to grow stronger from the dead. Rubbing his face, Max felt confused. The bees and dragonflies hadn't been that tough. The problem had been their abilities and powers. So what is taking place with the tower? Why are we facing things stronger than most should? His reflection crossed its arms and frowned. The tower is a being, a power, a life form. Each version of it across every world that has been given one is different. You do not know what beings exist across the other planets out there. The illusion of monsters in your mind is actually just like you on their own worlds. There are planets filled with ogres and orcs that build cities, raise children, and slaughter dungeons full of humans that seek to kill them. Max felt confused for a moment as his mind considered what his skill was telling him. To learn about other worlds from Tanilla had been a lesson in gods and power, but to hear what they considered evil and a monster was normal elsewhere eroded at his beliefs about everything he had ever learned. Worlds of monsters. Worlds of life forms. Do not forget there are thousands of gods, all who seek to grow stronger, helping their kind achieve that. Some make them in the likeness of themselves. Even that dragon you encountered is such a being, a far more powerful being than you will ever imagine for quite some time. But enough of this line of discussion. How do you propose we work together? Sighing, Max nodded and shelved the 1,000 questions he had. I need to get stronger and you need me to do the same thing. Instead of fighting each other, how about we agree to work together in a different way? If the moment comes and I need help, offer it at no cost. On the flip side, if we encounter a scenario where you can be free to satisfy the desires you have while keeping those you know I would not want to harm safe, I will give in and allow you to have that moment. A smirk appeared on his reflection, and laughter once more echoed off the walls of the stone room, even though the image never opened its mouth. It would seem advantageous for both of us to come to an agreement like that. I would be willing to strike that bargain. Max nodded and held out his hand, watching his image cock an eyebrow before mimicking him, their hands touching and a weird sensation flowing through him. Now that we have settled that, tell me how much more power do you need before you can evolve again? That is not a simple thing to quantify, because not all power is the same, and each time I gain a new skill or assist you in some way it uses power disproportionately. Imagine you have a barrel at the house where you live and are trying to fill it with water from a stream a mile away. Every day you need a drink, but you cannot drink from the bucket or the stream, only the barrel. Laundry, cooking, every part of life requires water, and yet only the barrel can be used for that. Tell me, how would you fill that bucket up faster? Max snorted and shrugged. Get another bucket, have friends help, move the barrel closer to the stream. His reflection nodded and smiled at those responses. Each of those are appropriate answers, and yet some are easier to do than others. Most of the time, I have cut down on the amount of notifications that would arise each time a skill is consumed and weaker than what you already have. Like today, the skills you might have hoped to consume were not possible for you based on your body type. You cannot suddenly start spewing liquid fire from your mouth, and I doubt you would want your lower appendage to shoot rays of power at your enemies. Max roared with laughter, imagining the last option and how Fowl would have gotten a kick out of that. So you are constantly gaining power, just not sharing that knowledge with me. Correct, but even worse is the size of the barrel you are trying to fill. If I could show it to you, the truth is the vastness of it might overwhelm you. When I evolve again and reach legendary rank, know that to achieve the next one would be the size of your world. Max's mind hurt as he tried to consider how much power that had to be. He knew there were cities and land across the giant waters, and yet visually being able to imagine how one could fill that kind of space seemed impossible. So what do I need to be doing? The weapon crafting has been helping my party, and I don't feel the armor crafting is worth it right now. Just continue climbing the tower. A grunt came from his reflection, and Max thought he recognized the face that just appeared when stumped by a question. Your world is vast, and there is power to be found outside the tower. Many creatures could provide other abilities and skills, but it would take time and great effort to find them. Even then, I doubt you could defeat most of them. A few dragons exist in your world, and those would be a boon if you managed to defeat them, yet I'm uncertain how your new ally would respond to such an act. As such, for now, continue to climb. Today was a smart move. Even if you had given yourself to me completely, I doubt I could have taken on that many creatures. Just be prepared and use your mind. Each day you are getting smarter, craftier, and more cunning. Soon you shall be like a star, shining in the sky, and when that day comes, people will notice you and the actual battle shall begin. Some will try to control you, others may try to remove you. For now, do not worry about what you cannot fix, grow stronger and wake up. Our time here is done. Max felt a weight suddenly pressing against his chest and saw the room he was in was starting to fade away. But Wake up, Seth, wake up, you're tossing and turning. Max's eyes opened up, and he saw Tanilla had her hand on his chest and was shaking him. What, you're moving around and thrashing like a snake, she complained. Is everything okay? Light was spilling into the room through the windows, and Max saw the concerned look on her face. I'm fine, he replied with a smile. Actually, I'm actually doing really well. Grabbing her hand, he pulled her close and kissed her for a moment before pulling back. Tanilla laughed and smacked her mouth a few times. Morning breath, perhaps we should both go brush our teeth first. Laughing, Max nodded and gave her one more quick kiss on the cheek before rolling out of bed. Taking a deep breath, he let it out and smiled. Let's get that done and then meet everyone. I'm feeling really good about today. It's a city made with moving gears, Fowl said, his eyes wider than Max could ever remember. I mean, look at it. There are moving parts, and if my eyesight isn't wrong, those are automatons of some sort on the walls. Everyone else nodded, seeing what Fowl was excited about. An entire city made of metal lay before them about a quarter of a mile away. Large golems made from metal with giant gears on their chest patrolled an enormous wall of patchworked metal sheets. The city before the wall had houses made of different colored metals with steam and smoke rising from them. Inside the area were creatures moving around, but they were still too far off to make out what kind they were. This is stuff of legends, Batler said. Dwarves used to create stuff like this a long time ago, but the knowledge hasn't been talked about or shared in a few generations. Apparently, the power of those creations was dangerous, and the other races asked for no more to be made. I can see how a 20 or 30-foot tall golem made of metal might upset those who used melee weapons or arrows, Cordelia replied. I guess what chance do we have against something as powerful as that then? Max felt Tanilla's gaze and turned his head slightly, smiling as he winked at her. We'll be fine, nice and slow. Besides, we have a few extra tricks up our sleeves. Both Tanilla and I have lightning, and even our ranger can shoot arrows infused with it. Few grumbles came, but everyone seemed willing to try fighting whatever the tower had thrown at them on this floor. You're certain? Fowl asked as he and Max moved a few yards ahead of the three women. Those golems or automatons, as some had called them, can pack a nasty hit. Many were rumored to have been infused with magic. Max grunted and shrugged. Eventually we'll face something bad, and I don't want to play that game of skipping floors. You and I both know we're nearing the halfway point to floor 50. His dwarven friend nodded and began rotating his shoulders. Fine, but if things go wrong, just remember, I told you so. 70 yards from the outer edge of the city, outside the gigantic walls that ran around whatever inner city was inside, they got to see the creatures they would face. Those are a type of goblin and some half-breed of dwarf, Batrayer muttered. For them to work together like that is against everything Akram professes. Max and Cordelia stood next to each other, looking at the packs of enemies that were moving around the town in groups of 4 to 7. Usually only one wore plate-like armor with the others dressed in leather. A few had a rifle, as Batrayer had explained it, an ancient item for dwarves that could still be seen in the museum in the dwarven capital. So 2 ranged dwarves, 1 dwarven warrior, and I'm not sure if that's a goblin caster. Cordelia shook her head. It has a lot of belts across its chest and waist, and I see about 12 potions of some kind strapped to it. A ranged potion throwing goblin, Max muttered. This is going to be fun. Their ranger snorted and shook her head. Fun, you're crazy, but it will be interesting. What's the plan? I'll assume the guns can shoot as far as your bow. I do not know how hard they will hit, but we'll have to assume it will hurt. The goblin surely can't throw that far. So you focus the ranged one on the right, Tanilla focuses the one on the left. Fowl will get their attention, and I'll go in via stealth and try to kill the goblin. And if things go wrong. Shrugging, Max pointed at their warrior. Hopefully he doesn't die. Max was halfway to the pack, moving faster than he had ever believed possible while stealthed. No other groups had come close to this one, and as he counted down the seconds, he felt the ice spear enter his sonar and knew the fight was about to start. Cordelia's shot was empowered, and it knocked down her target. A glowing, shimmering white shield had flashed around it before breaking in a dazzling display of light, ripping through its chest. Tanilla's spell hadn't been affected by the barrier, and her ice spear put a helmet-sized hole where the other ranged dwarf's heart should have been. The warrior raced forward, its jet-black beard flapping in the wind as it charged Fowl, who roared back at it. The goblin yanked off a potion and tossed it on the injured ranged dwarf, causing it to glow, and Max watched as the dwarf stood up in a few seconds, the hole now gone. Almost immediately another potion was being tossed, and it landed against the healed dwarf, covering it in a purple glow, causing not just the gun-wielding creature to grow twice as big, but its equipment as well. Moving as fast as he could, Max got near the goblin and swung his weapon, the blade of his halberd taking the head off the creature. For the first time in so long, a cold rush filled him and Max grinned. 8 intelligence consumed, 8 wisdom consumed. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Would you like to learn alchemy? Yes, no. Ignoring the option for a skill he hadn't fathomed ever having, Max moved toward the 10-foot-tall dwarf that was pointing its long gun at the pack. An explosion rang out from the weapon, and something flew from the weapon, so fast that Max could barely sense that an object had actually come from it. Cordelia's scream filled his ear, and as her health plummeted, Max crossed the 7 yards between him and the dwarf that was bringing the weapon back to near its face. His halberd was a blur, slicing into the dwarf's leg and cutting it clean off. The gun boomed again as the gunner fell, firing upward into the air. With one eye on the dwarf and his other focused on their ranger's health bar that had dipped down to 20% and was now back up to about 90, Max brought his weapon down, tearing through the dwarf's shoulder and severing the left arm. Another strike ended its life, and as another cold sensation came, Max ignored it for a moment, turning to see Fowl was bashing in the dwarf's chest he was facing. Glancing at the other three, he saw Cordelia was standing up slowly, a hole inside her armor where her right shoulder was. "I got it," Fowl shouted as he finished off his foe. Turning, Max moved quickly, grabbing the gun from the one hand that still held it, and then moving to the goblin he had killed, carefully cutting away the leather belts and storing them and the potions. "What happened?" Cordelia sighed as she tapped the spot with her left hand on her shoulder. "Whatever that was that came from the gun. It moved so fast I couldn't dodge it. It blew through my shoulder, and for a moment I was afraid I was going to die." "I had you," Batrier said, her tone a little more chipper than usual. "No matter what, I'll always have your back." The ranger nodded and touched the spot where her armor was missing. The hole was the size of a gold coin, and Max shuddered to think what that might have done to Tanilla or Batrier had it hit them. "Now I remember why guns were no longer made," Batrier said. "The damage of them against non-warriors was unbelievable. In the hands of a skilled gunslinger, they could take down a mage or ranger before they ever heard the sound of the gun." Max winced and nodded, now a little more concerned about the need to move through the city. A small notification waited for him in the corner of his vision, and focusing on it, Max felt his eyes widen. 8 dexterity consumed. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Would you like to learn gun handling? Yes, no. Selecting yes, Max felt the knowledge of the weapon skill enter his mind. Skill knowledge requirement met. Processing possible upgrade. 4 ranged weapon skills acquired. Combining skills into new skill. Range weapon mastery acquired. Skill level upgraded to epic. His mind exploded with knowledge as he learned about a slew of other ranged weapons he had never known. Pulling the gun from his storage, Max inspected it and flipped the switch that would activate it, feeling it power up in his hands. On the side of the gun, he saw 6 glowing lines and knew it meant there were 6 more shots left in it. He also knew this was a rifle, and there were smaller guns that fit in a single hand. "I should have searched the bodies for these," Max said as he slid a cartridge out of the rifle. "This is the ammo, kind of like arrows that the gun needs to work." He saw everyone but Tanilla's faces go slack as their jaws descended. "You can use those?" their ranger asked. "How? Part of my skill," Max said with a shrug. "What's scary is I can tell this is not something I want getting out in the world." Batrier's right. If people had these again, the damage they could do would be insane against healers and leather wearers. "But not against us?" Fowl asked, closing his mouth finally. "No, I can tell you the bullet would bounce off our armor. It would hurt from the impact but wouldn't do what it did to Cordelia." "So what are you going to do with the 2 guns you picked up?" Tanilla asked. Frowning, Max nodded. "We can collect maybe 2 more and after that, stop. A few more cartridges would be nice for myself, but I'd prefer to keep this a secret from most." Everyone nodded slowly, and Cordelia was still frowning at Max, who was reading the skill he had just gained. Skill description: Ranged Weapon Mastery. Ranged Weapon Mastery Epic Skill. This skill provides mastery of all ranged weapons, even ones not previously learned. Every attack will be more likely to successfully hit the location they aim at. Attacks will have a higher chance of critically striking and doing increased damage. Mastery grants an improved understanding of combination attacks. With this rank of skill, the ability of an empowered ranged attack is granted. Empowered Ranged Attack Epic provides 2x normal damage for 1 ranged attack. 30-minute cooldown. "Seth, are you listening?" Shaking his head, Max focused on their ranger, who was tapping her foot, glaring at him. "What? You said one day you'd tell me about your skill. Is today that day?" Sighing, Max shook his head. "Not yet, but once we hit the 50th tower floor, if not before then, I'll tell you." A low groan came from her, but she nodded, ignoring the looks the others had been giving. "Give me one more moment if you don't mind. I'm reading something on the skill." Instead, he selected yes to learning alchemy and immediately possessed the knowledge of making potions and their effects. Skill description: Alchemy. Alchemy Epic Skill. The user may craft standard potions of epic quality. Potions crafted have a 20% chance to be twice as strong as the standard version. Potions have a 5% chance of being considered 3 times stronger. Materials used may aid in the chance of higher grade potions. Potions may be stored for 1 week in dimensional storage during the crafting process with no degradation of the process. Skill also grants the ability to understand the properties of all potions equal to skill rank. Potions above the skill rank may be partially identified. His mind now knew exactly what those potions in his storage did. Even though he had only glanced at them for a moment, it was as if he had a note with the effects for each written down. Oh boy, when Fowl lets me use that one potion on him, he's going to love me. Inside was one more of the growth potions that granted the one it splashed against twice their normal size, including armor and weapons, 2 times their normal strength and constitution, while lowering their other stats by half for 1 minute. 2 other healing potions also granted massive healing. The other 6 were a combination of explosive or poison potions to be used on others. That must be one long skill description, Fowl said as he elbowed Max slightly. Are we good to go? Nodding, Max grinned and motioned at the town. Very ready. Groaning, Fowl pulled out his weapon and shield. Something tells me you're having too much fun. The fighting had gotten easier by the 4th encounter as the party made their way through the town. Scattered groups of dwarves and goblins were far enough away from others that none joined in during a fight. Frozen. Max's shout wasn't needed, but he said it anyway as ice formed up around the second goblin. Tanilla's ice spell had encased one of the rifle dwarves, and Cordelia's first shot had hit her target in the face, causing it to drop its weapon, while the second goblin tossed a potion at it. 2 dwarf warriors were charging Fowl, both oblivious to Max, who appeared behind the goblin right after it had managed to get the healing potion in the air. With its head separated and unable to use the potion to enlarge the last rifle user, Max quickly ended the ranged dwarf's life before working his way through the 2 popsicles near him. 8 dexterity consumed 8 intelligence, consumed 8 wisdom, consumed 8 dexterity, consumed 8 dexterity, consumed 8 dexterity, consumed 8 intelligence, consumed 8 wisdom, consumed 8 intelligence, consumed 8 wisdom, consumed 8 dexterity, consumed 8 dexterity, consumed 4 dexterity, consumed 8 intelligence, consumed 8 wisdom, 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 consumed. Max smiled as the stats continued to come in, his dexterity no longer increasing when he killed the ranged dwarves. They were fast and one from the second pack had run away as he chased it until his frozen spell locked it in place. Dozens of skill notifications about storing power had originally spammed him and were now no longer appearing. Save me some warriors, Max shouted as he turned and saw that once again Fowl and Tanilla had taken out the last 2. Fowl's grin told him everything he needed to know. You're doing that on purpose. Maybe, Fowl replied. Regardless, I'm just happy to be able to kill something. Besides, we both know you're going to get a chance to kill some eventually. Should I ask how much you've gained? Max knew Cordelia was out of range as he and Fowl looted the corpses furthest away. No, but after we're done with the tower floor, I'll tell you then. Only because I know you'll ask again. Chuckling, Fowl nodded, storing the potion belts he pulled free from the goblin. How much further till we hit that wall? Sighing, Max did some math in his head and easily came up with the answer. If nothing changes and the packs stay the same, we're probably 2 hours from those walls. I haven't seen a gate, so I'm not sure if we'll travel around it and find one or if we'll need to scale it. That would mean fighting those automatons, Fowl replied. It would. Max watched as his friend scowled and shook his head. Never a dull moment. Nope. Then again, we didn't sign up to be tower climbers for a simple life. I can't see a door or gate, Cordelia said as she stared off at the wall to the right. We've gone a mile and this thing doesn't have an opening yet. Max nodded, sensing that somewhere had to be a gate or some puzzle that would open one. We can cheat and I can get us up the walls. They're only about 70 feet tall, and you're certain we should fight those creatures up there. Nodding, Max motioned to the metal buildings that were behind them. We could spend days or weeks trying to go through every house, killing every creature on this floor. The problem is there is no guarantee we could find the mechanism to open a gate if one isn't around the other side of the city. I'd rather just climb up. We can always use a rope to get down on either side. No one argued against it, and soon everyone piled upon Max's shoulders and in his arms as he raced up the metal wall. Reaching the top, he scanned and found that the nearest automaton was about 300 yards to the right, slowly moving along the 40-foot wide wall. On the other side of where they were was another metal city that led to a courtyard of sorts. Is that another tower? Cordelia said as she peered across the mile of the town that led to the center. I mean, it looks like one possibly. Like the werewolf floor, Fowl asked, straining to see what the elf saw, his voice higher than usual. Yes. Everyone tried to make out the object in the distance, but the truth was it was impossible to know for certain what kind of building it was. Let's focus on the automaton over there, Max said, pointing at the large metallic monster. We need to take it down. I'd rather know what we're getting into and if we can even stop it. What is your plan if we can't? Tanilla asked. If we aren't able to overpower it with force and spells, we should try to use stone walls to lift a leg off the ground, then use some air and ice walls to keep it off balance before trying to send it over the edge. I mean, if that works, maybe the fall would help take it out. Tanilla's frown was the one she showed she wasn't certain about his plans, but she nodded anyway. If Fowl can hold its attention and not die, I'll come up from behind and use my one attack, seeing if I can get through its armor. I love when he says that like I'm not here, their dwarven warrior said. Almost makes me feel like I'm part of the team. Everyone chuckled and started moving toward the dwarven creation from stories, unsure just how well this was going to go. Go, Max exclaimed before he stealthed, letting Fowl take the lead. As they raced toward the 20-foot-tall automaton, its waist turned a full 180 degrees, its crystal eyes a dark red locked onto Fowl. Intruder, activating Defense Protocol C. Charging, what does that mean? Fowl shouted as Max went past him even though he was hidden. Both red eyes glowed and a buildup of some kind was causing the creature to shake slightly. Its metal body hummed and gears turned and creaked on the outside as it raised both arms, pointing its palms at Fowl. A metal plate in each hand slid up, revealing another red gem in each hand that was glowing a bright red. Seetth. Seeing the sight before him and knowing Fowl was about to be hit with something that might blow the whole wall off for all they knew, Max deactivated his stealth and raced toward the golem, seeing its head and hands start to track him instead. Bright red beams came from its eyes and hands, scorching the metal wall and melting it behind Max as he ran toward the automaton. Its movements were too slow, or perhaps Max was too fast, but either way he reached the leg and swung. Power strike. Magic strike. His weapon streaked through the air, connecting with the metal leg of the golem. Max couldn't help but smile as he realized that for the first time in a while his strength, combined with the power strike, put him well over 600. With an idea on the stats for these creatures, he watched as the axe cleaved through the metal like paper, sending out sparks, a spray of different colored liquids, and causing the automaton's leg to creak before buckling, sending it crashing on top the metal wall. A loud clang of metal on metal rang out, making Max's head feel like it was going to pop as the noise assaulted his sonar skill. It took a few seconds to recover, having dodged the falling automaton and gotten a few yards away. Spinning around, he saw the mechanical monster was no longer sending red beams out. Instead, its left arm was attempting to spray the left leg where he had cut it with something from its fingertips. Foam was covering the broken area, putting out a fire that had ignited. Defense Protocol G activated. The sound of metal sliding upon metal filled the air, and Max could sense the automaton was rebuilding the broken area of its leg. He wasn't sure, but it appeared the metal was coming from inside the creature. Sounds of arrows plinking off the metallic body and ice spears colliding with the mechanical monster did nothing. A giant boulder appeared above it, and Max smiled as he raced toward the fallen automaton's head, swinging his hammer portion at it. The clang of metal on metal rang out, and a large metallic hand came near him, trying to swat at him. More sounds of metal on metal came as Fowl started attacking its side, making the area they were in sound like a blacksmith's shop. The magical stone boulder fell, striking the automaton in its chest, buckling some of the metal plates that covered it. Its right arm came up, knocking the boulder free, and tried again to swipe at Max with its left hand, who was continually pounding its head, leaving large dents in the metal that appeared to be reinforced. Its leg is almost reformed. Fowl shouted, "What now?" Using his trump card wasn't something he wanted to do, and Max decided to see if last night's discussion would actually pay off. "Can you refresh my power strike?" A half-dozen more blows connected, causing one of the metal plates on the head to break free from the others as Max waited to hear a response. Finally, after about 2 more seconds, a notification made him smile. Power strike cooldown refreshed. Without waiting, he set his feet and swung, aiming for the same spot he had hit a dozen times. Power strike. The hammered portion squished the massive metallic head like a lemon getting hit with a hammer. A geyser of liquid sprayed out from all around the top of the automaton's head, and the mechanical monster began to shake, its arms twitching in the air. "Seth, what did you do?" Like a blacksmith with only a single task of pounding metal, Max never answered, instead delivering blow after blow upon the same spot as wires and tubes lay exposed. Forming an ice spear, Max poured mana into the spell as he continued his assault. When a 2-foot gap was created from the twisted and flattened metal, Max sent the spear into the opening, forcing it as deep as possible. A pealing sound came as both arms fell against the metal wall. "It's dead, I just got experience." Fowl's announcement allowed Max a chance to catch his breath and stare at the enemy they had just defeated. "Start ripping it apart. I want to take back what we can." Having said what he felt was owed, Max went to work again, pounding and hacking off areas of the automaton's body, pulling metal sheets free with his bare hands and storing them. Wires, hoses, tubes, and more were put into storage, and he ripped out both of the massive 8-inch red gems the automaton had used for eyes. "Tell me that was worth it," Max said when the metal corpse began to dissolve. dropping a dozen Red Tower experience gems in a neat pile. Very much so, Fowl replied with a grin. The experience alone was over 5 or 6 groups, though I'm not certain we could have one without you taking out its head. On that note, I'm also wondering why you didn't use your ability to teleport up to the head and attack it there the first time. Groaning, Max realized Fowl was right. He had been an idiot and was so focused on immobilizing the automaton that he went for the leg. If they had to fight another one of these, going for the leg was worthless. Tanilla came up and gave him a nudge, pointing at the city they had yet to enter. Looks like we're about to climb down and see what waits for us there. Snorting, Max nodded, grinning like a kid in a candy store. Everything was going well, and he felt amazing. We're about 4 blocks from the center courtyard, from what I can tell, Max informed everyone after he landed back on the street after jumping off a house. Maybe 1 or 2 more groups, and then we'll be on the outer edges of everything. Fowl was grinning, waiting to hear what Max was going to say next as he shifted from side to side. Yes, there is a tower, but I don't think it's the same thing as the last time. This one is wider, and as you have noticed, taller. Think we'll have to fight inside it. Batrayer asked, I'm not sure, but I hope not. It doesn't look over 40 or 50 yards wide, and that might mean going up staircases having to fight from beneath whatever would be above us. That's never a good thing if I'm honest. Their healer nodded and frowned. Might as well get this over with and see what's waiting for us in the courtyard, Tanilla said. I'd rather not just stand around. All this metal just feels weird. The metallic street opened up to the courtyard, which was once again about 500 yards in diameter. The brick-etched pattern in the street turned into a circle that all led toward the tower in the center. That's a pretty big door, Fowl said as he pointed at the metal gate they could see on one side of the tower. Who wants to bet how large the thing that will come out of there is going to be? No one seemed interested, and Max